on the first day of confession. The following day, they registered their marriage, and the same day, they publicly announced it. There was no misunderstanding, nor any delay. After his rebirth, Shen Feng intended to actively pursue his wife, only to discover that his late brother was also reborn, and even more proactive than he was. Breaking news. Rising star Jiang Wanwan seen entering and exiting a hospital with a mysterious man. Jiang Wanwan's relationship rumors exposed, her pure image shattered. Jiang Wanwan's downfall. Faced with a multitude of trending topics, Jiang Wanwan immediately produced her marriage certificate, stating, "There are rumors that I have a boyfriend. Let me clarify. That is not a rumor." Chapter 1 Wanwan, I love you. Wanwan, I love you. On July 31st, 2021, upon sending this WeChat message, Shen Feng stood on the rooftop of the Century Building, 101st floor, in Zhonghai City, gazing at the myriad lights shimmering in the vast night below. His countenance remained calm. He leaped without hesitation, devoid of any fear of death. For Shen Feng, death had become a familiar occurrence. His time was ensnared, forever locked on July 31st, 2021. As of today, he had repetitively experienced July 31st a staggering 299,999 times. Nearly 300,000 cycles, amounting to a total of 821.9 years. It was interminably long, so protracted that Shen Feng had long since become numb. As Shen Feng continued his descent, his phone suddenly vibrated in his hand. Jiang Wanwan, where are you? This message took Shen Feng by surprise. In the countless repetitions, he had confessed to Jiang Wanwan innumerable times. Jiang Wanwan's responses had often been playful or humorous. Yet this time, she actually inquired about his whereabouts. However, Shen Feng still did not pay much attention, for he was about to crash to the ground. Where am I? Shen Feng smiled bitterly. I am in hell. I am also in a cage. Beep, beep. The alarm's piercing sound pierced through the air. With his eyes closed, Shen Feng instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside table to silence the alarm. Due to the incessant repetition of the same day, Shen Feng was utterly incapable of preemptively turning off the alarm. Every day, at precisely 6 o'clock, he was roused from slumber. There was a time when he began to question his existence, wondering why he had whimsically set such an alarm on July 30th. It rendered him incapable of enjoying a lazy morning. However, today, as Shen Feng extended his hand, he was taken aback, for he did not touch the bedside table, nor did he feel his phone. His hand met with emptiness. How could this be? Every morning, awakened by the alarm, he would reach out, take his phone, and turn it off. This sequence of actions Shen Feng had performed 29,999 times. It was impossible to err, even with his eyes closed. He stared in astonishment, sitting up from the bed. Yet the scene before him left him even more astounded. Pristine white walls, immaculate white sheets, an air tinged with the scent of disinfectants and medicinal solutions. Several devices were connected to him. Clearly, he was in a hospital room. He was not lying in his own home. In that instant, Shen Feng felt as though his breath had been stolen. He hurriedly turned his head, following the sound of the alarm, to locate his phone by the bedside. He glanced at the time displayed on the phone. 6 o'clock, and the date was 2021, August 1st. Shen Feng was dumbfounded. Throughout the past 800 years of repetition, he had engaged in countless thrilling escapades and had weathered all manner of storms. He had believed his psychological resilience to be formidable. Yet upon seeing the date of August 1st, he could not contain his shock, his mind going blank, even trembling. He had indeed escaped. He had escaped July 31st. He had broken free from the prison that had confined him for over 800 years. Unintentionally, Shen Feng's hand brushed against something soft and furry. It was then that he regained his senses. Turning to look, he saw someone leaning beside his hospital bed. The person appeared to have been asleep prior to his touch, only to awaken startled. Wanwan. Shen Feng immediately recognized this individual, someone he knew all too well. His dear friend, his childhood companion, the one he loved. Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan had experienced a nightmare. She dreamt that Shen Feng had died again, and this time, it was right before her eyes. Indeed, he had died again. For Jiang Wanwan was someone who had also been reborn. She and Shen Feng were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. They were nearly inseparable. Although they had never confessed their feelings to one another, the bond they shared was remarkably intimate. During high school, Jiang Wanwan was discovered by Talent Scout, starred in several films, and became a rising star. After that, as Jiang Wanwan became increasingly occupied with filming, opportunities to meet Shen Feng dwindled. On July 31st, 2021, in her past life, after completing a film, Jiang Wanwan returned to her hometown of Zhonghai City during her break, hoping to surprise Shen Feng. However, that very night, she received the devastating news of Shen Feng's suicide. From that day forward, Jiang Wanwan seemed to have lost her soul. The once vibrant and cheerful girl became taciturn, even though she displayed a wealth of emotion while acting. Once the filming wrapped, she turned cold as ice. Only when visiting Shen Feng's grave would she speak a few words to herself. A decade later, Jiang Wanwan stood on the Oscar stage. Her acceptance speech consisted of but a few phrases. Once, I promised my beloved that I would become the most famous actress in the world. Now, I have finally achieved that. And now, I can finally meet him. That very night, Jiang Wanwan followed the same path as Shen Feng and took her own life at home. However, when Jiang Wanwan opened her eyes again, she discovered she had miraculously returned to life. Furthermore, she had been reborn on July 31st, 2021, the very night Shen Feng had met his untimely demise. Just as Jiang Wanwan was still coming to terms with her rebirth, she received a WeChat message from Shen Feng. My beloved Fengzi, Wanwan, I love you. Jiang Wanwan sensed something amiss and quickly sent a message asking Shen Feng where he was. Yet there was no response. Panic began to envelop Jiang Wanwan. She feared that Shen Feng would once again depart from her life, and thus she dashed out of the Century building in search of him. To her astonishment, she discovered a man quietly lying on the ground just before the entrance of the building. Unscathed, he appeared to be peacefully slumbering. It was indeed Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan hurriedly transported the unconscious Shen Feng to the hospital. Upon examination, the doctor revealed that Shen Feng had merely fainted due to low blood sugar, yet her unease lingered. She insisted that the doctor equip Shen Feng with the finest monitoring devices for a thorough examination. Meanwhile, she remained by his bedside until he fell into a deep slumber. Subsequently, she experienced a harrowing nightmare. In her dream, she again rushed out of the Century building, but this time, before its entrance, she beheld Shen Feng, battered and bloodied. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan felt as if someone had struck her head. This jolt startled Jiang Wanwan awake. The first sight that greeted her was Shen Feng, already conscious and seated on the bed. In that fleeting moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. He was alive. He was still with her. Although she was oblivious to the particulars of what had transpired during this rebirth, Jiang Wanwan was indifferent to such matters. All that mattered was Shen Feng's survival. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his embrace, weeping like a child. Shen Feng was taken aback. He had never witnessed this emotional and vulnerable side of Jiang Wanwan, who had previously appeared so assertive before him. Unbeknownst to him, the reborn Jiang Wanwan had made him believe she was simply overly concerned for his well-being. Suppressing his joy at reuniting with Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng enveloped the weeping girl in his arms. Gently caressing her soft, fragrant hair, he whispered soothingly, "Why are you crying? This is not the style of my Wanga. I am perfectly fine, so please do not weep, dear." In truth, Shen Feng longed to cry as well. Throughout the countless cycles of repetition, he had declared his love for Jiang Wanwan innumerable times. She had expressed her desire to travel the world, and he had promised to accompany her. She had wished to visit Disneyland, and he had consented. Jiang Wanwan had once dreamily expressed her wish to have a little girl, to which Shen Feng had agreed. She had made countless requests filled with longing, but he had failed to fulfill any of those promises. For no matter how far he and Jiang Wanwan progressed on any given day, the next day would reset everything to zero. He was utterly incapable of being with her eternally, nor could he traverse the world by her side until the end of time. This sense of helplessness felt like a dagger, piercing his heart repeatedly. Yet now, he was finally liberated. He could break free from the constraints of time. He could promise her an everlasting bond and walk hand in hand with her through life. Burying his head in the strands of Jiang Wanwan's hair at her neck, Shen Feng whispered softly in her ear, "Wanwan, I love you." Chapter 2. You may find it hard to believe, but I am getting married in an hour. Jiang Wanwan wept loudly, her sobs echoing through the air. Shen Feng uttered this sentence in a whisper so soft that it barely reached her ears. Lifting her tear-streaked face, she gazed at Shen Feng with bleary eyes. "Did you just say something?" "I said, Wangu, when you cry, you truly resemble a frail woman," Shen Feng teased, gently wiping away her tears with a smile. Jiang Wanwan. Shen Feng's light-hearted banter eased her emotions somewhat. After all, she had already unleashed most of her feelings when she first encountered Shen Feng the previous night. She pushed Shen Feng away, her almond-shaped eyes wide with indignation. "You are the one who resembles a woman." Awanga did not cry. "I merely had some dust in my eyes, understand?" All right. Shen Feng chuckled indulgently. Ruffling Jiang Wanwan's hair, she swatted his hand away, feeling that something was amiss with the Shen Feng before her. In her memories from her past life, Shen Feng had always been a timid little shadow trailing behind her, a gentle and unassuming soul, even a touch insecure, wholly reliant on her protection. This was precisely why she had earned the nickname Wanga. Yet now, Shen Feng appeared anything but submissive. Even when he ruffled her hair, he did so as if he were her grandfather. Had the events of last night, with her unconsciousness, somehow altered his mind? "No, I must seek a doctor to examine you," Jiang Wanwan declared, attempting to leave. Shen Feng quickly blocked her path. "I am well aware of my own body. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Your body may be well, but I intend to have someone check your head, Jiang Wanwan insisted. Shen Feng. Shen Feng, I believe my mind is quite intact. Then why were you lying peacefully at the entrance of Century Building last night? You looked as serene as a corpse. I refuse to believe you simply fainted there. Jiang Wanwan's words caused Shen Feng to raise an eyebrow. Lying at the entrance of Century Building? He glanced at his phone, checking WeChat. The last message Jiang Wanwan had sent him was simply "Where are you?" It matched his recollection of the previous night. Yet he had clearly jumped from a building. How then had he ended up lying calmly at the entrance of Century Building? Shen Feng pondered this, but came to no conclusions, ultimately deciding not to dwell on it. After all, the events that had transpired in his life had already been surreal enough. This was merely another peculiar twist. Eventually, Shen Feng could not resist Jiang Wanwan's insistence and reluctantly underwent a comprehensive medical examination. The results revealed that he was in excellent health, with no issues concerning his mind. Strangely, Shen Feng sensed a hint of disappointment in Jiang Wanwan's expression. Shen Feng smiled and inquired, "My mind is fine. You seem rather let down?" Jiang Wanwan replied, "Indeed. I had hoped that perhaps your moment of unconsciousness would somehow make you a bit smarter." "What a pity." Shen Feng, though somewhat exasperated, Shen Feng maintained a smile. The 30,000 repetitions of the cycle had rendered his emotions numb, even callous at times. Only when he was beside Jiang Wanwan did he feel a semblance of normalcy. Now, having broken free from the cycle and witnessing the more vibrant Jiang Wanwan, he felt a profound sense of happiness. "Hey, is that Jiang Wanwan?" "It seems to be." "Who's the man beside her?" "P.S. quite handsome. Could he be your boyfriend?" "I hadn't heard she was dating anyone." "Wow, could this be a scoop? Quick, take a picture." The hospital was bustling with people. As Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan prepared to leave, they noticed several young people pointing and whispering in their direction. Jiang Wanwan suddenly realized she had forgotten her sunglasses and mask. Both she and Shen Feng were currently in university, and during high school, Jiang Wanwan had gained fame from few acting roles. In recent years, she had established herself as a second-tier celebrity, enjoying a certain level of recognition among the youth. Shen Feng noticed the whispers and decided to distance himself from Jiang Wanwan, intending to pose as a stranger or perhaps a distant cousin. He recalled that Jiang Wanwan was quite protective of her celebrity status. She had solemnly promised him that she aimed to become the most celebrated actress. To this end, Jiang Wanwan had been tirelessly working, and she was very concerned about the reputation that came with being a star. Each time they went out together, she would dress as if she were preparing for a heist, often attracting the attention of security personnel at the bank. Although Shen Feng had already envisioned a future together with Jiang Wanwan, he had learned through the lengthy cycle that loving someone does not mean holding on to them at all times. Rather, it is about making them happy and allowing them to pursue their desires. Therefore, if Jiang Wanwan wished to focus on her career as a star for now, Shen Feng was willing to exercise patience, having already endured for a considerable time. However, just as he was about to create some distance, Jiang Wanwan took a step towards him. Tilting her head, she softly asked, "Fengzi, may I ask you something?" "Sure." "Was the WeChat message you sent me last night your true feelings, or were you under some kind of influence?" Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was referring to the message where he had confessed his love for her. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "If you can accept it now, then it is my genuine sentiment. If you are unwilling to accept it, consider it a result of external influences." Before Shen Feng could finish his sentence, he was suddenly pulled into an embrace by Jiang Wanwan, who affectionately wrapped her arms around his. With a radiant smile, she addressed the stunned onlookers, proclaiming loudly, "Here's a juicy scoop for you. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend." Shen Feng was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same Jiang Wanwan who had always been so concerned about public perception, who had to sneak out as if committing a crime? Even amidst the 30,000 repetitions of their cycle, he had never witnessed her like this. "What are you waiting for? Are you just going to stand there waiting to be photographed? Run." With a beaming smile, Jiang Wanwan suddenly tugged Shen Feng along as they dashed outside. The onlookers, equally stunned, finally regained their composure and began to scream, rushing to capture the astonishing scoop with their phones. By the time they burst through the hospital doors, they were dismayed to find that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng had vanished from sight. Breaking. Rising star Jiang Wanwan's relationship seemingly exposed. Exclusive. Jiang Wanwan spotted with a mysterious man. Is Jiang Wanwan pregnant? Did she undergo an abortion? As Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng caught their breath, hiding in a narrow alley while checking Weibo on their phones, several trending topics had already surged into the top 50 rankings. Gasping for air, Jiang Wanwan playfully smacked Shen Feng's arm, boasting, "What do you think of my popularity, huh? In less than 5 minutes, and already so many trending topics." Shen Feng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Indeed, my Wan Gu is the most impressive." He pointed at her phone, "But Wan Gu, perhaps you should answer your agent's call?" Only then did Jiang Wanwan notice the incoming call from her phone, labeled as Agent Lin. Her expression stiffened. Her hand trembled slightly as she pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone, and softly uttered a greeting. Then, with a sudden burst of exasperation, came the retort, "What in the world are you doing, Jiang Wanwan? Didn't you request time off to return to Zhonghai City for a family visit? What is this trending topic all about?" Observing the increasingly flustered expression on Jiang Wanwan's face, Shen Feng could not help but chuckle. This girl still harbored a palpable fear of her manager. Once the tirade from the other end of the line subsided, Jiang Wanwan gently replied, "Lin Jie, visiting my husband should also count as a family visit, right?" Lin Jie bellowed, "Husband? What nonsense are you spouting? When on earth did you get married?" A moment of silence ensued as Jiang Wanwan paused to glance at Shen Feng. She then spoke into the phone, "You may find it hard to believe, but I'm getting married in an hour." With that, she hastily concluded, "I have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Goodbye." She blurted this punctuated sentence without taking a breath, immediately disconnecting the call and blocking Lin Jie's number. After letting out a sigh of relief and wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she turned to Shen Feng and nudged him. "Do you have your household registration book at your place?" "What for?" he inquired. "To apply for the marriage certificate, of course." "Did you think I was joking just now?" Chapter 3. A clarification that is no rumor. Today, the atmosphere on Weibo was abuzz. The photos of the popular young star, Jiang Wanwan, entering a hospital with an unfamiliar man had been leaked early in the morning. The revelation sent ripples through the entertainment industry. One could not deny that Jiang Wanwan's popularity was soaring. She was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed commendable acting skills, having starred in several hit online dramas. Jiang Wanwan, while not yet comparable to the true A-listers and top-tier female stars, had certainly carved out a significant niche among second-tier celebrities. Moreover, she was remarkably devoid of any scandals, presenting herself as a refreshing presence in the industry. Hence, when this news broke, it caught the attention of everyone following the entertainment scene. Rival female stars, eager to tarnish Jiang Wanwan's reputation, scrambled to hire professional trolls to stir up trouble. Meanwhile, those who had previously attempted to cast aspersions on Jiang Wanwan but found no dirt on her seized the opportunity to provoke drama. Numerous marketing accounts also sought to capitalize on the chaos. Though Jiang Wanwan may not rival the top stars, such a chance to ride the wave of publicity was not something these accounts could afford to miss. At this moment, within the Civil Affairs Bureau of Zhonghai City, the very individuals at the center of the trending topic, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, had just obtained their marriage certificate and were exiting the bureau. With her mask and sunglasses on, Jiang Wanwan held the red booklet aloft, akin to a precious artifact, examining it repeatedly under the sunlight. Eventually, she burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "I truly feel as though I am dreaming." Shen Feng chuckled as well, sharing in the surreal experience. He had not anticipated that once he broke free from his constraints, Jiang Wanwan would suddenly become so proactive. Previously so concerned with her fans and public image, today she not only confirmed their relationship, but also openly brought him along to register their marriage. This left Shen Feng feeling somewhat regretful. After having undergone 30,000 cycles of contemplation, he believed he should take the initiative. Little did he know that Jiang Wanwan would outshine him in that regard. This simply would not do. With a sudden impulse, Shen Feng leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan, lowering his voice to ask, "What are your plans now that we've VE registered?" He was contemplating inviting her on a date. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was engrossed in posting on Weibo. Upon hearing Shen Feng's question, she replied earnestly, "I plan to save my own skin. You should check my Weibo." Shen Feng pulled out his phone and opened Jiang Wanwan's Weibo profile. Instantly, he spotted the top post. Jiang Wanwan had written, "Upon seeing rumors online claiming I have a partner, I wish to clarify that it is not a rumor," accompanied by a photo of the marriage certificate. Shen Feng was taken aback, suddenly questioning whether Jiang Wanwan had experienced some sort of epiphany. Today, she seemed unusually bold. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was murmuring to herself. Shen Feng soon realized that she was counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown concluded, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Jiang Wanwan, trembling, pressed the answer button. "Jiang Wanwan, have you lost your mind? You better explain yourself immediately. And if you dare hang up again, I swear I'll come over with a knife." Even without being on speakerphone, Lin Jie's boisterous voice reverberated through the phone. Reaching Shen Feng's ears, Jiang Wanwan held the phone at a distance, exasperatedly saying, "What do you want me to explain? I just got my marriage certificate with my boyfriend. Didn't I tell you before? Shut it. You're driving me insane. I had just prepared an excuse and assembled a team to craft a public relations statement for you. And before I could even finish, you go on alas. It appears that she's truly in dire straits this time." The current version of her is far removed from the illustrious film queen of her previous life. With the meager savings at her disposal, it seems she cannot even cover the trifling amount of the breach of contract penalty. While others who have been reborn reap wealth effortlessly, could she possibly be the first to face bankruptcy after her rebirth? Sister Lin, is there any way to avoid financial loss? Jiang Wanwan implored pitifully. Sister Lin scoffed, avoid financial loss? If you wish to do that, you must find a way to quell the current turmoil. You are well aware of the upper management's disposition, unless you can suppress the situation otherwise. Jiang Wanwan felt dejected. Sister Lin's voice was quite loud, and thus, her preceding remarks reached Shen Feng's ears. Observing Jiang Wanwan's expression, Shen Feng realized that she had become overly engrossed, completely disregarding the company's issues and the contract breach. Sighing, he suddenly snatched the phone from Jiang Wanwan's hand and addressed Sister Lin on the other end of the line. Hello, Sister Lin. I am Jiang Wanwan's husband. In fact, I have a plan that could somewhat alleviate Wanwan's predicament, but it would require your negotiation with the company. Chapter 4. Shen Feng, who became an overnight sensation before even debuting. Shen Feng has a plan? Both Jiang Wanwan and Sister Lin were taken aback. Jiang Wanwan understood that Shen Feng was indeed an outsider, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of the entertainment industry. How could he possibly have a solution for a problem that even Sister Lin could not resolve? Instantly, Jiang Wanwan perked up her ears. Shen Feng glanced at her with a smile, playfully tugging at her ear before walking away with the phone. You won't let me eavesdrop? Jiang Wanwan's stubbornness flared up. After all, she was the elder sister, and Shen Feng was her subordinate. How could a subordinate speak behind the back of a superior? Yet, no matter how fast she chased, Shen Feng quickened his pace. When she lagged behind, he slowed down. In any case, he refused to let her listen. Eventually, Jiang Wanwan stomped her foot in frustration. Fengzi, put on speaker. To her surprise, Shen Feng obediently switched the phone to speaker mode. Jiang Wanwan's spirits lifted. Indeed, this Fengzi dared not defy her authority. He had no choice but to allow her to eavesdrop. However, just then, Jiang Wanwan was met with Sister Lin's furious shout from the phone. I'm discussing serious matters with your husband. Get lost and don't eavesdrop, or I swear I'll have your head. Jiang Wanwan crouched down dejectedly, drawing circles on the ground. Damn it, that Shen Feng actually tattled on me. Having subdued Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng ended the speaker mode and stepped aside, continuing, the rough plan is as I just mentioned. I wonder what you think, Sister Lin. Sister Lin appeared quite pleased. Her tone finally softened. Although this approach is somewhat complex, it indeed provides an explanation for Wanwan's marriage certificate. After all, Wanwan is one of the company's key figures. As long as we can mitigate the repercussions of this incident, the company should not pursue the breach of contract too vigorously. That said, Shen Feng, are you truly not part of our circle? How is it that you are so well informed? Sister Lin inquired. Not exactly part of the circle, but I am quite knowledgeable about matters concerning Wanwan, Shen Feng replied. All right, enough of your display of affection. I need to report this to the company and speak with the collaboration and public relations teams. You both proceed as planned. I will rush over from Suang City tomorrow to have you sign the contract. After exchanging farewells, they hung up. Only then did Shen Feng approach Jiang Wanwan, who was still squatting on the ground, drawing circles, and handed her the phone. Jiang Wanwan looked up, shot him a glare, and took the phone. Shen Feng turned to leave, but paused, noticing that Jiang Wanwan remained in place. With a wry smile, he said, Wanwan, stop sulking. You'll soon understand our plan. I'm not sulking, Jiang Wanwan muttered in reply. Then why aren't you standing up? My legs are numb. Shen Feng. Ultimately, Shen Feng carried Jiang Wanwan on his back, walking from the Civil Affairs Bureau back home. Ever since Jiang Wanwan became a star, her finances had improved, and she had acquired several properties. Among them, one was specifically designated for her own residence, aside from the one for her parents. The distance from the Civil Affairs Bureau was not too great, so Shen Feng opted to carry Jiang Wanwan rather than hail a cab. Jiang Wanwan, the star, maintained her figure meticulously. Shen Feng found carrying her not burdensome at all. Instead, he relished the sensation of her fragrant and soft form against his back. Passers-by occasionally glanced their way. Some girls tugged at their boyfriends' hands and pouted. Look at that couple, I want to be carried too. The boys, upon observing the girls, grimaced. Have you considered how much the girl on his back weighs? If you were to climb on, I'd probably never stand straight again. Frustrated, a 200-pound girl plopped down on a nearby bench, causing it to collapse under her weight. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Jiang Wanwan was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo. On Weibo, she had already caught wind of the plan that Shen Feng and Sister Lin were discussing, slowly unfolding. On the trending topics list, several new hot searches had surpassed Jiang Wanwan's popularity, soaring to the top of Weibo within mere minutes. It was evident to the keen-eyed that someone was pouring money into buying this publicity. The dating reality show Let Us Start Dating was officially announced. The lineup for Let Us Start Dating was revealed, featuring Jiang Wanwan. Speculation arose that Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate was merely a ploy to generate buzz for the new variety show. Jiang Wanwan blinked in surprise. When did she ever plan to participate in such a show, and when had she engaged in hype? Intrigued, she clicked on one of the trending topics. Meanwhile, Shen Feng began to explain the plan to Jiang Wanwan. This dating variety show, Let Us Start Dating, involved 4 men and 4 women, 8 celebrities pairing up for love, and was a web-based program. Although it had not yet been officially announced, the rumored lineup was rather mediocre, and the production budget seemed tight. 6 participants had already been confirmed, but the final pair had yet to be settled. They had extended an invitation to her. But due to the show's lack of popularity and her slightly elevated market value, the production team couldn't afford her, which was why Sister Lin had not responded to them. My plan with Sister Lin is for me to take a pseudonym as an artist under her wing, and then for us to participate in this show together. After all, you are a highly sought-after participant for the production team. As long as Sister Lin agrees to let you join, they would hardly object to adding another person to the group. This way, the photos of us being secretly photographed this morning, along with your marriage certificate, could all be framed as promotional material for the new variety show. Nowadays, there are countless methods for publicity. The impact of your situation would thus be significantly mitigated. Shen Feng stated, at the very least, it won't escalate to the company demanding breach of contract penalties, as promotional activities can be considered part of an artist's normal responsibilities. Jiang Wanwan, nestled against Shen Feng's back, wore an expression of astonishment. Are you going to become an artist? Fengzi, you've really made it. I've always said your face has great potential. If only you had debuted earlier, you would have been a star by now. Shen Feng replied helplessly, it's not that I've made it. It's you who has achieved success. To prevent my wife from going bankrupt, I have no choice but to sell myself. Jiang Wanwan chuckled. Then it should be said that you're benefiting from my fame. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know the way to debut. Yes. I'm immensely grateful to Brother Wan for creating such an opportunity for me. Oh, it's nothing. We're like family. No need for such formality. As Jiang Wanwan spoke, she continued to scroll through Weibo on Shen Feng's back. Due to the substantial buzz generated by Jiang Wanwan earlier that morning, many were now discussing the new variety show. However, the majority of the conversations revolved around Jiang Wanwan and the newcomer, Shen Feng, whose name had not previously been heard. Chapter 5. If you weren't heavy, how could you weigh so much in my heart? On Weibo, a user exclaimed. So it was all a publicity stunt. You startled me. I thought my Wanwan really got married. Another commented, I knew it. Jiang Wanwan is still a university student and an actress. How could she possibly marry so early? A third user queried, who is this Shen Feng? I've never heard of him. Is he a newcomer? Another speculated. He joined along with Jiang Wanwan. Are they going to pair up? Is Wanwan going to support the newcomer? Indeed, he's a newcomer from the same company as Wanwan. Look at his Weibo. He even interacts with her. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wanwan clicked into Shen Feng's Weibo account, or rather, the new account that Lin Jie had applied for on his behalf. The account contained only 2 posts. One was a retweet, and the other was just published. Clearly, both were posted by Lin Jie. The retweeted post was Jiang Wanwan's pinned tweet regarding their marriage certificate. Shen Feng from Lanyu Entertainment. Indeed, it's not a rumor. Please take care of me, senior. On the show. But next time, please don't steal props. This evidently indicated that Jiang Wanwan's marriage certificate was a prop, a fabrication. The newly published tweet read, hello, everyone. I am Shen Feng, newly joined to the Lanyu family. I hope for your support. Below was a photo. A candid selfie Shen Feng had sent to Lin Jie. Although it was just a casual snap, Lin Jie's team was still quite professional. Coupled with Shen Feng's naturally good looks, the picture appeared exceptionally bright and handsome. As the heat was high at the moment, Shen Feng's 2 posts garnered numerous comments, both positive and negative. Many passers-by praised Shen Feng's looks, while rational fans of Jiang Wanwan welcomed the new junior. Yet, there were also many trolls and some irrational fans of Jiang Wanwan. They expressed all sorts of sentiments. Some questioned how a rookie could stir up publicity alongside an established star like Jiang Wanwan, suggesting he had connections. Others claimed such a newcomer was unworthy of appearing on a variety show with Jiang Wanwan, especially a dating show. Jiang Wanwan even spotted some marketing accounts spreading rumors that Shen Feng was actually the sugar baby of Lanyu Entertainment's boss. This left Jiang Wanwan utterly stunned. After all, their boss was clearly a man. Nonetheless, the majority of onlookers seemed to believe that she had released the marriage certificate image merely to generate buzz for the new variety show. Lin Jie also sent a WeChat message, indicating that since the narrative had shifted and they had gained a wave of traffic, the company would not pursue any penalties against her. The breach of contract fee could be considered waived. Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. She resolved that she must venture out on her own once more. Being under someone else's company had too many restrictions. She couldn't even announce her plans. Although nowadays, young stars often promoted a single persona, she harbored the soul of someone who had lived 2 lifetimes and was not concerned with such facades. Once she went solo, she intended to fill her Weibo with photos of herself and Shen Feng. She blinked and suddenly tugged at Shen Feng's hair. By the way, Fengzi, what is going on? You, an outsider with no knowledge of the entertainment industry. How could you devise such a plan to help me out? This scheme doesn't seem like something a newcomer could orchestrate. Well, I indeed lack knowledge about the entertainment world, so I merely suggested a few ideas. The specifics were all determined by Lin Jie, Shen Feng replied, earnestly. Jiang Wanwan looked at him with skepticism. Her intuition as a woman told her that Shen Feng was not being entirely truthful. And indeed, he was not, for he had provided Lin Jie with a comprehensive plan. He was well versed in the entertainment industry, particularly regarding matters surrounding Jiang Wanwan. During his extensive cycles, Shen Feng had lost count of how many times he had read news related to Jiang Wanwan. He understood the dynamics of her company and her agent, as well as the entertainment intelligence concerning her. Looking up at the sky, Shen Feng suddenly smiled. Throughout those cycles, to maintain his sanity and prevent himself from breaking down, he had forced himself to learn various knowledge and accomplish numerous goals daily. He had now mastered countless skills and uncovered many secrets that the average person could hardly access. In fact, if he wished, he had myriad means to quietly resolve the commotion caused by Jiang Wanwan's announcement. He had even uncovered some unspeakable secrets about the boss of Lanyu Entertainment. With these secrets alone, one call could suffice. Lanyu Entertainment would not only refrain from pursuing Jiang Wanwan's breach of contract fee, but would likely be eager to pay him for his silence. Deliberately choosing this plan, debuting as an artist, and participating in a dating show with Jiang Wanwan, was driven by Shen Feng's ulterior motives. If he wanted to announce something, a dating variety show was indeed the best avenue. Previously, it had always been Wanwan taking the initiative. Now, it was time for him to take charge. Jiang Wanwan's residence was a small villa. Since she often worked outside and attended university away from Zhonghai, the villa rarely had anyone living in it. It was spacious, clean, and well-decorated, yet it lacked the warmth of daily life. Upon entering, Jiang Wanwan finally allowed herself to leap off Shen Feng's back. Noticing Shen Feng rubbing his shoulders, she raised an eyebrow. What, do you think I'm heavy? Indeed, you are, Shen Feng replied, honestly nodding. Jiang Wanwan immediately widened her eyes and raised her hand to strike him. Shen Feng quickly stepped back, laughing. If you weren't heavy, how could you weigh so much in my heart? The actress's face instantly flushed crimson. How cheesy. Are you a root vegetable freshly unearthed from the ground? How can you be so corny? And stop laughing. I'm hungry. Order some takeout quickly. I'm going upstairs to rest. With that, she slapped Shen Feng playfully and dashed upstairs. Once in her room, she slammed the door shut, throwing herself onto the bed, her face still beet red. That insufferable Fengzi. He seemed so honest. Yet where did he learn all this nonsense? Jiang Wanwan buried her face in the soft pillow, mumbling to herself. After a moment, she cautiously lifted her head. Since the moment Shen Feng confessed her last night, Jiang Wanwan felt as though even Shen Feng's character had transformed after her rebirth. The former Shen Feng resembled a simpleton, but now he was not only proactive but also remarkably astute, his words seemingly imbued with a newfound sweetness. This version of him seemed even more endearing than before, causing her cheeks to flush deeper. She retrieved the little red book she had just received today from her pocket, gazing at the red-themed couple's photo on its cover, only to bury her face back into the pillow moments later. Jiang Wanwan. Oh, Jiang Wanwan, you are a reborn individual. In your past life, you were an award-winning actress. Must you indulge so easily in such youthful fantasies? Why be so easily flustered? If you weren't so enamored, how could you hold such significance in my heart? Yet the more she wished to dismiss it, the more Shen Feng's cheesy love declarations echoed in her mind. Jiang Wanwan shouted into her pillow. Chapter 6. In the kitchen. Jiang Wanwan was screaming like a groundhog. Shen Feng was busy purchasing potatoes and green peppers. She suggested he order takeout, but Shen Feng couldn't bear the thought of letting his wife eat takeout. For their first meal together after her rebirth, he insisted on cooking himself. In truth, Shen Feng's culinary skills have been rather dismal. With parents who cooked at home and cafeteria food during school, his limited attempts in the kitchen could only be described as catastrophic. However, during these endless cycles of rebirth, Shen Feng had taken it upon himself to learn cooking. From Sichuan to Shandong, Guangdong to Hawaii, from Michelin star dishes to the humble stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, while he couldn't claim mastery, he had certainly grasped the essentials. After all, he couldn't survive on takeout for over 8 centuries. Shen Feng specially ventured to a nearby supermarket, nearly depleting all his savings. As a mere college student, he was not as affluent as Jiang Wanwan, a celebrated star. This disparity made Shen Feng feel somewhat out of place, especially since, in the repetitive days of his past, he often procured items without payment, simply taking what he wanted without fear of consequences, for he would awaken back in his own bed regardless. Upon returning to the villa with the ingredients, Shen Feng tidied the kitchen and began preparing a meal. Naturally, he was well aware of Jiang Wanwan's preferences. The starlet had an undeniable fondness for sweets. Dishes like sweet and sour ribs and sweet and sour stir-fried pork were among her favorites. Yet, due to her rigorous management of her figure under the watchful eye of her agent, Sister Lin, Jiang Wanwan rarely indulged in these decadent dishes. Thus, Shen Feng prepared a plate of sweet and sour ribs for her, alongside several light vegetable dishes. He also simmered a pot of soup and steamed rice. With his current culinary skills, Shen Feng could have attempted more ambitious recipes, but cooking often required not just skill, but also time. Approximately half an hour later, lured by the enticing aroma, Jiang Wanwan descended the stairs. Still groggy from sleep, she rubbed her eyes and yawned, then mumbled, "Fengzi, has your takeout arrived? It smells amazing." Then she beheld Shen Feng busily working in the kitchen. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Shen Feng was cooking? Goodness, Fengzi, don't blow up my kitchen. Panicking, she rushed towards the kitchen. Shen Feng, exasperated, replied, "I'm not a terrorist. Is it really necessary to be this afraid?" With a face full of fear, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "I would rather it were a terrorist in the kitchen. At least they would know which is soy sauce and which is vinegar." She recalled the first time Shen Feng attempted to cook for her, producing a pot of soy sauce fried rice so sour, it was almost unbearable. Not only was it sour, but Shen Feng had forgotten to lower the heat, rushing off to check a recipe on his phone. By the time he returned, the rice was nearly burnt, and the acrid scent of vinegar and charred rice filled the room. They had no choice but to order takeout, and when the delivery person arrived, the odor nearly knocked them out. Remembering this, Jiang Wanwan shot an incredulous look at Shen Feng. "Fengzi, I hold no grudge against you. Why would you wish to harm me?" Shen Feng realized she was recalling his culinary misadventures and awkwardly cleared his throat. "My cooking has improved. Haven't you noticed how delightful the aroma is? It does smell good, but who knows how it will taste," Jiang Wanwan grumbled. Admittedly, the scent was indeed enticing. However, Shen Feng's cooking could not be judged by ordinary standards. For the sake of her own safety, Jiang Wanwan ultimately ordered takeout herself, opting for a nearby Kaifeng cuisine. Within 10 minutes, the delivery arrived. As Jiang Wanwan munched on a burger and sipped cola, a few minutes later, Shen Feng presented her with a plate of visually appealing sweet and sour ribs, a dish of crisp stir-fried bamboo shoots, and a fragrant 3-fresh vegetable dish. Suddenly, the burger in her hands lost its allure. She gazed at Shen Feng in shock, as if he were an extraterrestrial. "Fengzi, did you make this? Who else could it be?" Shen Feng offered her chopsticks. "Try the ribs, they're quite good. I also prepared a soup, let me fetch it." Jiang Wanwan numbly accepted the chopsticks. When Shen Feng returned with the soup, he found Jiang Wanwan trembling, gnawing on a rib that had already been picked clean. "Fengzi, I want to cry." Jiang Wanwan, with tears in her eyes, looked at Shen Feng, clutching the rib. "What's wrong, Wanwan? Isn't it tasty?" Shen Feng queried in confusion. "It shouldn't be. His culinary skills have been honed over centuries, especially the sweet and sour ribs, which he had perfected after much research. I regret ordering takeout. Your ribs are delicious, and I want more, but I'm so full," she wailed. She was utterly aggrieved. Sweet and sour ribs, her favorite dish, and Shen Feng had made them so exquisitely, better than any she had ever tasted. But she simply couldn't eat another bite. Shen Feng felt helpless. "Well, that's what happens when you don't trust me. Never mind, have some soup then. You mentioned wanting to try the boiled cabbage you saw on television, right? I made a version for you. However, true boiled cabbage requires time to simmer the broth repeatedly. Today, due to time constraints, I created a simplified version using the broth from the ribs. The flavor is quite pleasant. When I have more time, I'll prepare the authentic boiled cabbage for you." With that, Shen Feng lifted the lid of the pot. A rich aroma wafted towards them. Jiang Wanwan gazed at the pot of broth, clear as water, with exquisitely jade-like cabbage nestled within. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. However, she soon turned, dejectedly glancing at the large cup of cola she had just finished. Letting out a burp filled with carbonation, she then burst into tears. She could no longer stomach it. What should she do? In the end, Jiang Wanwan managed to consume a little more than half a bowl of soup and 3 small ribs. Only when her stomach felt completely stuffed did she reluctantly set down her chopsticks. The expression on her face remained one of profound sadness and grievance. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. There was once a sumptuous feast laid before me, and yet I failed to cherish it. It was only after I had overindulged that I lamented my oversight. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would never order takeout again. Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, Wanga, you can heat up these ribs and soup for dinner. Moreover, just tell me what you wish to eat in the future, and I would gladly cook for you every day. Every day. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks suddenly flushed. Indeed, Shen Feng was no longer merely her good buddy. They were now legally married and would share a life together. Then, will you be able to make braised pork? I want to have braised pork tomorrow. She began to place her order. Of course, no problem, Shen Feng readily agreed. Jiang Wanwan smiled. Provided you're not afraid of Sister Lin discovering you tomorrow. Shen Feng responded with a smirk. Jiang Wanwan pouted. Chapter 7. It arrived just in time. After dinner, Shen Feng busied himself in the kitchen while Jiang Wanwan, overstuffed, strolled around the room. Hearing the clattering sounds from the kitchen, she fell into contemplation. She recalled a saying her mother once shared with her. A family requires the joint efforts of both spouses to sustain it. If all burdens are placed upon one party, the family will become exceedingly fragile. Just like your father and I. He handles the cooking, and I take care of the dishes. Now, she and Shen Feng were also married. Shouldn't she wash the dishes since he was the one cooking? With this thought, Jiang Wanwan entered the kitchen. How about I wash the dishes? She proposed. No need, just rest, Shen Feng replied with a smile. You are my Wanga. How could I trouble you with such trivial matters? That one tea do, Jiang Wanwan asserted with a serious expression. A family requires both to maintain it. How can I let you do all the work? Let me help. Besides, as the older sibling, I should lead by example and not leave all the effort to the younger one. Step aside. With that, Jiang the Star squeezed herself beside Shen Feng. She plunged her hand into the dishwater, intending to grab a dirty plate. However, she missed the plate, but instead caught hold of Shen Feng's hand. Jiang Wanwan cleared her throat and withdrew her hand. She then adopted a serious demeanor and said, If you don't allow me to do anything, I will feel guilty. With her insistence, Shen Feng had no choice but to concede his position. Then, Jiang Wanwan stared at the lone dirty dish remaining in the sink and huffed. You've finished washing. What do you expect me to do? She glared at Shen Feng, who shrugged helplessly. I didn't ask you to wash. You insisted on it. Didn't you? This time I'll let it slide. From now on, you cook and I'll wash the dishes. If you dare to steal my job again, beware of my discipline, Jiang Wanwan said, flashing her small teeth as she fiercely scrubbed the last plate. After tidying up, Jiang Wanwan still felt slightly bloated. She suggested taking a stroll with Shen Feng, who was more than happy to oblige. As long as he could accompany Jiang Wanwan, he would be content doing anything. Jiang Wanwan donned a mask and led Shen Feng on a walk around the neighborhood. As they walked, she inquired, Fengzi, when did your culinary skills improve so significantly? Your sweet and sour ribs are undoubtedly better than any I've had at a restaurant. I picked it up on my own during my free time. Someone told me she loves sweet and sour ribs, so I researched it thoroughly, Shen Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, her heart fluttering. Who else could that someone be but her? She hadn't anticipated that Shen Feng had learned to cook for her. Though he had previously acted like a clueless fool, he turned out to be quite thoughtful. Just as she was lost in thought, Shen Feng asked, Do you think they taste good? If even you find them delicious, then I can confidently prepare them for that someone. Jiang Wanwan immediately lifted her head, her eyes glaring at Shen Feng in disbelief. Could it be that his sweet and sour ribs were not meant for her after all? She grasped his collar, demanding, Who are you really cooking for? Is there someone else in your heart? Oh, I see. Have you been keeping me as a backup plan? You confessed to me last night because you were rejected by your crush, right? You were heartbroken and desperate, and that is why you came to me. I assent to it? Well, Shen Feng, I never expected you to be such a scoundrel. I truly misjudged you. Shen Feng was equally taken aback, not expecting Jiang Wanwan to concoct such a wild narrative in such a short span of time. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. Wanga, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Jiang Wanwan huffed. She knew he was merely jesting, yet when she heard him say he would cook for someone else, her heart sank. I was joking too. But Fengzi, be honest with me. Why did you suddenly confess to me last night? Did something happen to you? Jiang Wanwan inquired earnestly. She had always found it puzzling. They had been friends for so many years, yet Shen Feng had never confessed his feelings. Moreover, he had consistently seemed to evade such topics. What had prompted him to suddenly declare his feelings? Adding to the mystery was the fact that Shen Feng had been unconscious at the entrance of Century Plaza last night. Jiang Wanwan felt that he must have experienced some sort of shock. It wasn't exactly a shock. He had merely come to a realization that the old him was truly quite ridiculous. After a brief silence, Shen Feng finally responded to Jiang Wanwan. He had indeed been somewhat dull in the past, but he was not foolish. Shen Feng had always known that he liked Jiang Wanwan. However, her parents had never been fond of him. Shen Feng's family lived in a small county beneath Zhonghai City, running a modest supermarket. Their life was not particularly affluent. It was decent enough. In contrast, Jiang Wanwan's family were entrepreneurs in the county, and their wealth had far surpassed Shen Feng's family since over a decade ago. Jiang Wanwan's father and Shen Feng's father had been classmates and maintained a cordial relationship. Nevertheless, Jiang Wanwan's parents had always disapproved of her association with Shen Feng. They believed he was a bad influence, leading Jiang Wanwan astray and neglecting her studies. They had preconceived notions, viewing Shen Feng as a delinquent. In reality, it was Jiang Wanwan who had led Shen Feng around. Otherwise, she would have gained the moniker Wanga. When Jiang Wanwan entered high school and was discovered by Talent Scout, starring in several films and becoming a celebrity, her family's wealth only grew, widening the gap between them and Shen Feng's family. At this point, Shen Feng had fully come to terms with his feelings. He wanted to live with Jiang Wanwan and spend a lifetime together. However, the stark disparity in their family backgrounds left Shen Feng feeling a profound sense of inferiority. Particularly poignant was the encounter when Jiang Wanwan's father had sternly approached Shen Feng, unequivocally warning him against harboring any intentions towards his daughter. Following that admonition, Shen Feng deliberately refrained from expressing his affections for Jiang Wanwan and never confessed his feelings to her. It was only after enduring 30,000 cycles of repetition, gradually maturing with each iteration, that he began to see the truth. He loved Jiang Wanwan, and they were meant to be together. Not even her parents could stand in their way. "I'm sorry, Wanwan. My confession to you has been long overdue," he murmured, gazing into the distance with a gentle sigh. Observing Shen Feng's pensive demeanor, Jiang Wanwan contemplated for a moment before softly urging, "Fengzi, turn around and look at me." Puzzled, Shen Feng complied, only to find Jiang Wanwan removing her mask, wrapping her arms around his, and on tiptoe, planting a tender yet sweet kiss upon his lips. Akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Shen Feng was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Wanwan hastily donned her mask again, her cheeks flushed with shyness. In a hushed voice, she confessed, "I don't think your confession is late. In fact, I believe it arrived just in time." Jiang Wanwan felt certain that she would never forget this moment. Just moments ago, she had been reborn, witnessing the message on her phone that read, "Wanwan, I love you." It arrived neither too early nor too late. It came at the perfect moment. Chapter 8. Was Jiang Wanwan beautiful or not? After taking a stroll around the neighborhood, the two decided to return home. Ever since Jiang Wanwan had taken the initiative to kiss Shen Feng, she had become surprisingly subdued. She walked in silence, rarely initiating conversation. However, whenever Shen Feng spoke to her, she would respond with a word or two. It was a rare sight for Shen Feng to see their beloved Wan Gu so quiet, leaving him both amused and deeply touched. They were each other's first love, and Jiang Wanwan had mustered considerable courage to comfort him with that kiss. How wonderful his Wan Gu truly was. Suddenly, Shen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Perhaps those 30,000 cycles were not a prison imposed by fate, but rather an opportunity bestowed upon him. Without those repetitions, he would still be the same dull-witted boy, lacking the courage to confess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan, let alone reach this point in their relationship. He would have been forced to watch Jiang Wanwan marry and drift further away from him. Thankfully, the 30,000 cycles had equipped him with numerous skills. He could prepare her favorite dishes and assist her with her troublesome dilemmas. Upon returning home, Jiang Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed. "I was so tired taking care of you last night that I hardly got any rest. I just managed to nap for less than half an hour. I'm too sleepy now. I think I'll head upstairs to sleep for a bit." With that, she blushed and attempted to slip away. But after taking a few steps, she suddenly felt guilty about leaving Shen Feng alone in the living room for too long. After a moment's thought, she pointed upstairs and suggested, "How about you come up with me to rest for a while? We could share a bed." Shen Feng instinctively asked, "Share a bed?" Jiang Wanwan's face turned even redder as she glared at him, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? There's a study upstairs with a sofa and a computer. I meant for you to go to the study." She huffed, "Forget it, I'm going to rest." Watching Jiang Wanwan stomp up the stairs, Shen Feng smacked his lips in surprise at his own candor. Shaking his head, he followed her upstairs. On the second floor of the villa, Shen Feng glanced at Jiang Wanwan's closed bedroom door before quietly entering the adjacent study. Sitting down at the computer, he opened it while taking out his phone to call Lin Jia. "Hello, Lin Jia. What's the situation now?" Lin Jia initially hesitated upon seeing an unfamiliar number, but immediately recognized Shen Feng's voice. After all, the sudden news of Jiang Wanwan's marriage had left a significant impact on her. "Xiao Shen, everything's fine now." Ironically, a major scandal broke in the entertainment industry today. A top male star was publicly accused by his ex-girlfriend, which has overshadowed a lot of other news. Consequently, Both the variety show and Jiang Wanwan have received minimal discussion. The company has decided not to pursue Wanwan's breach of contract penalties. Most of the marketing accounts that previously spread rumors about her have quieted down, with only a few from our rival company claiming that this variety show is merely a smokescreen to tarnish Jiang Wanwan's reputation. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence that just as Jiang Wanwan was embroiled in controversy, a top male star emerged to take the heat off her. Nonetheless, it was ultimately a fortunate turn of events. The only downside was that, being a newcomer, his debut alongside a star like Jiang Wanwan had led to rumors that he was involved with the head of Lanyu Entertainment, although the scandal had overshadowed his own rise. It seemed some onlookers had fallen for the narrative, but he didn't take it to heart, knowing the entertainment industry was rife with such marketing ploys. Seeing that he was unconcerned, Lin Jie shifted the topic. By the way, Xiao Shun, what is the story between you and Wanwan? She never mentioned having dated anyone. So how did you two suddenly get married? Lin Jie was genuinely curious, feeling that as Jiang Wanwan's manager, not being privy to such news was a disgrace. Shen Feng pondered for a moment before responding. We've actually known each other for a long time, having grown up together as childhood friends. So I wouldn't classify it as a whirlwind marriage. It is indeed a bit sudden, and I sincerely apologize for the trouble this has caused you. He added earnestly, I must also thank you, Lin Jie, for taking care of Wanwan over the years. Without your support, she would not have achieved the success she enjoys today. This wasn't mere flattery. During his cycles, Shen Feng had researched every individual around Jiang Wanwan, including Lin Jie. He recognized that while she might appear to be tough on Jiang Wanwan, she genuinely cared for her well-being. Lin Jie had always provided her with ample resources, tirelessly recommended her for auditions, and even shielded her from unwelcome social engagements. Although Lanyu Entertainment had its darker sides, Lin Jie was an exceptional person. It was clear that Jiang Wanwan's current standing in the industry was largely due to Lin Jie's efforts. Lin Jie was momentarily silent, and Shen Feng could almost hear her sniffle before she burst into laughter. What are you being so polite for? That's just what a manager is supposed to do. Speaking of which, now you're my artist too, so rest assured, I'll look out for you. You're much more sensible than that carefree little girl, Wanwan. Shen Feng chuckled, and after exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Gazing at the computer on the desk, Shen Feng initially intended to search Weibo, curious to discover which prominent celebrity had so generously acted as a shield for Jiang Wanwan. However, upon clicking the search box and perusing the list of search records, a wave of bewilderment washed over him. Queries such as how to pursue a boy, how to make a boy fall in love, and how to prompt a boy to confess his feelings filled the screen. One particularly disheartening entry read, does the boy I've known since childhood not like me because I'm unattractive? Among this sea of insecurities, Shen Feng could find only a solitary record unrelated to the others. Is Jiang Wanwan beautiful? With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his forehead. It seemed he had confessed his feelings too late. Otherwise, why would Jiang Wanwan be searching for such things? His fingers lightly tapped the mouse as an idea sparked within him, and he clicked on the entry regarding Jiang Wanwan's looks. The first search result opened, revealing a question on a certain platform, accompanied by a plethora of responses. As he scrolled through, he noted that many praised Jiang Wanwan's beauty. While not a top-tier celebrity, her appearance was hardly inferior to that of the A-listers. She merely lacked the experience. Suddenly, one particular response caught his attention. An anonymous user remarked, Jiang Wanwan? What is so attractive about her? You all don't realize, she is just a product of plastic surgery, a real head-swapping monster. I have her pre-surgery photos. Take a look for yourselves, so hideous I can hardly speak. Accompanying this comment were several images. Indeed, the person in the photographs was Jiang Wanwan, yet it was evident that they had been heavily edited. Jiang Wanwan had always been naturally beautiful, consistently ranking as the most attractive girl throughout her schooling. Yet, in these images, she was depicted as dark and overweight, and due to the similarity in features, it almost appeared as if she had once looked like that. The response was followed by dozens of comments, the majority of which derided the so-called plastic surgery monster, with only a few defending Jiang Wanwan. Among the comments was one from the original poster, claiming, I have more juicy gossip about Jiang Wanwan, including secret photos of her entering a hotel with a certain boss. This woman is nothing but a green tea BTCH. This post had garnered over 500 likes, and the author promised to reveal more if it reached a certain threshold. Shen Feng noted the date of this response. It was today. Clearly, Jiang Wanwan's rising popularity had prompted her rivals to orchestrate a smear campaign against her, aiming to tarnish her reputation. He narrowed his eyes. The depths of the entertainment industry were indeed murky. It was one thing to dig up past photos, but to slander Jiang Wanwan with accusations of associating with a boss was truly despicable. Resolute, Shen Feng began to type on the keyboard. There is no true anonymity on the internet. Once information is shared, traces are inevitably left behind, although most people might be unable to uncover these traces. However, Shen Feng was not an ordinary individual. Having spent 8 centuries honing his skills in computer technology, he was adept in hacking. In mere minutes, he uncovered the anonymous user's username, along with their phone number, real name, identity information, and a trove of further secrets. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number displayed on the screen. "Hello, I wish to have a word with you," he said, lowering his voice as he spoke slowly. Chapter 9. I am not a knight. I am her husband. Lu Siyuan's mood oscillated between exhilaration and despair. A professional internet troll, he was essentially a hired gun for a rival entertainment company, tasked daily with disparaging artists under the banner of Lanyu Entertainment. This morning, his employer had called him to inform him that photos had surfaced showing Jiang Wanwan entering hospital with a man. Lu Siyuan had felt a rush of excitement, ready to unleash a barrage of fabricated rumors, such as insinuating that Jiang Wanwan was there for an abortion. However, before his slanderous narrative could gain traction, the winds shifted dramatically. First, Jiang Wanwan announced her marriage by sharing photos of their marriage certificate. Shortly thereafter, the reality show Let's Start Dating was officially announced, with rumors swirling around Jiang Wanwan's potential for self-promotion. The scandal he had concocted quickly lost all relevance. Nevertheless, Lu Siyuan swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, he was employed to tarnish the reputation of Lanyu Entertainment, not solely Jiang Wanwan. With the current public discourse suggesting that Shen Feng, her co-star, was entangled with the head of Lanyu Entertainment, Lu Siyuan decided to fabricate dirt about Shen Feng instead. Yet, just as he finished crafting his narrative, a scandal involving a major male star broke, eclipsing both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng in terms of buzz and attention. Lu Siyuan's efforts fell flat, rendered futile. Disheartened, he buried his head in his hands when suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up without checking the caller ID. "Hello, who is this?" he asked. "I wish to have a word with you," came a low voice from the other end. Lu Siyuan frowned. "Who are you? You say you want to talk? Are you out of your mind? If you have something to say, hurry up. I'm busy." A chuckle resonated from the other end. Lu Siyuan, male, 28 years old, graduate of Yangqing University's Visual Communication Department, currently residing at Building 1, Unit 3, Apartment 203, Hanyue Road, Picheng. Lu Siyuan's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Who are you? Do I know you? Stop joking around and tell me who you are before I get angry." Those in his line of work often found themselves at odds with people, and the fear of being confronted was ever present. Hearing the other party recite his full name and address sent a chill down his spine. But the voice on the line continued, unfazed. "Your ID number is 13110. You work for the Black Rain Studio as a dedicated troll. In 2016, 5 years ago, you entered this profession. 4 years ago, in your second year, you were hired to defame a newly debuted female star, fabricating extensive slander against her, which ultimately led to her being cyber-bullied into a suicide attempt. Although she was rescued, she now suffers from severe depression. Yet, you showed no remorse, continuing to engage in this line of work, fabricating lies to tarnish the reputations of stars for profit. Am I correct?" Lu Siyuan's face drained of color. Every word spoken was painfully accurate, particularly the incident from 4 years prior. Despite the passage of time and the obscurity of that female star, he could not comprehend how anyone still remembered it. "The internet has a memory, Lu Siyuan." On the other end of the phone, the voice grew increasingly cold. Lu Siyuan's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Who exactly are you? What do you want? Are you attempting to extort me over that incident from 4 years ago? Let me inform you, stalking me is illegal, and so is blackmail. But what about fabricating facts that lead to someone's suicide? Is that not a crime? In Jiang Wanwan's villa." Shen Feng spoke while perusing the sordid history of Lu Siyuan on his computer. His expression darkened with increasing hostility. That incident from 4 years ago was merely a severe example. Over the years, how many reputations have you tarnished? How many lives have you ruined? Are you truly oblivious to your own actions? Your WeChat chat history reveals you've been telling your parents that you work as an art teacher, and they are proud of you. What do you think their reaction would be if I were to share all your misdeeds with them? Lu Siyuan's bravado crumbled. "What do you want from me? Are you after money or something else? I'm merely an employee at a studio. I don't possess much. Why are you targeting me? What is it that you desire?" Shen Feng narrowed his eyes. "I have no interest in your money. My demands are quite simple. Delete the defamatory statements you made about Jiang Wanwan and issue a public apology on Weibo. Apologize to Jiang Wanwan, to the girl from 4 years ago who nearly lost her life because of you, and all those you have slandered over the past 5 years." Lu Siyuan remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally responding in a hoarse voice. "Fine. You're affiliated with Jiang Wanwan, correct? I can comply with your request. However, There are countless individuals in this industry who have tarnished Jiang Wanwan's reputation, many of whom employ far more despicable tactics than I ever did. Why do you single me out? Shen Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the phone case. Because I happen to be quite idle at the moment and happen to come across you. My target is not Lu Ciyuan as a person. If I encounter others fabricating slander against Wanwan, they too will face the same consequences. Lu Ciyuan fell silent again. Shen Feng did not hang up, sensing Lu Ciyuan was operating his computer on the other end. After several minutes, Lu Ciyuan finally spoke. I've deleted the defamatory content on some platform and apologized on Weibo. You can check for yourself. Are you satisfied? Shen Feng did not check Weibo. He merely glanced at the fabricated response Lu Ciyuan had removed. Indeed, it had been deleted. You're certainly not from our circle, Lu Ciyuan remarked suddenly. Perhaps due to the deletion of the defamatory content and the apology, his tone had relaxed somewhat. I have a relatively clean record in this industry. If you were to investigate the major detractors, you would find their transgressions far exceed mine. Is that so? Are you attempting to compare levels of depravity? Shen Feng retorted. Lu Ciyuan shook his head and sighed. No. I merely wish to convey that while you are impressive enough to compel me to retract my slander against Jiang Wanwan, do you truly believe you can exert the same influence over everyone in this industry? I am but a nameless pawn. Once Jiang Wanwan rises to fame, her detractors will multiply, and the number of those who seek to consume and target her will increase. Being in the entertainment industry inherently subjects one to such exploitation. But I do not relish the thought of her being subjected to such sordid consumption. You don't relish it? My friend, what significance do you hold? You're merely a hacker employed by her. We are all mercenaries in this game. Do not elevate yourself to a pedestal of nobility. Jiang Wanwan is not a princess, and you are not her gallant knight. I am indeed no knight. Shen Feng responded. I am her husband. With that, Shen Feng hung up the phone, leaving Lu Ciyuan alone, staring blankly at his device. Chapter 10. The call from Jiang's father when Jiang Wanwan awoke from a restful slumber. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She had indeed not slept well the previous night, consumed with concern for Shen Feng. She had endured until past 5 in the morning before succumbing to sleep. Consequently, Shen Feng had awakened her at 6, resulting in what could only be described as a near all-nighter. After a lengthy nap in the afternoon, she finally felt a semblance of relief from her fatigue. Stretching, Jiang Wanwan exited her bedroom. She initially intended to descend the stairs, but suddenly recalled that Shen Feng was likely resting in the study next door. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she tiptoed to the study door, gently placing her hand on the doorknob and quietly opening it just a crack. She was curious to see what Shen Feng was up to. Peering through the gap, she caught sight of Shen Feng standing behind the door. Their eyes locked through the narrow opening. Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, oh no, I've been caught eavesdropping. She intended to explain that she had no intention of spying, but then reconsidered. Why should she fear Shen Feng? He was her subordinate, and this was her home. Moreover, he was now her husband, her property. There was no need for stealth. She could look openly without concern. With this realization, Jiang Wanwan felt emboldened. Raising an eyebrow, she glared at Shen Feng behind the door and exclaimed, what are you staring at? Sneaking behind the door, what are you trying to achieve? Trying to scare someone? Hearing the sound of the door from Jiang Wanwan's room, Shen Feng had intended to step out for a look, but before he could open the door, it was abruptly pushed open by Jiang Wanwan. Caught off guard, he struggled to find words. Jiang Wanwan, feeling triumphant, noted Shen Feng's flustered state. The boy was still inexperienced, unable to compare to her, a seasoned veteran in life. She shoved the door wide open and entered the study. Glancing at the computer screen, an idea struck her. With a cheeky demeanor, she turned to Shen Feng and said, come on, confess honestly, what were you doing in here so sneakily? Did you use my computer to look up something inappropriate to alleviate your boredom while I was asleep? Jiang Wanwan had a tendency to be a verbal giant, yet an action-oriented dwarf. Despite her bashfulness when it came to kissing Shen Feng, when it came to playful banter, she could be quite relentless. To her surprise, Shen Feng appeared to adopt an earnest demeanor, his face sincere as he replied, I did indeed look at something I shouldn't have. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief, and her expression turned awkward. She had not anticipated that Shen Feng would actually admit to such behavior. Not only had he looked, but he also had the audacity to confess it so openly. This boy was becoming bolder by the day. How foolish she felt for having thought he was rather innocent. It seemed all men were fundamentally the same. Jiang Wanwan muttered under her breath, her gaze darting to the computer screen. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what Shen Feng had been looking at. What type did he prefer? Western? Japanese? However, Shen Feng's next statement left her utterly flabbergasted. As a grown man, I spent quite some time researching how to pursue a guy and make him fall in love with me. I feel as though my spirit has been deeply impacted. Of course, I didn't seek it out intentionally. I just happened to click on it after seeing it in the search history. You want to hold it against me? Will you, Wanwan? Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of shock wash over her, rendering her speechless. She suddenly remembered that before their relationship was established, she had also searched for such topics on her computer. Moreover, it seemed the search history had not been deleted. In a moment of carelessness, Shen Feng inadvertently witnessed everything. Jiang Wanwan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. If there had been a crack in the ground, she would have instantly burrowed into it. Observing her bashful demeanor, with her head bowed and her toes nervously tapping, Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. However, maintaining a facade of seriousness, he inquired, Wangu, why the silence? Are you upset with me for seeing things I shouldn't have? He continued, but fret not, even if I were to encounter more of such material. My affections lie solely with women. Ich shall forever remain yours, Van Ye. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, Shen Feng felt a pang of regret. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversals, and another saying advises that a corner dog will jump over the wall. His words inadvertently provoked Jiang Wanwan, pushing her to the brink. With flushed cheeks, she raised her chin defiantly, clenched her fists, and glared at Shen Feng. Shen Feng, I must insist that you never mention the computer search history again. If you dare utter another word related to this, not only will you cease to be mine, but I shall ensure you remain forever unworthy. With that, Jiang Wanwan snapped her fingers, producing a sharp crack. Realizing that his wife was genuinely angry, Shen Feng wisely decided against provoking her further. All right, I shall never bring it up again. I will pretend I never saw anything. Is that acceptable? Jiang Wanwan remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, and gradually, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. At this, Shen Feng felt a genuine sense of alarm. He had merely intended to tease Jiang Wanwan, unaware that her sensitivity ran so deep. Anger was one thing, but her tears were another. He quickly leaned down, wearing an earnest expression, and apologized. Wangu, please don't cry. I truly acknowledge my mistake. I promise not to tease you about this again, all right? If you're really upset, you could strike me as punishment. Or perhaps, I could share a joke with you? Before he could finish, Jiang Wanwan interrupted, sniffling. I'm not crying because of that. I'm not that fragile. It's just that I exerted too much force while snapping my fingers. Only then did Shen Feng notice that she was cradling the very finger she had snapped, which now bore a painful throb. Shen Feng was at a loss for words. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, he applied an ice pack to Jiang Wanwan's finger. Once the swelling had subsided, he asked, How does it feel now, Wangu? Still painful? Not anymore, Jiang Wanwan mumbled. It's all your fault. If you had insisted on bringing those things up, would I have felt the need to snap my fingers at you? Will my hand be hurting now? Shen Feng could only manage a wry smile. Yes. It's all my fault. So, as compensation, how about I prepare a couple of extra dishes for dinner tonight? What would you like to eat? The mere mention of food brightened Jiang Wanwan's eyes. After a long afternoon nap, her stomach had long digested its previous contents. Although it wasn't growling with hunger, she felt an undeniable craving. Could you reheat the ribs and then stir-fry some cashew shrimp for me? All right, but we don't have any cashews at home. Then just stir-fry the shrimp. We don't have shrimp either. Then go buy some. With a flourish of her hand, Jiang Wanwan issued her command. Shen Feng rubbed his hands together, hesitating for a moment before saying, Wangu, I can buy shrimp, but there is a pressing technical issue that needs addressing. Jiang Wanwan frowned. What issue? I haven't received my salary for my job last month, and I spent all my money on groceries this morning. With that, Shen Feng took out his phone and opened the payment code. Could you spare a little? Any amount would do. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes, thinking it was ridiculous. Here she thought there was a serious problem, but it turned out to be merely a lack of funds. The financially comfortable Jiang Wanwan promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Shen Feng. With a cheerful grin, he pocketed the money and headed out, taking extra care to select some rather expensive ingredients at the supermarket, intending to prepare a splendid meal for Jiang Wanwan. Meanwhile, back at home, Jiang Wanwan began scrolling through her phone while waiting for Shen Feng's return. She sighed in relief upon seeing that most people on Weibo had shifted their focus away from her, now criticizing a certain A-list celebrity scandal. With that, she felt a sense of calm settle over her. Just then, her phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression dimmed. She answered, Hello, Dad. On the other end, Jiang's voice was deep and somber. I heard from your mother that you went home this morning to fetch the household register. Yes. I need it for work, Jiang Wanwan replied softly. Work? Your uncle just told me you posted a picture of a marriage certificate online. It's just for publicity. My uncle must have seen it too. Everyone online knows now. Jiang's tone suddenly turned icy. Publicity? Is it for the sake of promoting that Shen Feng kid? Come home for dinner. We need to discuss this. Prepare yourself. I'll send a driver to pick you up. With that, Jiang abruptly hung up, leaving Jiang Wanwan staring at the busy signal, her expression growing increasingly somber. Moments later, as Shen Feng was returning home with an armful of ingredients, contemplating what delectable dish to prepare for Jiang Wanwan, he received a message from her on WeChat. Jiang Wanwan, you need tea, come to the villa? Please eat dinner by yourself. My dad wants me to go home for a bit. Shen Feng was taken aback. He raised his hand to respond, but before he could, another message popped up on his screen. Jiang Wanwan, sorry. Chapter 11, An Unpleasant Parting. The Jiang family. Since Jiang Wanwan became an actress and purchased a home in the city, her parents, who had previously lived in the county, moved to the city along with the family business. A black sedan pulled up in front of the Jiang residence. The driver exited and opened the rear door. Jiang Wanwan slowly descended from the car, straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and finally stepped into her family home. The villa was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere inside was heavy with tension. Jiang Zhe and Su Yin, Jiang Wanwan's parents, sat silently on the living room sofa, not uttering a word. Damn, I'm back. Only after Jiang Wanwan spoke did they lift their gazes to her, but still, no words were exchanged. They merely stood and walked into the dining room. Jiang Wanwan followed them, taking her seat at the place her parents had prepared for her. A wave of grievance washed over her. Throughout her life, her parents had always sought to arrange everything for her, even down to where she sat for a meal. She bit her lip, but ultimately took her seat. None of them moved their chopsticks or spoke for a full 5 minutes until Jiang Zhe finally broke the silence. Let us hear it. What is going on between you and Shen Feng? Indeed, this was the question they had come to ask. During the drive, Jiang Wanwan had already anticipated her parents' inquiries and had mentally prepared her responses. Following the train of thought in her mind, she spoke softly. My manager believes that Shen Feng is a promising talent, which is why he signed him as an artist. As he had just embarked on his career, the agency sought to generate buzz around him, thus arranging for me to participate in a romantic reality show alongside him, with a marriage certificate merely serving as a prop for the production team. Why did you go home this morning to fetch the household registration book? Then, Jiang Zhe's eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, fixed intently on Jiang Wanwan, as though he could discern the veracity of her every word. Since childhood, Jiang Wanwan had always found Jiang Zhe's gaze to be quite oppressive. In the past, under such scrutiny, she could never utter a falsehood. However, things were different now. She was no longer the Jiang Wanwan of yore. Having been reborn a decade later, she had already faced the trials of life and death. She was the Oscar-winning actress of the future. If she chose to act, even Jiang Zhe would be unable to see through her. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Wanwan continued in a low tone. It was for the show's requirements. The production team needed to verify family circumstances. So I merely took the household registration book to make a copy for Sister Lin. If you don't believe me, feel free to call Sister Lin. I have already consulted her. Jiang Zhe squinted slightly. Jiang Wanwan's hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched tightly. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she continued. She should be able to confirm that what I said is true. At that moment, a hint of panic washed over Jiang Wanwan. She had not coordinated her story with Sister Lin beforehand. She was unsure of what Sister Lin had conveyed to Jiang Zhe, but she understood that she must maintain her composure. After scrutinizing her for a moment longer, Jiang Zhe averted his gaze and spoke in a somber tone. Let us eat. Jiang Wanwan exhaled in relief. Jiang Zhe's lack of further inquiries indicated that he likely believed her for the time being. Perhaps Jiang Zhe had not even consulted Sister Lin and was merely testing her. Had she revealed the slightest inconsistency, she might have been exposed. Jiang Zhe and Su Yin began to eat, and only then did Jiang Wanwan pick up her chopsticks to take a bite of food. The dish was cold. Colder than the box meal she had at the filming set, and in comparison to the dishes prepared by Shen Feng, it was utterly inferior. She chewed a few bites, feeling as though she was gnawing on wax. When Jiang Zhe spoke again, you should inform your manager to cancel this romantic reality show. You're currently in the ascendant phase of your career, and you're still quite young. You should spend more time acting and less on these frivolous variety shows. As he spoke, he added some food to Jiang Wanwan's plate, especially avoid participating in these shows with dubious individuals. Jiang Wanwan's chopsticks froze midair. She raised her gaze to Jiang Zhe and replied, if the co-star for this project were not Shen Feng, but another celebrity, would you then acquiesce? Jiang Zhe adjusted his glasses and replied, it depends on who it is. As a star, you must be mindful of your influence. Jiang Wanwan chuckled softly, setting down her chopsticks and shaking her head. Dad, this variety show is an arrangement by the agency, and we have already signed a contract with the production team. If I or Shen Feng do not participate, we will incur hefty penalties, making cancellation impossible. I understand you have reservations about Shen Feng, believing his family unworthy of ours. However, he is debuting soon, and with his looks, it is certain he will not fall short in the future. Isn't a time you reconsidered your biases against him? Jiang Zhe also set down his chopsticks, fixing his gaze on Jiang Wanwan with increasing seriousness. Jiang Wanwan, I know you have feelings for Shen Feng, but I want you to understand that your mother and I do not wish for you to be with him. It is for your own good. Even if Shen Feng debuts, what can he offer you? From the moment he enters the industry, he will be tied to you, forever a leech feeding off your success. He cannot provide you with anything. I hope you find a more accomplished partner who can elevate you further. Like the sons of General Wang or General Sun, whom I previously introduced to you. Are any of them not superior to Shen Feng? Beside them, Su Yin chimed in. Wanwan, your father only wants what is best for you. We all hope you can find someone as exceptional as you are. Someone who can bring you happiness and a promising future. Shen Feng is from a different world than ours. Even if he truly becomes a star, he cannot be compared to you. She added, if this variety show cannot be avoided, then so be it, as it is the company's arrangement. However, you must distance yourself from Shen Feng thereafter, do you understand? Be good. You have always been the one to heed your parents' advice. Jiang Wanwan bowed her head, remaining silent. Suddenly, she stood up, looking earnestly at Su Yin and Jiang Zhe. Dad, Mom, I don't understand how you can be so certain that Shen Feng cannot bring me happiness, but I feel truly happy when he is by my side. You cannot fathom how long I have waited for him, nor can you comprehend the depth of our feelings. I am convinced he is the one I want to spend my life with. Jiang Zhe furrowed his brow tightly. You're still so young. Do you even know what love, happiness, or affection truly means? I know. I'm not a child anymore. Jiang Wanwan interrupted Jiang Zhe suddenly. A boldness she had never shown before, leaving both Jiang Zhe and Su Yin momentarily stunned. Even she was taken aback by her outburst. With reddened eyes, she bit her lip and, after a moment, wiped her tears away. Her voice was hoarse as she said, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm full now. I'll be heading back. With that, she turned and left. Su Yin hurriedly followed behind her, exclaiming, Wait, Wanwan, you haven't even eaten much. Where are you going? Just stay at home tonight. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Jiang Zhe removed his glasses and rubbed his forehead in frustration. Finally, with a heavy fist, he slammed it down on the table. Having fled from the Jiang household, Jiang Wanwan wandered alone on the street. Although she had anticipated that dinner would not go well, she had not expected it to end in such discord. Silently traversing the illuminated streets of Zhonghai City, amidst the vibrant lights and bustling traffic, everything seemed detached from her reality. She was uncertain of her destination, and even more so of her thoughts. Her mind was a chaotic tangle. As she walked in a daze, Jiang Wanwan suddenly collided with someone. Coming to her senses, she instinctively lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry. To her surprise, the other person extended a hand, holding a cup of milk tea and a bag of snacks. Jiang Wanwan looked up in astonishment to find Shen Feng standing before her, softly saying, You must not have eaten enough. I brought you some food. I intended to message you when I got to your place, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Shen Feng continued to speak, but Jiang Wanwan could not hear his words clearly. She felt the grievances she had endured with her parents suddenly find an outlet for release. She threw herself into Shen Feng's arms, tightly embracing him, and burst into tears. Shen Feng held her close, gently patting her back. In a world bustling with activity and vibrance, it seemed that only here could she find solace. Chapter 12. If you dislike children, then don't have them. In a pavilion at a park by the street, where the street lights were broken and darkness prevailed, Shen Feng sat in the obscurity of the pavilion while Jiang Wanwan nestled in his embrace, sipping milk tea and nibbling on snacks. Shen Feng held up his phone to illuminate the surroundings. Jiang Wanwan chose not to mention her troubles at home or the reason for her tears. In truth, Jiang Wanwan harbored a profound apprehension regarding Shen Feng's inquiries. She found herself at a loss as to how to convey to him the vehement opposition her parents held towards their union. Fortunately, Shen Feng refrained from probing further. The reason for his silence stemmed from his prior awareness of the Jiang family sentiments. Jiang Wanwan's father, Jiang Zhe, had long been opposed to their relationship. However, since Shen Feng had entered the cycle of 30,000 repetitions, he had come to a certain understanding. He did not hold Jiang Zhe accountable, for he realized that had he been in Jiang Zhe's position, he too would vehemently disapprove of his daughter being involved with the former Shen Feng. What kind of person was the former Shen Feng? Timid, humble, rigid, and inept. Whenever Jiang Zhe sought a conversation with him, he would cower, losing the courage to pursue Jiang Wanwan. Instead of contemplating how to strive for self-improvement or how to be worthy of Jiang Wanwan, he succumbed to self-doubt and chose to relinquish her. If Shen Feng were Jiang Zhe, he would not only oppose such a person from being with Jiang Wanwan, but would also feel compelled to slap him, questioning whether he even possessed the qualities of a man. If Jiang Wanwan were a flower basking in the sunlight, The former Shen Feng was merely a small insect cowering in the shadow of that flower. Perhaps he had his moments of brilliance, but only Jiang Wanwan, who truly cherished him, could discern them. Thus, Shen Feng had never blamed Jiang Wanwan's parents. His ire was directed solely at himself. He had indeed been unworthy of Jiang Wanwan in the past. Yet now he had transformed. No longer timid and weak, he had shed his insecurities. He possessed the ability to change Jiang Wanwan's parents' perceptions of him. After their meal, Shen Feng intended to escort Jiang Wanwan back to rest, but she shook her head, furrowing her brow as she melancholy declared, "Your brother is not in the best mood right now. I wish to linger a while longer. Do you object?" "No objections." Shen Feng promptly responded. "How about we head to an internet cafe? I feel like gaming." "Any issues with that?" "None at all," he replied swiftly. "Well, life is about making the most of it. I've already napped for an afternoon. If I return to sleep now, what difference is there between me and a pig?" "No difference," Shen Feng instinctively replied. Jiang Wanwan glared at him, and Shen Feng seemed to realize his blunder, promptly amending, "What I meant was, how could you possibly be compared to a pig?" Jiang Wanwan, now exasperated, picked up a stick from the ground and began to chase Shen Feng with it. The two frolicked in the park for quite some time, until Jiang Wanwan, in a fit of frustration, hurled the stick at him. Shen Feng deftly dodged and then approached her with a smile. "Do you feel a bit better now?" Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. "Not at all. You're driving me insane." Yet despite her words, she felt a surge of warmth. Shen Feng's playful antics had indeed alleviated her earlier gloom. She poked him, saying, "I'm exhausted from running. I can't walk anymore. You know what to do, right?" "Of course, I'll call for a cab," he replied. "What cab?" "Hurry up and carry me." In the end, Shen Feng dutifully hoisted Jiang Wanwan onto his back and exited the park. As she rested against his shoulder, gazing at his profile, a smile graced Jiang Wanwan's face. No matter how disheartened she had been previously, the sight of Shen Feng seemed to uplift her spirits. Especially now, it appeared that he had matured emotionally. Being with him was genuinely comfortable. However, the thought of her parents' disapproval caused her smile to wane, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Shen Feng, ever observant, noted her change in demeanor and sighed softly. He turned his head, lightly brushing against her cheek. "You need not worry about my father. I am aware of their stance, and I have ways to alter their perceptions. You only need to focus on being happy each day. Leave the rest to me. All right?" Jiang Wanwan felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She buried her head deeper into his shoulder, muttering, "I refuse to leave everything to you. I'll be the one washing the dishes from now on, and you cannot take that from me." Shen Feng chuckled. "All right, I won tea contest you. From now on, all dishes shall be your responsibility. That way, even if you cannot become an actress, at least you will possess a skill and one tea starve. Then we should open a restaurant. You'll handle the dishes while I cook." "Wait, don't we need someone to serve the food?" "We do have to hire someone and pay them." As Jiang Wanwan rambled on, Shen Feng interjected, "If we have a child, we won't need to hire anyone." Jiang Wanwan's expression froze mid-thought, her cheeks flushing crimson as she slapped him playfully. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're becoming increasingly indiscreet. If you don't want to have children, then we want tea," Shen Feng replied, feigning innocence. "I never said I didn't tea like children." Jiang Wanwan smacked him again. "Could you refrain from misinterpreting my words? Did you not learn reading comprehension well?" Shen Feng, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "So your implication is that you do like children? Do you prefer boys or girls?" "Of course I prefer girls. I would tea want a rambunctious little boy." "Then we shall aim for a little girl," he stated matter-of-factly. "Is that how it works? You think you can just choose like shopping at a market?" "Wait, why are we discussing children again? Talking to you is infuriating." Jiang Wanwan found herself bewildered by Shen Feng's banter and resorted to alternating slaps on his back, delivering a makeshift Thai massage that had him begging for mercy. Previously, when he teased her with feigned ignorance, it was all in jest, but now his pleas were genuine. For who could withstand such a barrage from her? It nearly caused him to lose his dinner. Amid their playful antics, Shen Feng carried Jiang Wanwan to a somewhat secluded internet cafe, a place they had frequented together in the past. Once, before Jiang Wanwan became a star, she had dragged Shen Feng here countless times in the middle of the night to surf the web. Pushing open the somewhat dilapidated door of the cafe, Jiang Wanwan hopped off his back, excitement bubbling forth as she exclaimed, "Old Wang, we're here to go online." She felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. In her previous life, she had not set foot in this cafe since Shen Feng's incident. By her reckoning, it had been a decade since her last visit. The cafe was tranquil, with only a few patrons engrossed in their screens, and her exuberant shout drew their attention. Suddenly realizing she had forgotten her mask, she contemplated covering her face to avoid recognition, but Shen Feng stepped in front of her, blocking the gaze of the other patrons. Behind the front desk, an elderly man with sparse hair was enjoying a plate of dumplings. He was Old Wang, the owner of the cafe, as Jiang Wanwan had referred to him. Old Wang took a bite of his dumpling and glanced at Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, suddenly breaking into a grin. It seems you two haven't visited in quite a while. I've heard that this young lad is aspiring to become a star. Despite his age, the old man was well-versed in the online realm, frequently encountering news from the internet. Shen Feng merely chuckled and refrained from responding, instead saying, "Same place. Set up 2 computers. And get 2 bottles of Beibinjiang chilled." "All right then." Old Wang casually tapped on his computer, procured drinks for the pair, and without requesting their identification, gestured for them to begin surfing the web. Sitting in front of the computer, Shen Feng intended to ask Jiang Wanwan what she wanted to play. However, he turned to find Jiang Wanwan gazing intently at him, her eyes seemingly reddened. Shen Feng was taken aback. "Wango, what's the matter?" Nothing. Old Wang hasn't cleaned here. It's too dusty and got in my eyes." Jiang Wanwan rubbed her eyes. In reality, as she looked at Shen Feng, she was reminded of her past life. In her previous existence, she had skipped school countless times to come to this internet cafe with Shen Feng. Each time, she would sit here while Shen Feng occupied the seat beside her. Sometimes they would play a few rounds of games, and other times they would watch movies and TV shows. Back then, they were blissfully happy every single day. Today felt like a dream to Jiang Wanwan. She had been reborn, and Shen Feng was still alive. He had confessed his feelings, and they had registered their marriage. Everything felt surreal, particularly now, as Shen Feng sat beside her, and the scenes from her memories overlapped with the present reality. It imparted upon Jiang Wanwan a sensation akin to traversing through time. No, it was not merely a feeling. She took a deep sip of the Beibinjiang soda. The icy carbonation mingled with the tang of orange, coursing down her throat and invigorating her senses. Rubbing her eyes, she let out a laugh. This was what it felt like to be reborn. She was grateful to the heavens for granting her this second chance. Shopter Tton, Van Yi, Invincible. In a corner of the internet cafe, the two engaged in a game of League of Legends. During the matchmaking phase, as no one had taken the ADC and support roles, they decided to assume the bottom lane duo. Jiang Wanwan, who was both inexperienced and playful, had an average skill level. Moreover, considering she hadn't played the game in a decade, she ultimately chose a support champion, the magical cat Yumi, who could attach herself to other players, effectively becoming an immobile charm. Shen Feng pondered for a moment before selecting the champion Callista, the Spear of Vengeance. At the start, Jiang Wanwan trailed behind Shen Feng, leisurely taking a sip of her soda. Comfortably reclining in her gaming chair, she waved her hand and issued an order to Shen Feng. "Annihilate the enemy." "All right, I shall fulfill the mission," Shen Feng replied with a smile. Due to the strength of the opposing bottom lane duo and Jiang Wanwan's tendency to play passively, Shen Feng refrained from seeking kills early on, focusing instead on farming minions. As they approached level 4, he moved to the bush above the turret and signaled to Jiang Wanwan, "Wango, place a ward here." Although Jiang Wanwan was playing casually, she obediently placed a ward in the bush. However, less than half a minute after placing it, they saw the opposing jungler meandering towards them. Despite the enemy jungler noticing the ward, there was no indication of retreat. The jungler, along with the enemy bottom lane duo, advanced towards Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who were huddled beneath the tower, 3 against 1.5. As the half, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "We're doomed. Fengzi run." Yet instead of fleeing, Shen Feng deliberately positioned himself next to the enemy jungler, allowing them to hit him. Just as Jiang Wanwan assumed Shen Feng's maneuver was a blunder that would lead to their demise, he suddenly flashed away, creating a critical distance. "Fengzi, the enemy bull is charging." Jiang Wanwan had yet to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw the enemy support, Ali Star, charging toward them. However, Shen Feng seemed to have anticipated this, having just attacked the nearest enemy jungler, activating Callista's passive martial stance. Callista, often dubbed the Grove Skateboard, could dash for a short distance after executing a basic attack. Utilizing this dash, Shen Feng narrowly evaded Alistair's crowd control ability. At that moment, the enemy champions had all penetrated the turret's range, and the jungler's health had already been significantly chipped away by the turret. The previous 3 against 1.5 scenario had transformed into 2.5 against 1.5. Yet, the battle was far from over. The enemy marksman, having been slightly out of position, finally closed the gap with Shen Feng. With 2 consecutive basic attacks, the marksman depleted a portion of Shen Feng's health. Jiang Wanwan, sensing the urgency, cast her weakened ability on the enemy marksman, reducing their damage output. Shen Feng, however, ignored the enemy marksman and continued to thrust his spear into the opposing jungler while adeptly repositioning himself using his passive ability. Jiang Wanwan, who had previously panicked, now watched in astonishment. Although she was inexperienced, she could discern skill. Shen Feng had just skillfully avoided a significant amount of damage using his flash and the passive ability of his champion, allowing them to survive an encounter that should have resulted in their demise for an additional 5 or 6 seconds. When had Fengzi become so formidable? Moreover, due to the enemy's overconfidence, the enemy jungler had been reduced to low health by both the turret and Shen Feng's attacks. Realizing the peril, the jungler attempted to flee. But Shen Feng, having already adjusted his position, aimed and pressed the Q key. A long spear shot forth directly toward the enemy jungler, triggering the tearing effect and securing the first blood. Subsequently, the spear pierced through the enemy ADC, who happened to be aligned with the jungler, inflicting additional damage. At this juncture, Shen Feng's jungler finally arrived, albeit late. With Shen Feng's health precarious, Jiang Wanwan's healing spell kept him alive, and their jungler ultimately secured the kills of the enemy bottom lane duo. Jiang Wanwan felt exhilarated. A situation that had seemed destined for failure had not only been salvaged by Shen Feng's skillful play, but had resulted in a counterattack against the enemy. How thrilling! Fengzi, when did you become so strong? Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Shen Feng felt somewhat speechless. I initially thought we were doomed, so I aimed to trade with the enemy jungler to mitigate losses. I didn't expect the enemy to be so careless and lose everything. Jiang Wanwan, well, your positioning was impressive. You dodged so many skills. I only dodged one. The rest were just misfires on their part, Shen Feng replied honestly. In truth, Shen Feng's skill was quite commendable. After all, over countless matches, he had played numerous games to pass the time. While he might not possess top-tier prowess, he certainly qualified as a minor expert. However, he had not anticipated such an outcome from that skirmish. Given that the enemy had multiple junglers and Jiang Wanwan was not particularly effective by his side, he had merely hoped to take down one of them. The fact that they emerged victorious was a testament to the opponent's inadequacy. Jiang Wanwan, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, remarked, truly, you are an opponent of equal caliber. With the advantage he had just established, Shen Feng was able to dominate the enemy in the bottom lane, coupled with his own adept maneuvers. He maintained pressure throughout the engagement. However, the situation for Shen Feng's allies in the top and mid lanes was rather dismal. Perhaps in an effort to balance the teams, the opposing bottom lane, despite being rather inept, was formidable in the mid and top lanes. Observing Shen Feng thriving in the bottom lane while his teammates endured suffering, Jiang Wanwan, embodying the spirit of solidarity, said to Shen Feng, you continue your fun here. I shall tend to my teammates. With that, the little cat on the computer screen swayed and drifted toward her allies. A few minutes later, the screen displayed notifications of both the mid laner and Jiang Wanwan being slain. One player, known as Old Waste, exclaimed, what on earth? Can't your cat play? What about your E-skill? You could have saved some health. You're utterly useless. Perhaps you should quit League of Legends and play something simpler. Jiang Wanwan, upon receiving such criticism, could no longer contain herself. She set aside her drink and rolled up her sleeves, seizing the keyboard. Meanwhile, Shen Feng observed a moment of silence for the mid laner, dubbed Old Waste. Though Jiang Wanwan may not excel at the game, when it came to hurling insults, she was a force to be reckoned with. The sound of her fingers dancing across the keyboard filled the air, followed by a cascade of messages on the screen. Invincible One, how dare you criticize me? I could scatter a handful of rice on my keyboard, and even the chickens would maneuver better than you. Invincible One, I thought the system had matched me with a bot until you spoke up and revealed the truth. Invincible One, even the most useless can be put to use. You lack even that value. Invincible One, I suspect the heavens sent you to torment me because I was enjoying myself too much today. Congratulations, you have succeeded in nauseating me. Invincible One, you are no different from a minion. The only distinction is that you can type, and it's easier for the enemy to slay you than to farm minions. Invincible One, why the silence? Surely there isn't anyone so pitiful that they can't even insult someone who plays worse than they do. Invincible One, I suspect not only is your gameplay subpar, but your vision is as well. Otherwise, how could you, within 0 to 8 score, dare to berate me with my 3 to 8? The mid laner, previously a loss for words after Jiang Wanwan's verbal barrage, finally found an opening. Old Waste, 3 to 8? How can you say that? Isn't that all thanks to the bottom lane carrying you? If I were paired with such a marksman, I could achieve a better score with my eyes closed. Old Waste, a useless support like you ought to find a boyfriend to carry you. Not come here to ruin our game. No, with a mouth like yours, who would be foolish enough to date you? Old Waste. Right, skateboard master, you agree, don't you? Seeing Shen Feng on a killing spree, the mid laner felt it necessary for this master to intervene and intimidate the troublesome support. Then, Shen Feng replied, I am her boyfriend. Old Waste. Old Waste. Old Waste. My apologies for the interruption. Chapter 14. Sleeping on the same bed, having clashed with a mid-laner, Jiang Wanwan lost interest in assisting him and floated back to the top lane. A few minutes later, the slain top laner instinctively began to type. I love caramelized fruits. Your cat. Jiang Wanwan shot him a glare. Invincible Wan. Think again? The top laner glanced at the prior exchange of insults between Jiang Wanwan and the mid laner. Finally, swallowing hard, he typed a few more words. I love caramelized fruits. She really is quite adorable. Jiang Wanwan was finally satisfied. Although the opposing mid and top lanes were strong, they fell short compared to Shen Feng. Within 30 minutes, Shen Feng led his teammates to a resounding victory, pushing down the enemy's base. After the game, Jiang Wanwan looked at her commendable performance, feeling invigorated. She slapped Shen Feng playfully on the shoulder. Not bad, Fengzi. I didn't expect you to be this skilled. You must play often. Shen Feng humbly replied. I play occasionally when I have the time. Come on, let us play a couple more games while I'm still warmed up. You're just warmed up from insulting people. What are you talking about? Hurry up and start. The two continued to play several rounds until midnight, achieving victory in every match. Noticing the late hour, Shen Feng considered taking Jiang Wanwan home, yet she was reluctant, insisting on staying at the internet cafe. What's the rush? I want to pull an all-nighter. Their essay show I've been wanting to watch. Join me. Shen Feng had no choice but to accompany her as they settled in to watch the drama. Old Wang's internet cafe, situated in a somewhat remote area, had few patrons and even fewer stayed up all night. After midnight, only Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan remained. As Old Wang wandered over to inquire when they would be leaving, he noticed Jiang Wanwan had fallen asleep at some point. Shen Feng deliberately pulled his chair closer to Jiang Wanwan's so her head could rest on his shoulder. He gestured for Old Wang to be quiet. Old Wang nodded, lowering his voice to say, Are you two planning to leave soon? The night shift manager isn't here tonight, and we have no customers left. So I'm thinking of heading home. Shen Feng glanced apologetically at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Wanwan and replied, We probably won't be leaving just yet. It might be a while longer. All right then, make yourselves comfortable. I'll leave the door unlocked. Just lock it behind you when you go. Since Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were familiar faces, Old Wang felt at ease leaving them in the cafe. Before departing, he switched off the lights, plunging the cafe into darkness, except for the glow of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's computers. The screen's light illuminated Jiang Wanwan's face, revealing her serene and tranquil expression as she slumbered. A smile unconsciously crept onto Shen Feng's face. Sitting in a slouched position was undoubtedly uncomfortable. And after an hour of sleep, Jiang Wanwan stirred awake, groggily wiping the drool from her mouth and surveying the dim cafe. What time is it? She asked. It's a little past 2. Are you ready to head back? Shen Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan mumbled, But I still want to pull an all-nighter. Well, it's already 6. You've successfully stayed up all night. Ready to go home and catch up on sleep? Really? All right then. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan was too drowsy to argue. She simply accepted Shen Feng's words. Shen Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair as he helped her to her feet. They shut down the computers, locked the internet cafe door, and Shen Feng guided the still drowsy Jiang Wanwan out onto the quiet streets at 2 in the morning. With no pedestrians in sight, only the occasional passing car broke the stillness of the night. It felt as if the night belonged solely to him and Wanwan. Shen Feng reveled in this feeling. In the previous cycles, he had longed to walk alongside Jiang Wanwan on these tranquil streets at such an hour. Yet, he had never succeeded, as each time the clock struck midnight, he would revert to the morning of July 31st at 6 o'clock, never experiencing the early hours. Regardless, while he cherished this moment, Shen Feng still hailed a taxi. The distance from here to Jiang Wanwan's villa is quite considerable. If one were to walk, it would likely take over an hour. Jiang Wanwan, now fatigued to the point of unsteadiness, could not be left to wander outside for long, and Shen Feng was reluctant to let her do so. They took a taxi back to the villa, where Shen Feng carried the already slumbering Jiang Wanwan up the stairs. He gently placed her on the bed and intended to leave, but for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Wanwan grasped his hand with surprising strength. Shen Feng lingered at the bedside, caught in a dilemma. Finally, he took a deep breath. They were already legally married. What harm could there be in sleeping together? He lay down beside Jiang Wanwan, wrapping his arms around her. She mumbled a soft sound of acknowledgement, squinting her eyes to glance at him. Shen Feng smiled and said, Sleep well, good night. Good night, she murmured before sinking back into a deep slumber. Shen Feng, gently holding her, felt the pull of sleep himself. However, when Jiang Wanwan sprawled across him like an octopus, he found it increasingly difficult to drift off. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Jiang Wanwan was jolted awake by the sound of Shen Feng's phone ringing. As she opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was Shen Feng, who bore half-formed dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Wanwan. Shen Feng. They exchanged a momentary gaze before Jiang Wanwan suddenly let out a startled cry. In a flurry of movement, she kicked Shen Feng out of bed. You Fengzi, how'd you end up sleeping next to me? Jiang Wanwan's face reddened like a ripe apple. Shen Feng, clutching his stomach, climbed back to his feet with a sigh. I carried you to bed last night and intended to sleep elsewhere, but you wouldn't let me go. Nonsense. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Jiang Wanwan retorted, though her confidence began to wane. She vaguely recalled dreaming of transforming into the game character Yumi, clinging to Shen Feng's leg in a fierce battle within the Summoner's Rift, desperately holding on for fear of being thrown off. Shen Feng, perplexed by her current thoughts, felt quite wronged. He had no intention of being anything less than a gentleman. After all, it was Jiang Wanwan who insisted on sleeping together, instead of a restful night. He found himself enduring a flying kick in the morning. Feeling aggrieved, Shen Feng silently exited the room and made his way downstairs. Observing his retreating figure, Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt. Not only had she wronged Shen Feng, but she had also kicked him. Would he be angry? Should she apologize? Contemplating this, Jiang Wanwan stealthily descended the stairs, only to find Shen Feng preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Fengzi, I must have been in such a daze last night that I accidentally held on to you. I misunderstood you this morning, and I'm truly sorry. Shen Feng did not turn to face her, merely responding, It's all right, Wan Ge. I'm not the petty type. I wouldn't hold it against you. Jiang Wanwan exhaled in relief, grateful that her Fengzi was magnanimous and forgiving. Soon, Shen Feng emerged from the kitchen with breakfast in hand. As Jiang Wanwan glanced at the solitary fried egg and glass of milk before her, then at the sweet and sour ribs on Shen Feng's plate, her expression fell. You're holding a grudge. You must be seeking revenge. I can't believe you. I also want sweet and sour ribs. Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood you or kicked you. Shen Feng wore a gentle smile. So, you truly understand your mistake? Yes. Then repeat after me. Shen Feng is a gentleman. Shen Feng is a gentleman. I wronged Shen Feng. I wronged Shen Feng. Tonight, Shen Feng can still sleep with me. Tonight, Shen Feng, you big-headed ghost. Jiang Wanwan blushed, realizing that Shen Feng was far from the gentleman she had claimed him to be. Perhaps she had not kicked him hard enough. Shen Feng picked up a piece of rib with his chopsticks and offered it to her mouth. The tantalizing aroma made Jiang Wanwan swallow hard and open her mouth, only for Shen Feng to suddenly retract the chopsticks. I endured a kick today, and you misunderstood me. Surely, you must show some appreciation. Jiang Wanwan glared at him. Well, we can't sleep together, at least not right now. We just established our relationship. And already you're thinking about that. Come up with some form of compensation. If it satisfies me, I'll let you have it. Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment before darting into the kitchen. Shen Feng assumed she was going to cook him breakfast as a gesture of apology. Instead, she emerged wielding a kitchen knife. How about I compensate you with a 10-level disability? Shen Feng. He silently pushed the sweet and sour ribs toward Jiang Wanwan. Only then did she set down the knife, her face breaking into a smile. However, she did not immediately eat. Instead, she sidled up to Shen Feng and gently kissed the side of his face. Afterward, Jiang Wanwan dove into the plate of ribs, not daring to meet Shen Feng's gaze. Shen Feng savored the lingering warmth of her kiss, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 15. The Pig Is You. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wanwan dutifully headed to the sink to wash the dishes. Shen Feng did not compete with her for the task, instead scrolling through his phone in the living room. On Weibo, news regarding Let's Start Dating Today and the pair of them had been largely overshadowed. Currently, 9 out of 10 trending topics were about a scandal involving a leading male star. It appeared that Liu Tianfan was on the verge of being forgotten. As Shen Feng scrolled through the news, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Noticing Jiang Wanwan still tidying up in the kitchen, he rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was met with a woman berating, You little brat, you're driving me insane. Not only do you fail to inform me of such significant matters in advance, but you also dare to post on Weibo behind my back? I could just kill you. Mid-rant, the woman noticed that it was not Jiang Wanwan at the door. Upon seeing Shen Feng, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Shen, Xiao Shen, Lin Ye. Good morning, Shen Feng replied, recognizing the woman before him. It was indeed Lin Jie, Jiang Wanwan's manager. Lin Jie appeared to be in her 30s, sporting a short hairstyle and dressed in professional attire, exuding an air of competence and straightforwardness that matched her fiery temperament. Shen Feng took the suitcase that Lin Jie had been dragging and smiled, saying, Please come in. Wanwan is currently washing the dishes. As Lin Jie entered the room, she stole a somewhat awkward glance at Shen Feng. I'm sorry, Xiao Shen. I initially thought it would be that little rascal Wanwan opening the door, but I didn't expect it to be you. It's all right, Shen Feng replied politely, joining Lin Jie on the sofa and pouring her a glass of water. From the kitchen, Jiang Wanwan called out, Lin Jie, please wait a moment. I'll be done here shortly. Lin Jie glanced towards the kitchen, unable to suppress a click of her tongue. Who would have thought this girl would have a day of doing housework? It seems that marriage indeed changes a person. By the way, Shen, you arrived quite early, Lin Jie remarked, taking a sip of her water while gazing at Shen Feng. Shen Feng, being honest, shrugged. I stayed here last night. Puffed. Lin Jie spat out her drink in shock. Cough, 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 you slept here last night? The esteemed agent of Lanyu Entertainment stared at Shen Feng, bewildered. Although the two had registered their marriage, they still seemed to be college students, and she wondered whether today's youth were too open-minded or if her own thinking was too conservative. Well, we were out late last night, and after dropping her off, it was already quite late, so I just stayed here for the night, Shen Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie felt a bit more reassured. It was understandable that he stayed over, because it was late. After all, Jiang Wanwan lived in a villa, and there were at least a couple of guest rooms. They didn't necessarily have to share a room. Wiping her mouth after the unexpected spray of water, Lin Jie took another sip and casually remarked, So, how did you sleep? You seem to have dark circles under your eyes. I slept all right, except Wanwan kicked me when she woke up this morning. And it still hurts a bit, Shen Feng replied. Puffed. Lin Jie once again sprayed her drink. You two shared a bed? Yes, Shen Feng confirmed. Lin Jie fell silent for a moment, her expression becoming somewhat complex. After a long pause, she finally said, I must admit, I feel as though I'm witnessing a good cabbage being trampled by a pig. Just then, Jiang Wanwan emerged from the kitchen. Upon hearing Lin Jie's comment, she immediately protested. Lin Jie, although I may be your precious cabbage, Shen Feng is certainly no pig. How could you say that about him? Lin Jie shot Jiang Wanwan a glare before sternly retorting, The pig I was referring to is you, Jiang Wanwan. With a sigh, Lin Jie placed her hand on Shen Feng's wrist. Shen, I know this girl has temperament all too well. How could such a thoughtful and charming young man end up in her clutches? Shen Feng smiled. Wanwan is wonderful. I really like her. Oh, wonderful? If she were truly wonderful, there would be no bad people in the world. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but interject. Lin Jie, why do you belittle me so? I'm not that bad. Moreover, even if I were truly terrible, I've still found a husband. Why are you still single? Upon hearing this, Lin Jie immediately sprang to her feet and dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a kitchen knife. Pointing it at Jiang Wanwan, she exclaimed, What did you just say? Just because I'm single, does that mean I provoked you? If you dare say that again, I'll chop you into pieces. Seeing the knife in Lin Jie's hand, Shen Feng finally understood. It seemed that Jiang Wanwan's propensity for threatening others with kitchen knives was indeed a family trait. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan had already hidden behind Shen Feng. Looking at Lin Jie with a wronged expression, You said I was bad first. Am I not allowed to retaliate? Hiss. Lin Jie raised the knife. All right, I was wrong. Sorry, Lin Jie. Jiang Wanwan immediately cowered. Lin Jie then put down the knife with a huff and returned to the sofa. Glancing at the duo leaning against each other, she suddenly sighed again. It's truly absurd. If even this little rascal can find a man, why can't I? Lin Jie was nearing 40, and she hadn't even had a single boyfriend, let alone married. Jiang Wanwan rushed over and began to massage Lin Jie as shoulders. Lin Jie, if you just get angry less and act a bit gentler, you'll surely find a suitable partner. All right, enough with the massage. Sit properly. Let us discuss serious matters. Jiang Wanwan obediently returned to her seat on the sofa. Shen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Jiang Wanwan was far more obedient in front of Lin Jie than she was with him. The only person capable of transforming Wango into Wan Mei was likely Lin Jie. Lin Jie retrieved 2 stacks of contract from her suitcase and handed them to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan respectively. These are the contracts for your agreement with the company and the one for both of you with the dating program. Chapter 16. Young people should exercise restraint. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan examined the contracts in their hands. Lin Jie proceeded to explain some details about the agreements. As for the contract with the program, we didn't ask for too high a price. After all, we joined the production team to promote the show, not necessarily to make money. Regarding Shen's contract with the company, since I signed it on my own authority without going through the higher-ups, we could only settle for a cheaper 6-month contract. Lin Jie then looked at Shen Feng. Shen, once you finish this web variety show, you can disappear from public view. The company won't assign you any more tasks. At that time, the company will send you a few months' salary, which you can consider as free money. Jiang Wanwan snatched the contract from Shen Feng's hands, glanced at it, and immediately frowned. It really is only 6 months, and the salary is so low. It's even less than what Fengzi could earn working a summer job. The 6-month contract amounted to just over 20,000 in total, with a monthly salary of only a little over 3,000. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's complaints, Lin Jie rolled her eyes. Do you expect a high price? You know how exploitative Lan Yu can be. It's a miracle we didn't incur any losses. Jiang Wanwan looked a bit displeased. She set the contract down and muttered, "How can my Fengzi be worth so little? I'll definitely go solo later and sign Fengzi as my artist, giving him the highest contract. When he gets home, I'll make him hand over his salary to me." Lin Ye. Shen Feng. After a moment of silence, Lin Ye added, "I actually support your decision to go solo. Lan Yu is indeed not the right place for your development. In other companies, when their artists face such situations, the first thing they think of is a public relations strategy. But Lan Yu? They only think about how to extract penalty fees from you, an utterly exploitative approach. Thankfully, Xiao Shun found a way to help you keep it under wraps and silence those higher-ups. Otherwise, you'd still be scrambling to find money. Your contract expires at the end of the year. Once you get through this, you should switch companies or go solo." Jiang Wanwan nodded. In her past life, it was also Lin Jie who had advised her to go solo. Although Lin Jie was still an employee of Lan Yu Entertainment, she had always genuinely looked out for her. Shen Feng took the contract in hand. After a preliminary review, ensuring there were no traps or significant issues, he affixed his signature to the document. Handing the contract to Sister Lin, Shen Feng added, "Sister Lin, I have a small request. I wonder if it can be accommodated, as long as it is reasonable." "I can assist you," she replied. "I would like to request an advance on my salary for the next 6 months, if possible." Upon hearing this, Sister Lin cast a curious glance at Shen Feng. "Are you in urgent need of funds, Xiao Shen?" Jiang Wanwan also looked at Shen Feng, inquiring if you need money. "I can lend you some." Although she couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract, lending him a bit of money was not an issue. Shen Feng smiled and shook his head at Jiang Wanwan. He then turned to Sister Lin and said, "Sister Lin, I do indeed require some funds. I hope the company can accommodate this." Sister Lin contemplated for a moment, then took out her phone and sent a message. Before long, a reply from the company arrived. Approved. Shen Feng's salary was quite modest. Even if Lan Yu Entertainment was notoriously frugal, they would not hesitate to advance 20,000 yuan. After signing the contract, Sister Lin briefed the two on the variety show details. Due to the program's limited budget, the signed artists, aside from Wanwan, were relatively unknown, and their schedules were open. Thus, the production team stated that filming could commence whenever Wanwan was available, and they hoped to start soon. Consequently, they discussed beginning on August 5th, just 3 days away. "Xiao Shun, you should have time, right?" Shen Feng nodded in agreement. "That's great. The show will be recorded live." Currently, live streaming variety shows are quite popular due to their real-time interaction and authenticity. "We will be filming in the ancient city of Chang'an. I'll be staying here for the next few days, and on the 4th, we will fly to Chang'an together." Sister Lin, as a manager, was quite diligent, having meticulously planned the schedule. Shen Feng had no objections, but Jiang Wanwan suddenly appeared hesitant. "Sister Lin, are you going to stay here for the next few days?" Sister Lin fixed her gaze on Jiang Wanwan. "What is the matter? Is there not a spare room in your house for me? Besides, I stayed here the last time I visited." Jiang Wanwan's expression turned conflicted. "Oh no, if Sister Lin stays here, how will I enjoy my sweet and sour ribs? Sweet and sour stir-fried meat, and braised pork with mushrooms? She would surely prohibit me from indulging in all those greasy delights. Am I destined to return to a life of merely eating eggs with vegetables every day?" Unbeknownst to Sister Lin, Jiang Wanwan was consumed by these thoughts. Observing Jiang Wanwan's turmoil, Sister Lin glanced at Shen Feng and, as if struck by a thought, her expression shifted to one of amusement. She let out a scoff. "Jiang Wanwan, I know exactly what you mean." Jiang Wanwan felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that she had inadvertently revealed her cravings? "Listen, you young folks must learn moderation and not indulge too much." Jiang Wanwan's face fell. "I haven't been indulgent. It was just yesterday." "That's because you spent the day living with Xiao Shun. If he were to stay with you every day, wouldn't you indulge yourself daily?" Sister Lin stated earnestly. Jiang Wanwan pondered Shen Feng's exceptional culinary skills. If he were to prepare delectable meals for her every day, she would indeed find it hard to resist the temptation of overindulgence. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and said, "Indulging every day wouldn't be entirely out of the question." "Jiang Wanwan," Sister Lin exclaimed with a loud reprimand. "What are you saying? How can a young lady like you think such thoughts? Have you no shame? What is shameful about that?" Jiang Wanwan felt somewhat wronged. Isn't it human nature? If you had experienced it, you'd find it equally irresistible. She was confident that if Sister Lin tasted Shen Feng's cooking, she too would become addicted to it. The flavors were simply exquisite. However, Sister Lin suddenly flushed with anger, slamming her hand on the table. "Jiang Wanwan, what are you saying? Can you not speak so indiscreetly? For heaven's sake, forget it. I truly can't be bothered with you. But I must tell you both, while indulging is fine, do ensure you take proper precautions. Understood?" "Precautions?" Jiang Wanwan asked, puzzled. What precautions are needed for eating? Eating? What eating? Sister Lin was equally confused. Jiang Wanwan looked at Sister Lin quizzically. Aren't we talking about the dishes Shen Feng prepares? I may have indulged a bit yesterday, eating a burger and then a lot of sweet and sour ribs. I did have some this morning too, but that is not my fault. Shen Feng's cooking is just too good. Really, Sister Lin, you must try it. Sweet and sour ribs? Yes, were you not just speaking of that? At that moment, Jiang Wanwan noticed the peculiar expression on Sister Lin's face and sensed that something was amiss. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before both realized the misunderstanding. Understanding what Sister Lin had said, Jiang Wanwan's face turned crimson, while Sister Lin picked up a kitchen knife, glaring at Jiang Wanwan and shouting, "You ate a burger and sweet and sour ribs yesterday? So the photo of the stir-fried bamboo shoots you sent me was a lie?" "I didn't lie. I did eat bamboo shoots and also had xian and boiled cabbage." Sister Lin, wielding the knife, charged at Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Wanwan, frightened, covered her head and begged for mercy. "Get up, go to the treadmill, and run 5 kilometers." Sister Lin bellowed. Shen Feng felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Wanwan. Clearing his throat, he said, "Sister Lin, Wanwan, be quiet." Sister Lin, who had been amiable towards Shen Feng, now turned on him with a fierce reprimand. "Xiao Shun, I haven't even addressed you yet. How dare you prepare sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Wanwan? You're quite audacious. Go do sit-ups next to the treadmill. You can stop when Jiang Wanwan finishes running." Shen Feng began to understand why Jiang Wanwan was so apprehensive of Sister Lin. To be honest, he felt a bit intimidated himself. Chapter 17. The people around him are his present and future. At noon, Sister Lin initially considered ordering takeout. However, Jiang Wanwan strongly advocated for Shen Feng's culinary skills, claiming that if Sister Lin didn't try his cooking, she would regret it for a lifetime. With such persuasion from Jiang Wanwan, Sister Lin relented. Nevertheless, she specifically instructed Shen Feng to prepare a vegetable dish for Jiang Wanwan, ensuring that she wouldn't eat any meat. Jiang Wanwan felt utterly wronged. She had sneaked into the kitchen several times while Shen Feng was cooking, using the guise of visiting to sneak a taste of his dishes. Seeing her demeanor, Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "If you keep sneaking bites, you'll end up serving Sister Lin an empty plate. I haven't eaten that much. Besides, do you have the heart to let me eat only vegetables for lunch? I'll perish," Jiang Wanwan declared earnestly. Shen Feng replied with equal seriousness, "If Sister Lin discovers that you're sneaking bites, you will truly be in trouble. All right. Here's the deal. You eat less of the vegetables at lunch, and I'll cook a special dish just for you. When you return to your room, I'll sneak it to you. Sound good?" The moment Shen Feng made this offer, Jiang Wanwan's face lit up with joy. She leaned over from half a meter away and planted a kiss on his cheek. "You're the best, Fengzi. Do you want to get a little closer for a kiss?" Shen Feng leaned in. As a response, Jiang Wanwan swiftly delivered a slap, exclaiming, "Dream on. We already kissed this morning. We've met the quota. Any further would be excessive." With that, she snatched a piece of meat from the plate and stuffed it in her mouth, vigorously wiping her lips to erase any evidence before exiting the kitchen. When lunchtime arrived, Shen Feng presented a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup: cumin lamb, exquisite tofu with mountain delicacies, braised shrimp, stir-fried bok choy, and a pot of stewed chicken soup. The bok choy was naturally Jiang Wanwan's exclusive delight, while Shen Feng and Sister Lin shared the remaining dishes. "You've elevated yourself to such a level, little Shen. I must taste your culinary skills. Let us see if it's truly love that makes one appear as a beauty in the eyes of their lover, or if you genuinely possess remarkable talent," Sister Lin remarked, taking a bite. After a few chews, her expression transformed, and she hastily sampled several more bites. Once she swallowed, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Little Shen, did you graduate from New Oriental? How is your cooking so exceptional?" Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan beamed with pride. "What do you think, Sister Lin? Isn't talented? I must tell you, you haven't tasted his sweet and sour ribs and plain boiled cabbage from yesterday. Those were simply divine." As she spoke, she stealthily reached for a piece of cumin lamb, only to be thwarted by Sister Lin's discerning gaze. "Delicious as it may be, you can't have any." Jiang Wanwan reluctantly withdrew her chopsticks. Sister Lin then turned to Shen Feng and said, "Little Shen, I'm not just flattering you. Your culinary skills are genuinely impressive. Do you have any secrets to share? If I could reach your level, I'd surely find a partner." Shen Feng pondered for a moment before earnestly replying, "The secret might simply be practice. The more you cook, the better you become." Indeed, he had been cooking for himself for over 800 years. After the meal, a contented Sister Lin praised Shen Feng before retreating to the guest room for some rest. As soon as Jiang Wanwan saw Sister Lin leave, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She fixed her gaze on Shen Feng and inquired, "What about the dishes you made just for me?" Shen Feng walked to the kitchen and retrieved a substantial, golden brown fried chicken steak from the insulated container. The aroma wafted directly to Jiang Wanwan's nose. Are you a culinary prodigy, Fengzi? How is it that your dishes glimmer with such brilliance? Shen Feng chuckled. I lack such talents. You'll know once you taste it. But let us not eat here. If Sister Lin comes downstairs, we'll be found out. Let us eat in your room. Jiang Wanwan nodded eagerly, her mouth watering, and hurriedly pulled Shen Feng upstairs to her room. Inside, she took a hearty bite of the golden chicken steak. As she savored it, her expression became animated. Wow, it's so sweet. Is this honey? Shen Feng reached out to wipe the honey from her mouth, gently saying, I know you love sweet things. So I specially prepared honey sauce for you. You're too wonderful, Fengzi, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, her mouth full as she spoke. After finishing the entire chicken steak, she sighed contentedly. Oh, that was so delicious. The thought of having to sneakily enjoy such exquisite food makes me want to cry. You have no idea how hard it is to live under Sister Lin's oppressive rule. Shen Feng ruffled her hair. So, do you plan to escape her control in the next few days? Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up. I intend to go home and inform my parents about everything. Would you like to come back with me? Absolutely. No, wait, let me think. Jiang Wanwan initially agreed, but quickly fell into a contemplative silence, her head drooping as she wrestled with her thoughts. Her emotions were complex. She genuinely wished to accompany Shen Feng. She had met his parents numerous times. Both were wonderful individuals whom she adored. However, her status had changed dramatically. Previously, she had visited as Shen Feng's friend. Now, she would be going as his wife. The disparity was immense. What if I secretly married Fengzi? Would uncle and aunt blame me? Do they check Weibo? What if they oppose our relationship like my parents? Her thoughts spiraled, causing her distress. Shen Feng could sense her apprehension. He knelt down to meet her gaze and softly reassured, don't overthink it. My parents have been saying for quite some time when I would finally win you over. They really like you, I promise. Despite his reassurances, Jiang Wanwan remained anxious. Finally, Shen Feng sighed and played his trump card. Regardless, I must return home soon. I might not be back before tomorrow night. If you don't come with me, you'll be stuck dining with Sister Lin, and I won't be able to sneak you any special treats. Then, I'll go. When do we leave? Jiang Wanwan declared without hesitation. By the time Sister Lin awoke from her midday nap, she discovered the villa was deserted. Initially, she contemplated calling Jiang Wanwan to inquire about her whereabouts. However, upon opening WeChat, she noticed a message from Jiang Wanwan. Little rascal, Sister Lin. I have some matters to attend to and will be staying elsewhere for the next couple of days. I'll be back on the 4th. Don't miss me too much, bye. That Jiang Wanwan. Has she really run away? Sister Lin immediately dialed her number. Little rascal. You are still the owner of this house. How can you abandon your guests and run off? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You just want to sneak away for better food, don't you? I'm telling you, there's no way. Come back immediately. On the other end, Jiang Wanwan calmly replied, Sister Lin, you've misunderstood me. I genuinely have important matters. I haven't even told Shen Feng's parents about our marriage yet. And as his wife, I should at least meet his parents, right? I'm already on a long-distance bus heading to Shen Feng's home. Oh dear, I think the signal is poor. I'll hang up now. With that, Jiang Wanwan ended the call, leaving Sister Lin seething with frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up. She turned to Shen Feng and asked, Fengzi, are we nearly ready? In reality, they hadn't taken a long-distance bus at all. At that moment, they were in the dormitory where Shen Feng had stayed while working, packing up his belongings. Shen Feng's summer job was as a tutor at an after-school training institute for a primary school. Although he hadn't graduated from university yet, tutoring elementary students was manageable. The accommodation was provided, and they had a kitchen to prepare their meals with weekends off. Shen Feng had been working there for a month. When he informed his boss of his resignation, the boss readily agreed and even asked for his autograph. Having seen Shen Feng's news on Weibo about his aspirations to become an artist, as Shen Feng packed his belongings, he felt a twinge of nostalgia looking at the dormitory. Although he had only lived there for a month, it had become a part of his journey. In truth, he had resided here for over 8 centuries. Each morning, he would awaken on this rudimentary hardboard bed, roused by the blaring of an alarm clock. As July 31st fell on a Saturday, a day of respite, he was free to indulge in his whims. Within this modest dormitory, he had experienced and learned in abundance, retaining countless memories while also discarding many. Jiang Wanwan stood beside Shen Feng, sensing, for reasons unknown, a hint of melancholy about him. Lacking the finesse to offer consolation, she simply moved closer and gently grasped his hand. The warmth of her touch brought Shen Feng back to reality. He smiled at her and said, It's fine. Let's depart. This place has become a part of the past. The person standing beside him was his present and future. Chapter 18. You must grant me an opportunity as well. Having packed their belongings and left the dormitory, Shen Feng accompanied Jiang Wanwan to the station, where they boarded a bus to Qinglu County beneath Zhonghai City. By fortune, 2 vacant seats were available, and the pair settled down side by side. Jiang Wanwan occupied the window seat, gazing at the scenery outside, while Shen Feng remained close, watching her. The distance to Qinglu County was not considerable, just over an hour, and soon they disembarked. As they surveyed this simultaneously familiar and strange city, both were filled with sentiment. Jiang Wanwan felt nostalgia, for in her previous life, she seldom visited this county after Shen Feng's incident, fearing that familiar sights might evoke memories of him. Only during annual tributes to Shen Feng would she return, also to pay her respects to his parents. Shen Feng, on the other hand, reflected on the 30,000 cycles he had undergone, having returned here many times. It was only this visit to Qinglu County that imparted a genuine sense of reality, a feeling that he had truly come back. They exchanged a glance and smiled. The county was modest in size, and Shen Feng's home was not far from the station. They strolled side by side along the street. "Look, Fengzi, that SR elementary school. It seems to have been renovated," Jiang Wanwan exclaimed. "Do you see that big tree? We climbed it together, and you fell. This little convenience store is still here, and the owner seems to be the same, though he has turned into quite an old man," she continued, her words flowing like a gentle stream. Although she had returned many times in her previous life, she had never taken the time to appreciate the sights. For everywhere she looked were memories of her on Shen Feng. In her past life, she had been reluctant to revisit those moments. Now, however, she yearned to recall everything, to share their past with Shen Feng. Shen Feng listened with a smile, accompanying Jiang Wanwan as they reminisced about their childhood. "How wonderful! So much has changed. Yet so much remains the same," Jiang Wanwan suddenly mused. "At least this place can still hold our memories." After a leisurely 20-minute walk, they arrived at an old residential building. In the small courtyard before it, several elderly men and women fanned themselves with palm fronds, chatting in the shade. Upon noticing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan approaching, an elderly lady exclaimed, "Isn't that Fengzi?" "Yes, back." "Yes, Grandma Wang, I'm back," Shen Feng replied, politely nodding. Grandma Wang acknowledged him before turning her attention to Jiang Wanwan. "Oh my, have you brought your girlfriend back? Wait, this young lady looks so familiar." Jiang Wanwan removed her mask and smiled at Grandma Wang. "Grandma, you still remember me?" "Huh, Wanwan, I thought you looked familiar. I've seen you on television. They say you're quite the star now." "Not at all. I've only acted in a few dramas," she replied modestly. "How have you been lately, Grandma Wang?" "Oh, I'm doing well, doing well. By the way, we're having dumplings for dinner. Do come over and join us." "No need to trouble yourself, Grandma Wang. Thank you." After exchanging a few words with Grandma Wang, the two entered the residential building. Once inside the stairwell, Jiang Wanwan remarked with a smile, "Grandma Wang hasn't changed a bit. She looks just the same as she did years ago. I used to enjoy her dumplings more than my own." Shen Feng held her hand, ascending the stairs as he said, "If you want dumplings, I'll make some for you tonight." "Really? Great. I want the celery and meat filling." Upon reaching the 4th floor, Shen Feng knocked on door 402, while Jiang Wanwan's gaze fell upon door 401. Instinctively, she reached out to touch the doorknob, which was coated in dust. Long ago, a little girl had lived here, often walking to school with the boy from across the hall, playing together, growing up, falling in love, and eventually obtaining a marriage certificate. That little girl was her. This place had once been her home. "Mom, Fengzi, why have you returned?" A voice from behind startled Jiang Wanwan from a reverie. Turning around, she noticed that the door to 402 had swung open, revealing Shen Feng's mother, Tang Ping, who was engaging Shen Feng in conversation. Feeling a bit anxious, Jiang Wanwan mustered her courage and greeted Tang Ping. "Hello, Annie." Having initially overlooked Jiang Wanwan standing behind Shen Feng, Tang Ping's face broke into a radiant smile upon recognizing her. "Isn't this Wanwan? Lao Sheng, look who is here." With that, she disregarded Shen Feng and pulled Jiang Wanwan into the house, nearly leaving Shen Feng outside. Shen Feng, bemused, rubbed his nose, momentarily wondering if Jiang Wanwan were Tang Ping's biological daughter. Inside, Shen Zhaohua, seated on the sofa watching television, hurried out upon hearing the commotion. His face lit up with a smile upon seeing Jiang Wanwan. "Wanwan, what a pleasant surprise. Did you come alone? Come, sit down. It's been ages since you last visited." Shen Feng, unable to contain himself, remarked, "Comrade Shen Zhaohua, what do you mean she came alone? Can't you see me standing right here?" "Oh, Fengzi, if you hadn't spoken, I truly wouldn't have noticed you." "Enough of that. Hurry to the fridge and grab a bottle of drink for Wanwan." At that moment, Shen Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Jiang Wanwan, being treated like royalty, contrasted sharply with his own role as the only child of the Shen family. relegated to the task of serving others. He walked to the kitchen and retrieved several bottles of beverages from the refrigerator. As he gazed at the familiar surroundings, a flood of nostalgia washed over him. "I'm home," he murmured softly, returning to the living room. In the living room, Tang Ping and Shen Jiaowa surrounded Jiang Wanwan, peppering her with questions about her well-being, her recent acting endeavors, and her family. The once boisterous Jiang Wanwan, so audacious before Shen Feng, now resembled a well-behaved child, dutifully answering their inquiries. Shen Feng placed the drinks on the table and glanced at his parents before stating, "Mom, Dad, we've come back for a reason." He had intended to reveal that he and Jiang Wanwan had obtained their marriage certificate. As a result, Tang Ping shot him a glance and said, "What is the matter? Don't you have any sense? You know to bring the drinks over, but you don't know how to open them?" Shen Feng, feeling helpless, opened the bottle. He then added, "We have something to discuss with you guys." However, Shen Jiao shot him another glare, saying, "Get a cup for Wanwan. With such a large bottle of drink, are you expecting her to drink directly from it?" Shen Feng had no choice but to retrieve a cup from beneath the coffee table. He then reiterated, "We actually have something important to tell you." At this point, Tang Ping interrupted him with a light slap on his arm. "You can't just bring the cup. Can't you pour some for Wanwan? Why are you so slow-witted?" Shen Feng sighed. He earnestly poured a glass of drink for Jiang Wanwan and respectfully presented it to her. Only then did Tang Ping and Shen Jiao seem satisfied. Tang Ping turned to Shen Feng and inquired, "Fengzi, what were you about to say?" Initially, Shen Feng had intended to slowly cultivate the atmosphere and gradually reveal to Tang Ping and Shen Jiao that he had married Jiang Wanwan. However, after being interrupted multiple times, he could no longer build up the courage. He bluntly stated, "I married Jiang Wanwan." At that moment, Shen Jiao, who had just taken a sip of tea, spluttered it out. Tang Ping was also taken aback for a moment before glaring at Shen Feng. "You little rascal, are you joking?" Shen Feng directly pulled out their marriage certificate and slammed it onto the table. Tang Ping picked it up, and upon seeing it, she was instantly dumbfounded. "How could you only mention such an important matter after being home for so long?" Shen Jiao snatched the marriage certificate to scrutinize it for a while before scolding Shen Feng. Shen Feng, feeling utterly helpless, replied, "I wanted to tell you sooner, but you didn't give me a chance. I haven't had a moment of peace since I got home." Chapter 19 Jiang Wanwan, Dad Mom. The Shen family. Comrade Tang Ping convened the 43rd sofa meeting of the Shen family. Comrade Shen Jiao was present. Comrade Shen Feng stood as the subject of scrutiny. Comrade Jiang Wanwan attended as an observer. Bang! Tang Ping glared fiercely, slamming her hand on the table. "Shen Feng, how could you not inform us beforehand about such a significant event as getting married? Did you force Wanwan into this? Speak up." Shen Jiao echoed by slamming his hand on the table. "Yes, speak." Jiang Wanwan thought that one should take responsibility for their actions. She timidly raised her hand. "Uncle and aunt, actually," Tang Ping interjected. "Wanwan, you don't need to defend this little rascal. Let him speak for himself." Shen Feng confessed quickly. Shen Feng helplessly raised his hands. It was mainly because the situation arose unexpectedly. Unexpectedly? Tang Ping slammed the table again. "What do you mean unexpectedly? Such a monumental event as getting married shouldn't come as a surprise." Shen Jiao chimed in, "Exactly." Jiang Wanwan softly interjected, "Uncle and aunt." It was indeed quite sudden because, "Wanwan, I've already said, don't speak for him. This little rascal should use his own mouth." Tang Ping Zito Sapi then fixed her fierce gaze on Shen Feng. "You little scoundrel, if you're a man, speak clearly about what happened. Don't always let women speak for you." "I'm not trying to speak for him. Aunt, please let me explain." Jiang Wanwan suddenly raised her voice. Tang Ping and Shen Jiao immediately softened their expressions towards Jiang Wanwan. "All right, Wanwan, go ahead." Their demeanor towards her was in stark contrast to their earlier glares at Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and then shyly said, "Actually, I was the one who insisted on dragging Fengzi to get the certificate. You really can't blame him. I was too impulsive." "It's all right. It's a good thing for young people to be impulsive. Moreover, I have long anticipated the two of you being together. Fengzi is a slowpoke by nature. It's good that you took the initiative." Shen Feng thought to himself, "Comrade Tang Ping, your tone just now is not quite like this." Tang Ping shot him a glare, "Be quiet. This is not your place to speak." Shen Feng silently closed his mouth. Afterward, Tang Ping, Shen Jiao, and Jiang Wanwan engaged in various discussions. They talked about how the pair felt about each other, whether they were adapting to life together, how Shen Feng treated her, and what Jiang Wanwan's family thought. Jiang Wanwan answered the initial questions with smiles, but when it came to the last question, she fell silent. Noticing her silence, Tang Ping exchanged glances with Shen Jiao. With their decades of experience, they understood perfectly what Jiang Wanwan's demeanor signified. Shen Feng suddenly said to Tang Ping, "Mom, come here, I need to talk to you." Tang Ping sensed that Shen Feng was likely to address the issue of Jiang Wanwan's family and nodded in agreement. The two stepped out onto the balcony, where Shen Feng said, "Mom, you know what kind of temperament the Jiang family has. They're not bad people, but they indeed look down on us common folk. Therefore, old Jiang has always been against me dating Wanwan and even came to talk to me about it." Tang Ping's expression grew somewhat complex, so Fengzi, what are your thoughts on this? After all, Jiang Zhou was Jiang Wanwan's father. If her parents opposed their relationship, their future together would likely be fraught with difficulties. Shen Feng smiled lightly. "I only know that I love her. Mom, don't worry too much. I've already devised plans for the future. I have ways to win over Jiang Zhe and ensure that you all live well." Tang Ping sighed. "What does it matter if you live well or not? As long as you're happy, your father and I will be content. You're a grown man now. Since you have a plan, I want to say much more. But if Jiang Zhe approaches you again, remember to inform your father and me. We are of the same generation as Jiang Zhe, and some things are more effective when we say them rather than you." "Thank you, Mom," Shen Feng replied with a smile. Tang Ping shot him a playful glare. "No need to be polite with your mother. All right, I understand the situation now. Let us go back. Don't make Wanwan feel awkward." Okay. The two returned to the living room, and afterward, Tang Ping did not bring up Jiang Wanwan's family anymore. Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief, yet felt a tinge of sadness in her heart. Why is it that Shen Feng's parents are so understanding and considerate of her, while her own parents? She knew that Jiang Zhe and Su Yin meant well, but sometimes such well-meaning intentions felt suffocating. In the evening, while cooking, Shen Feng informed Shen Jiaohua and Tang Ping that Jiang Wanwan wanted to eat dumplings with celery and meat filling. Tang Ping eagerly agreed, preparing the dough at home while Shen Jiaohua went out to buy celery and meat filling. When it came time to wrap the dumplings, Jiang Wanwan expressed her desire to contribute. She sat at the table, her hair tied back and wearing an apron. With one hand, she held a dumpling skin and with the other, cautiously scooped some meat filling with a spoon to place inside the skin. As she attempted to pinch the edges together, the soft dumpling skin slipped from her hand, almost causing the filling to spill out. Startled, Jiang Wanwan became flustered. Shen Feng approached her, steadying her hand and instructing, "Hold your hand like this, it will be more stable. When pinching, do it like this. No, if you do it that way, it will leak." Shen Feng patiently guided her, and Jiang Wanwan slowly learned to wrap the dumplings. After quite some time, they managed to imperfectly wrap 7 or 8 dumplings. Across the table, Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua, who had already wrapped 30 or 40, exchanged amused glances, both eyes sparkling with mirth. Having finished preparing the dumplings, they were placed in the pot and then served at the dining table. The family gathered around, engaging in cheerful banter as they enjoyed their meal. Jiang Wanwan lifted her drink and, addressing Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua, said, "Uncle, Aunt, allow me to toast to you." However, Tang Ping's expression soured slightly. "At this time, why are you still addressing us like that?" Shen Feng playfully nudged Jiang Wanwan from under the table. She understood their implication, yet felt a touch shy. Bowing her head momentarily, she finally mustered the courage to softly say, "Dad, Mom. Oh, my dear daughter. Here, take this generous red envelope." Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua beamed with delight. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan, Tang Ping had prepared the red envelope for her in advance and now presented it with a flourish. Realizing she ought not to be polite, Jiang Wanwan accepted the envelope with a sweet "Dad, Mom," which further delighted Tang Ping and Shen Jiaohua. During the meal, Shen Jiaohua had a bit to drink and, feeling slightly tipsy, said to Jiang Wanwan, "You know, back in the day, your mother and I fervently wished you would be our daughter. I always believed you would surpass this Shen Feng fellow. Thankfully, Shen Feng managed to win your heart. Otherwise, we would have mourned that loss for quite some time." Shen Feng rubbed his nose, feeling as though this was less a meeting of daughter-in-law and in-laws and more like a reunion of parents receiving their beloved daughter, who seemed to be more cherished than their own son. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Wanwan intended to wash the dishes, but Tang Ping stopped her and sent Shen Feng to do it instead. With a serious tone, she said to Jiang Wanwan, "You're a star now. How can you do the dishes? I tell you from now on, all household chores, cooking, washing dishes, mopping, sweeping, and laundry will be Shen Feng's responsibility." After a moment, she shook her head. No, with his cooking skills, he might blow up the kitchen. Better not leave it to him." Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected, "And actually, Shen Feng cooks quite well now. He made me fried chicken for lunch today and sweet and sour ribs yesterday, and they were delicious. Is that true?" Tang Ping asked, skeptical. "If you don't believe me, I'll cook next time," Shen Feng chimed in after returning from washing the dishes. "Better not. I haven't even planned to remodel the kitchen yet, and I can't rely on you to blow it up," Tang Ping retorted with a smirk. After a light-hearted conversation, Shen Feng shifted back to serious matters. Mom, Dad, there is something I need to discuss. I've signed a contract with Wanwan's agency and am now an artist as well. This revelation was intentionally delayed by Shen Feng, as he considered it trivial compared to formalizing his relationship with Jiang Wanwan. He briefly explained the background to Shen Zhaohua and Tang Ping, who expressed no opposition but rather a sense of regret. Shen Zhaohua sighed, with looks inherited from his father. How could it take Wanwan's company 6 months to sign him? Truly lacking in vision. Enough, enough, Tang Ping shot Shen Zhaohua a disapproving glance. Didn't Shen Feng say he signed temporarily to resolve some issues? It's already commendable that they agreed to a 6-month contract. But Shen Feng, what variety shows will you and Wanwan be filming? Where can we watch them? Will we be able to see them? Shen Feng was not very knowledgeable about this. But Jiang Wanwan was more adept. She explained, it should be available via live streaming online. You can download an app on your phone. Yes, just like the one you have, Mom. You'll be able to find our show by searching its name. All right, I'll gather our relatives to watch together, Tang Ping said with a smile. Feeling a bit shy, Jiang Wanwan noticed that Shen Zhaohua and Tang Ping retired early, heading to bed around 10. Having spent the day traveling, she too felt fatigued and stretched, asking Shen Feng, which room will I be staying in tonight? Upon hearing her question, she noticed Shen Feng's expression suddenly became peculiar. Why are you looking at me like that? She inquired, puzzled. My home has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Shen Feng replied. Jiang Wanwan blinked, and then, my parents occupy 1 room. Thus, Jiang Wanwan's expression became somewhat awkward. So, there is only 1 room left for us. Shen Feng shrugged. Instantly, Jiang Wanwan felt embarrassed. Was she to share a bed with Shen Feng again tonight? Although they had done so the previous night, it had been under her unawareness. This time, however, she was fully conscious and in her boyfriend's parents' home. She felt her cheeks warming. Seeing her reaction, Shen Feng leaned closer, a playful smile on his face, and whispered in her ear, Wife, shall we sleep? Smack! Jiang Wanwan swiftly slapped his arm, leaving him momentarily stunned. Why are you hitting me? I merely suggested sleeping. Not that we should share a bed. I could sleep on the floor, Shen Feng said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Realizing he was teasing her, Jiang Wanwan blushed and, with a mischievous glint in her eye, countered. I never said I hit you because I didn't want to share a bed. Shen Feng paused. So, you're agreeing to sleep together? Jiang Wanwan huffed. I was initially agreeable, but since you so readily volunteered for the floor, I can't refuse you. You can sleep on the floor tonight. With that, she turned and dashed into Shen Feng's room. Oh no, it seemed like she had figured him out, he sighed internally. How did she suddenly become so clever? Following Jiang Wanwan into the room, Shen Feng prepared her bed and brought out a blanket to lay on the floor. Once the lights were off, Jiang Wanwan lay on the bed while Shen Feng settled on the floor. Rolling over on her bed, Jiang Wanwan found herself peering down at Shen Feng. He was awake too and caught her gaze with a smile. What is up? Do you want me to join you on the bed? No. I just suddenly realized how unattractive you are. Shen Feng. He poked her cheek playfully. You noticed too late, having taken my mom's red envelope. You are now officially a member of the Shen family. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. If I told my parents that only one of us could stay at the Shen home, who do you think they would send away? TSK Jiang Wanwan. You're getting a bit too carried away with your privileges. This is unacceptable. I'm willing to, what do you care? Jiang Wanwan huffed. I'm feeling a bit restless. Tell me a story, or I'll tell my parents you're bullying me. Shen Feng was at a loss for words. Jiang Wanwan seemed to have found a powerful weapon. Whenever faced with a dilemma, she would invoke her parents. Yet, he found himself unable to counter this tactic. Under pressure, Shen Feng sighed and finally yielded to Jiang Wanwan's whims. All right, I'll tell you a story. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Wanwan's face. Shen Feng began recounting a tale of a scholarly man and a wealthy young lady in ancient times, whose love faced opposition from her family. A diligent scholar, fueled by ambition, devoted himself to his studies and journeyed to the capital to partake in the imperial examination, ultimately achieving the prestigious title of top scholar. However, upon returning to his hometown, he discovered that the wealthy young lady had recently been betrothed to another. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt a pang of resonance. She likened herself to that affluent maiden, while Shen Feng mirrored the scholar. Fortunately, she was currently with Shen Feng. So, did the scholar gather people to claim his bride? Jiang Wanwan inquired. Shen Feng shook his head, no. The young lady had always harbored deep feelings for the scholar. So on the night she was to marry another, she donned a red gown and took her own life. The day the scholar returned coincided with the day of the maiden's funeral. The vibrant crimson of the scholar's robe brushed past the somber white of the coffin. Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of emotion. They were so close to a life of happiness, only to have fate cruelly intervene. The scholar must have been heartbroken, right? Did he follow her in death? Jiang Wanwan asked. Shen Feng, however, smiled enigmatically and slowly shook his head. There was no tragic end, nor was there sorrow. For the scholar, who had grown accustomed to the pleasures of the capital, had long since lost affection for that young lady. He had already indulged in a life of revelry, and had even become engaged to a noblewoman from the city. Initially troubled about how to part ways with the young lady, upon hearing of her demise, he burst into laughter, exclaiming that it was divine providence. What a scoundrel! Jiang Wanwan's earlier sadness transformed into indignation, as she shouted, and what became of this cad? Surely, he met a wretched end. Shen Feng remained silent and continued the tale. That night, after feasting extravagantly, the scholar returned home. The night was deep, and he found himself alone on the streets. Yet he felt a presence trailing him. Turning to look, he saw nothing, regardless of how he strained his eyes. A sense of fear gripped him. In recalling tales he had heard in the capital, he worried that he might be haunted by the maiden's vengeful spirit, prompting him to hasten home. Once inside, he lay on his bed, initially at ease, but just as he was about to drift into slumber, there came a sudden creak from his door. Shen Feng lowered his voice, shrouded in mystery. The scholar was startled and squinted, only to behold a woman in red gliding towards his bedside. Overcome with terror, he squeezed his eyes shut, remaining motionless and silent, hoping that feigning sleep might spare him. Yet, the woman in red approached, leaning close to his ear, whispering, "I know you are pretending to sleep." This chilling phrase was echoed by Shen Feng in Jiang Wanwan's ear, causing her to feel that the story had taken a sinister turn. She quickly wrapped herself tightly in her blanket and shut her eyes. Shen Feng's whisper startled her, prompting an involuntary cry of fear. She began to pummel him with her fists, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Why would you tell such a terrifying tale? Will you let me sleep tonight?" Aside from her fear of Lin Jie, ghost stories were perhaps the second greatest source of her trepidation. Shen Feng hurriedly replied, "Calm down. Wanwan, was it not you who insisted on a fitting end for this scoundrel?" Jiang Wanwan, gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, "But I never asked you to tell ghost stories. You are doing this on purpose, seeking revenge." She hurled a pillow at him before burying her head in the blanket, cocooning herself tightly. Shen Feng, clutching the pillow, gazed at the shivering Jiang Wanwan, saying softly, "Wanwan, I was wrong. I should not have frightened you with such tales." Jiang Wanwan ignored him entirely. Shen Feng sighed, having intended only to share a jest, only to realize he had gone too far. He sat on the edge of the bed and gently lifted the blanket covering Jiang Wanwan. However, as he did, she sprang up with a loud cry, startling him. Seeing Shen Feng taken aback, Jiang Wanwan burst into laughter. "You scoundrel, let us see if you dare to frighten me again." Shen Feng, feeling slightly vexed, covered her head with the blanket once more and retreated to his makeshift bed to sleep. Jiang Wanwan, feeling triumphant, settled down to rest. Yet half an hour later, she found herself wide awake. With each closed eye, the haunting phrase echoed in her mind, "I know you were pretending to sleep." A chill coursed down her back. Jiang Wanwan felt despondent. She was so tired, yet sleep eluded her. Glancing at Shen Feng, who was already asleep on the floor, she quietly climbed down and nestled beside him. Only then did she feel a modicum of comfort. With a flushed face, she murmured, "It's not that I wanted to sleep with you. It's all your fault for scaring me." After mumbling this, Jiang Wanwan closed her eyes and soon drifted into dreams. Once she was asleep, Shen Feng opened one at a glance at her, then smiled as he held her close. "Good night." Chapter 21. Are you a kept man? The following morning, Jiang Wanwan awoke after a night spent on the floor, feeling sore all over. While watching television in the living room, she rubbed her aching back and legs. Tang Ping, preparing breakfast, could not help but inquire, "What is wrong, Wanwan? Did you not rest well last night?" Jiang Wanwan nodded honestly. "I slept on the floor." Upon hearing this, Tang Ping's anger flared. "You slept on the floor? That scoundrel Shen Feng dared to let you sleep on the floor? How audacious! If you sleep on the floor, he should ascend to the heavens." Jiang Wanwan, still being honest, replied, "Actually, also slept on the floor." "Tang Ping! Tang Ping!" She rushed to Shen Feng's room to confirm there was indeed a bed, and upon realizing this, she was incredulous as she asked, "You both chose to sleep on the floor instead of the bed?" Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed as she nodded. Tang Ping pondered for a moment before finally offering her commentary. "Young people, quite resourceful, huh?" Shen Feng, just emerging from the bathroom, could not help but quip, "Not resourceful. Just misguided." Jiang Wanwan, it's all your fault. Mom, Shen Feng bullied me last night." She clung to Tang Ping's arm with tear-filled eyes. Appearing utterly aggrieved, Tang Ping promptly seized a feather duster and began pursuing Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan, hands on her hips, smugly raised her eyebrows at Shen Feng. The day passed with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan spending most of their time home together. At noon, after much persuasion from Jiang Wanwan, Tang Ping and Shen Zhaohua reluctantly agreed to let Shen Feng into the kitchen. True to form, Shen Feng did not disappoint, preparing an impressive feast. Sweet and sour pork, beef stew with tomatoes and crispy meatballs, all dishes favored by Jiang Wanwan. He also prepared several vegetable dishes, making for a sumptuous spread of 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes. Initially, Tang Ping and Shen Zhaohua thought that Shen Feng, even if he had suddenly gained culinary insight, would only be capable of avoiding a kitchen disaster. However, once they tasted Shen Feng's culinary skills, their expressions instantly transformed. Fengzi, when did you acquire such remarkable skills? This is far superior to anything your father has ever cooked, exclaimed Tang Ping, astonished as she savored a bite of the braised beef. Shen Zhaohua took a few mouthfuls of the dishes and was utterly taken aback. At home, he had always been the head chef, convinced that his cooking was quite commendable. Yet, in comparison to Shen Feng's level, he felt utterly eclipsed. Finally, Shen Zhaohua nodded, pride radiating from him as he declared, I told you, my son's culinary talent cannot be lacking. It is indeed a legacy. Tang Ping shot him a glance. If you possessed even half of your son's culinary prowess, we wouldn't be running a supermarket. We'd be opening a restaurant instead. TSK, what do you know? This is a case of the student surpassing the master. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shen Feng planned to return to the city with Jiang Wanwan. Tang Ping grasped Jiang Wanwan's hand, her face a picture of reluctance. It's already late. It would be much better if you had dinner before leaving. If you wait too long, there won't be any buses at the station. What is there to fear about no buses? Let your father drive you back to the city. It's not far anyway, Shen Feng said. Jiang Wanwan quickly interjected. Really? No need to trouble him. Dad, Mom, after Fengzi and I finish this variety show, I will definitely come back to visit you. All right, Tang Ping sighed, turned to Shen Feng. Fengzi, take good care of Wanwan while you're out. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off easily. Shen Feng feigned sadness. Mom, should we perhaps do a paternity test? What if I'm adopted and Wanwan is your real daughter? Enough. Stop with the nonsense. Take care on the road. Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad. The two exited the community and made their way towards the bus station. Halfway there, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt a thirst. She intended to find a place to buy some water, but upon turning around, she brightened up. Hey Fengzi, ISNT that your family has supermarket? Shen Feng's family owned a supermarket, initially a small convenience store that gradually expanded to become the largest supermarket in the area. Since its growth, Shen Feng's parents had hired people to manage the supermarket, allowing them to enjoy retirement at home. Jiang Wanwan tugged at Shen Feng's arm, asking, Fengzi, do you think the staff know you are the young master of the family? Shen Feng poked Jiang Wanwan's cheek. If I'm the young master, then are you the young lady? Oh, stop it with your teasing. I'm thirsty. Let's go buy a bottle of water. Jiang Wanwan adjusted her mask and dragged Shen Feng into the supermarket. The 2 female cashiers at the register were chatting when they noticed customers entering and instinctively greeted them. However, one of the cashiers suddenly froze upon catching sight of Shen Feng. Shen Feng, is that you? Shen Feng was taken aback. He never expected to be recognized. Although this was his family's supermarket, he rarely visited. When had he become so well known? He turned to look, and upon recognizing his face, the cashier became exuberant. It really is you. I thought you looked familiar. I saw you on Weibo the other day. Am I really seeing you in person? The cashier excitedly dashed out from behind the counter. Shen Feng realized that she recognized him from his previous Weibo post. Could this be considered a fan? He hesitated for a moment. To be honest, although he had lived a considerable life, this was likely his first encounter with a fan. He cleared his throat and nodded. Yes, it's me. Hearing this, Jiang Wanwan quickly pulled Shen Feng aside, whispering, You're so foolish. You should have said no. Oh no. Shen Feng immediately corrected himself. However, it was evidently too late. The cashier had already rushed to Shen Feng's side, holding her phone and asking, Can I take a picture with you? Just as she posed a question, she snapped a selfie that captured both her and Shen Feng in the frame. How enthusiastic. Shen Feng thought to himself. He had not anticipated that a mere photo would garner such an eager fan. It seemed his looks were indeed well regarded. At that moment, the cashier finished taking her photo and excitedly asked Shen Feng, Can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Facing the enthusiastic young fan, Shen Feng felt it was only right to respond with kindness. He resolved to answer whatever question she posed. Why were you able to appear on a show with Jiang Wanwan right after your debut? Are you really just a pretty face sponsored by the president of Lanyu Entertainment? Are you well connected? The cashier inquired. Shen Feng. Chapter 22. Wishing you a bright future. Upon hearing the question from his enthusiastic little fan, Shen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. To be asked in front of others if he was merely a pretty face or well-connected. Was this truly a fan? Could fans really be this kind of person? Shen Feng felt his tender heart had been wounded. How can you ask such a question? Aren't you supposed to be my fan? The cashier was momentarily taken aback by his response. Then, realizing her mistake, she replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. Are you joking? You haven't even produced a single work, just a photo online, and you think you have many fans?" She huffed. "Don't think that just because I'm currently a cashier that this isn't a part-time job. My main job is in social media, where I specialize in entertainment gossip. I have over 100,000 followers on Weibo. I was just excited to see a fresh scoop walking by." "What? You didn't think I was your fan, did you? But you're quite handsome. If you seriously pursued acting, you could probably become famous. Why did you choose this path?" The cashier remarked. "What path am I on?" Shen Feng retorted, feeling exasperated. "Stop pretending. Those who understand know the truth. There is plenty of gossip about you online. Ever since you and Jiang Wanwan announced your collaboration on the show, many people have said you're in a relationship with the president of Lanyu Entertainment. If it weren't for the recent scandal involving Lu Tianfan, your story would have received much more attention." After speaking, the cashier glanced at Jiang Wanwan, who was standing behind Shen Feng. With her extensive experience as a star, Jiang Wanwan had put on more protective gear than Shen Feng, wearing sunglasses and a mask, so the cashier did not recognize her. Instead, she cheerfully turned to Jiang Wanwan and warned, "Hey, is this guy your boyfriend? Do you know the dirt on him online? He is being kept by someone important. You should probably stay away from him. Who knows how dirty he is?" Jiang Wanwan had already been feeling irritated since the cashier asked Shen Feng her question. Now, with the cashier coming up to her spouting nonsense, Jiang Wanwan's temper flared. She yanked Shen Feng behind her and glared fiercely at the cashier. "I think you're the one who looks like someone who is being kept. I think you're the dirty one. Hey, do you have any manners?" The cashier's expression changed. Who was at that first mention being kept? Who was the one lacking manners? Jiang Wanwan glared at the female shop assistant. "If you have nothing better to do than to indulge in idle gossip online, that is one thing. If you make a living by spreading rumors, that is another. But to treat these so-called gossip and dirt as absolute truth is a sign of a troubled mind. To confront someone with such baseless claims and ask them brazenly is not only a sign of poor judgment, but also a reflection of your lack of decorum. Let me make this clear. I am well aware of what kind of person my boyfriend is, and I certainly do not need your unsolicited opinions. Lastly, I warn you once more, watch your words. I may have chosen to refrain from violence for now, but should my temper flare again, you'd better believe I won't hesitate to let you experience a dose of reality." With that, Jiang Wanwan took hold of Shen Feng and stormed out. The female shop assistant stood there, phone in hand, momentarily stunned. Finally, she scoffed, "What neurotic." After which, she raised her phone to snap a photo of Jiang Wanwan pulling Shen Feng along and subsequently posted it on Weibo. Inside the circle, she wrote, "Come and witness this live spectacle. Actual gossip in motion. Shen Feng shopping with his girlfriend at our supermarket. Her manners are atrocious. And she is cursing. Shen Feng is throwing his weight around, truly living up to his connections. TSK, TSK. As they exited the supermarket, Jiang Wanwan finally released Shen Feng. Still fuming, she clenched her teeth and shook her small fist. Who does she think she is? Does she have any upbringing at all? My entire good mood has been ruined by her. Shen Feng, observing the furious Jiang Wanwan, softly said, "Don't be upset. If we're being honest, I'm the one who has been wronged." He couldn't fathom why Jiang Wanwan was so incensed when he himself was relatively unbothered. Consequently, Jiang Wanwan punched him lightly. "Do you think I'm only angry at her? You've given me plenty of reasons to be mad at you too. Have you considered how you even have fans right now? Foolishly admitting your identity like that. And when she asked that outrageous question, why didn't you refute her? Don't you have any spine?" Shen Feng chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "Well, I sent it nice to have you standing up for me. I think you expressed everything I wanted to say rather eloquently. I was thirsty before, and now I'm even more parched after all that shouting." Jiang Wanwan turned her head away, muttering, "Shall I go buy you a bottle of water then?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Wanwan yanked Shen Feng back, after making such a scene. "You still want to go back?" Shen Feng sighed with a smile. "That is my family's supermarket. Why should I feel embarrassed about returning?" Jiang Wanwan paused. "I suppose you have a point." She finally released her grip. Shen Feng returned to the supermarket to buy a bottle of water, while paying the same female shop assistant. Noticing Jiang Wanwan was absent, remarked, "Your girlfriend is quite the temper. But you're no saint either, being supported by the head of Lanyu Entertainment. Marketing a relationship with Jiang Wanwan while having another girlfriend on the side? Impressive." The shop assistant continued to ramble, completely disregarding Shen Feng. She had no fear of provoking him. At worst, he might retaliate, and she could use that as evidence to escalate the situation online and potentially extort some money from him. This was her line of work, and she almost wished to amplify the drama. After all, she knew Shen Feng was just starting out and had little clout aside from the rumors of being supported. A celebrity of such modest stature was hardly someone she feared offending. Yet, Shen Feng neither retaliated nor scolded her. He merely accepted the water and paid in silence. As he was about to leave, he finally spoke up, not even glancing at the shop assistant. As if he were conversing with himself. You can say whatever you wish about me. It matters little to me. However, you've managed to anger my partner. And that does frustrate me. Have you grown up without anyone teaching you how to respect others or communicate like a decent human being? Very well. I shall be the one to enlighten you. With that, Shen Feng turned and exited the supermarket. Initially startled, the shop assistant watched as he walked away without incident. Then smirked. Such soft threats. You truly are a pretty boy. She had expected something more from him, but this was all he had? Useless, she thought to herself, continuing to post on Weibo, crafting a narrative of how she had been verbally abused and threatened by Shen Feng and his girlfriend. However, midway through her writing, she received a phone call from the supermarket owner. On the other end, he simply stated, "You need not come in tomorrow." Then he hung up. The shop assistant was taken aback, but quickly scoffed. "If I don't come, I don't care. I only took that job to pass the time anyway. Do you really think I'm desperate for this miserable job?" Her income came from Weibo, not from working in the supermarket. Just as she hung up the phone and was about to resume her writing, she received an email notification. Opening it, her expression turned pale. The email contained her name, address, personal history, and a list of every celebrity she had defamed, along with related posts. At the end of the email were a few sentences. "I have sent this email to each celebrity you have maligned. I hope their teams will teach you how to converse respectfully. Wishing you a bright future, Ms. Jiang Wanwan." On the bus from Qinglu County to Zhonghai City, Jiang Wanwan was resting against Shen Feng. Shen Feng, meanwhile, was looking out the window, his phone in hand. The screen displayed a line of text. Email sent successfully. Chapter 23. Are you quite proud of yourself? Around 5 in the afternoon, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the city. However, they did not head straight back to the villa. According to Jiang Wanwan, returning now would mean falling under Lin Jie's stringent control during dinner. Thus, they decided to dine out instead. They found a barbecue restaurant, purchased a plethora of skewers, and then took them to Old Wong's internet cafe. Nestled in the cafe while watching television dramas, they indulged in their skewers. Jiang Wanwan even gleefully showcased her skewers in front of Old Wong, infuriating him to the point of ordering takeout for himself. However, since Jiang Wanwan had eaten her fill of the dishes Shen Feng had prepared at lunch, she could not consume much of the greasy food that evening. Consequently, a significant number of skewers were left over. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Jiang Wanwan decided to take the remaining skewers home. Naturally, she had no intention of sharing them with Lin Jie. She knew all too well that allowing Lin Jie to see the skewers would be tantamount to handing over incriminating evidence of her evening indulgence. She would be doomed. Thus, Jiang Wanwan planned to sneak home, secretly bringing the skewers to her room for a late-night snack. That evening, she quietly opened the villa's front door. One hand clutching Shen Feng and the other grasping the skewers, cautiously stepping inside. Seeing that the house appeared empty, Jiang Wanwan let out a sigh of relief and made a beeline for her room. However, after only a couple of steps, a cold voice called out from the kitchen. "Jiang Wanwan." Jiang Wanwan froze. She immediately turned her back, hiding the skewers behind her. At the same time, she shot Shen Feng a glance, signaling him to discreetly take the skewers away. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan shared a bond forged through countless clandestine escapades, having collaborated seamlessly for many years. Without hesitation, he snatched the skewers that Jiang Wanwan had concealed behind her back, intending to make a swift exit. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was providing Shen Feng with cover, cheerfully greeting Sister Lin. "Sister Lin, I'm back. Did you miss me?" Seizing the opportunity created by her banter, Shen Feng stealthily attempted to ascend the stairs. However, experience proved its worth. Despite Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's well-orchestrated teamwork, they could not evade Sister Lin's keen perception. Without sparing Jiang Wanwan a glance, Sister Lin directed her attention to Shen Feng, saying, "Little Shen, come here." Clearing his throat, Shen Feng replied, "Sister Lin, I just need to put something away. Come here." Sister Lin's commanding tone brooked no argument. Reluctantly, Shen Feng approached, hands clasped behind his back. "Extend your hands," she commanded. Shen Feng obediently revealed his empty palms. Raising an eyebrow, Sister Lin turned her gaze to Jiang Wanwan, who was now nonchalantly admiring the scenery with her hands hidden behind her. "Jiang Wanwan, show your hands." Shen Feng hastily withdrew his hands, allowing Jiang Wanwan to present her empty ones as well. Sister Lin rolled her eyes. "Do you both take me for a fool? Extend your hands together." Sharing a glance, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan complied, revealing their empty hands once more. Sister Lin then stepped behind them and retrieved the bag of skewers that Shen Feng had carelessly discarded. Holding the skewers up, she scrutinized Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, remarking with a sardonic edge, "You two make quite the team, don't you? Such remarkable synergy." Jiang Wanwan grinned proudly, of course. Back in school, when Fengzi and I sneaked food, we managed to evade the teachers just like this. In response, Sister Lin playfully smacked Jiang Wanwan on the head. "You're getting chubby, and you still boast about it." Jiang Wanwan's expression wilted at the reprimand. Sister Lin examined the skewers thoughtfully before suddenly chuckling, "But it's just skewers. Was there really a need to hide them? Did you think I would punish you for eating skewers outside?" Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. "You wouldn't tea?" Sister Lin's smile vanished abruptly. "Of course I would." Off to the treadmill. Jiang Wanwan. As Jiang Wanwan departed, Shen Feng exhaled deeply, contemplating a quiet session of sit-ups by the treadmill. However, Sister Lin called out to him, "Little Shen, wait a moment. I have something to ask you." With that, she plopped onto the sofa and promptly shoved a skewer in her mouth. After savoring a bite, she turned to Shen Feng, seated across from her, and said, "Little Shen, I need you to answer truthfully. This afternoon, something transpired in the industry. Several celebrity agents received an email exposing the true identity behind a certain Weibo marketing account. This account isn't particularly large, but it frequently disseminates scandalous information about celebrities to garner attention, which has made it quite despised among many in the industry. Nonetheless, there are countless such small marketing accounts, and if everyone were to be pursued, celebrities would have no time for other work. So it's rare for anyone to take action. However, the email not only revealed the identity of the Weibo account, but also compiled fabricated scandals and defamatory posts it had made, including many deleted records. With this information, it would be more than sufficient to send the owner of this account to tea. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "So, Sister Lin, what do you wish to ask?" Sister Lin scrutinized Shen Feng intently. "I want to know if you're aware of who exposed this marketing account." After a brief silence, Shen Feng smiled and nodded slightly. "It was me." He understood that since Sister Lin had posed the question, she must possess evidence. Continuing to feign ignorance would only be futile. Sister Lin inhaled deeply. "I thought so. I have a few agent friends in the industry, and they all received that email. They contacted Jiang Wanwan, the owner of the Weibo account, and she claimed that it was you who exposed her." Shen Feng nodded and recounted the events of the afternoon, detailing how Jiang Wanwan had insulted him, inciting Jiang Wanwan's fury, followed by her reckless behavior when he returned to buy water. He spoke with calm detachment. "I didn't mind her initially, but since Wanwan was so upset, it seemed fitting to impose some consequences." Sister Lin chuckled wryly, rubbing her forehead. "Consequences? That's quite severe. If any of those celebrities decide to sue her, she could be liable for tens of thousands in damages. Particularly since you unearthed many of her deleted posts, which not only contained slander against celebrities, but also misinformation regarding significant social issues. While she can apologize for defaming celebrities, her fabrications that incite panic could lead to detention." Shen Feng shrugged. "That's no longer my concern. I merely sent the email. The records contained within are all factual, with not a single fabricated statement. Since these were her own words, she must be accountable for her claims." Sister Lin took another skewer, sipping her drink before continuing. "Well, I don't intend to blame you. In fact, I find your actions quite satisfying. A few agents seem to be grateful, so you've garnered some goodwill in the industry. However, I must caution you to refrain from such actions in the future. Doxing others is also a form of infringement, and should Jiang Wanwan expose you, it could tarnish your reputation." Shen Feng recognized that Sister Lin was looking out for him and nodded with a smile. "But I'm a bit curious. Where did you acquire such skills?" He had dabbled a bit before, realizing it required no special expertise, far from professional standards. Sister Lin, not doubting him, consumed a couple more skewers and exchanged a few more words with Shen Feng. Finally, she waved him off. "All right, that's enough. You may go." Shen Feng nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs for some rest. At that moment, he felt a flicker of relief, thinking Sister Lin had decided against making him do sit-ups. He had narrowly escaped a predicament. Yet, just as he reached the stairs, Sister Lin's voice rang out. "I didn't tell you to rest. I told you to do sit-ups." Shen Feng. It seemed he had underestimated Sister Lin's sternness. Chapter 24. Unpredictable Moves. The following day, on August 4th, after breakfast, Sister Lin took Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan to the airport. Generally, while the official shooting schedule began on the 5th, it did not necessarily mean filming would commence that day. Even if they flew in on the morning of the 5th and arrived by evening, it wouldn't be considered late. However, Sister Lin insisted that as a newcomer, Shen Feng should arrive early to familiarize himself with the environment and adjust to the setting. Both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had no objections. The flight from Zhonghai City to Chang'an City was not particularly short, yet the aircraft traveled swiftly. In less than 3 hours, the trio arrived in Chang'an City. Sister Lin had already coordinated with the production team, informing them of their flight's arrival time. As soon as they exited the airport, they boarded the production team's vehicle, heading straight for the filming location. Along the way, Jiang Wanwan inquired with the staff and discovered that the recording site was not in the urban area of Chang'an City, but rather in the county beneath it. Lanyu County. What format does our variety show take? Is it a typical romance variety, showcasing love and daily life? Jiang Wanwan asked again. Although this is indeed a romance variety, the format is quite unique, the staff member replied. Unique? How so? I cannot divulge that, the director interjected, as it is strictly prohibited to leak any details before the official shooting commences. This caused Jiang Wanwan to frown. We are all participants in the show. How is it considered leaking if you share it with us? Shen Feng also expressed his confusion, asking, Isn't it said that variety shows always have a script? Does that mean ours lacks one? This time, Sister Lin answered on behalf of the staff. Typically, variety shows with scripts are pre-recorded. This one primarily focuses on live broadcasting. Adhering to a script would render it artificial and contrived. Shen Feng nodded in understanding, while Jiang Wanwan continued to pester the staff about what made the format so unique. The staff remained resolute, steadfastly keeping their silence, even as Jiang Wanwan incessantly prattled on, nearly resorting to throwing a tantrum. Ultimately, Jiang Wanwan resorted to her trump card. She pulled her wallet from her pocket. Upon seeing this, the staff member quickly exclaimed, Don't bribe me. Even if you offer me money, I still won't spill. Jiang Wanwan produced a 10 yuan note. The staff member responded, Well, I will not accept your bribe. Could you perhaps present a bit more to demonstrate your sincerity? Jiang Wanwan retrieved another 10 yuan. The staff member, now exasperated, remarked, Could you possibly bring out a larger denomination? Jiang Wanwan, gritting her teeth, finally displayed a 100 yuan note, reclaiming the 25 yuan she had just produced. Although Jiang Wanwan was not financially challenged, she still felt that spending such an amount for information she would inevitably discover was somewhat unworthy. In the end, she did not manage to extract any information from the staff member, not due to their steadfastness in viewing money as insignificant, but simply because Jiang Wanwan's offerings were far too meager. After an hour and a half of travel, the production team's vehicle finally arrived at a quaint tourist town in Lanyu County, stopping in front of a rather sizable guest house. The staff led Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and Sister Lin inside. In the courtyard of the guest house, the director, assistant director, and crew members were gathered, discussing filming arrangements. Upon noticing the arrival of Sister Lin and Jiang Wanwan, they promptly approached. Oh, Wanwan, Sister Lin, you've arrived. The director, Chun Ming, greeted them with a warm smile and shook hands with Sister Lin. Shen Director, it's been 2 years since we last met, and you've put on a bit of weight. Sister Lin responded amicably. Chun Ming, a portly man with a perpetual smile reminiscent of the Buddha, had transitioned to directing mid-career, producing several variety shows that had met with lukewarm success. Jiang Wanwan also greeted Chun Ming, who then turned his attention to Shen Feng. Standing at the edge, as the director, Chun Ming was certainly aware that Shen Feng was a new artist brought into the fold alongside Jiang Wanwan. However, he feigned ignorance, asking, and who might this be? This was his way of allowing Sister Lin the opportunity to introduce Shen Feng. Sister Lin smiled and introduced. This is my newly signed artist, Shen Feng. Shen Feng, meet director Chun Ming. Hello, director, Shen Feng greeted. Chun Ming warmly shook Shen Feng's hand. His knowledge of Shen Feng was limited to the rumors circulating online, and he suspected that, given Shen Feng's association with Jiang Wanwan, he must have some backing. Being astute, Chun Ming preferred not to offend someone who had connections. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Ming took the opportunity to familiarize Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng with the venue, specifically sharing various filming considerations with Shen Feng and offering substantial assistance, which Shen Feng greatly appreciated. Over the next day and a half, Shen Feng primarily focused on acclimatizing himself to the filming equipment, venue, and surroundings, while also accompanying Jiang Wanwan on leisurely strolls through the tourist town. Meanwhile, the other guests continued to arrive in succession. By the evening of August 5th, all participants had gathered. Chun Ming then hosted a dinner at a restaurant in the tourist town, inviting the production team to enjoy a hearty meal together. The ordinary staff members sat at one table, while the agents occupied another. Chun Ming, the assistant director, and the 8 male and female guests, the creative forces behind the show, gathered at yet another table. During the meal, Chun Ming raised his glass and addressed everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to gather with you all. I propose a toast to each of you. May our collaboration over the next month and a half be enjoyable, and may our show be a resounding success. Everyone raised their glasses in response. Following this, it was time for individual toasts. The director and assistant director, unsurprisingly, received the most toasts, while Jiang Wanwan was the third most toasted, being the most prominent figure among the guests, with the others merely being third or fourth-tier celebrities, some even being aspiring influencers without any debut. Naturally, these individuals were eager to curry favor with Jiang Wanwan. As for Shen Feng, he received the fewest toasts, which was to be expected considering he had no work to his name beyond a single photograph. His notoriety paled in comparison to the two influencers. However, Shen Feng was quite content with the lack of attention, relishing in his solitude. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a male guest seated beside him suddenly raised his glass and said, "Hey buddy, shall we drink to each other?" Shen Feng raised an eyebrow, but did not decline, clinking glasses with him. After sipping his drink, the male guest leaned in closer and chuckled. "You don't recognize me, do you? Just a few days ago, you helped me out. Does that ring any bells?" "Help? A few days ago?" Had he encountered this person before? Noticing Shen Feng's puzzled expression, the male guest quickly added, "Aren't you the one who exposed that Jiang Wanwan's scandal to the celebrities she had slandered?" "I am one of those she slandered," he continued with an amused chuckle. "I've been irked by her for quite some time, but my agency insisted it wasn't worth the trouble to engage with such a small-time marketing account. I had no choice but to vent my frustrations on a secondary account. Thanks to you, I was able to expose her yesterday, with the evidence in hand. My agent was able to take legal action against her without the company having to lift a finger." The male guest laughed again. "It's truly gratifying to think about it. These small marketing accounts only dare to target us third-rate stars to gain attention. They delete their posts and play dead when trouble arises, then resurface once the storm passes, thinking we are easy prey, treating us like soft persimmons. Now, it feels like sweet revenge." Shen Feng finally comprehended that this fellow had also been a victim of Jiang Wanwan's slander in the past. To be fair, Jiang Wanwan had tarnished the reputations of quite a number of celebrities, with the count being no less than 100. After pondering for a moment, Shen Feng recalled the individual before him. "You are the one known as Jiang, the one accused of indecency towards young girls?" Jiang, who was beside Shen Feng, quickly gestured for silence, his face displaying a look of grievance as he exclaimed, "Bro, that's a baseless rumor. At that time, I was merely holding my niece, and I was photographed." Jiang Wanwan maliciously spread lies, claiming I was involved with young girls, which led to a barrage of online insults directed at me. I had to post pictures with my niece and even share my household registration book to clear my name. Truly, it's easy to spread rumors, but arduous to refute them. Yet after all that, very few of those who criticized me offered apologies. And the instigator of the slander simply deleted her Weibo and feigned ignorance. My standing isn't high, and my company didn't take it seriously or pursue accountability on my behalf. I felt utterly stifled during that time, listening to Jiang's lament. Shen Feng took a couple of bites of his meal before responding with a simple, "Oh." Jiang, seemingly quite talkative, continued his monologue, undeterred by Shen Feng's indifference. Eventually, he raised his glass in a toast and declared, "Bro, you've done me such a tremendous favor. From now on, you are my brother. Just let me know if you need anything. I will surely help." Shen Feng regarded him for a moment before abruptly asking, "Do you have any money?" Jiang was taken aback, but nodded, "I have a little. Why do you ask? Lend me 500,000. I will pay you back later." Jiang. Shen Feng gazed at him. "What? Did you not just say you would help?" Jiang replied, "I was just being polite. Besides, who asks to borrow such a large sum upon first meeting?" Shen Feng contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Then let us start with 50,000. It's not about the amount." Jiang was vexed. Why did this guy seem to be playing by his own rules? Chapter 25, Peng Hu Bei. The following morning, a reality show titled Let Us Start Dating Today quietly premiered on a certain live streaming platform. The attention surrounding the show was, frankly, rather minimal. The production team was financially constrained and unable to promote it adequately. Previously, with the support of Lanyu Entertainment, they had bought a spot on trending topics. But it was soon overshadowed by a scandal involving a major male star. Moreover, the guest lineup for this show, aside from Jiang Wanwan, lacked star power, and the traffic they brought was limited. Thus, upon its debut, the show's popularity was tepid, attracting only a portion of the guest fans along with some curious onlookers. The viewer count barely reached 20,000. Director Chun, however, did not feel disheartened. He had produced several reality shows over the years, all of which had met with lukewarm responses. Such levels of attention had become a norm for him. At that moment, Director Chun stood in the courtyard of the guest house, explaining the rules of the show to the 8 participants, 4 men and 4 women. This program is a survival-themed dating reality show. As soon as those words left his mouth, several guests appeared momentarily bewildered. Survival, dating, reality show? Do those terms even belong together? Jiang Wanwan remarked. She had heard of survival shows and dating shows. But what on earth was a survival dating show? Would not dating equate to death? Director Chun smiled warmly and clarified, of course. It's not the brutal wilderness survival kind. Here's the deal. Each of you will bring your own money and mobile phones, which will need to be surrendered during the show. At the start of each day's live stream, we will provide each group with a modest sum of money that must cover your daily meals and the expenses for completing the tasks we assign. If you spend recklessly, you may not only fail to complete the tasks, but could also find yourselves without food to eat. Throughout the live stream, viewers will be able to vote for the couple they find the sweetest. At the end of each broadcast, based on the voting results, we will rank the 4 groups. The group with the highest votes will receive an additional monetary reward the following day, but this reward will be deducted from the group with the lowest votes. Director Chen chuckled. For the group with the least votes, it may become a struggle just to eat or drink. Now that as survival, as sentient, surprisingly, the rules piqued the guests' interest. The audience watching the live stream began to engage in discussions. Honestly, this sounds quite entertaining. The viewers can influence the fate of these guests. The sweetest couple gets the most money, while the least sweet might struggle for meals. Whoever lacks affection will surely be in a predicament. But doesn't this give an advantage to those with more fans? Jiang Wanwan has so many followers. Surely, she'll garner more votes. What about our dear Jiang? The eyes of the public are sharp. If Jiang Wanwan's group doesn't appear sweet, yet still receives the most votes, there will undoubtedly be complaints to the production team. At this moment, Director Chun continued to elucidate the rules. Next, the 8 of you will need to pair up, selecting your preferred partners and coming up with a name for your duo. In fact, prior to filming, the guests had already planned their pairings. Thus, this segment was supposed to be straightforward. However, at that moment, one individual raised his hand high and boldly asked, "Director, I have a question." Director Chun turned to him. "Oh, Jiang, what is your question?" With utmost seriousness, Jiang inquired, "Can we choose anyone to pair with?" Director Chun nodded. "As long as both parties agree, it's permissible." Jiang's excitement surged as he skipped over to Shen Feng, wrapping his arms around Shen Feng's. "Shen Ge, let us be a pair." Director Chun. Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan. The live stream chat. Shen Feng quietly withdrew his arm. Jiang, wearing a heartbroken expression, lamented, "Shen Ge, do you not like men? I could go to Thailand for you." Shen Feng earnestly shook his head. "Men aren't off the table. I just don't fancy you." Jiang. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. In the chat, after a flurry of ellipses, laughter erupted. "What a charming simpleton our Jiang is, seeking a male partner. Hilarious. This guy is killing me. Men aren't off limits, just not you. Could we be a bit gentler with our dear Jiang? Bullying him like this is making it hard for us fans to hold back our laughter. The show's entertainment value is off the charts. But who is this Shen Ge? Is he an internet celebrity? I've never seen him before. Can someone fill me in? I've heard he seems to have risen to fame alongside Jiang Wanwan. Apparently, he has some connections. Wait, is he a well-connected insider?" After gently declining Jiang's proposal, Shen Feng ended up paired with Jiang Wanwan. The remaining 6 participants also formed their respective duos. Jiang teamed up with a female star named Li Tingting. They both belonged to the same agency and had arrived together. The remaining 2 groups were quite similar. One comprised 2 internet celebrities, while the other consisted of 2 stars from the same agency. Once the groupings were finalized, Director Chun prompted them to assign names to their respective combinations. The duo of Jiang and Li Tingting dubbed themselves the Awkward Duo. The other star pair, comprising Zhang Wei and Meng, chose the name Mighty. The 2 internet celebrities, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu, named their group Heavenly Road. The camera then turned to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. The audience initially assumed their combination would simply be called Wan Feng. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan announced, "We shall be called Wan Feng." How unoriginal. A comment flashed across the screen. Before the comment could fully disappear, Jiang Wanwan continued, "The evening breeze gently caresses Penghu Bay. White waves crash upon the sandy beach devoid of palm trees intoxicated by the setting sun, merely a vast expanse of blue sea." How about that? Director Chun, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "You just couldn't resist singing it. Do you think it's acceptable? Can we opt for something more succinct?" Jiang Wanwan nodded, a hint of regret in her expression. "Then let us go with Penghu Bay." The audience, who just claimed my Wanwan lacked creativity, stepped forward. "I've laughed twice already just from watching this. The show hasn't even officially started, and the entertainment value is already sky high." The name Penghu Bay has no conceivable relation to their names. One could only say it bears no relation whatsoever. What are you doing here? My Wanwan is genuinely amusing, but what a shame to be grouped with such a connection-based individual. Every time I see Shen Feng, my appetite wanes. In the barrage of comments, not all were benevolent. Some viewers were hired detractors from Lanyu Entertainment. their sole purpose today being to disparage Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Naturally, their remarks were quite unflattering. Director Chen cleared his throat and asked, Jiang Wanwan, are you certain your combination will be named Penghu Bei? Once confirmed, the production team would use this name for the voting apparatus, and it could not be altered thereafter. This is it. Jiang Wanwan seemed rather pleased with the name. Director Chen then turned his gaze to Shen Feng. Noticing that Shen Feng had no objections, the name for their duo, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, was officially established as the Penghu Bei combination. Chapter 26, Secret Mission. After finalizing the groups and their names, Director Chen signaled to the assistant director to introduce a voting mechanism in the live stream. The voting apparatus featured 4 options, each displaying the names of the respective combinations. Viewers could express their preferences for the suite of CP by sending the corresponding group name through comments, with the system tallying the votes automatically. Each user was allowed only their first vote of the day to be counted. Director Chen explained the voting mechanism to the audience, and immediately, some began casting their votes. Many viewers assumed that Jiang Wanwan, being the most popular, would garner the highest number of votes. However, after a while, it became apparent that her group was only in second place. While I adore Jiang Wanwan, I heard the man in her group is rather well connected. So I voted for another group. I'm a fan of Wanwan, but I also voted for another group. It's not that I'm targeting Shen Feng. It's just that Lanyu Entertainment is truly distasteful, treating our Wanwan as a mere tool for promotion. Although some of Jiang Wanwan's fans did vote for her, under the influence of the paid detractors, a portion of her supporters began to be swayed and voted for other groups. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan and her team, she was currently receiving her task card from the director. A dating variety show, after all, could not solely revolve around the daily lives of its male and female participants. For the sake of entertainment value, it was essential to assign tasks to each group. Upon receiving her task card, Jiang Wanwan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Joint mission: visit 3 distinctive snack shops in the tourist town and sample the specialty foods. Upon completion, a monetary reward would be granted. Secret mission: tell 3 jokes to your partner and make them laugh. Completion would also yield a monetary reward. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, inquired, what does this secret mission entail? Fengzi, does your task card have a secret mission? Let me see. As she spoke, Jiang Wanwan attempted to snatch Shen Feng's task card. Director Chen quickly intervened. The secret mission is a unique mechanism of ours. Each of you possesses a secret task, but you must not let your partner know. Otherwise, even if completed, you will not receive the reward. Jiang Wanwan responded with a no, yet her gaze continued to dart towards Shen Feng. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the director had already displayed everyone's secret tasks on the screen. Upon seeing Shen Feng's secret mission, the audience was left speechless. Does the director harbor a personal grudge against Shen Feng? Is this a deliberate attempt to assign such a task? The production team truly knows how to entertain. Such tasks are quite amusing. But can someone as gentle as our Wanwan really execute such a task? On the screen, Shen Feng's secret task loomed large. Secret mission: allow your partner to hit you. Upon reading this secret task, Shen Feng was at a loss for words. Eventually, he raised his hand toward the director and said, Director, can I switch tasks? Director Chen shook his head seriously. No, if you find it too difficult, you may choose to forego it, but you cannot change it. Shen Feng raised his hand again and asked, if I finish it now, does it count? Director Chen nodded. Shen Feng then turned to Jiang Wanwan and softly said, shall I tell you a ghost story? Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. She punched Shen Feng on the arm. What nonsense are you spewing? If that's your task, you better forfeit it right now. With that, she landed 2 more punches on Shen Feng's arm. Shen Feng turned to Director Chen with an open-handed gesture. Task completed. Director Chen, the audience. Wow, that was quick. I can't shake the feeling that Shen Feng seems to know Jiang Wanwan quite well. They appear very familiar with each other. Are they really just colleagues? Indeed, they seem very natural together. When Jiang Wanwan hit Shen Feng, it reminded me of how my girlfriend punches me. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend. Director Chen, too, hadn't he anticipated the task completion would occur so swiftly. After a moment of astonishment, he cleared his throat and declared, I hereby announce that Shen Feng's secret mission is complete and the reward will be distributed shortly. Jiang Wanwan remained in a state of bewilderment, entirely unaware of how Shen Feng had accomplished his secret task. It was only when she snatched the task card from Shen Feng that she understood. He had intentionally provoked her by suggesting the ghost story. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan raised her hand. Director Chen, noticing, quickly asked, what is it? Do you want to complete your task now? Director Chen's heart raced a little. He had intended for these secret missions to create entertaining content. Yet, the show hadn't even officially begun, and here was a secret task already fulfilled. Had all his efforts been for naught? Not quite. Jiang Wanwan said, I just want to ask something. Director Chun sighed in relief. What would you like to inquire? Jiang Wanwan raised the task card issued by Shen Feng and inquired. May I ask if this task can be accomplished repeatedly? Can I strike him a few more times? Furthermore, she asked, are there additional rewards for inflicting severe injuries? Director Chen's expression darkened. What on earth are you thinking? This is a romantic variety show, not a combat competition. If you really do manage to inflict severe injuries, our production team won't even cover your medical expenses. We are quite impoverished. Ha ha! Jiang Wanwan, you're going to make me laugh to death. Are you planning to inherit my Huabei bill? We are quite impoverished. How audacious! Whoever claimed Jiang Wanwan was gentle, step forward and let her give you a beating. After dismissing Jiang Wanwan, Director Chun finally distributed money to the 4 groups of guests present. The other 3 groups received merely 20 yuan each. However, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's Penghu Bei duo received 25 yuan, of which 5 yuan was Shen Feng's bonus. The group was left dumbfounded. Director, 20 yuan 1 tea even cover a visit to a snack shop, let alone buy 2 bottles of water. This is utterly insufficient. Complained the internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu. In this tourist town, prices were notoriously high, with a bottle of mineral water selling for 5 or 6 yuan. Director Chin chuckled. How else would it be labeled as a survival romance variety show? Challenges are expected. You must devise your own strategies to complete the tasks. Furthermore, I must inform you that starting tomorrow, you will only be able to receive a mere 5 yuan as subsistence from me. Only by completing today's tasks and earning rewards can you acquire more money tomorrow. Now that all the rules have been introduced, I wish you all good fortune. With that, Director Chin slipped away. The remaining groups of guests exchanged bewildered glances. I now understand what this survival variety show entails. It's indeed quite challenging. It's evident that this production team is truly impoverished. This mechanism is rather intriguing. I must invite my friends to watch. At this moment, the live broadcast room had increased from an initial audience of fewer than 20,000 to 30,000. While many viewers had witnessed typical variety shows and romantic shows alike, this uniquely themed romantic variety show was a first for many. A considerable number found it refreshing, sharing the live broadcast with friends and inviting a new wave of viewers. As these audiences engaged in discussions about the show's format, the 4 groups of guests had already departed from the quaint guest house, each searching for their task objectives. Chapter 27. Hasty Decisions. The task assigned to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng was to check in at 3 distinctive scenic spots within the tourist town. However, their first destination was not a scenic spot, but rather a restaurant. The reason was simple. The production team had neglected to provide meals that morning. According to the director, from today onward, guests were responsible for their own dining expenses. Thus, both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were currently enduring hunger. While Shen Feng was managing, Jiang Wanwan could no longer tolerate it. She felt that if she did not eat soon, she might resort to cannibalism. The most renowned dish in Chang'an was undoubtedly the rujiamo, a type of meat sandwich. Therefore, the two sought out a small eatery specializing in rujiamo. They intended to order one each, only to discover that in this tourist town, a single rujiamo cost 15 yuan. They had a total of just 25 yuan. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave the restaurant still hungry. Standing by the roadside, Jiang Wanwan let out a long sigh. Had I known today would be so miserable, I should have gorged myself last night. My rujiamo, I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan's lament, Shen Feng suddenly said, Wait here and don't wander off. With that, he returned to the restaurant. The cameraman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to continue filming Jiang Wanwan, believing that her popularity would attract more viewers. Moments later, Shen Feng emerged again, this time with a rujiamo in hand. He approached Jiang Wanwan and presented the rujiamo to her. Here, eat. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Did you buy this? Rest assured, I did not snatch it. Otherwise, I would have dragged you off with me. Shen Feng replied with a smile. Jiang Wanwan looked at the rujiamo, swallowed hard, and finally said with a hint of grievance, Can I return it? Or perhaps I should just skip eating. They only had 25 yuan, and the prices in this tourist town were exorbitant. Even instant noodles might not be affordable with that amount. If she accepted the rujiamo now, would they not be left starving later? There's no returning food. Just eat it. Trust me, there will be enough money left for later. Jiang Wanwan understood that returning the food was not an option and reluctantly accepted the flatbread to eat. Meanwhile, the live chat observing their stream was becoming quite animated. The broadcast utilized a format of 1 main live room and 4 supplementary live rooms. The main room was managed by a director who switched screens to showcase the various guest groups. The supplementary rooms displayed the circumstances of the 4 guest groups. In the Penghu Bei live room, featuring Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the opposing team from Lanyu Entertainment seized the opportunity to criticize Shen Feng. Isn't this spending rather extravagant? You only have 25 yuan, and you've already spent 15. Let us see how you manage the remaining 2 meals. What a privileged person. The kind who is oblivious to the hardships of life. He has no concept of financial awareness. Encouraged by these professional trolls, some ordinary viewers began to criticize Shen Feng as well. Purely a passerby, but this Shen Feng seems a bit foolish, doesn't he? Is he planning to starve for lunch and dinner? Wanwan is truly unfortunate to be paired with him. I feel sorry for her. Not only the audience, but even director Chun furrowed his brow. Spending such a sum at once indicated that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were likely to suffer in the upcoming half-day. Jiang Wanwan, with tears in her eyes, took a few bites of the Rigiamo. Suddenly realizing that Shen Feng had yet to eat, she offered him the remaining half, saying, "Would you like to have a few bites?" "No, I'm not hungry," Shen Feng replied, pointing at the camera that was filming. "By the way, Wanwan, as you eat, say to the camera that Lao Yang's Rigiamo is authentic and delicious." Jiang Wanwan. "Why should I say that?" Shen Feng shrugged. "I spoke with the owner of the shop earlier. I mentioned that you were a star doing a live broadcast. I told him that if he could give us 2 Rigiamos for free, we would help promote his shop." Jiang Wanwan, with the Rigiamo in her mouth, looked utterly astonished. "So this is free?" "Not entirely," Shen Feng replied. "I told the owner that if he didn't believe me, he could watch the live stream. But the owner discovered his computer was broken. He didn't know how to fix it, so I made a few simple repairs. Thus, this Rigiamo is a form of payment for fixing his computer. The owner should be watching the live stream now, so if you promote his shop, he might just give us another one if he is pleased." Just as Shen Feng finished speaking, the owner of the Rigiamo shop emerged from the back, carrying 2 cups of soy milk, 2 tea eggs, and 2 Rigiamos, smiling as he handed the items to Shen Feng. With a playful gesture towards the camera, he exclaimed, "Old Yang's meat sandwich, authentic and delicious. Everyone is welcome to come and taste it." After finishing his words, the owner retreated. Left behind was Jiang Wanwan, holding a flatbread and feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. She had previously savored this flatbread with such trepidation. Who would have thought it was actually free? Had her tears been shed in vain? What about those who just claim to spend extravagantly? Not a penny spent, and they call it extravagance? Isn't this a form of cheating? Can one truly obtain something for nothing? It seems the rules never stated that one couldn't benefit for free, right? Besides, wasn't the flatbread Jiang Wanwan consumed earned by Shen Feng fixing computers? An engineering guy, and he can fix computers too. Shen Feng is rather remarkable. In this day and age, who can't fix a computer? He didn't stay inside for long, so it probably wasn't a major issue. He managed to take advantage. The barrage of comments was equally astonished, as Shen Feng had managed to enjoy several meat sandwiches without spending a dime. Those who had previously criticized Shen Feng for his lavish spending now felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though they all tried to maintain their pride, it didn't last long. They soon found themselves salivating. Knowing that Jiang Wanwan was enjoying the meat sandwiches for free made them even more envious. After finishing the half she held in just a few bites, she snagged another from Shen Feng's hand, happily munching away. The viewers in the live stream were captivated. "Wanwan eats so deliciously. I want to try a meat sandwich too. I've already placed an order. I'll have this for breakfast." Wanwan should consider becoming a food streamer. She'd surely be more popular than as a star. "Are you implying that my Wanwan isn't popular enough as a star?" Some even wandered into other live streams. "Brothers, I just checked the neighboring streams. Some are eating instant noodles, others nibbling on biscuits. And one group has decided to skip breakfast entirely. Only Jiang Wanwan's group is enjoying themselves thoroughly. I heard from little Jia's fans next door that someone here is eating meat sandwiches. No way it's true." This inadvertently attracted numerous viewers from other streams. At that moment, Jia Tinan and Li Tingting, an unpleasant duo, happened to pass in front of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They were the group that had decided to forego breakfast. Upon seeing Jiang Wanwan devouring the meat sandwich with such relish, Jia Tinan felt a pang of desire. Rubbing his hands together, he tugged at Li Tingting and approached Shen Feng with a cheerful demeanor, asking, "Brother Shen, enjoying your meal?" Shen Feng, however, had not yet eaten. He wasn't hungry at the moment and intended to save the food for later. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, "Yes, I am." "Have you finished your meal?" "We just finished," Jia Tinan replied, only for his stomach to audibly grumble, causing his expression to shift to one of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he asked Brother Shen, "How much did you pay for those meat sandwiches?" He was unaware that Shen Feng had acquired the sandwiches for free. Seeing Shen Feng holding the meat sandwich, egg, and soy milk, he assumed these must be reasonably priced. 15 each, Shen Feng stated, leaving Jia Tinan momentarily dumbfounded. "So expensive? You can check for yourself inside," Shen Feng added, suddenly struck by an idea. Lifting the soy milk and meat sandwich, he said, "Since you call me Brother Shen, I can sell you these at a lower price if you want. Meat sandwich for 4, soy milk for 3, and an egg for 1. This price would hardly buy you a sandwich at the shop. Li Tingting and Jia Tinan exchanged glances. To be honest, both were somewhat tempted. They had previously scoped out the prices. A box of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water together cost 9 yuan, and a bag of biscuits was 7. For a meat sandwich, a cup of soy milk, and an egg totaling 8 yuan, the deal was quite reasonable by comparison. Moreover, they were both struggling to resist their cravings. Jiang Wanwan, enjoying her food, was making it all the more enticing with her audible smacking. Finally, Jia Tinan, determined, handed over 8 yuan. Shen Feng grinned as he handed over the items. As Jia Tinan prepared to leave, Shen Feng suddenly remarked, "Since you've bought the soy milk, wouldn't you like a straw? Just 1 yuan." It was then that Jia Tinan noticed Shen Feng was holding 2 straws, while his soy milk had none. "Well then, I'll take a straw." Jia Tinan handed over another yuan. "You two, a man and a woman, sharing 1 straw, seems a bit odd. Should I get you another?" Shen Feng asked, pocketing the money. Jia Tinan hesitated. At that moment, Jiang Wanwan swallowed her mouthful of meat sandwich and urged, "It's just 1 more yuan. If Tingting's fans see you sharing a straw, you might get killed." Clenching his teeth, Jia Tinan reluctantly handed over another yuan. Just like that, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's earnings surged to 35 yuan. Suddenly, Jia Tinan glanced at the other cup of soy milk in Shen Feng's hand and asked curiously, "But if you don't have straws, how will you drink?" Shen Feng silently dashed back to the meat sandwich shop. Soon, he returned with several straws in hand. After all, they were free. He could just ask the owner for a couple more. "By the way, I got 2 extra. Do you want to buy them? This time, they'll be 50 cents each." Jia Tinan, damn, that was hasty. Chapter 28, The Silent Word Guessing Challenge. Haha, that was hasty. Feeling for my naive little Jia. This is hilarious. I originally thought Shen Feng was a rich young master, but it turns out he's a cunning businessman. Jiang Wanwan is teaming up with Shen Feng, a ruthless couples con game. This pair is quite entertaining. I might just vote for them. In a live stream, many viewers laughed upon witnessing Jia Tinan being outsmarted by Shen Feng. The unappealing duo of Jia Tinan and Li Tingting, along with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's delightful pairing, saw an increase in votes. However, despite their efforts, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group still hadn't reached the top spot. After all, those who had been paid for their votes were quite formidable. Jia Tinan, having been tricked, couldn't demand his money back and had to quietly accept his role as the gullible one. After declining Shen Feng's additional offer for 2 straws, he slinked away with Li Tingting to divide their breakfast. Shen Feng finished off the last egg and sipped some soy milk. Once Jiang Wanwan had finished eating, he inquired, "Are you full?" Jiang Wanwan patted her little belly and nodded with satisfaction. "I'm full. Let's head out and check off some scenic spots." Together, they led the cameraman directly to their first destination, a romantic museum located in the tourist town. They had already discussed this location while eating, as they had spent 2 days in the town and were familiar with some information about the museum. This romantic museum was quite a famous hotspot in the area, attracting many influencers who visited not for tourism, but merely to take a few photographs. The reason Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng chose this place wasn't merely to fit the theme of a romantic variety show. The most significant reason was that it was free. The Love Museum presents daily challenges for visiting couples, offering them the chance to secure complimentary entry upon successful completion. Clearly, this venue stands out as an ideal spot for them to check off on their list while saving money. Upon arriving at the museum, however, they discover several cameras already set up. As they approach, they see another celebrity duo, Zhang Wei and Meng, and the formidable pair already at the entrance. To their surprise, someone has beaten them to the punch. Jiang Wanwan hastily pulls Shen Feng along as they rush over. Zhang Wei and Meng, and evidently recent arrivals, are inquiring about the free entry as well. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng overhear a staff member explaining, "Today, there's only 1 free entry available. You must complete a word-guessing challenge. If you can guess 10 words correctly within 2 minutes, you will qualify." Wanwan quickly raises her hand to ask, "Can we participate as well?" The staff member apologetically responds, "These 2 arrived first, so they must go first. If they fail, only then may you proceed." Wanwan's expression visibly sours. Zhang Wei and Meng and soon begin their word-guessing challenge. Zhang Wei acts out the words while Meng guesses. The live broadcast director shifts the camera to focus on them. The mighty CP team guessing words. Could it be a walk in the park? Zhang Wei and Meng and not only belong to the same company, but have also collaborated on several projects. They appear to be good friends off-screen, so this challenge should pose no difficulty for them. Poor Wanwan. It seems she won't be getting the next free entry after all. What is Jiang Wanwan doing? Why is she crouching down? Observant viewers notice that in a corner of the frame, Wanwan is squatting on the ground, seemingly engaged in some activity. Recognizing that the challenge is still in its preparatory phase, the director temporarily cuts to Wanwan. It becomes apparent that Wanwan is drawing something on the ground. The audience is puzzled. Director Chun shares their confusion and quickly inquires through his earpiece. Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing? Wanwan looks up at the camera trained on her and suddenly says, can you please blur this out during the broadcast? If you promise, I'll tell you what I'm doing. Of course, Director Chun replies eagerly. I'm drawing circles to curse Zhang Wei and Ming, and Wanwan declares. Director Chun, are you in elementary school? Haha. Jiang Wanwan is so playful, drawing a circle to curse them. This is too adorable. But what about the live broadcast? My dear, are you a bit daft? Haha. Amid Wanwan's playful curse, Zhang Wei and Ming's guessing challenge commences. Although both are not particularly high-profile stars, they have collaborated numerous times and are season partners. Speculation has circulated among marketing accounts, suggesting they might be romantically involved. Given this backdrop, everyone assumes the challenge should not be too taxing for them. However, the audience's perception soon shifts. The words provided by the Love Museum are not challenging. Yet, Zhang Wei and Ming struggle to guess several of them correctly. A word as simple as sheep eludes them, with Zhang Wei gesticulating frantically while Ming can only guess sheep. Frustrated viewers flood the comment section. Why can't they guess such simple words? The previous words were equally straightforward. It feels like their thought processes are misaligned. Weren't they supposed to have great chemistry? Is this all they have? Zhang Wei seems agitated, furrowing his brow and stamping his foot. Is it really that serious? After several incorrect guesses, Zhang Wei's expression turns sour. He perceives the words as simple, yet Ming continues to guess incorrectly. It feels as though they are on different wavelengths. Finally, Zhang Wei exclaims, we need a switch. I'll guess. He cannot comprehend how such easy words could be so elusive. However, once in the guessing position, Zhang Wei is taken aback. He realizes that guessing and acting out are entirely different tasks. Standing in the guessing spot means he can only interpret the information through Ming's gestures. Some actions are clear to the audience and but Zhang Wei is left in the dark, resorting to random guesses that miss the mark entirely. Consequently, his performance is not markedly better than Ming's. Soon, the 2 minutes elapse. Zhang Wei and Ming manage to guess only 6 words, falling short of the 10-word target, resulting in failure. Their expressions are less than favorable as they silently step aside, avoiding eye contact. Are they really sulking? Is it necessary? I read gossip earlier claiming their relationship was excellent. It seems odd to quarrel so easily. Could the rumors have been mere publicity stunts? Zhang Wei criticized Ming for guessing incorrectly, yet his own performance was hardly any better. I feel like if I were paired with my boyfriend, we would have guessed more. Initially inclined to vote for the couple, viewers reconsider. Hurry, let's switch partners. I want to see Wanwan guess. In the comments, some criticize Zhang Wei and Ming, while others eagerly await Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's performance. As expected, the trolls and haters rear their heads, unwilling to miss any opportunity for negativity. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng? I doubt either of them will guess correctly. What chemistry could they possibly share? Exactly. A forced publicity stunt. Not only is there no chemistry, but they likely have no animosity either. Some discerning viewers counter. But I saw Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng interacting quite normally. Shen Feng dotes on her. When she mentioned wanting to eat a meat sandwich, he went out of his way to get several for her. Yet, trolls quickly retaliate. Is there really anyone who takes the show seriously? No one could possibly think Wanwan would be interested in someone like Shen Feng. A mere connection. Laughable. Of course, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng remain oblivious to this chatter. Upon witnessing Zhang Wei and Ming's failure, Wanwan excitedly high-fives Shen Feng, exclaiming, curse successful. Shen Feng gently pats her head. Keep your voice down. We haven't blurred that out yet. Don't let anyone hear. Wanwan nods vigorously. Their delightful interaction catches the attention of many viewers who are tempted to comment, but upon noticing the trolls disparaging Shen Feng, they hold back. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng approach the Love Museum staff to request a word-guessing challenge. Many viewers, anticipating a spectacle, invite their friends to join in. They are eager to see how Jiang Wanwan and the recently debuted Shen Feng fare in a challenge even Zhang Wei and Ming could not complete. As the number of viewers and the excitement in the live broadcast room continue to rise, the word-guessing challenge between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng officially commenced. Chapter 29. Did the production team leak the answers? Shen Feng took on the role of charades, while Jiang Wanwan was tasked with guessing. Once both participants signaled their readiness, the staff unveiled the answer board. First question, national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Shen Feng pointed at Jiang Wanwan. She paused momentarily before promptly exclaiming, fish sinking, geese falling. The moon conceals, flowers blush, a beauty that topples kingdoms, with a visage like the moon, unparalleled elegance, a lotus emerging from the water, captivating to behold. National beauty and heavenly fragrance. Correct. Shen Feng clapped his hands. Next question. Second question. Fish sinking, geese falling. Once again, Shen Feng gestured towards Jiang Wanwan. She immediately responded. Fish sinking, geese falling. The moon conceals correct. Next question. Staff, Director Chun, audience. What kind of game is this? Wait, is this too fast? 2 guesses in less than 5 seconds. Are they human? Is this truly a test of chemistry? Or merely a measure of Jiang Wanwan's self-adoration? I'm curious how many self-descriptive terms she has memorized. Did the production team leak the answers? Some comments began to question the fairness of the production team. The online trolls and haters, equally stunned by the duo's rapid-fire guessing, quickly regained their composure and resumed typing furiously. I suspect answers were leaked. This must be scripted. Certainly, Lanyu Entertainment must have bribed them to hype up the CP of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Seeing these comments, Director Chun felt wronged. He truly had not accepted any money from Lanyu, nor had he leaked any answers, although the staff member was someone he had arranged in advance, and the questions were from the production team. He had never informed anyone. Moreover, the long list of adjectives Jiang Wanwan recited contained hardly any from the question bank. It was merely a coincidence. Contemplating this, Director Chun hastily contacted the staff outside, instructing them to avoid any questions related to appearances henceforth. The next question, indeed, was unrelated to looks. Third question, waiting by the stump for a rabbit. This one should be a challenge, he thought. If she guesses this one quickly, I might suspect there's a mole on my team. Then, Shen Feng pointed first at his hand, then at Jiang Wanwan. Waiting by the stump for a rabbit. She declared instantly. Director Chun, audience, no way. I said the answers were leaked, didn't I? How else can this be explained? Director Chun was quite upset and immediately thought of checking for an undercover agent among his staff. But suddenly, a comment appeared that left him and the other agitated viewers momentarily speechless. Shen Feng pointed at his hand, then at Jiang Wanwan. Hand, pig. Any normal person could guess waiting by the stump for a rabbit from that. Just a hypothesis, not necessarily correct. The comments fell silent for a moment. I understand the reasoning, but why did he point Jiang Wanwan as a pig? Isn't the more frightening aspect that she guessed it in a second? Does she subconsciously accept she is a pig? While I find this explanation quite logical, I still believe they must have had the answers leaked. This is just too fast. At that moment, the staff turned to the next question. Fourth question, childhood sweethearts. Shen Feng pointed at Jiang Wanwan, then at himself. This time, Jiang Wanwan finally hesitated before saying, couples united in heart? Upon seeing Shen Feng shake his head, she continued guessing. Then, mutual affection? Respectful as guests? Harmonious partnership? Husband and wife supporting each other? Could it be deep brotherly love? Sworn brothers? Or perhaps deep father-son affection? Soldiers fighting side by side? Wait, couples, brothers. And now fathers. What is going on with their relationship? After a few more seconds, Jiang Wanwan finally realized. Childhood sweethearts. Shen Feng nodded. Hold on. Let us set aside the bizarre notions of couples, brothers, and fathers. Why are Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng childhood sweethearts? Aren't they merely colleagues? Some audience members began to express their doubts. Could it be another case of the company manufacturing their relationship? Perhaps, after all, he is just the pampered pretty boy of the Lanyu CEO. The online trolls seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Hey, I know Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. We were classmates in elementary school. They grew up together, so stop spreading misinformation. Believe you? I could just as easily claim to be Jiang Wanwan's father. Spreading rumors requires no cost. At that moment, in Zhonghai City, Jiang Zhe, watching the live stream, furrowed his brows upon seeing that comment. He quickly typed a response. I am her father. Who do you think you are? Then, he received a notification. You have been muted by the moderator. Looking at the message on the screen, Jiang Zhe slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Fifth question, heavy traffic. For this question, Shen Feng finally refrained from pointing at either himself or Jiang Wanwan. He first mimicked driving, then gestured as if playing ping pong. Jiang Wanwan followed suit, then guessed. Heavy traffic. Correct. Next. The dragon team must feel offended. Haha. Shen Feng's gestures are excellent. Even without leaked answers, one could guess easily. If there were no leaks, they certainly have remarkable chemistry. If it were me, I'd still be pondering. Perhaps your brain just isn't sharp enough. Sixth question. Heaven punishes, earth eliminates. Before Shen Feng even began to gesture, the comments flooded in. I'm guessing Shen Feng will first point to the sky, then to Jiang Wanwan. One sure enough, Shen Feng pointed first at the sky, then at Jiang Wanwan. Heaven punishes, earth eliminates. Jiang Wanwan immediately responded, "Oh no, I think I've grasped their pattern. Perhaps they truly Haven T leaked answers. I understand the logic, but still, why is Jiang Wanwan referred to as a pig? Wanwan, how can you just accept being called a pig? Can't you at least put up a fight?" As the 7th, 8th, and 9th questions followed, the progress of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's team was rapid enough to leave the production team feeling dizzy. Shen Feng's gestures were precise and succinct, while Jiang Wanwan's comprehension was lightning fast. Some of Shen Feng's actions were not immediately relatable to the words that needed to be guessed. For instance, in the 10th question, "Stop when enough is enough," the audience felt this phrase was nearly impossible to guess. Yet Shen Feng merely executed 2 gestures. First, 2 arms were raised in unison, and the head tilted slightly to the side. It was a quintessential SKR gesture. Then, a hand signal was made to indicate a stop. The audience was left bewildered. However, after mumbling for a moment, Jiang Wanwan exclaimed, "SKR and stop. Ugh, no one to stop. All right, on to the next question. Damn, this is incredible. One truly knows how to gesture, and the other dares to guess. Honestly, I doubt my brother, with whom I've lived for over a decade, could ever share such a remarkable rapport and understanding. These two can't possibly be childhood sweethearts, can they? I always felt they seemed so familiar with each other. Stop talking nonsense. Let me clarify that my childhood sweetheart and I certainly do not share such a connection." Before long, 2 minutes had passed, and Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already guessed 13 questions within a minute. Logically, they could have concluded the game. Yet, Jiang Wanwan seemed to be enjoying herself immensely. She even raised her hand, eager to switch places with Shen Feng, wanting to take her turn at gesturing. The staff hurriedly contacted the director for assistance. After all, the question bank he had prepared contained barely over 30 entries. Previously, Zhang Wei and Meng had gone through a round, and their correct guesses and skips combined accounted for a dozen questions. The remaining queries were mostly related to appearances, which the director forbade them from mentioning. The question bank was running dry. Director Chun could only pick up the intercom, clear his throat, and say, "Well, Wanwan, your task is now complete, and you've earned a free pass. There's no need to continue guessing." Jiang Wanwan, who had been thrilled at the prospect of gesturing for Shen Feng, suddenly felt disheartened. She blinked her eyes in feigned innocence, casting a pitiful gaze towards the camera. "I haven't gestured yet. I want to play." After all, Jiang Wanwan was a skilled actress. The moment her little expression appeared, the comments section exploded. "Let her play." Chapter 30. I may not understand, but I am profoundly impressed. Let her play. My Wanwan wants to play. Director, don't be ungrateful. Those who bully Wanwan will face consequences. To be honest, watching them guess has me a bit enthralled. It's so smooth. This minute is undoubtedly the highlight of today's show. I'm captivated too. I just called my friend over to watch, and now they're not guessing? At this moment, the comment section was inundated with messages. Even the detractors and trolls found it hard to interject. Seeing the barrage of comments, Director Chun felt a headache coming on. It was not that he was unwilling to let Jiang Wanwan guess. It was simply that the words were exhausted. Suddenly, the assistant director leaned in and whispered a few suggestions into Director Chen's ear. Upon hearing them, Chen's eyes lit up. This was perfect. It could satisfy Jiang Wanwan's desire to play while silencing those who accused them of leaking answers. He picked up the intercom once more and announced, "Dear audience, our program's word bank has been depleted. However, to fulfill Jiang Wanwan's wish, we have decided to introduce a new segment. We will now collect words from the comments. You can send in the words you want the Peng Hu Bei duo to guess as comments, and we will tally them in the background. Afterward, we will add the 5 most voted words to the question bank, allowing Jiang Wanwan to play with 5 more words. So, for the next 30 seconds, please feel free to flood the comments. We will announce the results in 30 seconds. As soon as Director Chun made this announcement, the live audience became animated. They had watched plenty of variety shows before, but this kind of real-time interaction, which could influence the show's outcome, was quite rare. In an instant, the comments section exploded. Director Chun glanced at the words being submitted, and he nearly lost his mind. Not a single common word among them. There were phrases like dragon's flight, monkey yoke, and lightning thunder. Director Chun didn't even know how to pronounce some of them. Even the few words he recognized were bizarre, such as Peppa Pig, YYDS, Rat's Tail Juice, King Gigi, and Master of Time Management. Some even submitted tongue twisters, like red carp and green carp and donkey and black fertilizer evaporates to gray. How could anyone possibly gesture those words? It was no wonder the comment section was a cacophony. The casual viewers were just there for fun, so their submissions were naturally eccentric. The trolls from rival companies were even more eager for Shen Feng to guess incorrectly. Thus their submissions were all the more peculiar. 30 seconds flew by. Director Chen looked at the back-end comment statistics and found that those words he couldn't even pronounce received the least votes. I thought those odd words would garner the most votes, he muttered. The assistant director adjusted his glasses and replied, the low vote count is probably because no one knows how to type those characters. You make a valid point, Chen acknowledged. He then sifted through the submissions and selected a few words to announce. Naturally, he would not strictly adhere to the audience's vote counts. For instance, one of the top 5 words was an insulting term aimed at Shen Feng, which was clearly sent by rival trolls. With Chen's experience, he had long recognized that professional trolls were prowling the comment section. He certainly could not allow such words into the question bank. Otherwise, it would only be Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng who would be displeased. Even the casual viewers would find it distasteful. Director Chen eliminated that word and replaced it with one he deemed the most challenging, albeit with fewer votes. After contemplating, an idea struck him. He picked up the intercom and said, Jiang Wanwan, the 5 words with the most votes have been determined, and shortly, our staff will write them on the board. Since these are additional questions, and they are exceedingly difficult, the program has decided that if you can guess all 5 correctly, we will award the Penghu Bei duo an extra 5 yuan in prize money. By doing this, Director Chen aimed to create some buzz and increase the show's excitement. Moreover, he believed that the last word he added would be impossible for Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng to guess. If they failed to guess, they would miss out on the money, which would create another wave of entertainment. Upon hearing about the monetary reward, Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled. She immediately cheered with joy and then turned to Shen Feng, saying, Fengzi, whether we can enjoy a nice lunch today depends on you. Shen Feng smiled and nodded. Before long, the staff wrote down the 5 peculiar words on the board. Under Director Chen's arrangement, the hardest word he had added was placed at the end of the list. The staff then revealed the board. Upon seeing the first word, Jiang Wanwan was left stunned. Jiatina. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Jiatina's group had interacted more with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan today, which left a significant impression on the audience. However, Jiang Wanwan found herself at a loss. How was she supposed to gesture this name? She began to glance around, hoping to see that unfortunate soul, Jiatina, nearby. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. Finally, Jiang Wanwan came up with an idea. She first mimicked the action of holding a cup and drinking through a straw. Subsequently, she gestured a 1 with her left hand and another 1 with her right. Then, she displayed a 2 with her left hand and a 1 with her right. Following that, she indicated a 3 with her left hand and a 5 with her right, before waving her hand dismissively. After that, there was silence. Is there a sign language expert who could explain this? I have learned sign language, and I too am awaiting an explanation. I cannot comprehend it, yet I am utterly astonished. What on earth does this mean? Let us not even mention the term Jiatena, even if I could see it now. It would be difficult to connect Wanwan's actions with Jiatena. If I could decipher this, I would not only acknowledge the absence of any hidden agenda, but I would also cast my vote for them. Such were the remarks of the audience. Then, they heard Shen Feng utter, Jiatena. Damn it, there must be something shady going on. How could this possibly be guessed? Not only the audience, but even Director Chen was left in astonishment. He picked up the walkie-talkie and, trembling, addressed Shen Feng. Can you explain how you figured that out? It's quite simple, Shen Feng replied nonchalantly. Wanwan first mimicked the action of drinking, but the emphasis was on the straw, so I connected it to the straw, milk tea, and the soybean milk I had in the morning. Initially, I did not understand the gestures Wanwan was making, but when she displayed several numbers, I grasped it. What do you mean? Do those numbers hold any significance? Director Chen was perplexed. Shen Feng had to elaborate. The left hand showing 1 and the right hand showing 1 refers to the first straw I sold to Jiatena, for which I received 1 yuan. The left hand showing 2 and the right hand showing 1 indicates that Jiatena came back to buy a second straw, and I collected another yuan from him. As for the 3 and 5, it signifies that I sold him a third straw, charging him only 50 cents. Director Chen's eyes widened. What does Wanwan's final gesture mean? It indicates that Jiatena ultimately did not purchase the 50-cent straw. Finally, Shen Feng shrugged. Was it not obvious that it was Jiatena? Director Chen, the audience. Bring me my imperial sword, so that Xiao can slice an apple. How is this easy? Is this a case of Versailles? I previously only suspected their relationship. Now I am beginning to question their species. Are they even human? What about those who claim to have deciphered it previously? Are they not embarrassed? I am in awe. I can see there is no hidden agenda. With such reading comprehension skills, who needs one? The key is the tacit understanding. If they did not share such a deep connection, they would never decipher each other's meanings, no matter how hard they tried. I am truly in awe. If my ex-boyfriend understood me this way, we might not have broken up. I am truly in awe. If I had understood my ex-girlfriend this way, we might not have broken up. Why don't you two upstairs reconcile? Votes have been cast. This couple is simply magnificent for the show. After a brief moment of silence, the comments section erupted once more. In no time, the vote count for Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan soared significantly. Even those who had received payment to criticize were left momentarily speechless. A couple? Marketing hype? Riding Jiang Wanwan's popularity? Given their level of tacit understanding, one would be hard-pressed to believe they were not already acquainted. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, the excitement in the comments was lost on them. They had already begun guessing the second question. Chapter 31. Unable to guess. The second question was not as outrageous as the first. It was a trending internet phrase. 5 words. Bad at gaming, yet loves to play. Why do I feel like this is a reference to my Wanwan? Although my Wanwan loves to play. How is she bad? This question does not seem easy to gesture either. It depends on who is doing it. If it were Zhang Wei's group, they'd be exhausted trying to guess. But with Wanwan and Shen Feng, I believe anything is possible. Upon seeing the question, Jiang Wanwan suddenly felt relieved. She gestured a 5 to indicate there were 5 words. Then, she pretended to sit at a computer, playing a game, and pointed to herself. Shen Feng immediately guessed. Bad at gaming, yet loves to play. Jiang Wanwan excitedly clapped her hands. Although I just said anything is possible. Isn't this a bit too quick? Damn, I hadn't even finished typing before it was guessed. Why do I feel like Wanwan shouldn't be happy right now? Could it be that Shen Feng has played games with Jiang Wanwan before? How did he know it was bad at gaming, yet loves to play, just from her gestures? Even Jiang Wanwan is gesturing this way. It proves she truly is bad at gaming. However, the third and fourth questions did not flow as smoothly for Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. The third question was simply 2 words, silence. Jiang Wanwan remained silent for a long time. Finally, Shen Feng guessed. Dull? Jiang Wanwan. Is Shen Feng itching for a reprimand? Yet she knew that remaining completely still would make it difficult for Shen Feng to guess. In a moment of inspiration, Jiang Wanwan recalled a recent video about high-quality oil content she had seen on Douyin. Suddenly, she spread her legs apart, made a gesture as if holding a phone, and inserted her other hand into her pocket, beginning to sway. Has my Wanwan finally become oily? Another one driven mad? What is she trying to do? How does this relate to silence? Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. This video, on their way to Lanyu County, Jiang Wanwan had shown him several times, stating that it was unbearable for a day, and she could not let him bear the pain alone. Oily content? Shen Feng guessed. Jiang Wanwan shook her head and made a gesture of singing with her mouth open. Shen Feng instantly understood her meaning and began to sing the song from the video. I dried up the silence, regretting. All right, no need to sing anymore. Yes. Jiang Wanwan joyfully gestured yay. What talent! It seemed Shen Feng's singing was quite good. It had the right feel, but unfortunately, he didn't finish. I never imagined guessing words could be played this way. I had not seen that video, but after watching it just now, my mind is filled with I dried up the silence. The fourth question was similarly challenging, consuming a bit more time for Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. This guessing game had a time limit as well, with the production team allowing them 5 minutes. They had been quite efficient with the first and second questions, consuming only a minute each. However, the third and fourth questions took significantly longer, and now they had only a minute and a half left. Likewise, only the final question remained. If they could answer this one correctly, they would win a 5 yuan prize. Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled, akin to a hungry wolf about to seize its prey. She fixated intently on the question board, awaiting the staff to flip to the next prompt. With an eager anticipation, Jiang Wanwan's expression abruptly stiffened upon seeing the forthcoming word. Ha ha ha. I voted for this word too. The one who first thought of it is truly a genius. There's no way to act this one out. It's utterly impossible. I'm in stitches. My Wanwan is completely flummoxed. Even the highest level of synergy wouldn't allow them to guess this word, for it is simply unguessable. Director Chun, relishing in his triumph, observed Jiang Wanwan's bewildered expression, secretly chuckling to himself. This particular question was one he had personally selected, undoubtedly of high caliber. He could hardly believe that these two would ever fathom it. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan was utterly befuddled. The final word was, astonishingly, cannot guess. It wasn't that Jiang Wanwan lacked the ability to guess. It was that the 4 characters of the phrase were precisely guess, not out and come. How on earth could one act that out? Jiang Wanwan was at her wit's end. She first shook her head, then waved her hands in frustration. Yet, even with the utmost camaraderie, Shen Feng could not possibly deduce the phrase, cannot guess. After several incorrect attempts, 30 seconds had slipped by, leaving only a minute remaining. Just as Jiang Wanwan was grappling with her predicament, Meng and Zhang Wei, nearby, contemplated departing. They had not secured a free pass and felt a sense of imbalance, eager to witness Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's blunders. Although Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng ultimately earned a free pass, witnessing their struggle with an unguessable word brought a modicum of comfort to Zhang Wei and Meng, and they intended to leave and continue with their tasks. However, They inadvertently ignited a spark of inspiration in Jiang Wanwan. She pointed toward Meng and Zhang Wei, signaling Shen Feng to glance over. Shen Feng cast a fleeting look in that direction and then suggested, "Mighty duo?" Jiang Wanwan shook her head. "Surface couple?" Another shake. "Harmonious yet distant?" Another shake. "Enemies turned rival?" Yet another shake. "Feigning affection? Cutting ties? Like fire and water? Father's murderer?" As Shen Feng's guesses grew increasingly absurd, many viewers in the comment section were in stitches. "Mighty duo, are you polite? Polite mighty duo, are you? May I inquire how the phrase father's murderer was deduced?" Thank goodness the mighty duo wandered off. Otherwise, they would surely seek Shen Feng for a heart-to-heart. This is hilarious. Some viewers were mindful of the dwindling time. Only 30 seconds left. They surely won't guess this time. Alas, it seems Jiang Wanwan will miss out on the prize, but their synergy has been commendable. Indeed, this question is exceptionally obscure. No matter how attuned they are, unless they possess telepathy, it's quite impossible to guess. Certain trolls and skeptics began to stir trouble again. This question isn't difficult. Someone else might have guessed it. Exactly, if it were me, I could have guessed it. The crux is that Shen Feng's connections hinder his ability. At that moment, individuals stood up to refute these naysayers. "Can you please be quiet? From the start of this show, it's been clear you're just a bunch of haters. If you don't want to watch, then leave. Your endless whining only makes you seem more tiresome. We watch variety shows for enjoyment. We don't know the veracity of Shen Feng's alleged sponsorship. But we know we're having a great time, while you lot are just a nuisance." It's perfectly normal for them to struggle with this question. We all witnessed the chemistry between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Can't you keyboard warriors spare us your comments? Previously, when trolls had stirred up trouble, very few bystanders had spoken up. After all, they were merely casual viewers and not fans of Shen Feng or Jiang Wanwan, having no need to embroil themselves in conflict. However, after watching the show for a while, the casual viewers' perceptions of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had shifted, at least in their eyes. The bond between these two was genuinely strong, their interactions feeling remarkably natural. The show's dynamics were far superior to those of the other guest pairs. Variety shows thrive on captivating performances. As long as you can generate engaging content, avoid awkwardness, and deliver humor, you can easily attract fans. The duo of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan perfectly embodied these qualities. Their on-screen chemistry was consistently vibrant. As a newcomer, Shen Feng maintained a commendable composure. And aside from one instance where Wanwan imitated a high-quality oil dance, their interactions were devoid of any awkwardness. The audience felt as if they were watching two classmates or their own children playing with another child. Consequently, many casual viewers were beginning to transition into fans. Naturally, some brave souls emerged to confront the trolls. The comments section was ablaze with fiery exchanges. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan felt as though she was on the verge of combusting from frustration. She desperately sought a way to mimic the state of Zhang Wei and Meng, and when they were unable to guess the word. At that moment, Meng had repeatedly stated that he could not guess the term. Yet Shen Feng was now nearing the end of his list of exaggerated phrases describing a fractured relationship. Yet, he had not once veered toward the direction of cannot guess. The director had already picked up the intercom, beginning the countdown. 10, 9, 8. It was over. The prize was slipping away. $5, barely enough for a third of a meat sandwich. Snap, it was gone. Jiang Wanwan felt disheartened and sorrowful. Observing Jiang Wanwan's dejected demeanor, Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, combining Jiang Wanwan's initial gestures of shaking her head and waving her hands, alongside her subsequent portrayal of Zhang Wei and Meng N's inability to guess, Shen Feng had already deduced that the word must be cannot guess, which Meng N had repeated several times. How could he and Jiang Wanwan lack even this basic synergy? He had simply refrained from voicing it. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's woeful expression, Shen Feng finally raised his hand. Just as Director Chen was about to announce the game's conclusion, he stated, "The word is cannot guess." In an instant, Jiang Wanwan, who had been wearing a look of despair, widened her eyes in astonishment, casting a joyful glance at Shen Feng. Meanwhile, Director Chen, who had been cheerfully holding the intercom, preparing to declare the end of the game, found the device dropping from his hands as his expression froze. It was as if he had witnessed a $5 bill sprouting wings and flying away from his pocket. Chapter 32. It's you who insists on pushing my head down. In the comments of the live broadcast, upon witnessing Shen Feng's last-minute guess, the supporters of Shen Feng were invigorated, emboldened to counter the trolls. Come on, trolls. Keep hurling insults. Earlier, you claimed Shen Feng was riding on Jiang Wanwan's coattails and that they were merely colleagues, yet he guessed over a dozen words in a minute. Now you say the production team leaked the answers. Now that he has guessed all these bizarre words concocted by the audience, I'm curious to see what excuses these trolls will conjure up next. This particular group of interactions is evidently far more entertaining than the others. Yet the voting results remain astonishingly low. Is it the dark machinations of the production team at play? Or are you detractors orchestrating some sort of conspiracy? How infuriating. Based solely on the performances of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan today, I have become an ardent supporter of their team. Anyone who dares to criticize Shen Feng must first tread over the remains of my keyboard. Clearly, those who disparage him are merely paid trolls. I have been part of the fan community for quite some time, and I can assure you that those consistently attacking Shen Feng have likely been financially incentivized. Having finally grasped a solid reason to denounce the detractors and trolls targeting Shen Feng, many of them now find themselves at a loss for words. A few, pushed to the edge, resorted to profanity, only to be swiftly muted by the vigilant moderators of the livestream. In an instant, the atmosphere of the chat room has improved significantly. Meanwhile, Director Chun has instructed the staff to present Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with a 5 yuan note. Upon receiving the 5 yuan, Jiang Wanwan enthusiastically cheered and raised her hand toward Shen Feng. You are truly amazing, Fengzi. Shen Feng almost immediately reciprocated by raising his hand for a high five. Wan Ji's gestures are superior. Indeed, Fengzi, Vanye. Their nicknames are quite intimate. What exactly is their relationship? Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have been part of the production team for several days, and Director Chun is well aware that their connection is anything but ordinary. Observing the audience's evident curiosity regarding their relationship, he resolved to delve deeper. His 5 yuan must not be squandered. Grasping his walkie-talkie, he addressed the still celebrating Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, your performance in the word-guessing challenge was exceptionally harmonious. First and foremost, congratulations on earning a complimentary visit to the Museum of Love, and secondly, congratulations on receiving an extra 5 yuan in prize money. However, I must pose a question on behalf of the audience. What was your relationship prior to participating in this program? And how is it that you share such a remarkable synergy? Just as Shen Feng contemplated the perfect response, Jiang Wanwan suddenly winked at the camera, playfully saying, guess. With that, she pulled Shen Feng and dashed into the Museum of Love. The wink left the cameraman momentarily dumbfounded. Only after both had entered the museum did he snap back to reality, hurriedly hoisting his camera and following them inside. The audience in the live stream shared a similar sense of astonishment. She winked at me. Does she like me? Nonsense. She was clearly looking at me. She asked my wife. Wanwan, hee Wanwan. I almost forgot Jiang Wanwan was a girl, let alone a beauty. So adorable. She made the first move. She must take responsibility. Mom, I'm in love. Hold on, though. While she was undeniably cute just now, are we not overlooking a vital question? What did she mean by guess? That seems rather dismissive. Indeed, Wanwan appears not to have addressed the question directly. Damn it, she managed to evade it. Director Chun, noticing this barrage of comments, realized he had allowed her to slip through his fingers. His 5 yuan was wasted. Jiang Wanwan, who had entered the Museum of Love ahead of the cameraman, let out a sigh of relief. She turned off her microphone and flashed a smile at Shen Feng. ISNT my Wan Ge quite clever. Shen Feng also muted his mic, affectionately ruffling her hair. Clever indeed. Was that one cute? Quite. As Shen Feng spoke, he noticed the cameraman had yet to catch up. He suddenly whispered, I didn't see it clearly just now. Could you do it again? Jiang Wanwan winked at Shen Feng, closing one eye, uncertain of Shen Feng's intentions. She obediently shut both eyes. The next moment, Jiang Wanwan felt a warm sensation on her lips. Startled, she opened her eyes wide, only to find Shen Feng leaning in, softly kissing her. A blush crept across her face, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shen Feng's shoulders, deepening the kiss. When the cameraman finally rushed in, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Wanwan, resembling a mischievous child, playfully draping her arm over Shen Feng's shoulder, pointing at the pastel decorations of the Museum of Love. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the cameraman felt relieved. It seemed he had not missed any critical shots. Wangu, your reflexes are impressive, Shen Feng gently remarked in Jiang Wanwan's ear. Her ears tingled, and her face, still flushed, became even more awkward. She let out a low hum. You, Wangu, are quite the thespian. Yet you, recording a show, dared to nearly get caught. You truly have some nerve. With that, Jiang Wanwan playfully pinched Shen Feng. He winced in feigned distress, saying, I merely intended a light peck, but you insisted on pushing my head down. Be quiet. Jiang Wanwan pinched him again, causing him to flinch. Their relationship is genuinely quite good. They are quite close. Are they whispering jokes to each other? I see Shen Feng is so pleased he is almost twitching. These two don't resemble a couple. They seem more like buddies. The audience remained unaware of the emotional turmoil Shen Feng was experiencing. Through the cameraman's lens, they observed the playful camaraderie between Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Convinced that their relationship was indeed special. Could they truly be childhood sweethearts? At that moment, a particularly attention-grabbing comment appeared. I've been saying for ages that I'm classmates with them. They've been inseparable since elementary school, attending the same middle and high schools. I've posted their old photos on my personal page. Check it out if you don't believe me. Honestly, I never expected Shen Feng to join a variety show, but his bond with Jiang Wanwan is undoubtedly not a publicity stunt. They're true pals, the kind that has climbed walls together, blown up stinky pits, and even let air out of the teacher's bicycle tires. Instantly, some viewers clicked on this person's profile to investigate. Sure enough, they found several photographs featuring a multitude of children, reminiscent of group activities during their elementary and middle school days. The highlighted images indeed featured two children who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. In one photo, a boy and a girl frolic together, their faces beaming with joy despite the image's slight blur. Another photo depicted Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan standing against a wall as punishment. The poster noted that this was after they had stuffed the lock of their teacher's bicycle, resulting in their capture and subsequent reprimand. They had sworn to the entire class that they would never block the teacher's bicycle lock again. The audience was taken aback. What mischievous children! They then noticed another remark stating, the next day, the teacher's bicycle was adorned with 6 additional locks. The viewers were left even more astonished. Well, it seems they indeed did not block the teacher's lock. But you two are likely to give the teacher a heart attack. After scrolling through several more photos, the audience finally returned to the live stream, witnessing Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng strolling through the Love Museum, arms linked. Their emotions were tumultuous. Now, whenever I see Jiang Wanwan smile, I can't help but check if I have extra locks on my bicycle. Chapter 33. Hoping to be with them forever. Not every viewer ventured to peruse the photos on that person's profile. Some, upon reading this remark, were left bewildered. What bike lock? What are you talking about? Just check that guy's profile. It turns out Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng are indeed childhood friends. Consequently, more people rushed to explore the profile of the individual claiming to be a classmate of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Then came the reactions. I can't believe you call this childhood friendship. I think you're tarnishing the pure and beautiful term childhood friends. Is green the color of bruises? And bamboo referring to firecrackers? No wonder that person referred to them as brothers. Only a true brother would engage in such behavior. I had my doubts about whether they were a couple, but now I kneel in repentance. If they are a couple, then Lu Guan and Zhang must be in a love triangle. I used to feel indifferent towards Jiang Wanwan's beauty. It turns out she had quite a wild side back then. Is this considered dirt on Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng? Suddenly, a comment sparked an idea. What nonsense! Does wetting the bed as a child count as dirt on you now? That makes sense. In any case, the viewers' perceptions of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had notably shifted. Although this variety show had only aired for less than 3 hours, the audience's emotional roller coaster had already experienced countless highs and lows. For instance, outside the screen was Jiangxia, previously silenced on his account. He registered anew using his wife, Su Yan's phone. Seeing a crowd discussing his daughter's childhood antics, he hastily typed, Wanwan was quite obedient as a child. It's that rascal Shen Feng who led her astray. Are you another one of Shen Feng's haters? Blaming everything on him? From those photos, it seems Jiang Wanwan was more mischievous than Shen Feng. Jiang just scoffed. What do you mean I'm blaming him? You think I don't know what kind of person Shen Feng is? Yes, just a little scoundrel. All he does is lead Wanwan to eat, drink, and have fun, neglecting his responsibilities. Well, it seems the haters have realized they can't tarnish Shen Feng's reputation through his connections, so they've switched tactics to attack his character instead. At least find something about him as an adult to criticize. Is it interesting to drag up childhood matters? In truth, after viewing those photographs, the number of individuals willing to defend Shen Feng and speak on his behalf only grew, with those images as evidence. It was undeniable that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had known each other for a long time, with a deep bond. The persona of ironclad buddies was indeed captivating. Consequently, the support for the Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan duo continued to rise, and more individuals were inclined to defend him. In no time, Jiangxia felt overwhelmed, struggling to keep up with the barrage of comments. Frustrated, he took a sip of water, ready to engage in a verbal battle. He then noticed a private message pop up in the livestream platform. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from a user with the ID Wanwan Fan Group. Wanwan Fan Group. Sister, are you also a hater of Shen Feng? Is there an organization? Would you like to join our group? We are all fans of Wanwan. Wanwan Fan Group. Currently, most in the live stream support Shen Feng. Your insults won't work. We need a strategy. Here, SR group number 10507. Let us discuss together. This person was, in fact, the leader of a paid online army working for a rival entertainment agency. Posing as a fan of Jiang Wanwan, while deliberately inciting conflict between her fans and Shen Feng's. They aimed to make Jiang Wanwan's fans believe that Shen Feng was merely riding on her coattails, thus prompting them to turn against him. However, Jiang Zhe remained unaware of these machinations. Seeing a group dedicated to disparaging Shen Feng, he felt a surge of excitement. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He promptly joined the group. Within it, nearly all members were fans of Jiang Wanwan. After some contemplation, Jiang Zhe decided to reveal his true identity, making it clear that Jiang Wanwan's parents were always on their side, supporting them against Shen Feng. Therefore, upon entering the group, he sent a message, "Greetings everyone, I am Jiang Wanwan's father." Jiang Zhe anticipated cheers, gasps, and a warm welcome from Jiang Wanwan's fans. Instead, Wanbao hug, "Administrator, I'm still your father." Wanbao hug, "Administrator, who dares to insult Wanwan here? Get lost." Jiang Zhe could only watch in disbelief as the system notified him. "You have been kicked out of the group chat." Jiang Zhe. He pounded the table in frustration. Jiang Wanwan was blissfully unaware that her father had just been humiliated by her fans. At that moment, she and Shen Feng were busy taking photos at the Love Museum. Initially, Jiang Wanwan had come here with the intention of completing a task, planning to take a few pictures and leave. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find the Love Museum quite enjoyable. Though it was called a museum, it housed very few relics. Instead, it was filled with an array of adorable, sweet, and whimsical trinkets, alongside many beautifully decorated rooms in soft pinks or with romantic themes. Just like the room where Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng currently found themselves. The walls were painted a delicate pink, adorned with charming hanging decorations. One wall featured a large net woven from white cotton rope, strung with numerous pink notes, each filled with various messages. These were left by previous visitors, expressing the love between couples. Enthralled, Jiang Wanwan picked up a pen and a pink note beneath the net and began to write herself. Director Chen quickly used the intercom to remind the cameraman, "Hurry and see what she's writing." The cameraman rushed over, but before he could arrive, Jiang Wanwan had already held up her note to the camera. The audience widened their eyes, eager to see what she had written. Upon reading it, their expressions froze. "I hope Director Chen can give me more money tomorrow." Director Chen. Hey, let us see what Shen Feng is writing." Director Chen discovered that Shen Feng was also writing and quickly changed the topic, prompting the cameraman again. Just like Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng presented his note to the camera before the cameraman could arrive. The audience again widened their eyes. "I hope Director Chen can give Wanwan more money tomorrow." Director Chen. These two are such money-minded individuals. What was I expecting? Why did I think they would write something sweet? Though I do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, it would be delightful to depart from this world together on the same day, month, and year. I feel that Shen Feng's words carry a hint of indulgence, don't you think? You dare to ship their sweetness, huh? Be cautious, or you might find 6 additional locks on your vehicle tomorrow. Since the emergence of those photographs, the 6 locks have become an inside joke within the live stream. All right, it's finished. Let us venture to the next room. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng hung their notes on the rope net. Then, with a wave of her hand, Jiang Wanwan set off towards the next chamber. The photographer, being the closest to the door, naturally exited first. Once the photographer stepped out, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged glances. They simultaneously flipped over the 2 small notes that were hung together. Following that, they shared a smile and exited the room. On the pristine white rope net, the 2 small notes were positioned exceedingly close to one another. "I hope to be with him forever. I hope to be with her forever. The one I love. My beloved." Chapter 34, Cheesy Love Lines. While Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were still enjoying the romance museum, other groups of guests were also engaged in their tasks. Director Chen instructed the director to switch the main live stream's focus to the other groups. Many viewers in the main live stream immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "I want to watch Peng Hu Bei. Don't cut away from it. My friend brought me here specifically to see Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's group. Switch back. Switch back. Director, if you don't switch back soon, I'll make sure to have 6 more locks on your bicycle tomorrow." Some irate viewers began to shout. Fortunately, there were still calm individuals in the live stream. Actually, this program has both main and secondary live streams. Everyone can switch to the secondary live stream for Peng Hu Bei, which features the entire broadcast of the Peng Hu Bei group. Thus, the audience in the main live stream began to migrate. Director Chen watched helplessly as the viewer count in the main live stream plummeted from the hard-earned 40,000 during the guessing game to 30,000, then down to 15,000. Ultimately, only 1/8 of the audience remained in the main live stream. Director Chen felt a chill in his heart. He understood that most viewers were drawn in by Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's seamless guessing game. These individuals were not only attracted by the Penghu Bei group, but had also become fans of them. It was only natural for them to follow the Penghu Bei group. But could they not spare him a little face? Must they leave so abruptly? Clearly, the other groups were equally entertaining. Director Chen silently glanced at the split screens of the other groups. He observed the somewhat greasy and pretentious influencer group. He noted the standoffish power group. He glanced at Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's group, who were squatting on the ground, contemplating how to procure tickets after being deceived by Shen Feng this morning. All right, it does seem that Shen Feng's group is a tad more captivating. Nonetheless, Director Chen could not solely focus the camera on Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan throughout the entirety of the program. After all, this was a variety show featuring 8 individuals. Even without the tasks arranged by the production team, the chemistry between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was enough to fill the show with entertainment. Just like at this moment. In the Romance Museum's Cheesy Love Line exhibition hall, various cheesy love lines were framed on the walls. Jiang Wanwan, feeling playful, urged Shen Feng to read her the first half of a cheesy line, and she would guess the second half. Shen Feng chuckled and agreed. He began reciting the cheesy love lines from the wall. Shen Feng, do you know what my flaw is? Jiang Wanwan, is it a lack of brains? Shen Feng. The audience. Damn, I just sprayed water all over my screen. Jiang Wanwan, you owe me a new screen. Jiang Wanwan's thought process is quite peculiar, isn't it? Did you just realize that? Your reaction is rather slow, too. I'm dying of laughter. These two are such a riot. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Shen Feng sighed helplessly. It's you who are the flaw. Jiang Wanwan, are you implying that I'm lacking in brains? Shen Feng. The audience erupted with a barrage of laughter-filled comments. Under Jiang Wanwan's encouragement, Shen Feng recited the second cheesy line. Shen Feng, do you like drinking water? Wanwan, no. Shen Feng. This is impossible to continue. Truly. It is impossible. He sighed in resignation. You should say you like it. Jiang Wanwan, with wide eyes of disbelief. But I don't like it. Can you change it to cola? Fine. All right, I do like drinking water. Shen Feng then stated. Then you must be enamored with the 70 version of me. Jiang Wanwan fell silent for a moment. Finally, she remarked, how awkward. Huh, I could not be awkward. You completely disrupted the atmosphere. I seriously suspect that Jiang Wanwan's aversion to drinking water stems from her head being filled with water. Don't disparage her. Jiang Wanwan might just be a bit simple-minded. Don't criticize my Wanwan. She is already so foolish. Can't you show her some kindness? I can't take it anymore. I'll laugh harder during the guessing game than ever. I need to share this live stream with my friends. Me too. I can't be the only one suffering from this. Shen Feng was currently reluctant to recite the third cheesy love line. Based on his understanding of Jiang Wanwan, he could already predict what she was about to say. However, Jiang Wanwan was in high spirits and insisted that Shen Feng continue. Shen Feng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to obediently recite the third cheesy line. Shen Feng, the box that holds a ring is called a ring box. Do you know what the box that holds you and me is called? Jiang Wanwan replied earnestly. An urn? Just as expected. Shen Feng sighed dramatically. He had known Jiang Wanwan would say this. It was indeed a match made in heaven. Shen Feng patted Jiang Wanwan on the head and remarked, I can hear the exhaustion in Shen Feng's tone. Don't mention him. Even I'm exhausted from laughing too much. I'm laughing so hard that my facial mask is about to crack. To think that in the cheesy love line section of the Romance Museum, Jiang Wanwan would associate those words with an urn. She must be a first. I just got here, and I'm already laughing foolishly. What a talent. Well, I can only say you arrived late. You missed the earlier classic line about a lack of brains. Others in the live stream expressed their sentiments. Now I understand why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan are such close friends. If she were his girlfriend, he'd probably be exasperated beyond measure by now. Forget exasperated. The grass on his grave would be knee-high. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan had already dragged Shen Feng to read the fourth cheesy line. Shen Feng had reached a state of numbness. He had given up trying to salvage the situation and straightforwardly recited, I want to take something from you. Jiang Wanwan looked at Shen Feng in horror. Take my life? Shen Feng, no, it's to marry you. And then came the fifth cheesy line. I want to buy a piece of land from you. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in terror. Are you asking for my head? Shen Feng, no, it's your unwavering devotion. The sixth line, the seventh line, the eighth line. After completing a series of cheesy love phrases, Shen Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially, he had a cunning plan, believing that this segment of corny lines presented a splendid opportunity to publicly confess his feelings to Jiang Wanwan under the guise of reciting love verses. However, Jiang Wanwan, with her ethereal understanding, cleverly turned the segment into a comedic duet. As Shen Feng relaxed, the audience too felt a wave of relief. Finally, it's over. I truly can't take it anymore. I'm laughing too hard. Are these two trying to make me laugh myself to death and then inherit my Huabei bill? This is the first time I've watched a dating show and laughed to the point of pain in my cheeks. Jiang Wanwan is forever an idol. That segment of cheesy love phrases should be enshrined in the anthology of Iron Straight Women quotes. A considerable influx of new viewers poured into the live stream, all drawn by their friends. At this moment, some began to inquire about Shen Feng. Who is this guy? Is he paired with Jiang Wanwan? He is quite handsome. In the last few cheesy phrases, he and Jiang Wanwan spoke in unison. Do they share such a remarkable rapport? A person who can keep up with Jiang Wanwan's thought process must be extraordinary. Could they really be a couple? Upon seeing the new viewers' comments, enthusiastic veteran fans stepped in to clarify. For those questioning their rapport, I suggest waiting for the edited highlights of the word-guessing challenge. You'll witness true synergy. And for those suggesting they're a couple, please have some decorum. They are close friends. For those who doubt, please visit Shen Feng's childhood friend's profile for photographic evidence. Their bond is one of life and death. Lastly, let me introduce to all the new viewers. Wanwan's partner is Shen Feng, and their duo is called Penghu Bei. Outside the screen, Director Chen observed the live stream audience for Penghu Bei surpassing 60,000. His expression, a complex tapestry of emotions. If he had known that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng could create such a spectacle, he would never have switched away from the main live stream. Alas, the number of viewers in the main room barely matched a fraction of Penghu Bei's audience. How infuriating! While Director Chen wallowed in his frustration, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng had already departed from the Love Museum. With their first destination checked off, they were poised to embark to the next. Upon arriving at the second destination, a quaint garden within the tourist town, they stumbled upon Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who were singing at the entrance. However, their vocal talents left much to be desired. Before them lay a bowl with a few scattered coins. Spotting Shen Feng, Jia Tenin eagerly approached, singing while holding out the bowl, his pleading gaze unmistakably conveying, "Kind sir, spare some change, please." Listening to his voice reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, Shen Feng cast a perplexed look his way. Sighing, he inquired, "How much do I need to pay you to stop singing?" "Just 1 yuan," Jia Tenin quickly replied. Shen Feng tossed the few straws he had pocketed that morning into Jia Tenin's bowl. "No need for change, Jia Tenin." Chapter 35. This is a simple love song. Jia Tenin informed Shen Feng that the entrance fee for the quaint garden was 50 yuan, which they certainly could not afford. Therefore, the production team had set up a task at the garden entrance, allowing performers to earn tips from passersby. Each passerby could give a maximum of 1 yuan. Once they amassed 10 yuan, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting would be granted entry into the garden. Naturally, these passersby were arranged by the production team. Given that Jia Tenin was a star, it was inconceivable that unknown individuals would be permitted to approach him during filming. Moreover, Director Chen had informed these passersby that as long as Jia Tenin's singing was somewhat tolerable, they could offer money without being overly critical. Otherwise, it would hinder the group's time and affect the show's quality. Unfortunately, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's vocal performance was appallingly lackluster, to the point where even arranged passersby refrained from donating. They simply couldn't betray their own conscience. Director Chen had initially forced a few individuals to contribute, but dissatisfaction arose among the audience. Are these people hired by the production team? How could they possibly give money for such horrendous singing? I dare say, this person is either a fan of Jia or simply deaf. Fans of Jia Tenin 1T bear this burden. Neither will the deaf. This is too fake. I'm a fan of Jia, and even I can't bear to watch. His singing is notoriously bad. Let him switch tasks. Consequently, Director Chen hesitated to resort to any underhanded tactics. He could only wait for Jia Tenin to give up and change tasks. Yet, Jia Tenin demonstrated remarkable persistence, singing from 10 to 11 o'clock. Some passersby were so moved by his tenacity that they covered their ears while tossing him a yuan. Even the audience felt compelled to rally their friends and family, insisting that such atrocious singing shouldn't be inflicted upon just one person. As a result, the number of viewers in the struggling duo's live stream surged significantly. It must be said, while Jia Tenin's talent left much to be desired, he certainly excelled in the realm of entertainment. Now, Jia Tenin had managed to gather 9 yuan. If Shen Feng were willing to donate 1 yuan, he could complete the task. However, that elusive final yuan was proving difficult to acquire. Thus, upon spotting Shen Feng, Jia Tenin regarded him as a savior. Hearing Jia Tenin's plight, Shen Feng pondered for a moment before indeed producing a yuan. Jia Tenin beamed with gratitude, reaching out to accept the coin. However, Shen Feng interjected, "I can give you this 1 yuan, but you'll need to give me 5 in return." Why? Jia Tenin was utterly baffled. The production team assigned you the task of gathering 10 yuan through performances, meaning the 10 yuan you need now has no relation to what you already possess. It's merely a condition to complete your task. Shen Feng waved the yuan in his hand. This 1 yuan I'm giving you solves your immediate dilemma. Is it too much to ask for you to express your gratitude by offering me 5 yuan from your own pocket? Jia Tenin looked at Shen Feng with a sense of grievance. That's excessive. Quite excessive. We only have 10 yuan left. And Shen Feng tucked the yuan back into his pocket. Jia Tenin, bro, can we negotiate? 5 yuan is too much. How about I give you 1, so you don't lose out? Shen Feng shook his head. For yuan at minimum. Jia Tenin reluctantly proposed. 2 yuan. How about that? Before Shen Feng could respond, Jia Tenin quickly added. I know what you're going to say. 3 yuan, right? All right. Would you lend me $1 to help us complete our task? I promise to return $3 to you, ensuring you make a profit of $2. Does that sound agreeable? Shen Feng nodded, patting Jia Tenin on the shoulder. All right, you've learned to answer quickly. In the end, Jia Tenin received $1 from Shen Feng and successfully fulfilled the program's task, while Shen Feng netted a profit of $2. His total assets with Jiang Wanwan reached $42, making them extraordinarily wealthy compared to the other guests. Shen Feng is truly a cunning businessman. How much money has Jia Tenin lost to him since this morning? Looking at the money Jiang Wanwan is counting, I can see that half of it is my little Jia Tenin's hard-earned money. Sob, sob, sob. This is hilarious. Is there anyone who has compiled the clips of Shen Feng tricking Jia Tenin? I feel like it could be used for anti-fraud promotion. Returning to Li Tingting's side with a bowl in hand, Jia Tenin received a playful punch from her. Are you foolish? You've lost us $2 for nothing. We might not even afford lunch. Jia Tenin retorted, don't worry. We won't suffer a loss. Look, Shengu and his group are also coming to the little garden. They can't afford the entrance fee either, so they must complete tasks too. When they can't gather enough money, we'll employ Shan Ji's previous tactics and retrieve our funds. Li Tingting found some merit in his reasoning, though she sensed something was amiss. It was only when she saw Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan singing together, their voices resonating with an unwavering steadiness, that she realized what was wrong. Not every group sings as poorly as she and Jia Tenin did. They were performing a simple love song, echoing the intricacies of human emotions. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were singing Little Love Song by Sodaring. The song's fresh and melodious quality suited Jiang Wanwan's vocal range perfectly, while Shen Feng primarily provided harmony. Despite their unaccompanied singing, the synergy between Jiang Wanwan's lively tone and Shen Feng's seamless harmonization created an exquisite auditory experience. Not only did Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who were notoriously out of tune, appreciate it, but even the audience and director Chan were taken aback. Wow, are these two professionals? How can I hear accompaniment when they're just singing a cappella? The harmony. Shen Feng's harmony complements Jiang Wanwan so perfectly. Adding reverb would elevate it even further. These two must have practiced. They truly are best buddies. I was just dragged here to hear Jia Tenin sing, feeling like I was losing my hearing now. After hearing this song, my ears are finally restored. However, this was merely the prelude to their performance. Once the introduction concluded, Jiang Wanwan, initially in charge of the lead vocals, suddenly fell silent. As the audience and director looked on in confusion, Shen Feng, who had been providing harmony, began to sing. You know, even if the heavy rain turns this city upside down, I will hold you close. His voice, starkly different from Jiang Wanwan's, instantly transformed the song's dynamic, making it particularly captivating. Jiang Wanwan instinctively joined in with her harmonies, her soft voice blending seamlessly with Shen Feng's. If Jiang Wanwan's harmonization represented the rain that upends the city, then Shen Feng's voice embodied the city itself, overwhelmed yet willingly captivated by the downpour. You fall without hesitation. While I embrace the chaos with delight, unable to bear it, I catch a glimpse of your silhouette, pinning down my anguish as time feels like an eternity. Shen Feng gazed at Jiang Wanwan, who met his gaze with a smile, both reminiscing about their high school days. At a sophomore party, they had sung this very little love song together. The same melody, the same harmonies, and the same connection. They had rehearsed it only once back then, yet even now, after both having experienced rebirths, their synchronization was as flawless as ever. As they reached the climax of the song, they sang in unison, as if serenading the audience. And more so, expressing their feelings for each other. Even if the entire world is held captive by loneliness, I will not flee. For inescapably, we all grow old, inscribing my castle where time and music intertwine. As the final notes faded, they held hands and beamed at one another. Meanwhile, whether it was Li Tingting, Jia Tenin, the bystanders, or the viewers before the screen, everyone was momentarily speechless. Even the barrage of comments fell silent for a brief moment. A A few seconds later, the first comment appeared. I don't know how to express this. It's just incredible. I was moved to tears. It reminded me of my first love, who adored this song. Did these two eat onions while singing? I can't stop my tears. I wasn't just moved to tears. I was warmed to tears. Their harmony is so beautiful. It feels so comforting. Though I know they're just buddies, can I indulge in a moment of their sweetness? They are truly perfect together. I've never felt such a complex mix of emotions while listening to a song. They sang so beautifully. Without professional audio equipment, without reverb, without accompaniment, only two voices. Perhaps their technique was not professional grade, nor were their vocal qualities the finest, but the emotions they conveyed and their harmony were undeniably poignant. Director Chun, too, removed his glasses to wipe his misty eyes and quietly applauded. At the recording site, the bystanders slowly returned to reality. Some couldn't resist applauding, while others hurriedly approached Shen Feng to hand him money. Li Tingting was also in tears, tugging at Jia Tenen's arm and sobbing. Can you lend me $1? I want to contribute to them too. Chapter 36, What Poverty? Ultimately, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan managed to gather $20, primarily because the program team had arranged for 20 bystanders. Regrettably, the program's regulations dictated that regardless of how much they collected, it all had to be submitted without any personal gain. Thus, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's assets did not increase. After completing their task, they planned to check in at the Little Garden. Jia Tenen and Li Tingting, however, quickly positioned themselves in front of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. What is this? Trying to reclaim your money? Jiang Wanwan eyed Jia Tenen warily, her hands protectively clutching her pockets. Jia Tenen rubbed his hands together with a flattering smile. No, I merely wish to pay my respects. Shinge, could you teach me how to sing? Li Ting Gaiming, approaching Jiang Wanwan. I want to learn to sing too. Shen Feng regarded the sycophantic Jia Tenen and, after a moment, shook his head. I don't wish to teach you. Why not? Jia Tenen grasped Shen Feng's arm. Those truly gifted do not require instruction. Jia Tenen's eyes brightened. Are you saying I have talent? Yet, Shen Feng shook his head again. I simply do not want to teach you. Jia Tenen. What does that phrase mean? Shen Feng, with sincerity, replied. I was referring to myself. My singing is entirely self-taught. Jia Tenen, still somewhat unconvinced, gazed at Shen Feng and pressed on. So, Brother Shen, do you think I still have a chance to sing well? Absolutely. Shen Feng nodded earnestly. Jia Tenen's eyes sparkled once more. How can I sing well? Restarting might help. Perhaps in my next life, I could sing better. Shen Feng earnestly suggested. Ha. Restarting might just lead to better singing in the next life. What a revelation. Although my little Jia Tenen's singing is quite dreadful, Brother Shen, couldn't you phrase it a bit more delicately? Ha. I believe that was already quite tactful. At least it offers a glimmer of hope. Jia Tenen, feeling deflated by Shen Feng's words, remained silent for a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan and Li Tingting were getting along quite harmoniously. Li Tingting sought Jiang Wanwan's advice on singing techniques, and Jiang Wanwan generously provided guidance. Witnessing this, Jia Tenen resolved to abandon Shen Feng and seek solace with Jiang Wanwan. He approached her, lamenting. Wanwan, Brother Shen said I want to be able to sing well until my next life. How unfair. Can you teach me? Jiang Wanwan scrutinized Jia Tenen for a moment and said, sing a couple of lines for me. All right, please be quiet. Jiang Wanwan swiftly interrupted him. Jia Tenen looked at Jiang Wanwan. What do you think I should do to improve my singing? Jiang Wanwan replied earnestly. I believe Shen Feng is correct. Jia Tenen squatted in a corner, drawing circles. I also concur with Shen Feng. Ha, little Jia Tenen, it's time to give up. I can't take it anymore. I just shed tears, and now I'm about to burst into laughter again. The dynamic between these two groups is simply too entertaining. They are all comedic geniuses. Where did the production team find such delightful characters? Ultimately, the Penghu Bei group and a not-so-good group entered the quaint garden together. The garden featured some antiquated architecture and scenery, offering limited activities. The only novelty was a costume room filled with ancient attire available for visitors to try on. Jiang Wanwan eagerly dragged Shen Feng inside. Having acted in period dramas and worn ancient costumes before, her interest was somewhat muted. However, she was keen to see how Shen Feng would look in these traditional garments. After rummaging through the selections, she chose a moon-white robe for him, paired with a black cloak, and encouraged Shen Feng to change inside. She, along with the photographer, Li Tingting and Jia Tenen, waited outside. Before long, as the door creaked open, the figure clad in a white robe and black cloak emerged. Even Jiang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Clothes make the man. Shen Feng was undeniably handsome, always had been. However, his usual casual attire often belied his good looks. Now, adorned in a flowing ancient robe and cloak. He appeared to have transformed into a noble gentleman from the past. Although I've always thought Shen Feng was somewhat handsome, I never anticipated he would look this dashing in ancient attire. He surpasses many first-tier stars, and importantly, he exudes a robust masculinity, looking both tall and gallant. Now, that's a true handsome man. Oh no, I was initially drawn in by the cheesy banter between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, and now I feel myself turning into a fan of Shen Feng's looks. Jiang Wanwan rushed forward, circling Shen Feng several times before finally exclaiming, "You look stunning. Fengzi, how does it feel? Do you feel like you've transformed into a different person?" Shen Feng smiled wryly. "I don't feel like a different person. Rather, I feel like I'm about to faint. It's August, and here I am in a robe and cloak. Do you want me to overheat?" Jiang Wanwan nodded seriously, acknowledging the logic. "In that case, perhaps you should remove the robe underneath." Shen Feng. Li Tingting, noticing Shen Feng's striking appearance, suddenly felt inspired. She dragged Jia Tenon into the costume room as well. Before long, Jia Tenon emerged, looking utterly reluctant. Viewers erupted in laughter upon seeing him adorned with a wig atop his head. A pink veil draped over his face, dressed in a pink feminine outfit, and clutching a handkerchief, fidgeting like an aggrieved little bride. Haha, such a little beauty. Li Tingting is a genius. I was eating, and I nearly choked on my rice. I can't believe I think Jia Tenon looks somewhat fitting next to Shen Feng in those outfits. Nan Feng CP. Let us not kid ourselves. Jia Tenon doesn't stand a chance against our brother Shen. Jia Tenon and Shen Feng, akin to two Barbie dolls, were dressed in several outfits. In the end, Shen Feng couldn't help but reflect that Wanwan truly was his beloved wife. She treated him quite well, though she had made him try on several sweltering outfits. At least they were all menswear. In stark contrast, Jia Tenon, at the mercy of Li Tingting, had been dressed in women's clothing from head to toe, a sight that was painfully awkward. The two women took over an hour before releasing Shen Feng and Jia Tenon from their fashion ordeal. As they exited the garden, it was already midday. Jiang Wanwan suggested they all go out for a meal. However, when Li Tingting and Jia Tenon counted the meager coins in their pockets, they ultimately decided against it. Enduring a bit of hunger at lunchtime seemed more feasible, as the production team would surely provide food after the evening broadcast concluded. However, Jiang Wanwan couldn't bear to wait that long, seeing that Li Tingting and Jia Tenon were unwilling to join her. She didn't press the matter further and instead took Shen Feng to a nearby restaurant. She initially intended to employ the same tactic as earlier, seeking a free meal under the guise of promoting the restaurant. Unfortunately, the owner flatly refused. After being rejected by several establishments, Jiang Wanwan finally returned to the meat sandwich shop they had visited in the morning. The owner there also declined their request, but did share an important piece of information. The production team had informed all the restaurant owners about the situation, making it impossible for them to dine for free. In the end, Jiang Wanwan had to negotiate with the owner and spent 15 yuan to purchase 2 servings of cold noodles, which she and Shen Feng began to eat. As they dined, Jiang Wanwan lamented, "We only have 27 yuan left. How impoverished we are." Upon hearing this, the audience first glanced at the famished duo of Jia Tenon and Li Tingting. Balance, 9 yuan. They then looked at the mighty group, who were working to attract patrons in exchange for lunch. Balance, 11 yuan. Next, they observed the Tianlu group, who had depleted their last savings to buy instant noodles for lunch. Balance, 0 yuan. Finally, their gaze returned to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, who were heartily enjoying their cold noodles. Balance, 27 yuan. The audience. How can this woman have the audacity to utter the word poor? The remaining 3 groups combined do not possess as much wealth as you. Chapter 37. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Live streaming programs are not typically watched continuously throughout the day. However, the live streaming room of the Penghu Bei duo, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, has seen an unceasing rise in popularity. This is largely due to their abundant humor, which compels viewers to share the stream with their friends and family. Word spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. By the time Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan ventured to their third scenic spot, the number of viewers in the live stream had surged to 60,000. As evening approached at 7 o'clock, with office workers clocking out, the viewership soared to 100,000. Even Director Chun was rendered speechless. For a variety show, achieving view counts in the hundreds of thousands or even millions is commonplace. However, such figures are usually associated with pre-recorded segments. Their endeavor is live. The audience in a live stream fluctuates, and maintaining a stable 100,000 viewers is a remarkable feat, although live variety shows are typically interactive. They often lack the polished quality of edited recordings. Furthermore, not everyone has the luxury of time to watch live broadcasts. Generally, Only the fans of celebrities are likely to stay tuned for such programs. Jiang Wanwan is not a megastar, nor a top-tier queen. She is merely a second-tier celebrity. Director Chen could hardly fathom that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng would attract such a vast audience. "Old Chen, look at this!" exclaimed the assistant director, equally astounded by the viewer count. He swiftly searched on his phone and presented it to Director Chen. Upon glancing at the assistant director's Weibo, Chen discovered that the term Penghu Bei Duo had quietly climbed to the 40th spot on the trending search list. Although the ranking was low, it was evident that this trending topic was not purchased by their production team. It had genuinely gained traction. Curious, Director Chen clicked on the trending term and found that a topic dedicated to the Penghu Bei Duo had already been established. Within the topic, numerous users had posted edited videos, with the top 3 garnering impressive view counts, a compilation of their word-guessing game, a montage of cheesy pickup lines, and a clip of their sweet love song. The love song video had amassed the highest view count, reaching 700,000. Clearly, this was the source of their burgeoning popularity. In the comments beneath the love song video, many curious onlookers inquired about the program. What is this show? Who is the man singing? What is the Penghu Bei Duo? Some trolls and haters, having found themselves unable to tarnish Shen Feng's reputation in the livestream, shifted their tactics to Weibo, seeking new ground. Upon seeing these inquiries from onlookers, they began to disparage Shen Feng as a kept boy and made baseless claims about his connections to the CEO of Lanyu Entertainment. However, before they could elaborate, Shen Feng's fans swiftly dismantled their arguments. Indeed, Shen Feng had garnered fans. Moreover, their fervor was astonishing. His fans were undoubtedly drawn from the program Let's Date starting today, having only recently become genuine followers, and their enthusiasm was palpable. Shen Feng's performance on the show was nothing short of flawless, prompting these fans to vehemently defend him against any slander. They seized upon every derogatory remark. The trolls, unwilling to back down, attempted to retaliate. Yet, they soon found themselves at a loss for words. Well, they claimed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were merely engaging in publicity stunts. Fans posted photos of their childhood friendship. Is this what you call a publicity stunt, starting from elementary school? When they alleged that Shen Feng's appearance on the show was due to favoritism, fans showcased clips of their word-guessing game. If they're this in sync, how could they not appear together on the show? Who then is truly favored? When they asserted Shen Feng had connections to debut, fans shared his historical costume photos alongside the love song. With his charm and vocal talent, he needs connections to debut? How many stars today lack even half of his caliber? If he is a product of nepotism, what does that make other stars? As the insults continued, several trolls began to question their own convictions. One fan of Shen Feng posed a poignant question. Master Huikong, dear friends, is your disdain for Shen Feng truly sincere? Do you not find joy in what he and Jiang Wanwan bring? The trolls began to reflect. Their animosity toward Shen Feng was certainly not heartfelt. They held no personal vendetta against him, merely doing it for money. Did Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan bring them joy? Indeed, they had laughed while watching the live stream, even as they crafted disparaging comments. Upon reflection, they felt a sense of discomfort. Money can purchase many things, but it cannot buy conscience or happiness. Criticizing Shen Feng while simultaneously enjoying the joy he provided was an act of ingratitude. Such ill-gotten gains should not be pursued. Ultimately, these trolls, addressing the fan under the ID of Master Huikong, collectively sent a gesture of prayer. Master, we have attained enlightenment. Truth be told, I was merely in it for the money. I will return the funds and joyfully embrace being a fan, watching the live stream. Master Huikong replied, Ba, well done. Enlightenment is indeed a blessing. I shall continue to pursue the live stream. Director Chen was left in a state of disbelief, reminiscent of an elderly subway passenger engrossed in his phone, observing the scene of conversion unfolding in the comments. He could not suppress a smile. Shen Feng's fans were remarkably fierce. While other fandoms might engage in mutual disparagement, his fans were converting trolls into supporters. The most absurd part was that he had a monk as a fan. Director Chen delved into the Weibo profile of Master Huikong and discovered that the individual was a verified monk. The assistant director adjusted his glasses, remarking, Shen Feng's fanbase is incredibly diverse. Our romantic variety show is not as selective about its audience as singing competitions, making it accessible and enjoyable for all. Given the engaging interactions between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, viewers ranging from 8 to 80 are captivated. Director Chen's lips twitched again. If I may be so bold, how did you arrive at that demographic range? Is that just a fabrication? The assistant director replied earnestly, I am a person of great rigor. My statements are always grounded in fact. I share the live stream with my mother and my young nephew, and they are both watching. Director Chen was aware that the assistant director was correct. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's charisma and chemistry were undeniable. Their camaraderie, rooted in childhood, exuded a natural charm. Even Director Chen, as a director, found their dynamic refreshing and enjoyable. Witnessing such a live stream, he would certainly wish to share it with those around him. Thus, through word of mouth, a diverse array of fans flocked to support Shen Feng. The fans of those youthful heartthrobs typically consisted of women in their teens, 20s, and 30s. Although Shen Feng's fan base was still modest in number, perhaps they have not yet reached even a fraction of the fans that those youthful idols possess. However, their admirers encompass a diverse spectrum, from men to women, from the elderly to the young, and from the owner of a meat sandwich shop to esteemed monks. Such a fan ecosystem is, in fact, the epitome of normalcy. Only those who can gain the acceptance of the general public can truly be deemed stars. This time, Lanyu Entertainment has indeed struck gold. Meanwhile, Sister Lin was also scrolling through Weibo, her hands trembling with excitement. She understood that she had truly unearthed a treasure this time. Director Chen, however, felt a twinge of regret, believing that this surge of popularity had arrived somewhat belatedly. As the office workers concluded their day, the live broadcast was nearing its end. The tasks assigned to various groups had been completed, albeit with some groups encountering more challenges than others. Notably, the duo of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had finished exploring the 3 scenic spots early on and spent nearly the entire afternoon in leisure. Although their mere presence generated sufficient entertainment value without any tasks, Director Chen still felt a sense of loss. As dinner time approached, Director Chen announced over the intercom that the groups lacking funds for dinner could return to the lodge to collect their meals, an act of kindness from the production team. The 3 groups, excluding Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, hurried back, each carrying a box of rice, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. They had never before found such delight in a simple boxed meal. Hey, you all should hurry and check out Shen Feng's group. Quick, quick, quick. With 3 groups returning to the lodge, the main live broadcast naturally shifted its focus there. Suddenly, a comment appeared in the main broadcast room, and as Director Chen was collecting his boxed meal, he heard the assistant director who had returned to the equipment exclaim, "Old Chen, come quick and see what Shen Feng and the others are up to." Director Chen hurried over. Upon hearing about the excitement surrounding Shen Feng's group, Jia Tenin and Li Tingtian also rushed to the screens. The remaining 2 groups glanced at each other before joining the gathering around the equipment. Then, with a clatter, Jia Tenin's chopsticks fell to the ground. Chapter 38, The Dark Side. In a live broadcast room of the Penghu Bay Group, Shen Feng donned an apron, standing before the stove with a spatula in his right hand and a frying pan in his left. With a deft flick of his wrist, flames erupted dramatically from a pan, creating a stunning spectacle. I've seen chefs on television do this. Is it really safe? That flame is enormous. Why did it suddenly ignite? So cool. This is a technique called drawing fire, used during high-temperature stir-frying. Shen Feng is executing it with such finesse. He must be an experienced chef. The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly captivated, as were Director Chen and his team. In the brief moment they took to collect their box meals, how had Shen Feng begun cooking so impressively? Director Chen immediately contacted the cameraman, who informed him that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had returned to the meat sandwich shop, using their remaining funds to purchase ingredients and borrowing the kitchen from the owner to prepare a meal. At that moment, Shen Feng had extinguished the flames and plated a dish of stir-fried lamb with scallions. The sight of the glossy, richly colored dish made the audience feel as though they could almost smell the fragrant aroma of the lamb. After a quick rinse of the pan, he reignited the stove and soon prepared a plate of sweet and sour crispy pork along with a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Carrying the 3 plates, Shen Feng approached the dining area and set them before Jiang Wanwan. The cameraman zoomed in on the plates, each elegantly presented in small dishes, albeit modest in portion due to their limited budget of less than 30 yuan. Yet, these 3 small plates did not evoke a sense of poverty. Rather, they appeared exquisitely crafted, akin to 3 pieces of art, eliciting salivation from onlookers. The cameraman had already swallowed several times in anticipation. Shen Feng then spent the last of his funds to buy 2 bowls of rice, and soon, he and Jiang Wanwan began to eat. Here, try this. Shen Feng offered a piece of meat with his chopsticks to Jiang Wanwan, who eagerly snatched it away, her expression one of pure delight. I never expected to enjoy a meal prepared by Fengzi while filming a variety show. I feel so fortunate, she exclaimed, savoring the moment. Is it delicious? I'm not very familiar with this stove, so I'm unsure about the heat, Shen Feng queried. Jiang Wanwan nodded enthusiastically and then offered a bite of the shredded potatoes to Shen Feng. You've got to try this. It's exceptionally good. Shen Feng smiled as he took a bite. Are we feeding each other? Is our dinner essentially dog food? Is there something wrong with a bro feeding his buddy? Absolutely not. I don't care, I don't care. Even if tomorrow I have 6 locks hung on my dog head, I still want to indulge in their dog food. Feed me another bite, another bite. Let me take a screenshot, please. Oh my gosh. I also want a boyfriend to cook for me. Feed me too. Am I the only one noticing the key point? Shen Feng is feeding Jiang Wanwan meat, and Jiang Wanwan is feeding Shen Feng potatoes? I can't take it anymore. Jiang Wanwan is enjoying her food so much that I can hardly bear it. Ordering takeout. The rice in my bowl suddenly lost its appeal. I want to eat the stir-fried lamb too. Seeing these comments, Director Chun and his team felt a deep sense of empathy. They too found their boxed meals less appetizing. The production team's meals had always been simple and unadorned, and while there were both meat and vegetables, the portions were pitifully small. Moreover, their boxed meals had grown cold. In stark contrast to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's fresh, hot dishes, the disparity was palpable. Jia Tenin even shed tears. Noticing this, Director Chen quickly comforted him. It's all right. Tomorrow I'll strive to get you better box meals. Wiping his eyes, Jia Tenin lamented, I'm not crying over that. Just thinking about how Shen Feng and the others are enjoying what should have been our group's hard-earned meals makes me feel so disheartened. Director Chen pondered aloud. It does seem that way. No wonder he was so eager to find ways to earn money early in the morning. It appears he had long been planning to cook for Jiang Wanwan. The assistant director chimed in, and Jia Tenin's sobs intensified. Director Chun, feeling a sense of helplessness, said, Don't be sad. I know they're enjoying the fruits of your labor. Jia Tenin replied, This time, I'm truly crying out of envy. I adore stir-fried lamb so much. Boo, who is the production crew, clutched their boxed meals in sorrow. Jiang Wanwan had already indulged to the point of a rounded belly, contentedly burping. So delicious. Fengzi, you are truly my eternal god. Shen Feng offered her a tissue to wipe her mouth, and then cheerfully asked, What do you want to eat tomorrow? Can we still order? Jiang Wanwan's eyes lit up before she appeared slightly conflicted. But it seems we won't have as much money tomorrow. So will we have enough to cook dinner? Shen Feng nodded. I have a solution. What solution? Isn't there still Jia Tenin? Ha ha. Little Jia has been targeted again. Fengzi, little Jia is watching your live stream. Don't reveal your true thoughts. Jia Tenin is already crying. Let him be. Jia Tenin, are you polite? At the machine, Jia Tenin cried, even louder. During dinner, I kept watching Shen Feng. He shared all the meat with Jiang Wanwan, while he only ate vegetables himself. Someone brought up the details of Shen Feng's dining behavior from earlier. Throughout the meal, Shen Feng had indeed been consuming vegetables, leaving all the meat for Jiang Wanwan. Most importantly, he did it so effortlessly, as if it were a completely natural act. This surely was not a deliberate performance for the show. I noticed that too, and he even meticulously picked out the scallions. Honestly, if I could have a boyfriend like Shen Feng, I would be eternally grateful to the heavens. Handsome, sings beautifully, cooks well, has a great sense of humor, and is so considerate. I'm truly in love. I declare myself Shen Feng's first wife fan, who agrees and who disagrees. Wait, isn't your ID Shen Feng's #1 hater? How did you become a wife fan? An audience member noticed the ID of the person who sent that comment. Damn, I forgot to change my name after switching fandoms. How careless. Not long after, another user with the ID Shen Feng's #1 wife sent a comment. I declare myself Shen Feng's first wife fan, who agrees and who disagrees. After finishing their meal, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan leisurely strolled back to the guest house courtyard. They were met with the peculiar gazes of the entire production team. Are we late? Jiang Wanwan asked, puzzled. No, they were just watching you eat dinner. They were a bit envious because you looked like you were enjoying it so much. The assistant director approached, leading the two into the courtyard. Jiang Wanwan was baffled. What does it matter if we enjoyed our meal? It's not like we made them watch. They chose to. The production team members nodded in agreement. Chen Dao sighed and waved his hand. All right. Let us all act normal. The program is about to conclude. Next, we need to tally the votes and the completion status of each group's tasks. The 4 groups stood before Chen Dao. The screens from several live streams were switched to show the same scene. Chen Dao cleared his throat and said, First, I will announce the status of each group's task completion. The Mighty Team, joint task completed, secret task completed. The Heavenly Path Team, joint task completed, secret task completed. The Awkward Team, joint task completed, secret task completed. The Penghu Bei Team, joint task completed, but only Shen Feng completed the secret task. Jiang Wanwan's expression had already frozen at the moment Chen Dao uttered the words secret task. Oh no, we had too much fun today and forgot about the secret task. My money. She weakly raised her hand. Director, can we still do the task now? What do you think? Jiang Wanwan weakly lowered her hand. Chen Dao continued. The prize for completing the secret task has already been distributed to everyone, and the prize for the joint task will be awarded tomorrow morning. Now, I will announce the voting results for each group, which will determine who will receive more funding tomorrow. Heavenly Path Team, 1055 votes. The Heavenly Path Team, comprised of internet celebrities, had a smaller fan base. Given that they both had a somewhat greasy demeanor, their vote count was not high. They had anticipated this and were not discouraged. Mighty Team, 5,617 votes. The Mighty Team had the highest initial support, but their Cold War during the guessing game led to a significant drop in votes. Awkward Team, 15,357 votes. This group was inherently interesting and had engaged a lot with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, which garnered them additional fans through their interactions. Finally, the Peng Hubei team. Chun Dao began to cast an enigmatic gaze at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. The other three groups also turned to look at them. According to the order of vote reporting, the last reported Peng Hubei team should have been in first place. Then, Chun Dao slowly declared, Peng Hubei team. Due to a malfunction in the voting machine, the vote count is recorded as 0. Jiang Wanwan. This is a conspiracy. Chapter 39 U2. Turn around and take a look. Upon hearing Jiang Wanwan shout conspiracy, the audience erupted in laughter. Fate turns this morning. It was the audience saying Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's group had a conspiracy, and by evening, it was Jiang Wanwan herself shouting conspiracy. Laughing to death. The director is so cheeky. Just so you all know, the director is Shen Feng's #1 hater. This morning, Shen Feng's secret task was to get beaten up by his partner. Support the director's conspiracy. Don't give Jiang Wanwan's group any money. I want to see them struggle tomorrow. Shen Dao was merely joking, seeing Jiang Wanwan yelling about a conspiracy. He replied, I've been called a conspiracy for half the morning. Do I really need you to add to that? All right, I'm done joking with you. I will officially announce the vote count for the Peng Hubei team. Peng Hubei team, 121,981 votes. Over 120,000 votes. A crushing victory over the second place. Upon hearing the vote count, Jiang Wanwan was left dumbfounded. Although she had anticipated that her group's votes would be high, many of the day's program effects were orchestrated by her to create engaging interactions with Shen Feng. She had thought their vote count would only surpass Jia Tenin and Li Tingting by a little over 10,000 votes. She never expected the count to exceed by a staggering 100,000. Are there really that many viewers for the show? Director, you can't be serious about the conspiracy, right? Please don't let my Fengzi down. Jiang Wanwan looked at Chen Dao, slightly apprehensive. I testify, I am indeed the conspiracy. I am a hired online army for the show. Online Army 1. Online Army 2. I'm the leader of the online army. The barrage of comments began to engage in playful banter. Naturally, there were also those shipping the couple. My Fengzi once said my Fengzi. Did you hear that? Nonsense. He's clearly my Fengzi. He is my husband. Nonsense. He belongs to Jiang Wanwan. Nonsense. Jiang Wanwan is mine. Nonsense. He is mine. Chun Dao fixed a serious gaze upon Jiang Wanwan. Do you truly see me as the kind of person who orchestrates conspiracies? Yes. Jiang Wanwan earnestly nodded. Chen Dao, I'm too lazy to deal with you. Now that everyone's vote counts have been announced, there is no doubt that the Peng Hubei team has achieved first place. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Path team has regrettably secured the 4th position. Tomorrow, the Peng Hubei duo will receive a financial grant of 10 yuan, while the Tianlu duo, regrettably, will not be granted any assistance. After Director Chun concluded his announcement with a wave of his hand, he declared, I hereby announce that the first day's recording of Let's Start Dating today has officially come to an end. Let us all look forward to tomorrow's task. Good night, everyone. Upon witnessing the live stream abruptly cut off, the audience in the chat room erupted in dismay. I'm a VIP. I have paid, and I want to see the subsequent paid content. How about filming them while they sleep? I'll pay you. I'll give you all my money. Don't end it. I came late. Please broadcast for a few more minutes. It's not even midnight yet. How can today's recording end? Can't you be a bit more professional? The audience was filled with lamentation. Suddenly, they noticed the blackened screen flicker back to life. Shortly after, they saw Jia Tenin and Li Tingting sneaking in front of the camera. Yamavadan. Can you hear me? Li Tingting. Is anyone still watching? Yes. I'm here. Just moments ago, the director assigned us an additional task, instructing us to secretly film the lives of other couples after their broadcast. I am not interested in anyone else, but since Shun Ge cost me so much money today, I certainly want to let him off the hook. Who has in support of me spying on the Peng Hubei duo? Type 1. Jia Tenin chuckled. Director Chun, unwilling to part with today as high viewer count, decided to pair Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, who have a close relationship with Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, and orchestrated this little escapade. 111, 111, 1111. The unpleasant duo is forever. Hurry, hurry. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, armed with a camera, stealthily made their way toward Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. In the room of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, having concluded the live broadcast, they naturally reclaimed their respective phones. The first thing Jiang Wanwan did upon returning to her room was to open the live streaming platform. She wanted to see if there really were that many people watching. Once she opened the platform, she was met with the oversized heads of Jia Tenin and Li Tingting appearing on the screen, chattering away. The crux of their dialogue was that they intended to sneakily film her and Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan quickly tugged at Shen Feng, exclaiming, "Fengzi, look! Jia Tenin and the others are coming to spy on us." Shen Feng glanced at the phone screen and suddenly asked, "Wanwan, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" "Huh? Why are you asking this out of the blue?" Jiang Wanwan was bewildered. "If you want something ordinary, I'll find a way to extort Jia Tenin and the others. And if I want something exquisite?" Shen Feng shrugged. "Then I'll extort the director again." Jiang Wanwan. "Then I want something exquisite." Shen Feng leaned in close to Jiang Wanwan and whispered a few words. Her expression grew increasingly animated, and she finally nodded emphatically. "I didn't expect you to be even more mischievous than I am," Shen Feng replied. "That's thanks to your excellent teaching." The two devised a plan and then quietly turned off the lights in their room. Jia Tenin and Li Tingting stealthily approached the door of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. Li Tingting, leading the way, cracked the door open slightly, while Jia Tenin poked the camera through the small gap. "It's so dark," Li Tingting remarked. "Yeah. Did they not turn on the lights? Could they be doing something thrilling? I'm an adult. I want to see what happens next. Hurry, hurry." Li Tingting and Jia Tenin exchanged glances. Then, Li Tingting suddenly pushed the door open. In an instant, Jia Tenin flicked on the light, only to find that the room was utterly empty. Bewildered, they stepped inside, but as soon as they did, the door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. Even more startling, the room's lights went out instantly. Not just Li Tingting and Jia Tenin, but even the audience gasped in shock. What on earth is happening? Is it haunted? ISNT, this a dating reality show? Why has it suddenly turned so terrifying? One good save me. Naturally, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting were equally frightened. Jia Tenin stuttered, Li Tingting, why did you suddenly turn off the lights?" Li Tingting trembled. "I didn't turn off the lights." "Hey, don't touch me." Jia Tenin was taken aback. "We're both holding the camera. How could I be touching you?" "Don't grab my arm." Li Tingting, "I swear I didn't touch you." Jia Tenin. Li Tingting. The two suddenly fell silent as they realized something, and the audience heard a voice through their microphones that clearly did not belong to them. "You two, turn around and take a look." Chapter 40. Given that you're the director, I'll give you a friendly price. As Jia Tenin and Li Tingting screamed in fear and turned around, the lights were already turned on by Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan behind them. Upon seeing the two of them, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting were relieved that they hadn't fainted from fright. "WW, what do you want?" Jia Tenin stammered. Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. Coming here in the dead of night with a camera to spy on us." "Huh?" Li Tingting whimpered. "It wasn't our idea. The director arranged it." Shen Feng stepped forward and looked at them. "The director arranged this for you?" Jia Tenin and Li Tingting hurriedly nodded. Shen Feng chuckled. "I accidentally opened our live stream and heard someone say this was an extra task from the director, right?" Jia Tenin nodded again. Shen Feng continued. "Then this extra task must come with extra rewards, correct?" Jia Tenin nodded once more. But soon, he realized something was off and quickly shook his head. "No rewards. Really none." Jiang Wanwan let out a cold laugh, stepping closer to Jia Tenin. "Little Jia, hand over the rewards and we'll let you leave today. If you don't, neither of you will be allowed to leave." Jia Tenin trembled as he gazed at her. "WWE are live streaming. I warn you, don't do anything excessive." Jiang Wanwan snatched the camera from his hands and positioned it strategically so the audience could clearly see what they were about to do to Jia Tenin. Meanwhile, Shen Feng produced a length of rope from somewhere and bound Jia Tenin's hands, then removed his shoes. Jiang Wanwan, too, had somehow procured a beetle and stuffed it into Jia Tenin's sock. The beetle crawled and crawled until it reached the sole of Jia Tenin's foot. Then, it tickles so much, don't. Get out. Take it out, ha ha ha. The sound of Jia Tenin's screams echoed, like a butcher preparing for slaughter. Jiang Wanwan let out a chilling laugh reminiscent of a bandit chief. "Hand over the prize money, and I shall release it." The viewers tuning into the live broadcast were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this a dating show? Am I watching the right program? Does this count as a form of vigilante justice? I previously questioned whether Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were as mischievous in their youth now. No doubts whatsoever. Xiao Jia is finished, falling into the hands of the locking couple spells doom, doesn't it? Ha ha. Xiao Jia is in dire straits. How can the show be so full of punchlines? Does anyone have today's recording? I need to catch up on what I missed. At that moment, Jiang was nearly laughing himself speechless, stammering, I truly have no money. The money hasn't been distributed yet. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Shen Feng approached Li Tingting, a beetle in hand. Li Tingting shivered and hastily exclaimed, Brother Shen, calm down. We genuinely have no money, truly. The director promised us 15 yuan as a bonus if we completed this additional task, but he said the payment would be made upon completion. So we haven't received it yet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged a glance. Jiang Wanwan then stepped in front of the camera, clearing her throat and adopting a kidnapper's demeanor. Director Chen, listen closely. Jiang and Li Tingting are now at our mercy. If you wish to rescue them, deliver that 15 yuan bonus to us, otherwise... Director Chen, watching the live broadcast, was utterly bewildered. He had intended to orchestrate a small additional event after the show to capitalize on the current viewership. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng would pull such a stunt? Ha ha, this is incredible. A show where guests are held hostage to extort the director. I've never seen anything like it. Yet another memorable scene. Today's episode has been filled with them. This show is destined for success. I can't take it. Jiang Wanwan's serious act as a robber is going to make me die of laughter. Thank goodness Jiang Wanwan became an actress. Otherwise, with her demeanor, she could easily be a female bandit. The audience was thoroughly entertained and amused. However, Director Chen could only silently clutch the 15 yuan and head towards Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's room. It was a straightforward exchange. Money for the hostages. Once the money was received, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were quite accommodating, promptly releasing their captives. Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these two had some sense. Thinking that they were somewhat reasonable, he instructed the crew to remove the cameras from the room. However, before the staff could approach the cameras, Shen Feng blocked their way. He said coolly, that 15 yuan was for the ransom. These cameras are our spoils of war. If you wish to reclaim the camera, you'll need to pay extra. How much more? Director Chen inquired. This model, Shen Feng replied, I just checked. ESC 550 mark worth 98,000. As a favor, since you're my director, I'll give you a friendly price. 97,000. Director Chen felt his previous judgment slipping away. These two had no sense of restraint. They were nothing short of robbers. No way. Our production team is quite poor. You cannot extract such a sum from us. He gritted through clenched teeth. Jiang Wanwan's eyes gleamed mischievously as she suddenly asked, then, Director, what is the maximum amount you can offer us? At most 5, no. You can't take a single cent. Director Chen glared. Then we shall sell this machine online as secondhand, Jiang Wanwan stated, pulling out her phone as if she were genuinely about to sell it. Director Chen conceded. All right, I'll give you 30 yuan as tomorrow as additional allowance. Is that acceptable? Jiang Wanwan chuckled to herself. Just as Director Chen thought she would agree, her smile vanished. 96,000, she said. Dream on. At most 35. 95,000. 40, no more. 94,000. 45, is that acceptable? Fengzi, let us just sell it secondhand. Director Chen. 50. I'll give you 50. But that is my final offer. We can't afford to lose any more money for this show. Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment before asking Shen Feng. Will 50 yuan suffice for a lavish meal? That should be enough for the two of us, he replied. Jiang Wanwan then nodded, beaming as she accepted the 50 yuan from Director Chen, who promptly handed over the camera without hesitation and fled, seemingly terrified of being held hostage himself. These two were nothing short of demons. Chapter 41. The Locking Couple, Forever Young. In the live streaming room. The barrage of comments continued to flood in for several minutes after Director Chen ended the broadcast with a grim expression. The audience could not help but revel in the hilarity of the final segment. In my lifetime, having watched countless variety shows, this is the first time I've witnessed a show extorting the director. Aha! Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng are sheer geniuses. Are they exacting revenge for the director's earlier deception regarding their vote count? I believe they merely wanted to scam some money for dinner. Is there a recording of this segment? I need to relive it. The entertainment value is off the charts. Having worked all day and been driven mad by my boss, I stumbled upon this show at home, and now I'm doubled over with laughter. I need to catch up on the recorded episodes. Peng Hu Bei Duo, Forever Young. I'm going to edit their cuts. They're too delightful. Hurry and edit. We want to see. Jiang Wanwan was thrilled as she scrolled through the comments, astonished by the positive feedback. Fengzi, it seems we performed quite well today. Jiang Wanwan had been worried that after the broadcast, many would still criticize Shen Feng. But now, it appeared her concerns were unfounded. Shen Feng, however, was not engaged in the comments, as his phone was incessantly buzzing. Curiously, Jiang Wanwan leaned over and asked, Fengzi, what is going on? Shen Feng sighed, with a wry smile. Our elementary, middle, and high school groups are all bombarding me with messages. Even my college roommates are incessantly asking how I got into this and why I'm still your childhood friend. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, opened the QQ group and remarked, I'm in the elementary and middle school groups too. Why isn't anyone tagging me? It's probably because they see you on TV often, so it doesn't feel novel to them, Shen Feng suggested. Jiang Wanwan found this reasoning plausible. She then inquired, so how do you plan to respond to them? It seems they stop asking. After pondering for a moment, Shen Feng decided to send out a 100 yuan red envelope with the password being Lucky King Relay. A string of messages appeared on the screen as people began to ask, who is the Lucky King? Come forth. The Lucky King quietly sent out a second red envelope. And soon, several groups were inundated with red envelopes. Shen Feng promptly muted the group notifications. As soon as Shen Feng presented a red envelope, the gossip mongers in the group were swiftly subdued. Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but exclaim, how marvelous. Shen Feng playfully tapped her nose and replied, where did this little kitten come from? In response, Jiang Wanwan playfully bit his hand. Spare me. You're a tiger, a tigress, all right? With renewed vigor, she bit down harder. It wasn't until Shen Feng called out Wangu several times that she finally released her grip. Then, pulling Shen Feng along, she exclaimed, come, Fengzi, let us check the live stream comments. So many are praising us. Shen Feng readily settled beside Jiang Wanwan, leaning against the headboard. She held out her phone toward him, tilting her body closer. Naturally, Shen Feng wrapped his arm around her, smiling as he said, all right, let us watch together. Jiang Wanwan's cheeks flushed, yet she feigned ignorance, reading aloud the amusing comments from the live stream. Shen Feng, while watching her, nodded in acknowledgement of her words. As Jiang Wanwan's face grew increasingly crimson, a phone suddenly collided with Shen Feng's face. You were just mumbling. You haven't even looked at your phone. You've been staring at me. Shen Feng helplessly caught the phone. It's not that I'm fixated on you. The truth is. Before he could finish, Jiang Wanwan interjected. Don't say something cliché like I'm prettier than the phone. I've heard enough cheesy lines today. Shen Feng retorted. It's simply because your head is too big. It's blocking my view. Jiang Wanwan. She promptly seized a pillow from the bed and pressed it against Shen Feng's head. After a playful tussle, they finally settled down. Jiang Wanwan, panting from the exertion, snatched the phone from Shen Feng. I'm done playing. Let me check Weibo. With so many viewers today, there should be some buzz on Weibo. As she opened Weibo, her eyes widened when she spotted the Penghu Bei group trending in the top 20. There's even a trending topic, and it's ranked so high. Did Lin Jie purchase it? Jiang Wanwan pondered, clicking on it. To her astonishment, the activity surrounding this trending topic exceeded her expectations. Initially, she had thought Lin Jie merely bought the trending topic, but upon entering, she discovered it was filled with genuine discussions. There were various edited videos of her and Shen Feng from the show, along with countless discussions about the two of them. With each refresh, new content appeared. Even the video they had recorded just minutes ago, where they playfully extorted the director, had been swiftly edited and posted within the topic. In just a brief span, the view count had surpassed 20,000. Jiang Wanwan realized that even her own videos seldom garnered such attention. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Fengzi, it seems you've become quite popular. Shen Feng pointed at the words Penghu Bei on her phone screen, correcting her. It's us who have become popular. Jiang Wanwan rolled her eyes. I was already quite popular. Thank you very much. Yes, you're the most popular, Shen Feng replied, to which Jiang Wanwan smugly huffed. After browsing Weibo, she noted that it seemed no one was bashing Shen Feng anymore, and the CP fans of the Penghu Bei group were thriving, leaving her satisfied to log off. Just as she was about to exit, a particular ID caught her eye. Circle Lock Couple YYDS. Circle Lock Couple? What is that? A new couple in the entertainment industry that I haven't heard of? As Jiang Wanwan pondered, she suddenly noticed that many users with the Circle Lock Couple ID were commenting on her and Shen Feng's topic. Confused, she thought to herself, I don't recall there being a Circle Lock Couple in my previous life. Why were so many users with that ID commenting under her and Fengzi's topic? Were they forming a group? Curious, Jiang Wanwan, adopting a when in doubt, ask attitude, messaged the Circle Lock Couple YYDS with her alternate account. Hey there, could you please clarify what your ID means? Is Circle Lock Couple a new combination? The user Circle Lock Couple YYDS was evidently an avid Weibo user. No sooner had Jiang Wanwan sent her query than she received a response. Huh, you haven't heard? It refers to the CP pairing of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan in the show Let Us Start Dating Today that aired today. Both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were left bewildered. But their CP name is Penghu Bei. Isn't it? Jiang Wanwan asked. Oh dear, you clearly don't spend enough time on Weibo. The name Penghu Bei refers to the brotherly bond between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. while the circle lock couple signifies their romantic connection. Jiang Wanwan was perplexed. What brotherly bond? What romance? I lost internet connection today. Could you elaborate? Thus, circle lock couple YYDS patiently explained the distinction between Penghu Bei and circle lock couple. Earlier today, someone claiming to be a classmate of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan posted childhood photos of them, asserting that they were genuine best friends. So, fans of the Penghu Bei group are primarily those who admire their camaraderie. But we, the shippers, cannot accept such a simple friendship. We seek their sweet romance. Thus, we firmly believe that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan are true love. Then those fans brought up the incident from their childhood when they locked 6 locks on the teacher's bicycle. They claim that those of us who insist on shipping Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's love will eventually be locked away by them with their circle locks. Hence, the romantic CP name for Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was designated as circle lock couple. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that their CP name would derive from such an absurd origin. Shen Feng had initially found Jiang Wanwan's choice of Penghu Bei outrageous. But little did he know that the fans were even more absurd. Truly, fans reflect their idols, he mused. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan, lost in thought, quietly murmured, 6 locks? But I distinctly remember there being 9. Did I miscount? Wangu, perhaps your focus is misplaced. Chapter 42, an attempt to provoke him. Jiang Wanwan expressed her gratitude to the circle lock couple YYES, who enthusiastically shared a plethora of sweet summaries compiled by their fellow romance fans. They even sent many delightful fan edits. In essence, they vigorously promoted the circle lock couple to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, having consumed their own ship's dog food. Both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng felt quite complex about the situation, especially as they noticed discussions in the topic about whether the circle lock couple would share a bed or sleep in separate beds that night. While the production team had arranged for each CP to have only one room, it was merely a show. They could not genuinely make the male and female guests share a bed. Therefore, each room contained 2 single beds. Previously, when Jiang stealthily filmed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan in their room, it inadvertently revealed the layout of their quarters. Consequently, many fans of the circle lock couple began to engage in heated debates with the followers of Penghu Bei. The latter were adamant that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan would not share a bed, while the former insisted that they certainly would. Some even penned elaborate essays, depicting the 2 of them squeezed together on a single bed, with all manner of whimsical exploits ensuing. Jiang Wanwan, upon reading such content, felt her cheeks flush crimson and, gritting her teeth, commented on the piece, "You must be dreaming. There's no way they would sleep in the same bed." Shen Feng, raising an eyebrow, suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan and whispered, "What's this? You don't want to share a bed with me? Sleep together? Absolutely not. 2 people on a single bed would be utterly suffocating." Jiang Wanwan retorted, her face still aflame as she playfully punched Shen Feng. "Besides, we are currently filming a show. Can you refrain from thinking such bizarre thoughts?" Shen Feng sighed, adopting a look of feigned grievance as he lamented, "Some people are just like that. Before winning you over, they are excessively passionate, insisting on dragging you to get a marriage certificate. But once they have you, after merely a single night together, they grow weary, abandoning you and concocting various excuses to distance themselves." Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Can you stop speaking nonsense? We have never slept together. There's no weariness, nor abandonment involved." Shen Feng shrugged, "Once at your villa, and once at my place. Can that not be deemed as sharing a bed? It's simply sleeping next to each other." Jiang Wanwan argued back. Yet Shen Feng wore a perplexed expression. "How can that not be called sleeping? Is your understanding of sleeping different? What do you think it means?" Jiang Wanwan bit her lip, acutely aware that Shen Feng was feigning ignorance once more. However, her shyness left her at a loss for words to counter his teasing. In a fit of playfulness, she seized a pillow and used it to silence him. Ultimately, Shen Feng was unable to share a bed with Jiang Wanwan. Her reasoning was quite sound. The malevolent production team might concoct further mischief in the night. What if they orchestrated a surprise late-night ambush? Thus, Shen Feng's aspirations remained unfulfilled. The following morning, the 2 arose promptly and reported to the small courtyard. At 8 o'clock sharp, the second day of the live broadcast of Let's Start Dating commenced. Due to Shen Feng's previous escapades involving the abduction of Jiang and extorting director Chen, his pockets were quite full. Coupled with the subsidies issued that morning, the Penghu Bei duo found themselves with a generous 75 yuan to splurge. The other guest pairs watched in despair, lamenting the supposed survival romance variety show. It seemed that their 3 groups were tasked with survival, while Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were merely responsible for romance. Given their newfound wealth, Jiang Wanwan decided to treat herself to breakfast at a local eatery. While ordering, her mind began to race. Drawing from yesterday's experience, She resolved to complete her secret mission first. She deemed her task straightforward, to infuriate her partner once. The ordering process appeared to be a perfect opportunity. With that thought, Jiang Wanwan suddenly handed the menu to Shen Feng. "Fengzi, I'm unsure what to eat. Why don't you choose?" Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is it truly possible that you don't know what you want to eat? How peculiar." He took the menu, glanced at it, and suggested, "You love tofu pudding. How about I order you a portion?" Jiang Wanwan swallowed hard, for tofu pudding was one of her favorite breakfast items. Yet, recalling her secret mission, she quickly suppressed her excitement. "But tofu pudding is all soup. It won't fill me up." "Then how about a sesame cake? What's so great about sesame cakes? Can't you pick something better? How about a meat sandwich? What do you think?" "Good. No, wait, that won't do. I just had that yesterday. I'll tire of it." Shen Feng flipped a page of the menu. "Then how about a basket of the local specialty dumplings?" Jiang Wanwan swallowed again, then quietly muttered, "I don't like dumplings." Shen Feng, exasperated, returned the menu to Jiang Wanwan. "Then how about you take another look at what you want to eat?" Jiang Wanwan huffed. "I'm fine with anything. How is it so difficult for you to choose a breakfast? You're so indecisive. Are you even a man?" Shen Feng remained silent. The audience in a live stream could see Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's respective secret missions. Jiang Wanwan's task was to irritate her partner once, while Shen Feng's was to refrain from getting angry with her all day. Clearly, the production team had orchestrated this. Watching Jiang Wanwan attempt to provoke Shen Feng, the audience found it utterly amusing. One could not deny the production team's cleverness in crafting such scenarios. Meanwhile, Director Chun, observing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, allowed a cold chuckle. Dare they deceive him? They would soon learn what it meant to be outsmarted. After contemplating Jiang Wanwan's words for a moment, Shen Feng ultimately did not get angry. Instead, he ordered tofu pudding, a basket of specialty dumplings, and a meat sandwich. As Jiang Wanwan devoured her meal, she muttered with a hint of indignation, "You've ordered everything I don't like. Could you perhaps finish chewing before speaking? Your manner of eating is hardly convincing." One viewer remarked, unable to resist critiquing Jiang Wanwan's voraciousness. Shen Feng nodded, then, adopting an earnest demeanor, asked, "What do you like to eat?" "I'll make sure to order it next time." Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "You don't even know what I like to eat. And yet you dare to ask me. You clearly don't care about me at all." Shen Feng raised his hands in surrender. "Indeed. I realize I have no idea what you like. I had initially planned to make you braised ribs and fried shrimp tonight. But now I think I'll just give you the money instead. Why don't you order for yourself tonight? How's that sound?" Jiang Wanwan's expression froze. She chewed her food dryly, struggling to swallow it down. Then, with a pitiful gaze, she pleaded with Shen Feng, "Could you please pretend I never said anything?" Shen Feng shook his head. Jiang Wanwan's expression grew even more sorrowful. "Fengzi, no, I'm sorry. I should have quarreled with you. I was wrong. I want fried shrimp for dinner. I beg you." In her own delusion, Jiang Wanwan believed she had captured Shen Feng's heart, whereas, in reality, it was Shen Feng who had ensnared her appetite. Shen Feng's maneuver was utterly lethal. Chapter 43. Shall I take my leave? After finishing breakfast, Jiang Wanwan strolled down the street, her emotions in a tumultuous state. To fulfill her clandestine mission, she needed to provoke Shen Feng. However, in order to secure her dinner, she could not afford to irritate him. This predicament left her with a throbbing headache. Observing Jiang Wanwan lost in thought, Shen Feng suddenly leaned closer to her, discreetly switching off his microphone to murmur softly. "What are they discussing? Get closer to eavesdrop." "Oh, they're so close. Why not just kiss already?" "Fans, please maintain some decorum." "Photographer, move in closer. I want to hear their whispers." Director Chun promptly cautioned the cameraman, sensing that these two rascals might be plotting something nefarious, and he was determined to prevent any opportunity for conspiracy. However, by the time the photographer approached, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already concluded their hushed exchange, their expressions betraying nothing of the conversation that had transpired. "Ah, what a pity. We didn't catch what they said. Ah, what a pity that it didn't kiss. I wonder what they discussed." Their expressions seemed utterly unchanged. Nevertheless, as a woman with a sixth sense, I sense that Wanwan is quite angry, and it likely isn't directed at Fengzi. With my 50 vision, I've noticed the same, as I can see Jiang Wanwan's fists are clenched. The audience felt a foreboding sense that someone was destined for misfortune, yet they remained unaware of who it might be. In truth, Shen Feng had not shared much with Jiang Wanwan. Their conversation consisted of only a few rapid exchanges. "Shen Feng, is your mission to make me angry?" "Jiang Wanwan, how did you know?" "Shen Feng, am I not familiar with you?" "Jiang Wanwan, then why don't you pretend to be angry?" "Shen Feng, because my task is to refrain from being angry with you today." Jiang Wanwan, is the director really that cruel? Shen Feng, indeed, but I have my ways to deal with him. We shall return to the guest house shortly, and then. Jiang Wanwan nodded, her small fist clenched. Meanwhile, Director Chun, who was watching the screen in the courtyard of the guest house, inexplicably shivered. He felt as if he had suddenly become the target of scrutiny. Rubbing his hands together, he murmured, "Could it be that Shen Feng has discovered the true nature of the secret mission I assigned to Jiang Wanwan?" Suddenly shaking his head, he reassured himself. No matter. Even if they were aware, their tasks are mutually exclusive. Ultimately, only one of them can successfully complete the secret mission. Having lost so much money yesterday, I must take my revenge today. At that moment, the assistant director, overhearing Chun's mutterings, adjusted his glasses and pointed at the screen. "Look where they've gone now." Director Chun turned to the screen only to realize that not only were Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan present, but also he and his equipment. Upon realizing this, Director Chen's head shot up in astonishment, only to find that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had somehow returned to the guesthouse courtyard and were standing right before him. A polite yet awkward smile crept onto his face. "Ah, little Shen, Miss Wanwan, what brings you back?" He felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he was the director. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances, and after a silent communication, Jiang Wanwan feigned a look of grievance. "Fengzi, the 50 yuan that Director Chun gave me yesterday was counterfeit." Upon hearing this, Shen Feng's expression shifted to one of fierce indignation as he turned to Chun and bellowed, "Chen Ming, as a director, how could you stoop so low as to hand a young girl counterfeit money? Do you possess no sense of decency? How dare you deceive her?" Director Chun was momentarily taken aback. After all his years as a director, he had always been the one to reprimand artists. This was the first time he found himself on the receiving end of such a tirade. Anger flared within him. Was he to be treated like a sickly cat? He stood up, ready to refute Shen Feng, but then he noticed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan picking up a nearby stool. Recalling their notorious childhood exploits and last night's unruly behavior, Director Chen's anger dissipated, and he quietly returned to his seat. "Let us remain civilized, shall we? Calm down. You must grant me some respect. I am, after all, the director. If we escalate the situation too far, you might find yourselves unable to continue in this program." Jiang Wanwan raised an eyebrow. "Then shall I take my leave?" Director Chen glanced at the live stream, which boasted tens of thousands of viewers, then at other streams that barely reached a mere 10,000. He hastily exclaimed, "Don't go, don't go. What if I leave instead? Would that suffice?" Director Chen realized that if he left, the assistant director could still carry on filming. But if Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng departed, the show would undoubtedly face utter disaster. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan snorted, placing the stool down and sitting herself down with an air of authority, crossing her legs like a commanding figure. Shen Feng joined her, casting a glance at Director Chun, his tone softening. "We shan't leave, nor do you need to depart. You merely need to compensate us with another 50 yuan for the counterfeit you gave us yesterday." Director Chun, clutching his pocket, protested, "No way. Moreover, how could the 50 I gave you yesterday possibly be counterfeit? One must speak with evidence. Where's your proof?" Shen Feng shrugged. "I have no proof, for it was merely a fabrication." Director Chun. Yet, Shen Feng suddenly extended his hand. "If you can't provide 50, surely you can spare 5? Director Chen stared at him incredulously. "You can't just extend your hand and demand money. On what ground should I give you 5 yuan? I assure you, I possess dignity. If you continue pressing me, I shall leave immediately without giving you a penny." "Ha ha," delivering the most pitiful statements in the most assertive tone. "For heaven's sake, you are a director. Can't you maintain some confidence?" I'm about to die laughing. Who else could drive the director to this point of desperation but this duo? Suddenly, I feel quite sorry for the director, as wretched as Jia Tenon. Thus, the true essence of the survival romance variety show is that it's the director who must survive. But Shen Feng maintained a sincere demeanor. "I am not demanding money. I am a reasonable individual." Director Chun. Why was he so disbelieving? Shen Feng continued, "The 5 yuan I request is merely a reward for Wanwan's successful completion of her secret mission. That should pose no issue." "That's an issue. A significant issue. When exactly did she complete her task?" Director Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Did you even express anger towards her?" "No. You've been venting your frustrations at me." Shen Feng seized Jiang Wanwan's task card, waving it in front of Director Chun. "Director, this is your own written task. Do take a closer look." Wanwan's secret mission was to provoke her partner once. It never stated that this partner must direct their anger at her. Shen Feng maintained an air of reasonableness. "Just now, Jiang Wanwan indeed provoked my ire, and that is indisputable. However, my wrath is directed solely at you. Therefore, 5 yuan. Please. Oh, and prepare another 5. I shall require it after I complete my task this evening." Director Chun gazed at the task card in Shen Feng's hand with a complex expression, his lips trembling. How careless! How negligent! This is simply outrageous. Unbelievable. I never anticipated he had such a trick up his sleeve. I genuinely thought Shen Feng was genuinely angry just now. He startled me. But it turns out it was all intentional. Daring to scheme against the locked couple, the director must surely be aware of their childhood antics. Poor director. Fierce Shen Feng. I'm in love with this. Feeling sympathy for the director for a moment, then bursting into laughter. Ultimately, Director Chun could only silently produce 5 yuan and hand it over to Shen Feng. Yet, upon receiving the money, Shen Feng did not release his grip. Instead, he hesitated, clutching a corner of the bill. After a brief standoff, Director Chun suddenly regained his composure. He glared at Shen Feng as if he had just seized upon a critical flaw. Not so fast. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, I caught you in a blunder. You shall not take this 5 yuan, ha ha ha. Today, neither of you will accomplish your secret task. After enduring such frustration, Director Chen finally found the courage to stand tall. He felt as though he was about to transform into a war deity, ready to vanquish all. Chapter 44. The true struggle for survival begins. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were momentarily taken aback. How had this Director Chen suddenly transformed? Was there truly some oversight or flaw that he had managed to exploit? Oh, the director has become formidable. The director has turned audacious. The director is ready to strike. The director is about to unleash his power. Then, they heard Director Chen coldly remark, Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan. If my memory serves me correctly, I stated at the outset of our recording yesterday morning that secret tasks must remain confidential. Partners must not be privy to them, or else they shall be rendered null and void. You two were clearly exchanging whispers just now, discussing each other's secret tasks, were you not? Director Chen reveled in his triumph. Thus, not only shall you not receive this 5 yuan, but Shen Feng, you shall also forfeit the other 5 yuan tonight. Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt, for they had indeed clandestinely communicated their respective secret tasks. Little did they know that Director Chen had caught them in the act. This is it. Not only can we not retaliate against Director Chen, but we are also at his mercy. Jiang Wanwan turned to Shen Feng, only to find him remarkably composed. Do you have evidence? Speaking requires substantiation. Those were your own words, Director. Director Chen, you both exhibited such obvious behavior. Do you still require evidence? Shen Feng maintained his demeanor of rational discourse, earnestly addressing Director Chen. I have merely been able to surmise Jiang Wanwan's task. I never confirmed it. For instance, if I were to select a random lottery number and win 5 million, does that mean I had prior knowledge of the winning numbers? If I accurately guessed the exam questions and scored full marks, does that equate to cheating? No, that can only be attributed to good fortune, a mere coincidence. Likewise, I cannot ascertain Jiang Wanwan's task. I merely made a guess, and to my surprise, I happened to be right. Director Chen seethed for a long moment before finally grinding his teeth and declaring, I don't believe you. Do not attempt to quibble. You undoubtedly exchanged secrets during your whispered conversation. Where's your evidence? If you two were not engaged in any wrongdoing, why close your microphones? Shen Feng looked at Director Chen with curiosity. Do you, Director, announce your affections for your wife with a loudspeaker for all to hear? Director Chen, taken aback, stared at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. So, you were confessing just now? No. Then why are you speaking nonsense? Director Chen fumed. I was merely using a hypothetical to counter your argument. You could just as easily present an alternative example to refute me. Shen Feng shrugged. In any case, unless you have evidence proving that Jiang Wanwan and I divulged task-related information during that exchange, I expect the 5 yuan to be returned. Director Chen felt awkward. Exceedingly awkward. He knew full well that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were certainly up to something. Yet, he could not outmaneuver them. It was utterly vexing. Finally, Director Chen gritted his teeth and retorted at Shen Feng. No, I refuse to give it. I say no, and it remains no, though I possess no evidence. I am certain you have violated the rules. I shall not part with this money. Shen Feng, then I shall take my leave? Saying this, Shen Feng began to remove his equipment with swift precision. Director Chen, you scoundrel, you are indeed my superior. Here, take it. Is that satisfactory? Shen Feng, satisfied, accepted the 5 yuan from Director Chen and walked away hand in hand with Jiang Wanwan. Director Chen sat there trembling with rage, unable to utter a word for a long time. A flurry of sympathetic comments flooded the screen. The assistant director patted Director Chen's shoulder. It's just 5 yuan. Why fuss over it? Director Chen, begrudgingly, replied. This is not merely 5 yuan. It is my dignity, the dignity of a director. The assistant director pondered for a moment before offering consolation. I am not particularly skilled at comforting others, but I believe this trivial matter should not be enough to strip you of your dignity. Really? Director Chen was taken aback. Yes, for your dignity was already lost last night. Director Chun, if you cannot offer comfort, then refrain from doing so. Otherwise, I might find it difficult not to consider you an accomplice of Shen Feng. The assistant director sighed. After some thought, he attempted to reassure. In truth, Shen Feng and the others are likely only seeking to enhance the show's entertainment value. You are their elder and the director. How could they genuinely wish to upset you? Right? Director Chun found some merit in this reasoning. Indeed, it is merely a program, just a joke, merely for the sake of entertainment. Why should I be so angry? He took a deep breath, intending to adjust his mindset. Just then, the conversation from Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's live stream reached his ears. How does it feel to have taken revenge on the director? Refreshing. Director Chun. Entertainment value, my foot. They are being utterly sincere. The filming at the tourist town lasted a total of 3 days. Of course, this does not imply that the program is concluding after 3 days. Rather, the production team would be relocating to a new venue for filming. Before the conclusion of the third day's live broadcast, Director Chen announced to the 4 groups of guests that they would be changing the filming location. Director Chen stated, starting tomorrow, our filming will move to the city of Lanyu County. A new Qingda shopping mall has been constructed in Lanyu County, set to officially open soon. We will conduct our subsequent recordings during its trial operation phase. Upon hearing the news of the location change, everyone erupted in cheers. It was not that the tourist town was undesirable. Rather, the high cost of living here made survival exceedingly challenging. Naturally, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's group was the exception. However, the next utterance from Director Chen sent waves of despair rippling through the crowd. Regrettably, I must convey some unfortunate news. Due to a limited number of vehicles, the 4 groups of guests tomorrow will need to trek across Little Yushan to reach the town of Lanyu situated behind it. And of course, this journey will be broadcast live. During the hike, the production team will only provide each of you with a bottle of mineral water and a packet of biscuits. Should you desire additional sustenance, you must fend for yourselves. If you manage to move swiftly, you may reach the town before nightfall. However, should you lag behind, you might find yourselves spending the night in Little Yushan. Director Chun chuckled. Thus, today's recording officially concludes. Rest well this evening to prepare for tomorrow's journey across Little Yushan. With that, he slipped away, and the live stream faded to black. The viewers in the streaming room were now abuzz with excitement. Wow, how thrilling. This is what true survival is about. I never expected to witness such events while watching a dating show. I hope today passes quickly. I can't wait to see Shen Feng and Wanwan in the primeval forest. Little Yushan isn't exactly a primeval forest. It's merely a small woodland. But sending a group of celebrities to survive in the mountains is indeed intriguing. I wonder if these young idols can withstand it. I recall that internet celebrity Zhao Tianshu is an outdoor streamer. He has previously recorded survival videos, so he should manage just fine, but the others are uncertain. Thankfully, I have a day off tomorrow. I'll definitely be glued to the live stream all day. The audience was exhilarated, while the guests were in dismay. Must we really walk there? The program team is being unreasonable. Jia Tenin crouched on the ground, cradling his head. Are there lions or tigers in the mountains that might devour me? Zhang Wei frowned and remarked, while there may not be lions or tigers, providing each of us with merely a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits for such a long trek is utterly inadequate. Li Tingting, Meng, and the internet celebrity Chun Lu all bore expressions of trepidation as well. In contrast, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan maintained a calm demeanor. Both hailed from Qinglu County, where numerous mountains abound. They had traversed countless peaks in their youth and regarded Little Yushan as a trivial challenge. Zhao Tianshu, the internet celebrity, assumed the role of a motivational leader. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not be overly anxious or fearful. I am merely an outdoor streamer, having previously participated in survival shows. With my guidance, I assure you that we shall safely and enjoyably navigate through Little Yushan. Tonight, rest well, and tomorrow we shall set forth with vigor. Zhao Tianshu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Recently, he and his partner Chan Lu had consistently occupied the bottom tier in votes, with little opportunity to showcase his talents. Now he found himself in his element. Filled with pride, he cast a glance at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, aware that their popularity had surged recently. Your acclaim is commendable, but come tomorrow. That popularity will be mine, he. Chapter 45. With such a strong signal, can't you just check for yourselves? Early the next morning, the 4 groups of guests commenced their expedition across Little Yushan. The tourist town was nestled against the mountain, rendering it a mere stone's throw away. Within half an hour, the group departed the tourist town and entered the forest of Little Yushan. The environment was quite pleasant. Being summer, the woods were lush and verdant, with sunlight filtering gently through the leaves, casting a warm and inviting glow. The enchanting scenery lifted the spirits of Jia Tenin and Zhang Wei somewhat. After being a corporate drone, witnessing such beauty brings tears to my eyes. The way the morning sunlight dances through the leaves is truly breathtaking. The production team has outdone themselves. Once the holidays arrive, I too wish to travel. Standing in such an environment surely uplifts one's mood. Jia Tenin and Zhang Wei shared this sentiment. However, after an hour of hiking, their enthusiasm waned. Although the trails of Little Yushan were not excessively steep, they were far from flat. After an arduous hour of trekking, the two men fared relatively well, but the three women, Li Tingting, Meng En, and Chen Lu, were utterly exhausted. Most critically, they had depleted their water supply along the way. Li Tingting wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to Jia Tenin. Do you have any water left? Jia Tenin handed her his bottle. Meng En cast a glance at Zhang Wei, who pretended not to notice her gaze and proceeded to drink heartily from his own bottle. Is Zhang Wei doing this on purpose? How selfish. Not really. It seems he genuinely didn't notice Meng En's expression. Besides, can't she just ask for water like Li Tingting instead of playing coy? At least Zhao Tianshu is more chivalrous. He shared his water with Chen Lu. Hey, where are Wanwan and Fengzi? Suddenly, an audience member pointed out that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had vanished from the camera. Since all four groups were moving together and the mountain paths were treacherous, only a single crew of cameramen was accompanying them, without any division of main and secondary live feeds. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's absence went unnoticed by the crew, who were engrossed in Zhao Tianshu's monologue. Zhao Tianshu reassured everyone, I know your water supplies are running low, but do not fret. Last night I specifically investigated, and there's a small river within Little Yushan, not far from our current location. Based on the vegetation and soil conditions, I believe the water source lies to the north. Please rest here while I fetch water for all of you. Rest assured, with me around, you will all safely exit Little Yushan. Just as Zhao Tianshu's words fell from his lips, a voice from nearby interrupted. Who here still wants water? We found a river. It was Jiang Wanwan. Zhao Tianshu, momentarily taken aback, watched as the crowd, including the cameraman, immediately rushed toward her voice, leaving him standing there with his mouth agape. Ultimately, with a sigh of frustration, he followed suit. Upon reaching the source of Jiang Wanwan's call, they discovered her and Shen Feng squatting beside a clear, pristine river. Shingu, how did you find water? Jia Tenin approached with curiosity. Did you also deduce the water source from the vegetation? Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan looked at Jia Tenin with bewilderment. How could we possibly do that? Do you think we're tomb raiders who can read the land? Then how did you find the water? The mobile map indicated it. Although we're in the mountains, the signal is quite good. Can't you just check it yourself? Jiang Wanwan brandished her phone before Jia Tenin, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Today's outdoor expedition allowed guests to carry their phones for ease of communication. Haha. It's amusing how Zhao Tianshu analyzed everything so earnestly, only to be outdone by technology. Zhao Tianshu looks utterly flabbergasted, struggling to find his words. I was listening to him with rapt attention. It's absolutely hilarious. At that moment, Zhao Tianshu's expression was indeed somewhat compromised. He cleared his throat, furrowing his brow as he addressed Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng with a serious tone. You two, from now on, you must not stray from the group without permission. Do you understand? It's perilous to disperse in the mountains. Should an emergency arise, communication becomes impossible. But I can contact you, Jiang Wanwan retorted, shaking her phone again. I already said, there's signal here. Zhao Tianshu took a deep breath before continuing. It's not merely a matter of signal. You lack the knowledge of survival in the mountains. If you encounter unforeseen danger, you want to have time to make a call. Do you comprehend? I'm a trained survival expert. If you wish to leave Xiaoyu Mountain safely, heed my instructions and stay with me. Jiang Wanwan responded with an unassuming "oh." Shen Feng, chuckling, patted her head and then turned to Zhao Tianshu, saying, apologies, we will stick with the group next time. Zhao Tianshu nodded in acknowledgement. Although Jiang Wanwan was somewhat disobedient, Shen Feng seemed to possess a measure of understanding. As everyone filled their water bottles, Zhao Tianshu led them onward once more. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan trailed at the rear of the group. Leaning against Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan whispered, I think I might have upset Zhao Tianshu. For some reason, she felt that Zhao Tianshu had an unfavorable view of her. Shen Feng chuckled lightly. Naturally, he believed today as outdoor survival was a stage to shine. And then you unexpectedly brandished your phone, stealing his thunder. It's no wonder he is displeased. Jiang Wanwan felt rather aggrieved. I didn't steal his thunder. I merely showcased that I had a phone. What should I do now? Should I apologize? That's not necessary. The two were engaged in hushed conversation when suddenly, the live stream chat erupted with frantic messages. There's a snake. Li Tingting, there's a snake nearby. It's huge. There, S.A. snake. Did you see? There, S.A. snake. It's slithering away. Is the cameraman blind? Snake. Li Tingting and Jia Tenen's group was positioned just before the last in line. At this moment, not far from Li Tingting's feet, a dark brown snake was crawling along the ground. As Li Tingting walked, she suddenly felt something brushing against her foot. Looking down, she let out a piercing scream. Chapter 46. If I wanted to see you embarrassed, I would do this. Ah! Li Tingting's scream drew everyone's attention, and they turned to see the dark brown snake coiled near her feet. The snake stretched nearly 2 meters long. Even motionless, it exuded a formidable presence. Chun Lu and Meng gasped in fright, while Li Tingting's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng exchanged glances, contemplating rushing to assist Li Tingting, when Zhao Tianshu urgently shouted, "Don't move. Snakes in these mountains could be venomous. Keep your distance." Everyone promptly retreated from the snake. "Let me handle this." Upon hearing the possibility of venom, Zhang Wei and the others immediately fled. Jia Tenen felt a twinge of fear as well. He had intended to run, but found Li Tingting clutching his arm tightly. Resolutely, Jia Tenen stayed put, mustering his courage. Not only did he refrain from fleeing, but he also grasped Li Tingting's hand in return. "Jia Tenen, aren't you going to run? It could be poisonous." "Little Jia, my little Jia," finally showing some courage. This isn't the time to praise little Jia. Hurry, think of a way to help her. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were also taken aback. They hadn't expected Jia Tenen to exhibit such bravery. Just then, Jia Tenen trembled. "Li Tingting, my legs feel weak. I can't stand steady. You need to support me." Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan. "I'll support you." "Who is going to support me?" "Ah, help, don't bite me." At this moment, the dark brown snake had begun to circle around Li Tingting's feet, causing her to scream in a higher pitch. Jiang Wanwan, having a decent rapport with Li Tingting, was determined to step forward again, but Zhao Tianshu blocked her once more, his expression serious and earnest as he declared, "Stay back. Such matters should be left to professionals." He broke off a branch from a tree, intending to prod the snake away from Li Tingting. When he saw the snake hanging from the branch, Zhao Tianshu felt a surge of excitement. Once he managed to drive the snake away, the chat would undoubtedly shower him with praise. This outdoor survival segment was his sole opportunity to showcase his skills. If he didn't seize this moment, he might never have another chance to gain fame from this program. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Tianshu cautiously attempted to maneuver the snake off to the side. However, snakes are notoriously difficult to handle. Just as he lifted the branch, the snake slid off and landed squarely on Li Tingting's foot. Li Tingting screamed once more, a sound that made Jiang Wanwan want to cover her ears. She thought to herself that if Li Tingting could maintain this level of performance, she could sing operas without issue. "Don't be afraid. It was merely a slip-up. Stay still. I'll drive it away." The sudden descent of the snake startled Zhao Tianshu as well. Quickly, he sought to comfort Li Tingting while once again using the branch to prod the snake. This time, he swung the branch to the side without hesitation, believing he could successfully toss the snake far away. Yet, fate had other plans. The snake landed right on Jia Tenen's leg. Unfortunately, Jia Tenen was wearing shorts. The cold, scaly texture of the snake against the skin made him howl in pain. He hastily attempted to kick the snake away, but before he could, the snake had already coiled around his leg and struck. "Ah!" Jia Tenen screamed in agony, collapsing onto the ground. "Ah, little Jia! Quick, does anyone have 120 on speed dial? Will little Jia be alright? Does the production team not have any professionals on standby? What is Zhao Tianshu doing, tossing the snake onto someone else? Is he trying to get someone killed?" The livestream chat descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianshu was flustered. He claimed to be a professional survival expert, yet in truth, he had merely shot a few outdoor survival short videos under the guise of his agency's marketing. He had thought himself more experienced than others. But when faced with such a crisis, fear gripped him. What if the snake was indeed venomous? In the event that Jia Tenen encounters a mishap, would he not be utterly ruined? Just as Jia Tenen cried out in anguish, Zhao Tianshu was thrown into a flurry of panic, while the others stood bewildered. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng approached Jia Tenen with deliberate calmness. With a swift motion, Shen Feng seized the serpent by its head, effectively subduing it. Fengzi, what are you doing?" Jia Tenen exclaimed in alarm. "Isn't this far too dangerous?" Yet, Shen Feng remained unfazed, even going so far as to pat Jia Tenen on his bitten calf. "Quiet now. Cease your wailing." "Oh, Shengu, am I poisoned? Am I to perish?" Jia Tenen sobbed uncontrollably. Shen Feng regarded him for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, you are destined to die. Now, pray tell, what is the password to your bank card?" "The password is 135. Shengu, This is hardly the time for jokes. Jiang protested, then remained silent for a while. How can I be quiet? I feel dizzy and disoriented. I am on the brink of death. Am I not allowed to utter a few words? Shen Feng, observing the weeping Jiang, contemplated for a moment before placing the serpent before him. Jiang locked eyes with the creature, and his cries promptly lodged in his throat. Noticing Jiang had finally calmed down, Shen Feng sighed. Jiang, next time you proclaim that you are to be poisoned, could you first open your eyes to check if your leg is injured? Jiang sniffled, trembling as he glanced at his calf, only to be met with astonishment. There were no wounds. Shen Feng raised the serpent in his hand and addressed Jiang. This snake is known as a golden tree snake. Firstly, it is non-venomous. Secondly, its attacks are feeble. It merely bit you in self-defense after being provoked by Zhao Tianshu. However, due to the serrated nature of its teeth, should it bite, do not yank it away. Simply pry its jaws apart, and it will not inflict a deep wound. Your skin is tough. The snake didn't even break it, so why cry about being poisoned? Jiang wiped his tears and replied, but I truly feel dizzy. Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan interjected earnestly. Perhaps it is because you were shouting too loudly and deprived of oxygen. Jiang pondered this. That seems plausible. With the danger averted and the snake still firmly in Shen Feng's grasp, the others dared to approach. Li Tingting expressed concern for Jiang, while Zhang Wei scrutinized the snake. Zhao Tianshu, feeling humiliated, was in a state of discomfort. Earlier, he had cautiously used a stick to prod the snake, displaying his fear. Now, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exhibited no fear, with Shen Feng even daring to hold the snake directly. This only highlighted Zhao Tianshu's cowardice. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Tianshu suddenly exclaimed, if you both knew this snake was harmless, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had come to help sooner, Jiang wouldn't have been so frightened, nor would we all have been so terrified. Jiang Wanwan looked at him quizzically. I intended to assist, but you told us to stay back and let professionals handle it. You previously criticized us for not following your orders, yet now that I have, you still seem displeased. She found his behavior quite perplexing. Zhao Tianshu, already feeling uneasy, grew even more flustered at her words. Frowning in anger, he retorted, wasn't I just looking out for your safety? I was being considerate for your sake, and you dare oppose me? Jiang Wanwan feigned innocence. I am not opposing you. I am merely stating the truth. The truth? It seems to me that you all wish to see me humiliated. Zhao Tianshu shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Wanwan. He believed that she and Shen Feng had deliberately delayed their assistance to witness his embarrassment. Just then, as he reached out, Shen Feng seized his finger. As Zhao Tianshu prepared to berate him, he met Shen Feng's gaze. Shen Feng calmly stated, first, your desire to show off your prowess has nothing to do with Wanwan. Do not place the blame on us. Second, pointing at someone else's nose is quite impolite. If you were unaware of this previously, allow me to enlighten you now. Third, if you believe we intended to see you humiliated, then you are sorely mistaken. With one hand gripping Zhao Tianshu's finger and the other holding the golden tree snake, Shen Feng calmly draped the serpent over Zhao Tianshu's arm. While Shen Feng remained composed, Zhao Tianshu could not maintain his calm, despite knowing the snake was harmless. The sight of a nearly 2-meter-long serpent instinctively filled him with dread. He fell back in terror, desperately trying to shake the snake off, but it too, frightened, wrapped tightly around his arm. Thus ensued a chaotic struggle on the ground, with Zhao Tianshu flailing about in a most undignified manner. At this point, Shen Feng continued, if I truly wish to see you humiliated, I would act in this manner. Do you understand? Chapter 47, A Waste to Discard. Who else could it be given to? Whether it was Director Chun, the audience, Li Tingting, Jiang, or Jiang Wanwan, they were all rendered speechless. They had never witnessed such a side of Shen Feng, nor could they have anticipated that he would dare to act in such a manner towards Zhao Tianshu during a live broadcast. Isn't this a bit excessive? After a moment of silence in the chat room, someone suddenly typed, excessive? I think he did the right thing. Exactly, it was Zhao Tianshu's fault. Yet he dares to blame Jiang Wanwan. He deserves this. What a lack of decorum for a grown man to point at a woman's nose and scold her. He deserved this treatment. Though it may be inappropriate to say, I find myself oddly attracted. Well done. I have long found Zhao Tianshu unsatisfactory. He always boasts about being a professional, yet nearly caused little Jia to be harmed. Indeed, if this had been a venomous snake, little Jia might have perished because of Zhao Tianshu. I am beginning to find Shen Feng quite handsome. Does he need any more admirers? In a live broadcast, the majority of viewers were fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Given that Zhao Tianshu was indeed at fault, and his behavior towards Jiang Wanwan was inappropriate, more people sided with Shen Feng. Even Director Chun, watching the live stream, found Shen Feng's retribution quite satisfying. He held a strong opinion against Zhao Tianshu's arrogance. In fact, the production team had assigned a wilderness survival expert to follow the crew. When the snake appeared, the expert was ready to intervene. But Zhao Tianshu insisted on pretending to be the professional, taking charge. The expert assumed he genuinely had the capability, hence refrained from stepping in, only to discover that Zhao Tianshu was merely a facade. The skills displayed were rather limited, yet they inadvertently caused Jiatunin to suffer a bite. Although Jiatunin emerged unscathed, Director Chun felt a pang of frustration upon witnessing the barrage of criticism directed at the production team for their inadequate protective measures. This ire was naturally redirected towards Zhao Tianshu. Thus, witnessing Zhao Tianshu in a state of disarray brought a sense of vindication to Director Chun. The assistant director, however, remained composed. He placed a reassuring hand on Chen's shoulder and advised, quickly restrain Shen Feng. This retaliation has gone far enough. Only then did Chun regain his composure, albeit reluctantly retrieving his walkie-talkie, just as he intended to inform Shen Feng to swiftly remove the snake. He observed Shen Feng had already stepped forward to take the snake away from Zhao Tianshu. Gasping for air, Zhao Tianshu lay on the ground, his complexion ashen and his body strewn with leaves and dirt, presenting a truly disheveled appearance. You have gone too far. His partner Chun Lu finally mustered the courage to approach, helping Zhao Tianshu to his feet while casting a fierce glare at Shen Feng. Shen Feng, extending the snake towards them, quipped, "Would you like to see something even more outrageous?" Chun Lu was rendered speechless and could only assist Zhao Tianshu in rising. Zhao Tianshu, seething with rage, glared at Shen Feng. Known for his fiery temperament, he found it impossible to swallow his anger. "We are all part of the same production team, and we are live now. Your popularity may be high at the moment, but I have fans too. Is it appropriate for you to act so ruthlessly?" Shen Feng again offered the snake. "Shall I show you something even more extreme?" The barrage of comments erupted in laughter, with viewers mocking Zhao Tianshu for his lack of awareness and his audacity to threaten Shen Feng. How could I have felt sympathy for him when he was so excessive earlier? One comment read, "When he was belittling Jiang Wanwan, did he not consider his own behavior?" The audacity! Although Zhao Tianshu could not see the comments, he could see the snake in Shen Feng's hand. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from further provocation. Sensing Zhao Tianshu's capitulation, Shen Feng released the snake, which had endured much, allowing it to slither away into the grass before disappearing from view. Due to this incident, the startled Jiatunin, Li Tingting, and Zhao Tianshu required some time to recuperate, delaying their departure from Zhao Yushan until dusk. Traveling at night posed a greater danger due to poor visibility. Thus, Director Chun announced that they would be spending the night on Zhao Yushan. He had anticipated the group's inability to exit the mountain in a single day and had arranged for several tents to be set up, creating a small campsite. After informing every one of the tent's locations, they quickly settled in. Upon arriving at the campsite, Jiatunin and Jiang Wanwan immediately rummaged through the tents, only to be met with disappointment. "Why is there no food?" they lamented. The director prepared the tents, but neglected provisions. After a day of exertion, they were all quite fatigued. While there was an ample supply of water, the food situation proved dire. The biscuits provided by the production team had long been consumed, leaving everyone hungry. They had hoped for sustenance upon reaching the campsite, yet found none. "I'm so hungry, I really am starving," Jiatunin whined. Jiang Wanwan echoed his sentiments. Munching on a fruit, "I'm also so hungry." Jiatunin's eyes widened as he noticed the fruit in Jiang Wanwan's hand. "Where did you get that fruit?" he exclaimed. Jiang Wanwan took a bite, savoring it. "Shen Feng just picked it. Do you want some? Is there more?" Jiatunin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Nope," Jiang Wanwan replied. Just as Jiatunin was on the verge of tears, he suddenly heard Shen Feng's voice from above. "Little Jia, catch this." Looking up, he saw Shen Feng had climbed a tree, picking fruit. Jiatunin quickly raised his hands, excitedly calling, "Shen Ge, throw it down. I'm ready. Don't move." Shen Feng cautioned. "Okay." Jiatunin nodded vigorously, only to have a fruit drop squarely on his face. "Shen Ge, may I ask a question?" Jiatunin inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Sure." Shen Feng replied. "When you tell me not to move, is it so you can aim better?" Jiang Wanwan shot him a disapproving glance. "Any objections? If you have issues, then don't eat." She reached to snatch the fruit from Jiatunin's hands. However, he was resolute, quickly shoving the sizable fruit into his mouth. "Not a chance. This is mine." As the evening unfolded, the number of viewers watching the live stream swelled. Laughter erupted in the chat as they witnessed the comical scene. Jiatunin's name truly suits him. This is too much. These individuals are absolutely hilarious. They're my source of joy. Is Shen Feng safe climbing that high? It looks terrifying. But he asked Shen Ge, who caught snakes with his bare hands. What is there to fear? While while the audience engaged in lively banter. Shen Feng had already gathered a dozen fruits and descended from the tree. Climbing was a task he and Jiang Wanwan had often undertaken together, sometimes with Jiang Wanwan displaying even greater agility. Once on the ground, Shen Feng selected the finest fruits for Jiang Wanwan before distributing more to Jiatenin, Li Tingting, Zhang Wei, and Mingyan. Finally, he approached the quiet Tianlu duo, who sat in the corner, silently swallowing their saliva as they watched the others enjoy their fruits. Upon noticing Shen Feng's approach, Zhao Tianshu immediately turned away, and Chen Lu bowed her head in silence, both expecting to be mocked for their predicament. To their surprise, Shen Feng extended his hand, offering them several fruits. Zhao Tianshu was taken aback. Shen Feng, with a smile, encouraged, "Go ahead, don't dwell on what happened earlier. It's all behind us now." Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu accepted the fruits, feeling a flicker of gratitude. Ah, Shen Feng is truly kind. I caught up on the previous segments. Zhao Tianshu was indeed excessive, yet Shen Feng is still willing to assist them. Such kindness. My Feng Go is principled and undoubtedly a positive role model. The comments flooded in with praise. Only Jiang Wanwan, upon seeing Shen Feng return after distributing the fruits, poked him gently and whispered, "Why did you give them fruit? They've ignored you all day. Why offer them your warmth?" Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders. "They all have wormholes. It would be a pity to discard them. Giving them to anyone would be pointless." A moment of silence enveloped the comment section. Could the director perhaps remind Shen Feng to mute his mic when discussing such matters next time? Let us not allow him to tarnish his image in our hearts. Chapter 48. Why not be a bit more ruthless? The live broadcast was set to conclude at 9 o'clock. The audience gazed at the darkening screen, lingering in anticipation. The four groups of guests retreated to their respective tents to rest. Each tent housed two individuals, the space within somewhat cramped. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan found themselves squeezed together. Jiang Wanwan leaned against Shen Feng's chest, scrolling through Weibo, while Shen Feng observed her actions. The topic surrounding the Penghu Bei duo was gaining momentum daily. Since the inception of the program, Let Us Start Dating Today, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had been the source of incessant memes. The number of video compilations featuring them was on the rise, and many fans, even without time to watch the live broadcasts, became enamored with them through these clips. Consequently, the engagement within the Penghu Bei topic surpassed even that of the live stream's audience. As the crowd grew, so did the talent among them. The edited videos and witty remarks often left Jiang Wanwan in fits of laughter. Thus, her evening routine now involved an intense search for fan-made creations related to the Penghu Bei couple on Weibo, Bilibili, and Douyin. Today, the most popular video featured Shen Feng catching a snake with his bare hands and using it to frighten Zhao Tianshu. Jiang Wanwan played that video twice. Suddenly, she mumbled softly at the time, "I didn't think much of it, but now I see you looked quite dashing." "What did you say?" Shen Feng asked, slightly confused. "I said, you looked quite dashing when you scared Zhao Tianshu with the snake," Jiang Wanwan reiterated, her cheeks slightly flushed. Shen Feng chuckled, ruffling her hair, and whispered then, "Wangu, how about rewarding me a little?" With a blush, Jiang Wanwan tilted her head and planted a quick kiss on Shen Feng's face. Shen Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" Jiang Wanwan glared at him. "Are you not satisfied?" Of course he was not. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan sprang up from his embrace, forcefully pinning Shen Feng to the ground. Leaning down, she bit his cheek, leaving a circle of teeth marks. "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Wanwan's face was flushed, yet her expression was fierce, like a little tigress. Shen Feng rubbed the bite mark on his face. "Still not quite satisfied. How about you bite a bit harder?" "You said it." Jiang Wanwan grinned, leaning down to bite Shen Feng's face again. However, Shen Feng swiftly reached out, pressing her head down and kissing her lips. Jiang Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, but she did not resist. Instead, she melted into Shen Feng's embrace, their lips meeting in a gentle caress. Finally, she playfully bit down on Shen Feng's lip. Watching him wince in surprise, Jiang Wanwan's eyes shimmered with mischief, her face burning with shyness. She huffed softly, "I didn't say you could kiss me. That's your punishment." Shen Feng caressed his lips, and, after a moment, leaned closer to Jiang Wanwan again, pointing at his lips. "How about you bite me a few more times?" Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You don't have any strange fetishes, do you? Just one bite?" Shen Feng shrugged. "If one bite can earn me a kiss, then I say it's worth it." Jiang Wanwan blushed and stared at Shen Feng for a long moment before suddenly standing up to open the tent and step outside. Shen Feng, thinking she was just shy, hurriedly grabbed her hand. "Wangu, I was joking. Don't go out. I'm gonna find Jiatenin," Jiang Wanwan replied. "What do you need him for?" "Actually, I don't want to bite you too hard." Jiang Wanwan blinked at Shen Feng and said, so I'll find Jiang to bite you instead. Shen Feng. After a long day of trekking, Jiang Wanwan grew weary from the playful banter. She lay on Shen Feng's arm and yawned widely, quickly drifting off to sleep. Unfortunately, whether indoors or outdoors on a bed or the ground, Jiang Wanwan's sleeping position was always quite peculiar. Once asleep, she clung to Shen Feng like an octopus. Shen Feng, inhaling her familiar scent, wore a wry smile, pondering whether this was bliss or torment. The following morning, the live broadcast resumed, and the group embarked once more on their journey through Xiaoyu Mountain towards the county town. Today, Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu's attitude towards Shen Feng had noticeably improved. Yesterday, they had been as silent as clams, but this morning, Zhao Tianshu even took the initiative to greet Shen Feng. Witnessing this, some early rising viewers felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Tianshu. If only he knew that the fruits Shen Feng provided yesterday were all infested, I wonder how he would feel. Having traversed a day's journey yesterday, it took only half a day for the group to emerge from Xiaoyu Mountain. The production team's vehicle awaited them at the exit. Once outside, they boarded the vehicle, heading towards the county town of Lanyu. This time, Director Chun was unexpectedly generous, renting the largest hotel in Lanyu County for their stay. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Wanwan and the others expressed their astonishment. How could the notoriously frugal director suddenly be so willing to spend? The staff member driving explained that the director was not so benevolent. Rather, the hotel owner had approached him, noting the program's rising popularity and offering accommodations to capitalize on the show's success. Jiang Wanwan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Director Chen remained unchanged. Upon arrival at the hotel, the group intended to rest properly after a night spent in tents, where sleep quality was poor. However, they found Director Chen waiting in the hotel lobby, a string of keys in his hand and a devious smile plastered across his face. If you want to rest, you must first complete today's task. Do you see these keys? Among them is the key to the hotel's presidential suite. Whoever completes the task first will receive this key and enjoy the best treatment. As he spoke, Director Chun produced a task card. Today, there are no secret missions or audience voting. Your group's collective task is singular. Shortly, we will blindfold one member from each group and take them to any room in the hotel. The remaining member must find their partner by any means necessary. Within the confines of the room, a series of enigmas await, and those confined must unravel these puzzles to glean hints regarding their whereabouts. The participants may communicate freely via walkie-talkies, and the first to locate their partner will be awarded the key to the presidential suite. Chen Dao has conjured up another novel challenge. Though the production team may be a bit financially constrained, their creativity remains commendable. Simultaneously solving mysteries and searching for companions. One side tests intellect, while the other tests physical prowess. Quite intriguing indeed. I boldly predict that the Circle Lock couple will emerge victorious. Their synergy unparalleled. This trial encompasses more than mere camaraderie, or perhaps it bears no relation to it at all. Upon hearing Chen Dao announce the new task, the audience in the live stream became animated once more. Concurrently, Chen Dao began to assign roles to each group of guests, determining who would be confined to the room to decipher the mysteries and who would embark on the search. In the pairing of Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu, Zhao Tianshu would undertake the search while Chun Lu would decipher within the room. For Zhang Wei and Meng and Zhang Wei was designated to search, leaving Meng and to solve the puzzles. In the case of Jia Tenin and Li Tingting, Jia Tenin would search while Li Tingting would decipher. The audience found this arrangement to be quite reasonable. Typically, females possess a more meticulous nature, and their physical stamina tends to be less than that of males. Thus, allocating the task of uncovering clues to the females while the male search appears to be the most optimal arrangement. Just as everyone presumed that the pairing of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan would follow suit, Shen Feng, after a brief exchange with Jiang Wanwan, unexpectedly raised his hand. I will be confined. Let Jiang Wanwan search. Chapter 49. Detective Shen Feng. Is Shen Feng really going to be confined? Is Fengzi attempting to take the easy route? Haha, that's unfortunate. Given the girl's lesser stamina, by the time the other groups finish searching 2 floors, Wanwan may struggle to complete even one. Do not underestimate my Wan Ge. I suspect Fengzi certainly has his own reasoning. He is quite shrewd. The comments section buzzed with discussions regarding the Penghu Bei duo's decision. Chen Dao, evidently taken aback by Shen Feng's choice, had initially envisioned that each group would consist of females in confinement and males conducting the search. He had even dubbed this segment the brave rescue of the princess. Yet, in the end, Shen Feng had become a princess. However, since this was a collective decision made by Shen Feng's team, Chen Dao had no choice but to accept it. Clearing his throat, he produced several eye masks and earplugs, and then declared, "Now, esteemed princesses, please don your eye masks, and the staff will escort you to your designated rooms. Later, please cooperate with your valiant rescuers to escape from your confines." With that, he distributed the eye masks and earplugs to several participants. They donned the masks and earplugs, led by the staff to the elevator. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, Zhao Tianshu, Jia Tenin, and Jiang Wanwan, the four brave souls tasked with the rescue, were arranged to take a temporary respite. At this moment, the audience, watching the live stream from their perspective, observed that the staff escorting the participants into the elevator were engaging in a rather complex operation surreptitiously. For instance, in the case of Li Tingting, after being led into the elevator, the staff pressed the button for the 10th floor. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they then pressed the button for the 8th floor. Subsequently, after arriving at the 8th floor, they pressed the button for the 9th. Ultimately, the elevator halted on the 9th floor, and only then did the staff escort Li Tingting out. Moreover, upon reaching the 9th floor, they did not immediately take her into a specific room, but instead led her in circles until she felt somewhat disoriented, before finally guiding her into room 907. Other groups underwent similar procedures. The audience found themselves quite perplexed. What is going on? Are they intentionally stalling for time? Could it be to prevent the participants from discerning their floor? That is a possibility, though it seems unlikely anyone could truly guess. Perhaps it was feasible initially, but after such convoluted maneuvering, no one would have any idea of their actual floor. Once confined within their respective rooms, the participants were permitted to remove their eye masks. The curtains in the room were drawn. While not particularly thick and capable of allowing some light to filter through, discerning the outside world through them was nearly impossible. Furthermore, the production team had stipulated that the curtains must not be drawn open. The room itself was well lit and bright. Upon entering and removing their masks and earplugs, Mengan and Chun Lu's immediate task was to search for any puzzles or clues within the room. Meanwhile, their counterparts, Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianshu, commenced their search from the first floor, knocking on each door in search of them. The approach of Li Tingting and Jia Tenin's duo, however, was markedly different. After Li Tingting was confined and removed her mask and earplugs, she communicated via walkie-talkie to Jia Tenin. "Xiao Jia, you should take the elevator to the 2nd floor and time how long it takes. Just a few seconds." Jia Tenin complied immediately, ultimately determining the duration, excluding the time for the elevator doors to open and close to be just over a second. Li Tingting then began her calculations. The audience was thoroughly impressed. Li Tingting is remarkable. I had heard she was a top student from Qingbei. I didn't realize she was this astute. This is certainly far more efficient than the other two groups. Unfortunately, the floor count that Li Tingting calculated turned out to be 14. Given that her blindfolded timing was not entirely precise, and Jia Tenin's provided value was also inaccurate, compounded by the fact that the hotel's elevator was quite luxurious, operating smoothly with minimal vibrations during stops, and with Li Tingting being unable to hear the elevator stopping signals due to the earplugs, she remained unaware of how many times the elevator had paused or if its direction had altered mid-journey. These various discrepancies led to Li Tingting's calculated floor being higher than usual, leaving the audience somewhat disappointed. It also illustrated to the viewers the rationale behind the production team's convoluted maneuvers. Nonetheless, Li Tingting recognized that her estimation might be erroneous. Thus, she instructed Jia Tenin to commence searching from the 12th floor downwards, which was undoubtedly much swifter than Zhao Tianshu and Shen Lu's methodical ascent from the ground floor. Just as the audience began to commend Li Tingting for her exemplary performance, Shen Feng, who had been deliberately delayed by Chun Dao until now, finally found himself confined to a room. Since his previous experience with Shen Feng, Chun Dao had harbored a desire to put him through the ringer. Thus, this time, he expressly instructed the staff to prolong Shen Feng's time in the elevator. The staff executed this directive with great efficiency, keeping Shen Feng in the elevator for over a minute. Once Shen Feng was confined within the room, he leisurely removed his eye mask and earplugs. While the audience assumed that after such a prolonged ordeal, he would not possess as many clues to share with Jiang Wanwan as Li Tingting had, Shen Feng first glanced towards the direction of the curtains. He then activated the walkie-talkie and conveyed a number to Jiang Wanwan. "Floor 1014. I should be between these 5 floors. Exclude the odd-numbered rooms. Search directly for the even-numbered ones." Jiang Wanwan did not inquire as to the reasoning behind this and promptly replied affirmatively before commencing her search. The audience, however, was left astonished. For indeed, Shen Feng was situated on the 14th floor, specifically in room 1410. How did he manage to calculate that? Just moments ago, Li Tingting had first instructed Jia Tenin to conduct an experiment, followed by her own calculations, ultimately arriving at an erroneous conclusion. How could Shen Feng deduce it so swiftly? Achieving a remarkably close result, he was confined in the elevator for over a minute, with it moving up and down intermittently. After emerging, he was spun around for several more circles. How could he possibly ascertain which floor he was on? I haven't uttered that phrase in a long time. There must be some underhanded dealings from the production team. Director Chun was equally flabbergasted. He never anticipated that the one who had endured the most turmoil, Shen Feng, will be the first to uncover the correct answer. Upon noticing the barrage of questions on the screen, he hastily grabbed the intercom and inquired, Shen Feng, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Shen Feng chuckled. I say it's instinct. Do you believe that? Believe you? I rather think I've uncovered a conspiracy. Director Chun retorted. Shen Feng shrugged nonchalantly, settling comfortably onto the bed. You had me blindfolded and wearing earplugs while being tossed around in the elevator. Yet, how could you not consider that perhaps a thicker, opaque curtain might be in order? He gestured toward the curtain. This is the newest development area in Lanyu County, with closely spaced buildings surrounding it, and the nearby structures are predominantly high-rise office buildings. To avoid being overshadowed by the adjacent skyscrapers, I must be on the 7th floor or above. Given that it's around 11 in the morning, there's no way this hotel's odd-numbered rooms would receive such direct sunlight. Thus, I am certainly in an even-numbered room. Director Chun was momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, he pressed, but how did you ascertain it was the 1014th floor? This hotel has 26 floors, and with so many above the 7th. How could you be so certain it's the 1014th? Because of instinct. Oh, come on, Chun exclaimed angrily. Be serious, or I might just accuse you of conspiracy. He was now exceedingly curious. Shen Feng raised his hands in surrender. This time it genuinely is instinct, or rather, I surmised that the production team would play tricks. This hotel indeed boasts a considerable height, and my time in the elevator was ample for me to reach the 26th floor. However, I am confident that the production team wouldn't act so innocently. You would never simply escort me to the top floor, nor even a floor too close to it. For you anticipated that I might provide Wanwan with clues based on the elevator's travel time, thus enabling her to head straight to the top. Therefore, I believe you've confined me somewhere around the 718th floor. The reason I mentioned the 1014th floor is that I selected a few middle floors within the 718 range. I'm not entirely sure, but if it's incorrect, Wanwan can search other floors. As he spoke, Shen Feng cast a glance at the camera in the room, revealing a benevolent smile. But judging by your inquiries, Director, I must have guessed correctly? Director Chun was left speechless. Chapter 50. The Great Detective Shen Feng. Chun had never imagined that his intricate scheming would falter due to the curtain and a psychological duel with Shen Feng. The audience was equally astonished. Shen Feng had deduced his current floor solely based on the light filtering through the curtain, articulating his analysis with great clarity. To be honest, I feel as though I see the shadows of two individuals in my brother Feng. I guess one is Conan, and the other? Sherlock Holmes. My brother Feng is truly formidable. Did he emerge from the strongest brain competition? I can't believe it. I initially thought Shen Feng was just a handsome, ordinary person, but he is not only handsome, but also extraordinary. He is not another Tsinghua or Peking University genius, is he? Darling, you're so handsome. The comments flooded in. Yet, some began to mention Director Chun. Look at that director, scheming and plotting, only to be effortlessly outsmarted by our Shen Feng. With such a narrow-minded approach, his capabilities are lacking too. TSK, is our director feeling quite embarrassed now? Director Chun, initially feeling a bit awkward, now found himself in an exceptionally uncomfortable position upon reading the comments. In a fit of rage, he seized the intercom and shouted at Shen Feng. Shen Feng, there are 3 puzzles I've had set up in this room. Solve them all, and I will let you go. Otherwise, even if Jiang Wanwan finds you, it won't count. The moment those words escaped his lips, the audience erupted in disapproval. He is panicking. Look, this is a conspiracy. This is a blatant abuse of privilege. I disagree. How can the director do this? Director Chin seemed to realize that merely making demands was somewhat excessive. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly devised a new idea. How about this? You agree to solve the 3 puzzles before you can leave, and I'll additionally provide you with a bonus of 50 yuan tomorrow. What do you say? In his attempt to entice Shen Feng, Director Chun was indeed making a substantial investment. After all, disregarding any personal grievances, Shen Feng's team was progressing at an astonishing pace. The game hadn't even begun for 10 minutes, and Shen Feng had already finished, leaving the other 3 teams in a state of despair. It was imperative to create some challenges for Shen Feng. Moreover, Director Chun was convinced that these 3 puzzles would surely stump him. The first 2 were merely riddles and simple brain teasers. However, The third puzzle was a particularly convoluted advanced mathematics competition question that he had specially acquired, one he himself couldn't even comprehend. He was determined that Shen Feng wouldn't be able to solve it. The intercom connecting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan was still active. Before Shen Feng could respond, Jiang Wanwan hurriedly interjected, I agree. Fengzi, let us go for that $50. In truth, Shen Feng wanted to express that if Director Chen was bold enough to offer 50 yuan, he surely had something devious planned. Those 3 puzzles would undoubtedly be challenging. However, with his partner urging him, Shen Feng conceded, all right, I agree. Director Chen smirked, akin to a crafty fox. The 3 puzzles are hidden within a room, intricately linked. You must solve one to unlock the next. Go ahead and search. Director Chen had initially intended to say, go find the first puzzle yourself, but before he could finish, Shen Feng had already retrieved the first puzzle from beneath the pillow. Director Chen, the first 2 puzzles were indeed quite simple. Shen Feng solved them in less than 5 minutes and simultaneously discovered the third puzzle. The audience had been overwhelmingly supportive of Shen Feng, believing that with his speed and intellect, no question could possibly confound him. However, when they beheld that advanced mathematics competition problem, their expressions turned to shock. Oh my, is the production team out of their minds, bringing in something so serious? Calculus, just looking at it makes my eyes ache. This is a competition question, not your typical problem. Even many university students who studied advanced math wouldn't be able to solve it. When pushed to the edge, one can do anything except solve advanced math. Your lover may betray you, your friends may deceive you, but advanced math will not. It simply cannot be solved, no matter what. Director Chen gazed at the barrage of comments, a smug smile gracing his face. It seemed he had chosen the right question. Shen Feng? Ah, Shen Feng. Today marks the day I finally avenge my grievances. How could you, along with Jiang Wanwan, have deceived me before? Humph, just because the tiger does not roar. Do you think I am merely a sickly cat? Director Chen mused to himself. Suddenly, he observed Shen Feng grabbing a pen and paper, genuinely beginning to write. Go ahead. Write. I still do not believe you can truly solve it. I fear that by the time the other 3 teams figure out, you won't be able to solve it either. He chuckled. Yet gradually his laughter faded. For Shen Feng, step by step, was writing with remarkable fluidity. There was not a hint of struggle with the problem, especially when a viewer in the comments remarked, I found the original problem from a competition a few years ago, and the steps match exactly what Shen Feng is writing now. Director Chen hastily searched for the answer to the problem. Indeed, the steps were nearly identical to those Shen Feng was inscribing. Damn, Shen Feng can't truly know this question, can he? Director Chen's hands trembled. The assistant director adjusted his glasses. I believe this is no longer merely a matter of knowledge. His writing is too fluid. Regrettably, your 50 yuan is unlikely to be retained. Director Chen remained obstinate. I refuse to believe it. He hasn't completed it yet. What if his final answer is incorrect? Then, Director Chen's stubbornness was shattered by the answer Shen Feng produced. As he gazed at the standard answer Shen Feng wrote, the barrage erupted in cheers. Identical to the answer. He got it right. Fengzi is awesome. Truly impressive. He can solve advanced calculus on the spot and catch large snakes with bare hands. Who else can compare? What is an idol? This is what an idol is. Compared to those who have barely studied, relying solely on their looks to gain fame and fortune, Shen Feng is far superior. There is truly no competition. Shen Feng, YYDS. Yet, Shen Feng appeared quite modest, even slightly embarrassed. He addressed the camera operator, saying, Director Chen, to be honest, I feel a bit undeserving. Truth be told, I guess the first 2 questions. But this calculus problem, I genuinely know. I happened to practice this problem when I was bored. I'm truly sorry. I'll gladly accept the 50 yuan. Director Chen nearly spat out blood. Damn it. No wonder Shen Feng answered so smoothly. How unfortunate to encounter a problem he had previously solved. Had he known, he would have chosen a different question. However, it would have made no difference. Shen Feng had always sought new goals to prevent losing himself in repetition. At one point, he had made practicing problems his objective, even becoming somewhat addicted to it, finding joy in solving them. Even if Director Chen had commissioned a new problem, with Shen Feng's current abilities, he could solve alive. I guess the first 2 questions, this calculus one, I genuinely know. Why do I feel like this sound a bit like showing off? Listen, is this even human speech? While others are idly watching the live stream, Shen Feng is busy practicing problems. Don't you feel ashamed? Not really, even if I don't watch the live stream. I still can't solve such problems. As the barrage continued its discussion, Director Chen begrudgingly ascended the stairs. He handed the keys to the presidential suite over to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Then he turned to leave. However, Shen Feng called out cheerfully, Director Chen, Didn't you forget something? Director Chun, feeling a pang in his heart, turned back. He pulled a 50 yuan note from his pocket, which Jiang Wanwan snatched away eagerly. She then hurriedly asked Director Chun, is it 50 for solving 3 problems? Are there more questions? Let us have Fengzi solve some more. Whether we can have a grand feast tomorrow depends on you, Director Chun. Director Chun, do you take me for an ATM? Jiang Wanwan shook her head. How could that be? Director Chun felt slightly reassured. Yet, he soon heard Jiang Wanwan say, the ATM gives me my money. What you provide is your money. Of course, it's happier to earn your money. Director Chun. Chapter 51. Don't treat us as outsiders. Director Chun was quite dejected. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanwan was overjoyed. With the keys to the presidential suite in hand, she went off to rest with Shen Feng. Consequently, the viewers grew disheartened as well. For Jiang Wanwan slammed the door, locking the cameraman outside. They had nothing left to watch. The audience began to protest. Seeing the viewers' discontent, Director Chun felt even more frustrated. Finally, he used the intercom to say, Jiang Wanwan, today, S recording isn't over yet. Even if you wish to rest in the room, at least provide us with some footage. There was no response from the door. After a moment's thought, Director Chun suddenly added, otherwise, I'll deduct your pay. Click. The door to the presidential suite swung open immediately. The cameraman, waiting at the door, was elated and stepped forward to enter. However, before he could step inside, Jiang Wanwan reached out and snatched the camera from his hands. Then, with a resounding bang, she shut the door again, leaving the cameraman standing alone, bewildered. Jiang Wanwan, what are you doing? Director Chun exclaimed in alarm. He recalled his previous experience of being extorted by Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Surely these two wouldn't resort to the same tactics again? But Jiang Wanwan was quite earnest as she set up the camera in a corner of the room. She then, puzzled, remarked, didn't you say to provide some footage? Am I not giving you a scene? Director Chun. Director Chun helplessly replied, Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, even if you disregard my feelings, please consider the sentiments of the audience who adores you. Everyone came here to watch you resting in a room. Before he could finish his sentence, the barrage erupted with a multitude of yes. Rest well. Feel free to rest, the kind of rest where you turn off the lights and close the curtains. Exactly. If you're tired, you should rest. Hurry and sleep. Our angle is just perfect. Don't treat us as outsiders. Please, don't feel shy. Naturally. These were the fans of the couple, the CP fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They were eager to see these two share a bed. Director Chun found himself utterly speechless. Thankfully, there were still some good people in the live stream. You CP fans, please have some self-restraint. Don't speak for the rest of us. Although we'd also like to see them sleep together, could you consider the feelings of the production team? Is sleeping something that can be casually broadcast? Don't you fear the show getting banned? Director Chen's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. There are still good people who care about the show. Yet this individual followed up with, I hope the director can record the scene of them sleeping and send it to me privately. That way, we don't have to worry about the show being banned. Good person, my foot. Another CP fan I see. Jiang Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. She was indeed feeling fatigued and sincerely wished for a moment of respite. After traversing the rugged mountain trails all day yesterday, her night had been less than restful. And having spent another half-day wandering about, she was now thoroughly exhausted. Once she positioned the camera, she collapsed onto the expansive bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Shen Feng sat on the edge of the bed, not succumbing to sleep, but instead retrieving a book from the shelf of their suite and engrossing himself in its pages. The room was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Director Chen observed this scene with a twinge of regret. Alas, today's audience would likely dwindle. After all, who finds pleasure in watching someone silently read, while another lies there like a motionless lump? However, Chen's concern quickly dissipated. To his astonishment, the audience not only remained, but the volume of comments surged dramatically. To be honest, Shen Feng looks incredibly handsome reading so quietly. Why didn't he debut sooner? This beautiful scene brings such tranquility to my heart. Jiang Wanwan looks so adorable while asleep. I could watch her all day. I've taken a screenshot to use as my computer wallpaper. I used to be a loyal fan of Jiang Wanwan, but now I'm a devoted fan of this couple. Honestly, just watching them be together like this is incredibly comforting. I originally considered myself a fan of Wanwan, but now I must admit, Shen Feng is simply irresistible. Especially after today, I increasingly believe that no one else is worthy of Wanwan but him. By the way, does anyone know which school Shen Feng attended? Could he really be a top student from Qingbei, having tackle competition problems? The comments gradually evolved into lively conversation. The viewers present were primarily fans of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng, either devoted shipper fans or supporters from Penghubei. In essence, they all shared common ground. Engaging in conversation here felt akin to discussing topics under the Weibo posts related to Peng Hu Bei. On ordinary days, viewers were often too preoccupied with watching the live stream to comment. Now, with the broadcast frozen on this serene and charming tableau, they found ample opportunity to chat, resulting in a higher volume of comments than usual. Shen's face twitched in disbelief. Had his live stream transformed into a grand chat room? After approximately 2 hours of slumber, Jiang Wanwan stirred awake. Groggily, she stretched and yawned widely, feeling parched after a nap. Just as she contemplated fetching some water, she noticed Shen Feng beside her, offering a glass. Upon taking a sip, she instantly felt revitalized. What is this water? It's so sweet. Is it honey water? It's honey-infused flower tea. The suite conveniently provides free tea bags and honey, so I brewed a little for you to help awaken your senses, Shen Feng explained, gently tidying her tousled hair. Did you sleep well? Yes, but now I'm feeling a bit hungry. Let us go grab a bite to eat. Shen Feng smiled. All right. The audience, witnessing this tender moment, paused their chatter to refocus on the live stream. Can Shen Feng predict the future? Just minutes after he made tea, Jiang Wanwan woke up. I truly envy this relationship. I wish someone would serve me honey water upon waking up and help me comb my hair. Alas, I'm just a guy. Watching their daily interactions is far more enjoyable than any romantic drama. Indeed, though there are no grand gestures, the warmth of their simplicity is delightful. This sweet yet unpretentious affection is the most satisfying kind. I initially thought I was a steadfast bro fan, but now I find myself leaning towards becoming a shipper fan. After finishing her drink and washing her face, Jiang Wanwan was ready to step out with Shen Feng. Director Chun hurriedly used the intercom to call the resting cameraman to follow them. This time, Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng behaved appreciably, returning the camera without further inconveniencing the production team. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams had just completed their brave rescue of the princess game, finally receiving their room keys to rest. Having rejuvenated, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan headed to the hotel restaurant in search of sustenance. The staff, aware that Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were stars under the direct supervision of their employer, greeted them with utmost courtesy. After seating them, the server respectfully inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "We have our signature steak, a selection of Western pasta, barbecued meats, baked rice, and also Chinese specialties like the Chang-style meat sandwich and noodle dishes. Here is our menu for your perusal." Upon glancing at the exorbitant prices listed, Jiang Wanwan abruptly closed the menu and turned to the server. Just as the server assumed she was about to place an order, Jiang Wanwan earnestly asked, "Do you sell raw meat and vegetables here?" The server. Chapter 52. We will undoubtedly be very happy. In the hotel kitchen, the atmosphere was tranquil as it was not mealtime yet. Only an elderly chef was busy organizing ingredients. The server led Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan into the kitchen and addressed the chef, Uncle Li. These two wished to purchase some ingredients. The chef inserted his knife into the cutting board and turned to look at Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, and the accompanying cameraman. The server, sensing the need for clarification, quickly added, "Uncle Li, they are recording a program, a live streaming one." However, Uncle Li interrupted her. "I know them. I've watched their show. I was just watching their survival in the mountains yesterday." The server was taken aback. Uncle Li, being over 50, had little interest in entertainment. How could he be watching such a dating show? What is wrong with that? Uncle Li shot the server a glance. The server hastily shook her head. Jiang Wanwan quietly nudged Shen Feng, whispering, "Shen Feng, why do I feel like Uncle Li looks quite imposing?" The server seemed scared of him. The server, quick to adapt, promptly introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present our head chef at the Lanyu Weiguang Hotel, Uncle Li. He is a nationally certified master chef and has cooked for state banquets." The audience gasped in astonishment. A nationally certified master chef who had cooked for state banquets hidden in the small town of Lanyu? Uncle Li maintained his authoritative demeanor as he addressed Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. "You two wish to purchase ingredients?" Shen Feng nodded politely. "Yes, we are filming a program, and the budget provided by the production team is limited. Thus, we hope to prepare something good ourselves. I am wondering if the hotel could accommodate us." "Certainly." Uncle Li Raplia. Jiang Wanwan felt a surge of joy. She and T expected this stern-looking man to be so agreeable. But then, she heard Uncle Li add, "However, I have one condition." "Of course. It wouldn't be that simple." Jiang Wanwan's brief elation quickly turned to apprehension. Uncle Li, appearing so formidable, must have a demanding request. She watched as Uncle Li produced a notebook and a pen from seemingly nowhere. Li Shu handed something to Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. Jiang Wanwan looked at Li Shu in astonishment and asked, "Are we supposed to write something?" Could it be that Li Shu wanted them to draft some sort of guarantee or a contract of servitude? Surely, that couldn't be the case. They were merely purchasing ingredients. Li Shu nodded, maintaining his authoritative demeanor, and said, "Just sign your names for me. I genuinely enjoy your show." By the way, I am also a fan of your couple pairing, the circle law couple. It's quite amusing. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, the waiter, a serious-looking man with a scruffy beard and a distinguished chef who had catered state banquets, was utterly shocked. Could it be that he was their fan? Huh. Not only were Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan taken aback, but even the audience was left thunderstruck. While I knew that Shen Feng and Wanwan had a diverse fan base, I never expected even such a prominent figure to be following them. This man is about the same age as my grandfather, and he is a fan of the couple. How delightfully unexpected. If I'm following a couple with a top chef, does that make me a top chef too? Yes, you're a top chef. When it comes to gaming, that is, I feel like the dimensional wall has been shattered. Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng quickly signed the notebook for Li Shu. He examined it with satisfaction several times before finally putting it away. With a serious expression, he turned to Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, saying, "You both must be happy in the future." The waiter assumed Li Shu had become too engrossed in the couple's dynamic and hastily explained, "Li Shu, these reality dating shows are all scripted and not genuine. They are merely pretending to be a couple on the show." In response, Li Shu shot her a disapproving glare. "After living for so many years, do I need you to explain this to me?" The glimmer of affection in one's eyes cannot be concealed. The two of them are undoubtedly in love. "You understand nothing." The waiter was left speechless, feeling as though she had merely attempted to clarify things without deserving such a scolding. Oh dear. Not only is Li Shu a fan, he has thoroughly invested. This is serious. I share Li Shu's perspective. I too believe they are genuine. To be honest, while you may jest, I can't shake the feeling that Li Shu is truly earnest. Nonsense. You're the one joking. We are serious. Circle lot, couple forever. In an instant, the live chat was ablaze with expressions of enthusiasm from the Circle Law couple fans. They felt that Li Shu was their representative, voicing the sentiments of all the CP enthusiasts. Jiang Wanwan lowered her face, feeling somewhat bashful. Shen Feng, however, reached out and took her hand, their fingers interlaced tightly. He then smiled at Li Shu and said, "Thank you, Li Shu. We will definitely, absolutely, and certainly be very happy in the future." His tone was sincere, each word resonating deeply. As he finished speaking, Jiang Wanwan was momentarily stunned, followed closely by Director Chun, the waiter, and the cameraman, all of whom were left in a daze. The barrage of comments also fell into a brief silence, as if everyone had temporarily disconnected. It was only 3 seconds later that the live chat erupted like a geyser. "Ah, I'm dying, I can't take it. Is this a public declaration or a confession? I genuinely cannot tell if Shen Feng is putting on a show or speaking from the heart. I initially followed this couple for amusement. Surely, it can't lead to something real. If it's fake, I hope it's real. If it's real, just kill me to celebrate. The intertwined fingers and confession are too sweet. I'm writhing in bed like a worm. I'm all in now. Sobi, sobi, sobi." Shen Feng's words were so earnest and romantic. Did anyone record that? I need to see the replay immediately. The audience in the live chat was on the verge of frenzy, especially the CP fans, who were in a state of ecstatic chaos. To be honest, since the show began, while the interactions between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had been warm, sweet, and entertaining, they had never overtly expressed anything to one another. It seemed as if they were merely good friends, childhood companions. This was one of the reasons why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan attracted many buddy fans. Now, however, Shen Feng's statement, which sounded more serious than an "I love you," had effectively solidified the relationship between them. The CP fans were in a state of jubilation. Meanwhile, Li Shu's previously stern expression finally softened into a smile. He patted Shen Feng's shoulder and said, "There's a sense of responsibility in your eyes. I believe your words. I am quite pleased today, so feel free to use any ingredients from the kitchen. There will be no charge." At this moment, Jiang Wanwan felt so shy that she desperately sought to shift the topic. Hearing Li Shu's words, she seized the opportunity to say, "Well, that seems rather inappropriate. The ingredients here belong to the hotel. We can't just take them for free. Why not?" Li Shu chuckled. "True, the ingredients belong to the hotel. But this hotel is mine." Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng were momentarily taken aback. But they had previously met General Manager Li of the hotel, who clearly... "Oh, indeed, it should be said that this hotel belongs to General Manager Li," Li Shu clarified. "However, I am his father." Huh. Chapter 53. My apologies. We are not acquainted. This hotel is the property of General Manager Li, who in turn is Li Shu's son. According to Li Shu, it all began when his 8-year-old granddaughter watched the reality show Dating Online. Subsequently, Li Shu's daughter-in-law discovered it, and then Li Shu's son, General Manager Li, also took notice. General Manager Li, lacking the time to watch the live broadcasts, would watch the video edits daily, thoroughly engrossed. even sharing the edits in the family group chat. This is how Li Shu stumbled upon it. Initially, he was merely curious about the edits, but he soon became addicted to watching the live streams and following the couple. Seeing you both reminds me of my younger days with my late wife. If she were still here, I would love to bring her watch with me, Li Shu reminisced wistfully. After general manager Li opened this hotel, Li Shu and his late wife had been enjoying a leisurely life. However, his wife tragically passed away in a car accident a few years ago. To alleviate his loneliness, Li Shu began working as a chef at the hotel. He initially found his daily life rather mundane until he discovered the live streams of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Their playful banter and remarkable chemistry evoked memories of his own youth with his beloved wife. It was also Li Shu's suggestion to invite the production team to the hotel and offer complimentary accommodations, if not for the show's theme revolving around survival and romance, which required the guests to manage their own meals. He would have even considered providing food for the production team at no charge. To be frank, both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were quite surprised. During the recording of the show, they had not given it much thought. Often, the interactions between two individuals are characterized by a simple and genuine exchange. To their surprise, such a bond could serve as a source of emotional solace for others. Jiang Wanwan consoled Uncle Li and engaged him in conversation at an external restaurant, while Shen Feng busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a meal. In addition to crafting several dishes, Shen Feng took the time to sear 3 exquisite steaks. Once the meal was complete, he artfully arranged the dishes on the table. Several plates were placed at the center, with the 3 steaks set before him, Jiang Wanwan and Uncle Li. Uncle Li was taken aback, not expecting a portion to be prepared for him as well. However, he graciously accepted it. After slicing the steak with a knife and fork, he picked up a piece with chopsticks and savored it, nodding in approval. Having previously watched Shen Feng's cooking videos, he recognized his expertise and was impressed by his impeccable control over the cooking process, indicative of seasoned experience. When Uncle Li tasted Shen Feng's culinary creation, his expression did not mirror the astonishment displayed by Lin Jia, Jiang Wanwan, and Shen Zhaohua. Nevertheless, for a distinguished chef who had cooked for state banquets, to commend Shen Feng's skills was indeed a significant accolade. To be honest, I am genuinely curious about the caliber of Shen Feng's culinary prowess, especially since even someone of Uncle Li's stature acknowledges his talent. Could he possibly be a master chef? If Uncle Li isn't merely being polite, it can only mean that Shen Feng is exceptionally talented. Regardless, it is evident that Shen Feng's culinary abilities surpass those of the average person. No wonder Wanwan's heart and stomach are firmly in his grasp. When will a handsome fellow come along to capture my heart and appetite? As the meal concluded, Jiang Wanwan felt utterly content. This is my first time tasting the steak prepared by Shen Feng, and it is truly delectable, she exclaimed, letting out a small, satisfied burp. If you enjoy it, I will make it for you often in the future, Shen Feng replied. However, Uncle Li interjected, next time, our ingredients 1T be complimentary. While I am indeed your fan, you are filming a show, and I cannot always provide assistance. That would be quite unfair. Jiang Wanwan nodded in understanding. You're correct, Uncle Li. Next time, we will certainly purchase the ingredients. By the way, Uncle Li, how much does one steak cost? She inquired. If you buy it cooked, it's 128 each, Uncle Li answered. Jiang Wanwan's lips twitched. And if we buy it raw? Still 128. We do not charge extra for cooking the steak, Uncle Li stated. Jiang Wanwan protested. Couldn't you offer a friendly discount? At least round it down a bit. Uncle Li pondered seriously for a moment before responding. All right, let's round it down to 130. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Is that how rounding down works? It seems to be increasing. Haha. It turns out that the seemingly serious Uncle Li has such a playful side. Now I understand why Uncle Li said that seeing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan reminds him of his younger self. Indeed, it seems the young Uncle Li was just as adept at playing with people's emotions as Shen Feng and Wanwan are. Experience does come with age. After finishing their meal and engaging in some light-hearted banter with Uncle Li, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan bid farewell and departed from the restaurant. However, upon reaching the hotel lobby, they encountered a group from the production team gathered around the entrance. Curious, Jiang Wanwan approached to discover that they were surrounding a food cart to receive their box lunches. Other groups of guests mingled among them. Jia Tinan, quick on his feet, had already snatched a box and was devouring it. Spotting Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, he gleefully waved his lunch in front of them. You two are late. All the good food has been picked clean. I managed to grab 3 pieces of char siu, he bragged, dramatically lifting a piece of meat in slow motion as if to savor the moment before placing it into his mouth. Just then, Director Chen chimed in. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan just had sirloin steak, cheesy corn, and Caesar salad at the hotel. Do you know why I suddenly ordered box lunches? It's because I was envious watching them eat. With that, the meat Jia Tinan had lifted fell from his grasp, landing on his face before sliding to the floor. He looked at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan with trembling lips, nearly on the verge of tears. Brother Shen, why didn't you think to invite me for a meal? I apologize, we're not very familiar, Shen Feng replied earnestly. Dejected, Jia Tenon squatted in a corner, nibbling on his boxed lunch. I can't stop laughing, Jia. Why provoke them? Don't cry, little Jia. Even if you can't have steak, they can't have boxed lunches either. Thinking of it that way, isn't it even more tragic? Ha ha ha. Honestly, he only considers you familiar when he wants to charge you money. Meanwhile, Director Chun approached Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, holding a prepared boxed lunch. Upon noticing him, Jiang Wanwan quickly waved her hands, saying, Director, you're too kind to save us a boxed lunch. But we're quite full. You saw us just eat steak, and now we truly can't eat another bite. Director Chun frowned. Who said this boxed lunch was for you? You really have some nerve. With that, he walked over to the cameraman who had been following Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, handing him the boxed lunch and patting him on the shoulder. Brother, you had it rough. The cameraman was moved to tears. Finally, someone cares about me. Director, can I request to switch groups? I don't want to be with them anymore. They feasted for a whole half hour. A whole half hour. I stood there watching for that long. And I'm so hungry. Why must I endure this torture? If I have committed a crime, I wish to be punished by law, not subjected to this torment. Director Chen embraced him sympathetically. Don't be sad, my good brother. You are contributing to the show. Moreover, it seems no one is willing to switch groups with you. The cameraman sniffled. Then if I don't switch groups, can I get a raise? Director Chun immediately released the cameraman and turned to leave. The cameraman wept even harder. Chapter 54. No, this is simply bad luck. After the crew finished their boxed lunches and took a short break, Director Chen announced that he would reveal the second task of the day. Congratulations to the Peng Bay team for winning first place in the first task. Brave rescues the princess. Director Chen offered a grin that barely concealed his sarcasm as he congratulated Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan before clapping his hands. The upcoming second task is the Champion Challenge. The victorious Peng Bay team will serve as champions, while the other 3 groups of guests may challenge them, with each group having one opportunity to initiate a challenge. As he spoke, Director Chun produced a rather rudimentary cardboard box. From within, he extracted several even more rudimentary cards, each detailing various challenge tasks. The 3 groups of guests would first draw from these challenges and then select one member for the Peng Bay team to compete against. If the challenger emerged victorious, the Peng Bay team would relinquish their champion status and must also surrender the presidential suite to the victorious challenger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanwan felt a wave of discontent wash over her. She pointed at the box and card in Director Chen's hand, exclaiming, "These items are so rudimentary. It's evident that you prepared them at the last minute. The task you originally designed must have been entirely different. You simply cannot tolerate us residing in the presidential suite. This is intentional on your part." Upon hearing this, Director Chun smirked with satisfaction. Indeed, it was intentional. So what? I am a director. I set the rules. Is there a problem? No problem at all. If the champion does not wish to participate, then you may willingly relinquish the presidential suite to others. His demeanor was that of a typical, small-minded individual reveling in petty triumph. Director Chun is shamelessly engaging in privilege and subterfuge once again. Has he not been sufficiently tormented by Fengzi and Wanwan? Perhaps he has been subjected to too much turmoil, hence the resentment brewing within him. I have a foreboding feeling that the director is about to face misfortune. As the comments continued to swirl, Shen Feng seized Jiang Wanwan, who was eager to confront Director Chun. Addressing him, Shen Feng inquired, Director Chun, we are willing to accept the challenge. If we fail, we can forfeit the suite. However, if the challengers fail and we emerge victorious, will there be any rewards for us? None. Director Chun replied emphatically, his tone resolute. He would not allow Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan any opportunity to exploit him further. Shen Feng, upon hearing this, shrugged his shoulders in disappointment. What a pity. Then we might as well forfeit the champion position and hand it over to someone else. Director Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. Did Shen Feng actually concede? Yet. Shen Feng continued. Then we can return as challengers and win back the suite. Director Chun. Director Chen, no. If you relinquish the champion position, you cannot participate in challenges anymore. Isn't that blatantly targeting us? Shen Feng said with a frown. Director Chen chuckled. Yes, I'm indeed targeting you. What are you going to do about it? Shen Feng ignored Director Chun, instead shouting, Mr. Li, Uncle Li, we've had a bit of a disagreement with Director Chun, and we plan to withdraw from the program. Don't forget to request the accommodation fees from the production team. Director Chen hurriedly covered Shen Feng's mouth. He had previously seen Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan chatting with Uncle Li. Naturally, he knew that the hotel owner, Mr. Li, and Uncle Li were staunch fans of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In fact, the hotel was willing to provide them with complimentary rooms precisely because of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. If Mr. Li and Uncle Li heard Shen Feng's outburst, how would the production team manage to stay at the hotel? Xin Yi, said. Let's discuss this amicably. What conflict could we possibly have? Director Chen said with a forced smile, adjusting Shen Feng's clothing and patting his shoulder. I don't mean to target you. This is all for the sake of the program. Shen Feng also smiled, kindly asking, then Director Chen, could you please reiterate what rewards we would receive if we triumph over the challengers? Director Chen rubbed his hands together, his previous air of determination evaporating. With an awkward chuckle, he suggested, how about, for each group you defeat, I provide a subsidy of $5 tomorrow? 50. Shen Feng stated decisively. Director Chen immediately shook his head. That won't do. That's far too much. Shen Feng raised his voice again. Uncle Li, Mr. Li. Director Chen quickly covered his mouth once more, looking pained as he exclaimed, Shen Ge, my dear, 50 is truly excessive. It's not that I'm stingy. If I give you that much, tomorrow's program will lack any appeal. You would be flaunting a couple of $100 while the other three teams barely scrape by with a few dollars each. It creates too stark a contrast. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, how about $10? Would that be acceptable? Just as Shen Feng was about to protest, Director Chen preemptively covered his mouth. Then, Jiang Wanwan shouted from the side, Mr. Li, Uncle Li. Director Chen was distraught. He had forgotten about her presence. He quickly said, all right, 20. If you win, you get 20. If you manage to win all 3 challenges, you will receive $60. Does that sound reasonable? Shen Feng finally nodded in agreement, while Director Chen felt a pang of regret. Director Chen, Director Chen, why do you put yourself through this? You are simply no match for those two. I initially felt a tinge of sympathy for the director, but now I increasingly believe he deserves it. Why provoke those two in the first place? My Director Chen is suffering too much. This is the price of offending the bandit couple. Stay away from the duo, Director Chen. They bring misfortune. The comments were filled with laughter. Director Chen, feeling frustrated, approached the 3 groups of guests, clutching the cardboard box. He surveyed the guests before gritting his teeth and declaring, you all better perform well and strive to sink Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. Whoever can defeat them will receive a $100 subsidy from me. It's not about the money, it's about my pride. Who among you wishes to draw a task and challenge them? Jia Tenin eagerly raised his hand. I will. I have no idea how much Shen Ge has cost me, and now I intend to reclaim my dignity. With that, Jia Tenin reached in a box and pulled out a challenge card. He then loudly read the task inscribed upon it. Challenge task. In the hotel entertainment area, sing Die for Love, with both sides performing. The one with the higher score wins. Jia Tenin's voice gradually diminished. By the end, he was barely audible. Can I draw again? He was utterly dazed. Singing was his weakest skill, and this task required him to perform such a challenging song. Was this truly a challenge task? Yes, it was clearly designed as a trial for him. Director Chen was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that this task would serendipitously fall into Jia Tenin's hands. Originally, this song was one that Zhang Wei excelled at singing. Director Chen had crafted this task to suit Zhang Wei's strengths. Yet, how ironic that the card ended up with Jia Tenin, the person least capable of carrying a tune. You may draw again. Everyone is entitled to a second chance. Ultimately, Director Chen gritted his teeth and allowed Jia Tenin to draw again. Jia Tenin rummaged through the box for what felt like an eternity, then drew another card. Sing Die for Love. How was it this again? Director Chen's lips twitched. Each person has 2 chances to draw again. So, dear Jia, you may draw once more. Jia Tenin drew a 3rd time. Sing Die for Love. Jia Tenin. Jia Tenin was on the verge of a breakdown. He wished for anything but die for love. He felt like he might actually perish. Surely, all the cards couldn't possibly be this one. He tipped the box over, spilling all the cards out. To his dismay, there was only this one task card requiring a song. Jia Tenin was even more distraught. What kind of luck was this? He put the cards back in the box and asked Director Chen, can I draw again? I refuse to believe I will draw this card once more. Director Chen. He is, to some extent, a person who values his reputation. At this moment, he finds himself in a somewhat awkward predicament. However, in his quest to triumph over Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, Director Chen resolves to cast aside his dignity just this once. Indeed, there's still one more opportunity for your team to draw again. Jia Tenin promptly reached out to draw a card. Director Chen hurriedly intervened. Please, spare us that. Let Li Tingting draw instead. He truly feared the prospect of a 4th consecutive failure. Jia Tenin also felt he was somewhat unfortunate today, so he relinquished the box to Li Tingting. Li Tingting felt the weight of responsibility upon her. She first clasped her hands in prayer, then recited a few verses of scripture. She touched her forehead and both shoulders, earnestly proclaiming, "May Brother Chun bless us, infinite heavenly sovereign, Amit Amen." Finally, with great solemnity, she extended her hand and retrieved a card from a box. The song chosen was Love, Even If I Die. Director Chun, Jia Tenon, Li Ting Ting. Is this what they call fate? Jiang Wanwan suddenly exclaimed with a sense of nostalgia. Shen Feng pondered for a moment, then shook his head seriously, declaring, "No, this is simply bad luck." Chapter 55, Love Even If I Die. This can hardly be described as mere misfortune, can it? I almost thought it was some kind of magic trick where every draw resulted in the same card. If it weren't for Xiao Jia having just inspected all the cards, I would have believed the box contained nothing but this one. My face mask is about to split from laughter. I must clip this segment and post it online. It truly is laugh out loud hilarious. Xiao Jia, my dear Xiao Jia, how did you end up in such a dire situation, huh? The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. However, their amusement was short-lived. When Jia Tenon entered the karaoke room and began belting out the renowned song Love, Even If I Die, his voice resembled the anguished wail of a pig in labor, desperately seeking an escape, only to plunge into a boiling pot and be flung away by a passing 10-ton truck. The audience's expressions froze in shock. Initially, there were 70,000 viewers tuning in to the live stream. After the first two lines, only 60,000 remained. By the end of the fourth line, the count dwindled to 30,000. Just as Jia Tenon was about to sing the fifth line, Director Chun, risking life and limb, burst into the karaoke room, urgently stopping him. He feared that soon there would be no one left in the live stream. Jia Tenon looked at Director Chun in confusion. "But I haven't finished singing yet." The scoring system in this karaoke room operates on an average score basis, since you have sung 4 lines, and the highest score for one line was an 8. "I'll just award you an 8, all right?" Director Chen stated. Upon hearing this, Jia Tenon appeared pleasantly surprised. He scratched his head and chuckled. "I didn't expect to score so high. An 8. Just 2 points shy of a perfect score." Director Chun, "The perfect score is 100. Jia Tenon. Jia Tenon was left feeling disheartened. News of Jia Tenon ceasing to sing gradually brought the viewer count back up. Wow. When Jia Tenon started singing, I nearly passed out. I was on the bus, forgot my headphones, and had the volume on speaker. When Xiao Jia sang, everyone got off the bus. You're lucky. I also had it on speaker, and I was forced off the bus by a crowd of people." Xiao Jia truly embodies the essence of this song. Just now, I felt death approaching. I bear no grudge against the production team. Why would they send Xiao Jia to ruin my day? Surviving after hearing 4 lines. Could it be that I am destined for ascension? As for ascension, who knows, but I nearly reached my end. The audience flooded the comment section, expressing their relief at having survived. Some are merely joking, yet others were genuinely shaken by Jia Tenon's vocal performance. After all, Jia Tenon's singing is notoriously outrageous. The song Love, Even If I Die is challenging enough, and the room's sound system amplified his voice to an intimidating degree. Jia Tenon exited the karaoke room with a respectable score of 8, and Shen Feng stepped in. Previously, when Jia Tenon was singing, the production team dared only to wait outside. Even the cameraman merely placed the camera inside before hastily retreating. This time, however, with Shen Feng entering the karaoke room, the crew felt emboldened to follow him in, believing at least Shen Feng's singing would not be fatal. Shen Feng tested the microphone before commencing his performance. As the prelude began, his high notes soared. Upon finishing the first line of Love, Even If I Die, the scoring system awarded an impressive 95 points. The production team members in the karaoke room and the viewers in the live stream were instantly captivated. Not only did they have Jia Tenon's discordant notes for comparison, but even without that, Shen Feng's professionalism shone through. His pitch and tone were nearly indistinguishable from the original. Shen Feng is incredible. Now that is the essence of it. That is true professionalism. After the high-energy prelude, the song transitioned into a deep, soothing verse. Loving each day as if it were the end of the world. Every second is so beautiful that it brings tears to my eyes. Ignoring the opinions of others, as long as you bravely follow me. Shen Feng's voice carried both tenderness and a sense of nostalgia. In his gentle moments, he gazed at Jiang Wanwan. In his more profound moments, he reflected upon his past experiences. In the cycles he had endured, had he not also treated each day as if it were the last, enjoying the present, without fear of potential hurt? Many miracles exist only if we believe. As he reached this point, Shen Feng's pitch suddenly soared again, as if he were howling, roaring, or proclaiming, "Love even if I die." It must be passionate and unrestrained. The depth of feeling must be enough for a declaration. As he sang, he approached Jiang Wanwan and took her hand, gripping it tightly. It seemed as if the phrase "love, even if I die" was a declaration meant for her. Under the dim lights of the karaoke room, Jiang Wanwan's face flushed slightly. Suddenly, she snatched the microphone from Shen Feng's grasp and continued singing his high notes. If Shen Feng's high notes were a celestial proclamation, then Jiang Wanwan's were like a sacred song bestowed upon the earth by angels. Their voices, though distinct, intertwined seamlessly. With a blush on her cheeks, Jiang Wanwan sang, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Shen Feng. Shen Feng smiled back at her. This moment was captured clearly by the camera and witnessed by the viewers in the live stream. Though both of them sing beautifully, I must ask, are they singing or confessing their feelings to one another? That gaze, I can hardly breathe. The chemistry between them is palpable. Just like during their last duet, I implore you to release a single together. Finally, as the song drew to a close, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan both held a single microphone together. Jiang Wanwan's hand gripped the microphone, while Shen Feng held her hand tenderly. Their faces were so close that they seemed to merge into one harmonious sound. How close they are! Can I steal a kiss? Oh, this is just too melodious. Xiao Jiao, look at them. I feel as if I'm perspiring from the intensity. Their high notes are exhilarating, making me want to sing. Open the K-Song app, sing. Close the K-Song app, uninstall it. Once the song concluded, the production team in the room began to applaud, some even leading the cheer. Director Chun sighed as he announced the scores. Shen Feng received a remarkable 94 points. Comparing Shen Feng's score to that of Jia Tennan, Director Chun truly felt the disparity between individuals. It was not just Jia Tennan. Even Zhang Wei, renowned for his proficiency in this song, might not outperform Shen Feng. However, Jia Tennan, feeling a hint of indignation, raised his hand. But this song was sung together. The score shouldn't solely belong to Brother Shen. Shen Feng shrugged. Then let's consider it half mine. I still have 47 points. What if we attribute only a tenth of the score to me? That would still be 94 points. Jia Tennan realized he was only embarrassing himself. The first challenge concluded with Shen Feng's unequivocal victory. Reluctantly, Director Chun handed Shen Feng 20 yuan and subsequently turned to the box, gazing at the Tian Luo and Wei Men groups. Now, which of your teams wishes to take on the challenge? It's up to you to reclaim a victory. After a brief discussion, Zhao Tianchu raised his hand. We'll take it on. Zhang Wei and Meng and were seasoned veterans in the entertainment industry, possessing both experience and capability. Therefore, the two teams decided to place their strongest members at the end, first probing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's prowess. Even if they lost this round, it would at least give Zhang Wei and Meng a clearer understanding. Zhao Tianshu approached the box and drew a challenge card. Upon seeing the challenge task, his eyes lit up. The task was, both teams would take turns communicating in different languages, with the first to falter deemed the loser. He eagerly handed the card to Chen Lu, who too expressed her delight. Though she was a social media influencer, she had graduated from a foreign language program. In addition to English, she could converse in Japanese, Korean, and Russian. She had even posted several videos on Douyin where she sang songs in multiple languages. Director Chun was equally pleased upon seeing the task. It was indeed designed with Chen Lu in mind. What stroke of luck that their group drew it. Most individuals could only engage in communication using Mandarin and English, but with Chen Lu's multilingual skills, victory seemed assured. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, your good fortunes have come to an end. Director Chun even wore a peculiar smile. The audience shared similar sentiments. I watched Chen Lu's videos. She speaks Russian and Korean. This task was clearly tailored for her. The director is quite cunning, targeting them so explicitly. Oh no, my dear Fengzi and Wanwan might lose their luxurious suite. If you find yourselves without a place to stay, you can come to my home. I'll gladly offer my bed and just watch from the side. But then again, I've heard Wanwan has dabbled in some Japanese. If Chen Lu chooses Wanwan as her opponent, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Some audience members believe the Penguin Group might still have a chance. Then, Chen Lu declared, I choose Shen Feng as my opponent. The audience erupted in dismay. It's over. Now there's not even a sliver of hope. Chapter 56, You Are Already Wonderful. Shen Feng had no objections, yet Jiang Wanwan did. A good woman doesn't compete with men. If you have the capability, then face me. In Jiang Wanwan's perception, Shen Feng seemed to lack foreign language skills, at best being somewhat proficient in English. She felt confident that her knowledge of Japanese at least made her slightly superior. However, Chen Lu shook her head. Wanwan, I'm actually a fan of yours. I'm aware of your Japanese skills. Although I speak more than just Japanese, to be safe, I want to choose you as my opponent. Shingo, what is your choice? Will you accept my challenge or concede? Shen Feng sighed. I suppose I must accept. Seeing the resigned expression on Shen Feng's face, Director Chen chuckled. He then announced the commencement of the challenge. According to the rules, both parties were to communicate in various languages, switching with each dialogue until one could no longer respond. To be honest, both the audience and the production team, including Jiang Wanwan, believed Shen Feng would falter within 2 rounds. They began with Mandarin. In the second round, they switched to English, where Shen Feng performed admirably. In the third round, Chun Lu spoke in Japanese. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Feng responded effortlessly. Director Chen quickly inquired of his assistant director. What did he just say? Was it correct? The assistant director adjusted his glasses. He expressed a desire for leniency. It was accurate. He must indulge in a fair share of Japanese cinema. He is quite lucky. Director Chen murmured. In the fourth round, Chun Lu switched to Korean, and Shen Feng continued to keep pace. Director Chun remarked. It seems he also enjoys Korean films. In the fifth round, Chun Lu spoke in Russian, and once again, Shen Feng responded. The assistant director turned to Director Chun. Does he also have a penchant for Russian films? Director Chun remained silent. Meanwhile, beads of sweat had begun to form on Chun Lu's forehead. She had already exhausted her strongest languages. She hadn't anticipated that Shen Feng would respond so adeptly. Initially, Chun Lu admitted to underestimating her opponent. The sentences she used in Japanese were rather straightforward, but when she transitioned to Korean, she employed some colloquial phrases, yet Shen Feng still managed to reply. When she recited verses from Pushkin's Ode to Liberty in Russian, she was shocked to find Shen Feng seamlessly completing the lines. How could he be proficient in so many languages? What began as confidence for Chun Lu gradually shifted to anxiety. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Was that Russian? What did Shen Feng just say? I study Russian. They were reciting Pushkin's poetry, and Shen Feng didn't make a mistake. Whoa! Chen Lu is a language expert. It's impressive enough that she speaks so many languages, but how does Shen Feng also know so much? I thought this time Fengzi was guaranteed to lose, but it turns out he is remarkably formidable. Though I can't understand, it's incredibly impressive. This is what it means to be a scholar. Do you comprehend the value of our Fengzi? Chen Lu took a deep breath, her expression turning serious as she looked at Shen Feng. In addition to her proficiency in Japanese, Korean, and Russian, she possesses a rudimentary understanding of German and French, albeit lacking fluency in either. Yet, these languages constitute her final card. However, much to Chen Lu's despair, regardless of whether it was German or French, Shen Feng effortlessly responded in kind. At this juncture, Chen Lu found herself utterly at a loss. Embarrassed, she stood before Shen Feng at a loss for words. Shen Feng glanced at her and inquired in French, "Why have you stopped?" Chen Lu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I cannot continue. Shen Feng chuckled. Then perhaps it's my turn? Subsequently, he launched into an enigmatic phrase that left Chen Lu utterly bewildered. The audience shared her astonishment. Where's the translator? That can't possibly be German. We need a new translator. Someone in the comments quickly asked. Shen Feng's live stream attracted a diverse audience, brimming with talent, and previously, there had always been someone proficient in various languages to provide translations. Yet this time, a prolonged silence ensued. Eventually, someone ventured a response. I have a friend who studies lesser-known languages. He mentioned that what Shen Feng just uttered might be Yoruba, a language from West Africa. What does it mean? Translated, it roughly means, you've done remarkably well. As the comments fell into bewilderment, Chen Lu hastily turned to Shen Feng. Brother Shen, what language was that? And what does it mean? Shen Feng, wearing a benevolent smile, replied, Yoruba, and it means, you have done exceptionally well. The comments erupted. I can't believe this. You sly fox. Shen Feng, mocking the poor girl behind her back, yet refusing to admit it. Nevertheless, Chen Lu genuinely believed him. A smile spread across her face as she turned to Shen Feng, saying, Thank you, Brother Shen, for your encouragement, but I still feel I fall far short of you. I once thought my linguistic abilities were impressive, but it seems I was mistaken. I concede gracefully. Moreover, I find myself becoming a fan of yours. Could you possibly give me an autograph later? Observing Chen Lu's bashful demeanor, Jiang Wanwan quickly stepped in to whisk Shen Feng away, flashing a toothy grin at him. Chen Lu is my fan. You shall not give her an autograph. Do not steal my precious fan. Do you hear me? Shen Feng could only smile in resignation. She's flustered. She's flustered. Jiang Wanwan isn't a tizzy, though she claims to be worried about her precious fan being taken. It seems she is more concerned about her beloved husband. Oh, how envious. So much jealousy from Jiang Wanwan. The second round of challenges once again concluded with Shen Feng's victory. Reluctantly, Chun Dao handed over 20 yuan to Shen Feng and furrowed his brow, asking, Shen Feng, could you enlighten me on how you came to master so many languages? Jiang Wanwan also turned her gaze towards Shen Feng, equally puzzled. She couldn't recall him ever mentioning a formal study of so many foreign tongues. It was more accurate to say he had taken a casual interest in self-study. Most of his knowledge was merely superficial, lacking fluency. Chen Lu eagerly interjected, then, Brother Shun no idol, which language do you speak most fluently, without a hitch? And with the utmost ease? Shen Feng replied earnestly, Mandarin. Chen Lu. Chen Dao. The audience. Well, it seems he isn't wrong. After a moment of silence, Chen Dao sighed. He patted Shen Feng on the shoulder and asked, given that I've already given you 40 yuan, could you tell me if there's anything you cannot do? Oh, there are quite a few things I can't do. I'm no superhero, Shen Feng replied, shrugging. I cannot build rockets, nor can I construct airplanes, ships, or cannons, and I certainly cannot bear children. Chen Dao. While those may be things you cannot do, the problem is that they can't be included on the challenge card. If you can't do it, no one else can either. Ultimately, Chen Dao could only silently approach the remaining formidable duo, Jiang Wei and Meng, and gazing at them, he felt at a loss for words of encouragement. To be honest, his confidence had been somewhat eroded by Shen Feng's impressive display of foreign languages. It felt as though every utterance had been a veiled insult directed at him. However, Jiang Wei took the initiative to console Chen Dao. Chen Dao, we have already devised a strategy. Shen Feng is indeed formidable, but in this challenge, we can designate our opponent. We simply need to choose Jiang Wanwan. Chen Dao suddenly regained his composure. Of course, how could he have forgotten? Since Shen Feng was so impressive, they needn't select him as their opponent. How had he gotten himself stuck in a corner? His eyes regained their sparkle as he presented the box to the two. Jiang Wei swiftly pulled it open. Challenge task. Both parties must reenact a scene from a classic film, competing in acting skills. The first to falter loses. If both manage to carry out the scene, the inferior performance incurs defeat. Chen Dao exhaled a sigh of relief. This prompt was specially tailored for Jiang Wei and Meng, though neither was a major star. Both were considered competent actors. He was confident they would not lose this time. After a brief discussion, Jiang Wei and Meng decided that Meng would take on the challenge. As Meng approached Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, Shen Feng internally sighed. To be candid, he had little confidence in his acting abilities. He had never deliberately practiced acting, nor had he ever acted alongside anyone. If Meng had chosen him as her opponent, it could very well result in a mishap. To his surprise, Meng walked up to Jiang Wanwan, beaming as she said, I choose Wanwan as my opponent. Shen Feng was taken aback. Jiang Wanwan was equally stunned. She was being chosen for an acting duel? Had she heard correctly? After all, she was the first domestic actress to win the coveted golden statue. Are you certain? Jiang Wanwan asked hesitantly. Meng nodded, I am certain. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's hesitation, Meng felt that she was intimidated, perhaps even scared. In truth, Meng had never watched Jiang Wanwan's performances. As a genuine actress, she looked down on the mediocre dramas starring popular young idols. She had always believed that Jiang Wanwan was no different from other traffic-driven stars. Such stars typically lack skill. Even if Jiang Wanwan possessed some talent, Meng did not believe she would be inferior. How skilled could a young university student possibly be? Observing Meng's confident demeanor, Jiang Wanwan could only sigh in resignation. Very well, I accept the challenge. It was not her intention to bully anyone. Rather, it seemed her opponent had insisted on being bullied. Chapter 57. The Artisan's Skill, the Younger Generation's Potential. With Jiang Wanwan accepting the challenge, Chen Dao began to play the prepared film clip. It was an excerpt from a court intrigue film released over a decade ago, featuring a scene between an emperor and a concubine. The concubine is the adopted daughter of a rebel, who, in order to fulfill her father's mission, enters the palace under an assumed identity with the intent to assassinate the emperor. However, as she engages with him repeatedly, she gradually falls in love with the sovereign. Initially, she plans to abandon her mission and spend her life with the emperor, yet at this critical juncture, he discovers her true identity. On her knees, the concubine finds herself at the mercy of the emperor's sword, which is pointed at her throat. They stand in a tense standoff, each grappling with complex emotions. The emperor must convey the profound sorrow and turmoil of realizing that the beloved concubine harbors ulterior motives, ultimately deciding against her execution and resolutely casting her out of the palace. Conversely, the concubine must portray her genuine love for the emperor, the anguish of being misunderstood, and the despair of being unable to articulate her truth. Particularly poignant are the tears shed as she is expelled from the palace, serving as the dramatic climax of the scene. In the original film, this segment was masterfully performed by veteran actors, whose exceptional portrayals have rendered this moment a timeless classic among filmmakers. Meng chooses to take on the role of the concubine, as her acting repertoire leans toward portraying delicate and helpless women. Moreover, this segment provides her with more substantial and nuanced material than the emperor's role, making it easier for her to shine. Meng feels an abundance of confidence. If the role of the emperor were to be played by a man, she might harbor some concerns, but with Jiang Wanwan, a girl considerably younger than herself, she perceives no sense of the emperor's authoritative presence or intensity. To perform convincingly would be a formidable challenge. In fact, a sense of glee and anticipation stirs within Meng. She is aware that there are many fans of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. If she can outshine Jiang Wanwan in acting prowess, she might attract some of her fans. With this mindset, Meng begins her preparations, rehearsing her lines. Jiang Wanwan also starts to memorize her lines as the emperor, albeit appearing somewhat distracted. Observers note her seeming lack of seriousness, flooding the screen with comments. Is Wanwan concerned about not matching Meng? She seems quite unfocused. After all, Meng is 8 or 9 years her senior and a seasoned actress. It's only natural for her to feel some apprehension. My Wanwan is also a skilled actress. You know, I'm a fan of Wanwan, but to be honest, even if their skills are comparable, Meng's chosen role is inherently more advantageous, putting Wanwan at a disadvantage before she even begins. Indeed, Wanwan is younger and a girl, portraying a high-ranking emperor. There's a significant disparity in appearance that could easily disrupt the immersion. What should we do? Will Wanwan lose? But why does Fengzi seem utterly unperturbed by Wanwan's situation? Some audience members notice that Shen Feng appears remarkably calm. Indeed, Shen Feng remains composed because he understands that Jiang Wanwan's apparent distraction is not due to worry. Rather, she does not perceive Meng as a rival. Jiang Wanwan is confident. Since she possesses such confidence, what does he have to worry about? After a 10-minute preparation period, Director Chun announces the commencement of the competition. Meng, being a seasoned actress, immediately immerses herself in the scene as soon as the cue is given. With an expression of sorrow and grievance, she kneels before Jiang Wanwan and implores, "Your Majesty, do you not wish to believe in your servant?" This is it. A true expert reveals their prowess at once. She embodies the essence of the role. What should I do? I'm starting to feel anxious. What if Wanwan cannot keep up? Some audience members nervously bite their nails. Director Chun wears a satisfied and triumphant expression. Meng has not disappointed him and has even exceeded expectations. It seems he is finally poised to reclaim his standing. However, just as Director Chun allows a smile to grace his lips, Jiang Wanwan, who had been facing away from Meng, turns around. In her hand, she wields a makeshift stick crafted from rolled paper, lightly tapping it against Meng's neck. She then gently lifts Meng's chin, her face devoid of a smile, radiating only coldness and indifference. Yet, the audience can discern the sorrow of betrayal in her eyes. Jiang Wanwan gradually leans closer to Meng and, gazing at her with a soft tone, "Xiao Yu, it is not that I do not trust you." With her chin lifted, Meng is compelled to meet Jiang Wanwan's gaze. The moment she locks eyes with Jiang Wanwan, her heart skips a beat. The look in Jiang Wanwan's eyes is strikingly reminiscent of the original film's esteemed actor. In that instant, Meng is momentarily entranced. Yet, as she's lost in thought, Jiang Wanwan's previously gentle tone suddenly escalates. The warmth in her voice dissipates, replaced by an overwhelming mix of pain and fury as she unleashes a low growl. This irrefutable evidence. How can you expect me to trust you? How can I trust you? Jiang Wanwan's grip on the paper stick tightens, trembling slightly. This is the moment where Meng should respond, but Jiang Wanwan's powerful roar momentarily stuns her. After a 2-second pause, Meng regains her composure, swallowing hard as she stammers, "Your Majesty, perhaps I initially harbored ulterior motives, but my feelings for you now are sincere. Cannot you perceive that?" This line should have been delivered with greater sorrow and helplessness, yet Meng finds herself overwhelmed with anxiety. Under the weight of Jiang Wanwan's acting prowess, she feels an uncharacteristic pressure. Even when performing alongside seasoned veterans, she has never felt such intensity. Jiang Wanwan's performance is of an entirely different caliber compared to the younger generation, surpassing her by several realms. Meng realizes that she has already lost. At this moment, both Director Chun and the audience are left in awe. They are all perceptive. Jiang Wanwan's acting has eclipsed Meng's, and they are acutely aware of it. What is happening with Wanwan's performance? This is a complete domination. Meng is almost forgetting her lines. Indeed, Wanwan's previous line and that look held such power. It sent shivers down my spine. Call me a mindless fan, or say I'm blind. But I genuinely believe that Wanwan just captured the essence of the esteemed actor. I share that sentiment. Her gaze and presence are strikingly similar. Compared to the captivated audience, fellow actor Zhang Wei, Director Chun, and the deputy director are even more profoundly impacted. Jiang Wanwan has not merely excelled in portraying the emperor. She has embodied the very essence of the character without the aid of costumes or props. They can scarcely fathom the heights her performance might reach if fully equipped. As the performance unfolds, the focus shifts almost entirely away from Meng'an. Neither the audience nor the professionals, including Zhang Wei and director Chun, pay her much heed. Even Meng'an herself finds her attention drawn entirely to Jiang Wanwan. As an actress who values the craft, it is evident that Meng'an recognizes the remarkable talent before her. Knowing that defeat was inevitable, Meng'an preferred to view this challenge as an opportunity for learning. She closely observed the intricate details of Jiang Wanwan's performance. Gradually, Meng'an found herself drawn into the play by Jiang Wanwan. Initially struggling to keep pace with Jiang Wanwan's portrayal, she eventually harmonized with her rhythm. Particularly poignant was the moment when the emperor sheathed his sword, turning his back on the consort, uttering the words, "You may leave." As the actress portraying the consort, Meng'an shed a genuine tear, fully immersed in the role. She had been profoundly captivated by Jiang Wanwan's remarkable acting skills. So much so, that Meng'an knelt on the ground, weeping for an extended period until Jiang Wanwan helped her up, at which point she realized the performance had concluded. Around them, applause erupted. Zhang Wei approached, clapping, and said to Meng'an, "You did wonderfully in the end. That was hard work." Meng'an wiped her tears, casting a bittersweet smile at Jiang Wanwan. "I was completely drawn into the performance by you. I never imagined your acting prowess was so formidable. Indeed, I was utterly mesmerized. At one point, I thought it was the legendary old actor himself performing." Zhang Wei praised, "It was truly impressive, and we accept our defeat graciously. In the future, we must collaborate on a production." Jiang Wanwan smiled in response. "Sure, just remember to choose a good script." At that moment, director Chen approached. Just as Jiang Wanwan expected him to wear his usual constipated expression and reluctantly hand her 20 yuan, he unexpectedly revealed a warm smile, akin to seeing his own daughter, and cheerfully presented her with the money. "That was a splendid victory, and your performance was remarkable. I declare that the Penghu Bei team has triumphed in all 3 challenges. The reigning champion retains their presidential suite." Now it's getting late, so we will conclude today's live broadcast here. Tomorrow, everyone will officially embark on a new survival romance mission in Lanyu County. I hope you all are prepared. See you tomorrow. With that, director Chun laughed heartily and departed, leaving Jiang Wanwan perplexed. She turned to the side and asked Shen Feng, "Is director Chun going mad?" Shen Feng patted her head. "Are you planning to return the money to him?" Jiang Wanwan promptly tucked the money into her pocket, saying, "Not a chance. Rest assured, he is not mad. He is just exceedingly pleased." Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, replied, "How can he be happy after losing money? Isn't that madness?" Shen Feng took out his phone and opened Weibo, showing Jiang Wanwan a post. Upon seeing it, Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. The old actor had retweeted the link to the date live broadcast, affirming Jiang Wanwan's acting. Both trending topics had secured spots in the top 10. When Jiang Wanwan clicked to explore, she discovered that the esteemed old actor, known as a national treasure in the film industry, Zhou Yilin, not only shared the live broadcast link for Let's Start Dating Today, but also posted a separate comment praising her acting skills. It was succinct, consisting of just 8 characters. "A master craftsman is formidable. The younger generation is to be feared." Chapter 58, More Pitfalls Await. Zhou Yilin's influence within the domestic film industry is akin to that of Michael Jordan in basketball. Now, he not only tweeted about a dating reality show's live broadcast, but also used the phrase, "A master craftsman is formidable. The younger generation is to be feared," to commend Jiang Wanwan, a star often regarded as a second-tier celebrity. If this did not trend, it would indeed be a peculiar occurrence. The retweet occurred 10 minutes prior, just as Jiang Wanwan had begun her performance, while the comment was posted 3 minutes ago. Right after she had concluded, many viewers who arrived late clicked the link to the live broadcast without seeing anything, leading them to hastily comment on Zhou Yilin's Weibo, inquiring about the events. "Did I hear those 8 characters refer to Jiang Wanwan? What did she do? I arrived late. Could someone explain? Why did the old actor retweet this live broadcast? Did he receive payment for advertising?" In the comments section, some even began to question if the old actor was being paid. In response, fans of Zhou Yilin who had witnessed Jiang Wanwan's performance merely scoffed and shared a video link. To understand why he retweeted and praised Jiang Wanwan, just watch this video. Consequently, these onlookers flocked to watch the video, which featured a segment performed by Jiang Wanwan and Meng'an. The acting prowess and emotional depth displayed by Jiang Wanwan astonished them. Is this truly the caliber of acting expected from today's youth? Isn't she a mere celebrity? How is she this impressive? Her aura is nearly identical to that of the old actor. It's no wonder he praised her. Thus, an increasing number of viewers surged into the now blacked-out live broadcast. Jiang Wanwan glanced at the viewer count, which had surpassed 150,000. She couldn't help but exclaim, Director Chun must be insane. With so many people watching, he ended the broadcast early. However, she understood that Director Chun had chosen to conclude the live stream to avoid any potential conflicts. With the old actor's unexpected retweet and 2 trending topics, the show's popularity soared, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. It was wiser to close the broadcast early and allow the fervor to settle overnight. While scrolling through her phone, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan stepped into the elevator, intending to return to their room to rest. Jiang Wanwan was reviewing the comments from her performance in the live chat. Wanwan's gaze is bewitching me. Darling. From now on, Wanwan is my darling. How can a woman portray a man so magnificently? And without makeup too. This is utterly captivating. I love both Fengzi and Wanwan. How do I choose between 2 darlings? Only children make choices. I want them both. Do you think you're worthy? Aren't you afraid of getting locked in a circle of 6? Jiang Wanwan found herself laughing heartily. But as she continued to enjoy herself, her phone lost signal, prompting her to put it down and watch as the elevator ascended floor by floor. Shen Feng stood beside her and suddenly whispered, "You seem quite pleased that someone called you darling?" Jiang Wanwan proudly tilted her face. "Of course, that is a testament to my acting." Shen Feng leaned closer to her ear and softly said, "But when someone refers to my wife as darling, I feel a bit upset. What should I do?" Jiang Wanwan's face flushed. She turned her head away from Shen Feng, mumbling, "Well, someone calls my darling darling too, and I'm not happy about that either. What do you suggest?" Shen Feng chuckled. "How about this? I'll give you a little punishment, and you give me one too, a small lesson?" Before Jiang Wanwan could respond, Shen Feng planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Then, grinning, he said, "My punishment is done. Now it's your turn." Blushing, Jiang Wanwan reached out, cupping Shen Feng's face. After caressing his face for a moment, she pinched him hard. The pain nearly brought tears to Shen Feng's eyes. Until the elevator came to a halt, the 2 individuals descended and returned to their room. Shen Feng was still covering his face. Jiang Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. She had been too shy to initiate a kiss with Shen Feng in the elevator, which led her to playfully pinch him instead. Little did she know, Shen Feng was still in pain from that moment. Was it possible she had pinched him too hard? After contemplating, Jiang Wanwan leaned closer to Shen Feng, gently removing his hand from his face. She stood on tiptoe, tilted her head, and placed a tender kiss on the spot she had just pinched. Then, with an adorably pitiful look, she asked, "Fengzi, does it feel better now?" "I'm sorry." Shen Feng shook his head, his expression one of agony as he replied, "Once I ascend enough, perhaps you'll need to do it a few more times." Jiang Wanwan pondered for a moment before picking up a vase from the table. With a pleading tone, she proposed, "Then how about I knock you out? That should alleviate the pain on your face, right?" Shen Feng, astonished, thought to himself, "Why is Wanwan so violent?" Observing Shen Feng's sudden compliance, Jiang Wanwan smirked triumphantly. She knew he was merely putting on an act. Challenging her was far too naive. With a smile, she set the vase down, only to hear Shen Feng say, "Kiss me twice, and I'll make you hamburgers for dinner. Kiss me 3 times, and I'll prepare barbecued meat. Kiss me 4 times, and I'll serve you a braised steak. Otherwise, we might as well order takeout." Jiang Wanwan reached for the vase once more, but Shen Feng, with a gallant expression, countered, "If you knock me out, I won't be able to cook for you in the evening." Jiang Wanwan thought to herself, "Oh, Jiang Wanwan, how can you be so weak-willed? Are you really going to let him win over you with just one dinner?" After a moment's thought, she relinquished the vase and took a deep breath. Fine, if he wins, he wins. Who could possibly resist delicious food? She approached Shen Feng and, like a chick pecking at grains, planted 3 kisses on his face. Just as she prepared to swiftly deliver the 4th kiss to conclude the skirmish, Shen Feng, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly reached out and pulled Jiang Wanwan into his embrace. In a swift motion, he rolled over, pinning her onto the bed. Jiang Wanwan's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. Before she could utter a word, Shen Feng's lips were upon hers. This kiss had been long overdue for Shen Feng. He had been holding back for far too long. Today, Jiang Wanwan had been exceptionally remarkable, dazzling him beyond words. This was his Wanwan, undeniably more radiant than anyone else, so captivating that he wished for all to admire her. Yet he desired no one else to witness this moment. The kiss lingered, extending to a point where Jiang Wanwan felt her body grow weak and languid. Only then did Shen Feng release her. Jiang Wanwan's eyes shimmered with a misty haze as she softly murmured, What are we having for dinner? Are we even having dinner?" Shen Feng brushed aside her tousled hair, replying, "Tonight, we shall feast on Jiang Wanwan. What do you think?" As he spoke, he leaned in for another kiss. Just as their lips were about to meet, a knock echoed from outside the door. Interrupted, Shen Feng took a deep breath. straightened his clothes, and left the bedroom to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found Jia Tenon, his face alight with excitement. "Seeing ye, you're trending. Today." The esteemed veteran actor praised Jiang Wanwan's acting skills, attracting a multitude of viewers. Those who missed the live stream sought out video clips. Your duet with Wanwan, the word-guessing game, your cheesy lines, and your stellar performance today. All of them are skyrocketing in views, with several even trending. Especially your heartfelt confession in the hotel kitchen. It's gone viral. "Oh, by the way, Shingu, are you and Wanwan really?" Before Jia Tenon could finish his thought, Shen Feng abruptly shut the door. Jia Tenon stood bewildered, staring at the closed door, scratching his head. He wondered if he had said something amiss. Why did Shen Feng seem so upset? After a moment's contemplation, Jia Tenon suddenly realized. Could it be that Shen Feng was angry because he had nearly suggested that they might genuinely be a couple? That must be it. Shingu had confessed to Wanwan purely for the sake of the show, and in reality, their bond was nothing more than a platonic friendship. Misunderstanding their innocent camaraderie must have been what irked Shingu. Jia Tenon felt he had unraveled the truth. Returning to the suite, Shen Feng rubbed his forehead, realizing he must have pranked Jia Tenon one too many times, and now he was facing the consequences. He noted to himself that he would have to pull a few more pranks later. With that thought, Shen Feng intended to return to the bedroom to continue with Jiang Wanwan, only to find the door had been firmly locked. He knocked softly but received no response. "Wangu, open the door. Shall we go have dinner?" he tentatively inquired. "No, I'm not hungry," came Jiang Wanwan's reply from within. "Then where will I sleep tonight?" Shen Feng pressed. "There are 2 bedrooms in the suite. You can sleep in the other one," Jiang Wanwan retorted. Shen Feng thought, "Damn it, I was careless. I should have given this suite to Jia Tenon during the challenge." Despite his pleas, Jiang Wanwan remained resolute, her determination unyielding. It appeared he would have to resort to his last trick. Murmuring to himself, Shen Feng quietly departed the suite. Chapter 59. Let us make it official. In the hotel kitchen, Shen Feng procured some ingredients and prepared a few dishes for Jiang Wanwan. Since it was not during recording time, he could spend his own money to buy supplies. He specifically selected the finest ingredients available. Once he finished cooking, he carried the dishes upstairs and arranged them one by one at Jiang Wanwan's tightly locked door. He knocked gently and called out, "Dinner is ready. I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Come out and eat." "I'm not eating. You're up to no good, Fengzi. I want to fall for your tricks," and open the door. Jiang Wanwan muttered from within the room. The enticing aromas of the dishes Shen Feng had prepared wafted through the door, even reaching Jiang Wanwan's room. Though tempted by the delectable scents, she remained unwavering in her resolve. This Fengzi had clearly indicated his intentions for something peculiar. While she did not reject the idea of being close to Shen Feng, this was a hotel, they were filming a show, and they were in public. Jiang Wanwan did not favor such an environment. Outside, Shen Feng sighed, "Wangu, I was wrong. I was too impulsive earlier. I want to do that again. Are you not hungry? Please open the door and eat with me." "No, at least not until tomorrow morning. I want to open the door." With Jiang Wanwan's firm response, Shen Feng felt he had no other choice. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a piece of wire he had just acquired from Uncle Lee in the kitchen. He inserted it into the keyhole. In truth, his primary purpose for going downstairs was not the dishes, but rather this very wire. Shamefully, Shen Feng admitted to himself that he had dabbled in lockpicking during his idle moments. "Although I have yet to reach the profound level where a single instant noodle could grant me unfettered access throughout the neighborhood, my skills are undeniably commendable." The metal wire swayed within the keyhole, and with a decisive click, Shen Feng pried open Jiang Wanwan's room door. Just as Shen Feng intended to push the door open, a sudden ouch echoed from behind it. Jiang Wanwan, upon realizing Shen Feng had fallen silent, was curious about his intentions and rushed to the door to eavesdrop. The moment Shen Feng flung the door open, it collided with her head, causing her to crouch down in pain, clutching her head. Shen Feng, taken aback, hurried to her side, squatting down beside her. Rubbing her head, he inquired, "Wangu, I did not notice you were behind the door. Does it hurt?" Jiang Wanwan looked at him with a pitiful expression and nodded. "Shall I blow on it?" She shook her head. "What about an ice pack?" Again, she shook her head. "Then what would make you feel better?" Jiang Wanwan remained silent, but her stomach growled audibly. With a flushed face, she glared at Shen Feng, as if to say, "Do you understand now?" Shen Feng chuckled, lifting her up and placing her in the rattan chair by the round table in the bedroom. He then brought in several dishes. Jiang Wanwan, blushing, began to nibble on the ribs. While eating, she stole glances at Shen Feng, and in a low voice asked, "How come you even know how to pick locks?" "Just learned a couple of tricks for emergencies," Shen Feng replied. "What emergencies? Afraid I might forget my keys?" "No. I worry that one day I might provoke you, and you'll lock my bicycle." Jiang Wanwan, "So this joke won't pass, huh?" She huffed, taking a few more bites of rice, and mumbled with her mouth full, You just provoked me, you know? Shen Feng sighed with a wry smile. I know. I was wrong. I'll 1T dare again. It's not that I'm saying you can't be angry. I just want you to be aware of your surroundings. Jiang Wanwan's voice dwindled, at least when we are at home. At this point, she completely averted her gaze from Shen Feng, burying her face in her food to hide her crimson cheeks. Shen Feng nodded with a smile. All right, let us wait until we return home. Jiang Wanwan continued to eat several more bites, but faintly, Shen Feng heard her murmur a sound of acknowledgement. After dinner, Shen Feng tidied up the dishes. Once he finished, he noticed Jiang Wanwan sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon seeing Shen Feng return, she eagerly beckoned. Fengzi, come look. We've really gone viral this time. Although Shen Feng had just heard about it from Jia Tenon, he feigned curiosity and leaned closer to inquire. What happened? What's going on? Jiang Wanwan handed her phone to Shen Feng, exclaiming, after the renowned actor shared our show, countless viewers began searching for clips related to it. Then, fans in the Penghu Bay topic started recommending our previous videos to others. Now, Little Love Song has surpassed 1 million views, and your Weibo followers have crossed 20,000. You've only debuted for less than a week. Jiang Wanwan was brimming with excitement. Shen Feng scrolled through Weibo and indeed noticed a surge of new fans in the Penghu Bay topic. The older fans were enthusiastically promoting videos featuring him and Jiang Wanwan. Not only had the views for Little Love Song skyrocketed, but even the newly released video segments garnered hundreds of thousands of views. For instance, the segment where the esteemed actor Zhou Yilin praised Jiang Wanwan's performance reached an impressive 70,000 views. Meanwhile, Shen Feng's video, showcasing his rapid solving of a high-level mathematics problem and conversing in multiple languages, also accumulated tens of thousands of views. Both fans and casual viewers expressed exceptionally high praise for Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng. I always thought Jiang Wanwan was just a popular star, but now I realize that was mere prejudice. Wanwan is truly formidable. I'm over 40, and aside from Zhou Yilin, I've never pursued any other stars. Now I find myself wanting to follow Jiang Wanwan. She genuinely possesses that aura of a great actor. Not only is she beautiful, but she sings beautifully and acts superbly. This is the essence of a true star. Is Shen Feng really a newcomer? His rendition of Little Love, Song Without Accompaniment or Reverb, is simply enchanting. I was left utterly mesmerized. Fengzi is incredibly handsome, proficient in so many languages, and excels in mathematics. A true academic prodigy. If these are the stars the youth are following, there is no need to regulate fan culture anymore. They are undoubtedly positive role models. I'm firmly shipping this CP. I've never encountered such an intriguing couple before. Though I just became a fan today, I must shout, circle lock couple forever. Online evaluations were overwhelmingly favorable, even if there were detractors or trolls. They found it nearly impossible to attack, as Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were virtually beyond reproach. As an actress, receiving accolades from the esteemed actor was enough to deter any criticism. To disparage Jiang Wanwan would equate to undermining the judgment of the veteran actor. As for Shen Feng, despite being a newcomer, he was handsome, vocally talented, multilingual, and mathematically adept. Any attempts by trolls to belittle him were swiftly countered by fans asserting, "Are you even half as exceptional as he is?" The trolls would fall silent instantly. Although Shen Feng's current following stood at 20,000, dwarfed by the millions of some stars, the authenticity of his fan base was undeniable. These were genuine, engaged fans, not inflated numbers of bots or inactive accounts. The fervor of these real fans was undeniably formidable. As Shen Feng browsed through Weibo, a smile gradually spread across his face. He returned the phone to Jiang Wanwan and pulled out his own, using the prominent Weibo account granted by his company to share video. Just as Jiang Wanwan took the phone, a notification chimed. Someone had mentioned her on Weibo. Upon checking, she discovered it was Shen Feng. He had shared a video and specifically tagged her. Jiang Wanwan, puzzled, clicked on the video, and her cheeks instantly flushed. The clip featured Shen Feng holding her hand and confessing in the kitchen earlier that afternoon. In the future, we will definitely be very happy. Before Jiang Wanwan could fully process this, Shen Feng had leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "In the future, we will definitely be very happy." So, Ma Wange, let us make it official. Chapter 60. This is the power of Wange. That night, the Penghu Bay topic exploded. First, Shen Feng shared the video of his confession to Jiang Wanwan. The act of an individual sharing their own confession video was practically tantamount to an official announcement. Before the excitement of the Circle Lock ship fans could fully erupt, an even more significant revelation came crashing down. Mere minutes after Shen Feng retweeted a video, both Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan simultaneously posted on Weibo again. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, Shall we walk this path together from now on? Image. Jiang Wanwan. I don't want to walk together. I want you to carry me. Image. The mere exchange of words between these two was already laden with implications. However, the image they shared was the true cause for alarm. Both of their Weibo posts were accompanied by an identical photo, a marriage certificate. This was undoubtedly an official announcement, complete with legal validation. The ship fans were ecstatic, and even the casual onlookers who had just begun to follow Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were in a frenzy. I've truly witnessed it. I can hardly contain my excitement. I'm overwhelmed. Ever since Shen Feng confessed this afternoon, I sensed something was amiss. Little did I expect they were officially married. Now that they're married, can the production team please refrain from shooting any inappropriate scenes for us adults? I know. Shen Feng is clearly my husband. I just became his fan today. How could he announce this? Weren't they just good buddies? What about us bro fans? I refuse to accept this. They're a perfect match. How dare you oppose such a beautiful pair? As a mere onlooker, I just watched their clips today. They truly complement each other. Best wishes to them. The trending topic of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's official announcement swiftly ascended to the top 10 on Weibo. The ship fans reveled in jubilation. The bro fans lamented their plight, and the casual fans extended their congratulations. Even the veteran actor Zhou Yilin retweeted their Weibo posts, offering his heartfelt blessings. Meanwhile, as Weibo buzzed with fervor, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan leaned against each other, solemnly gazing at the phone on speaker mode before them. From the device, Lin Jia's booming voice erupted. Shen Feng, Jiang Wanwan, are you two trying to stage a rebellion? The last time Jiang Wanwan posted her marriage certificate, I nearly lost my mind, and now you both go and announce it together. You didn't notify me when you got your certificate, and now you're making this announcement without informing me? Am I just here to clean up your mess? Jiang Wanwan murmured. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan. Lin Jia's voice thundered. Haven T, you learned your lesson about the breach of contract? Do you dare to pull this stunt again? Jiang Wanwan fell silent. Beside her, Shen Feng interjected, Lin Jia. According to our contract, Wanwan only needs to compensate the company for breaches that may cause negative public sentiment. This announcement has not only generated no negative impact, but has also garnered considerable support. The company wouldn't pursue any penalties, would they? Besides, both Wanwan and I are currently riding a wave of popularity, especially Wanwan, who has received commendation from the esteemed actor. The company would be keen on fostering a good relationship with her in hopes of extending her contract. So how could they demand compensation? After Shen Feng's words, there was a moment of silence from Lin Jia. Finally, she snorted, you know the company wouldn't dare to trouble you. Which is why you can make such bold announcements, right? Precisely. Lin Jia sighed. Indeed, the company is hesitant to confront you. And they've been urging me to find ways to negotiate your contract renewal. But I must insist in the future for such significant matters. Could you please consult me beforehand? I'm getting older. Don't keep giving my heart palpitations. Jiang Wanwan quickly flattered. Lin Jia, you're still young. Besides, similar events won't occur again. We will only announce once. Well, that's true. Forget it. I won't pursue this any further. Lin Jia ended the call. Moments later, Jiang Wanwan's WeChat pinged with a message from Lin Jia. Upon opening it, she found a red envelope along with a note. Silly girl. Congratulations on finding your other half. May you both find happiness. Lin Jia truly has a way with words. She scolds her outwardly, yet cares deeply for her internally. Jiang Wanwan smiled as she accepted the red envelope, only to find it contained 666 yuan. Suddenly, her smile faltered. She was about to question Lin Jia when she noticed that Shen Feng had also received a message from Lin Jia. However, for him, it was a WeChat transfer of 666 yuan. Jiang Wanwan's smile vanished entirely. How biased. As Jiang Wanwan wallowed in the unfairness of Lin Jia's treatment, her phone buzzed with an incoming call. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression darkened. Just as she was about to answer, Shen Feng took the phone from her. Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. Shen Feng nodded at her with a smile, saying, leave it to me. He then stepped outside the bedroom to answer the call. Wanwan, what's going on? Did you really get a marriage certificate with Shen Feng? Why didn't you tell us about such a major event? Jiang Ji's furious voice came from the other end of the line. Shen Feng closed the bedroom door and walked out onto the balcony, gazing at the night view of Lanyu County as he calmly replied, Uncle, this is Shen Feng. On the other end, Jiang Jia paused in surprise. Just when Shen Feng expected Jiang Jia to become even angrier, his tone unexpectedly softened. Shen Feng, it's been a while since we've spoken. Do you remember what I told you last time? I said you shouldn't be with Wanwan. You're not worthy of her. Shen Feng nodded and sincerely stated, Uncle, you were right. Back then, I indeed didn't deserve Wanwan. But now, I believe I can bring her happiness. I understand that you may look down on my background and abilities, but I hope you can grant me some time. In a month, I will present you with a gift, and you will see that I'm not merely boasting. Jiang hesitated, wanted to say something, but then suddenly changing his mind. His tone shifting from calm to somewhat arrogant. All right then, I'll await your gift, but don't make empty promises. If you can truly prove you can make Wanwan happy, I will consider entrusting her to you. With that, Jiang hung up. Beside him, Su Yin watched the clips of Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, chuckling as she asked, "What is up? Was that Fengzi on the phone?" "Yeah," Jiang nodded. Su Yin nudged him playfully. "Why didn't you clarify things with him?" Jiang sighed. "He said he would send me a gift in a month to prove he can make Wanwan happy. Since he is so ambitious, I thought I might as well encourage him a bit. Hey, while I was on the phone, you watched so much already. Rewind it a bit." "I haven't finished watching the previous part," Jiang said, as he rewound the video Su Yin had been watching. Initially, both Jiang and Su Yin were vehemently opposed to the relationship between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In the first few days of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's participation in the variety show, Jiang even acted as Shen Feng's ardent critic, creating disturbances in the live stream. However, as the days passed and they continued to watch the broadcasts, their sentiments gradually transformed. Before their eyes, Jiang Wanwan consistently presented herself as an obedient and gentle girl. Yet, they seldom witnessed her smile in their presence, leading them to believe that this was her inherent disposition. It was not until they tuned into the live stream that Jiang and Su Yin discovered their daughter possessed such a joyful, delightful, and somewhat spoiled side. Shen Feng, throughout the live stream, treated Jiang Wanwan with remarkable kindness, patience, and even a touch of indulgence that bordered on excessive. As seasoned parents, they naturally wished for their daughter to find a wealthy and influential partner, enabling her to lead a better life. Equally, they hoped she would encounter someone genuinely compatible. Clearly, Shen Feng embodied that compatibility. Thus, after several days of watching the live stream, Jiang and Su Yin had tacitly accepted the relationship between Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. In recent days, they had even begun to enjoy various video compilations, delighting in the chemistry between their daughter and Shen Feng. It was simply too entertaining to resist. The reason Jiang was so incensed when he called Jiang Wanwan was not due to his opposition to her relationship with Shen Feng, but rather his displeasure that such an important matter had not been disclosed to him sooner. His emotions mirrored those of Lin Jia. Upon realizing that it was Shen Feng on the other end of the line instead of Jiang Wanwan, Jiang initially intended to apologize to Shen Feng, admitting that his previous remarks had been misguided and that Shen Feng truly deserved Jiang Wanwan. However, before he could express his regret, Shen Feng began to speak rapidly, asserting his determination to prove that he was worthy of Jiang Wanwan. Given Shen Feng's own declarations, Jiang refrained from elaborating further, eager to witness Shen Feng's capabilities for himself. After the call, Shen Feng returned to his room, where Jiang Wanwan looked at him, her brow furrowed with concern. "Did my dad say anything unpleasant?" she inquired. "Not at all, rest assured," Shen Feng replied, ruffling her hair. "With me around, I will handle everything." "Okay," Jiang Wanwan nodded, stifling a large yawn. Noticing her fatigue, Shen Feng suggested, "Are you tired? If you didn't rest well last night, you should sleep now. We have an early start tomorrow for our tasks." "All right," she agreed, settling down on the bed. Shen Feng intended to lie beside her, but Jiang Wanwan rolled over, claiming his spot, and glared at him, declaring, "Tonight, you sleep in another room." Shen Feng was taken aback. "We just announced our relationship, and you want to separate?" Jiang Wanwan's face flushed as she replied, "Just for today, I need you to calm down a bit. You cannot sleep with me. Do you hear me?" Faced with Jiang Wanwan's fierce demeanor, Shen Feng reluctantly exited the bedroom. Jiang Wanwan slammed the door shut, locking it and confiscating Shen Feng's wire. Shen Feng stood before the closed door, feeling somewhat pitiful. On the night of their announcement, while fans on Weibo reveled in celebration, he found himself separated from Jiang Wanwan. Impossible, absolutely not. After pondering for a moment, he pulled out his phone and found a chilling ghost story, cranking the volume to its maximum. He stood by Jiang Wanwan's door, listening intently. 5 minutes later, Jiang Wanwan, her eyes red from sleep, opened the door and yanked Shen Feng inside. Shen Feng smiled, thinking, this is the power of wisdom. However, before he could bask in his triumph, he noticed Jiang Wanwan had somehow procured several ropes and swiftly bound him securely before tossing him onto the bed. "This is the strength of your elder brother," she proclaimed. Subsequently, Jiang Wanwan nestled onto the bed, using Shen Feng as a pillow, and drifted off to sleep. Shen Feng. Chapter 61. A new task officially begins. Jiang Wanwan slept soundly, enveloped in tranquility. The next morning, she awoke refreshed, ready to greet the sunlight. Meanwhile, Shen Feng, having been tied up all night, felt utterly numb. It was a true sense of numbness. After Jiang Wanwan untied him, It took Shen Feng quite some time to regain his normal state, prompting a wave of guilt in Jiang Wanwan. Fengzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tied you up for so long. Shen Feng sighed, it's all right. I shouldn't have frightened you. Well, if you scare me again, I'll just knock you out next time, Jiang Wanwan replied. After stretching and tidying himself up, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan made their way downstairs. In the hotel lobby, the production team was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan approach, Director Chen beamed with joy. Little Shen and Wanwan, have you eaten breakfast yet? I brought you some. Jiang Wanwan stared in astonishment at the breakfast handed to her by Director Chen. After a moment, she asked, did an alien abduct you for body modification? Or have you been possessed by a ghost? Director Chen waved his hands dismissively. What are you talking about, Wanwan? Come eat with little Shen. At that moment, Zhao Tianshu and Chen Lu's group also descended. Upon seeing the breakfast in Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's hands, Chen Lu excitedly asked Director Chen, Director, is breakfast being provided today? It's worth noting that during previous recordings, they had to fend for themselves regarding breakfast. Often, they couldn't even afford a meal. Director Chen's expression immediately darkened. What are you thinking? This is a survival dating show. How can we provide breakfast? But Wanwan and Shen Ge. Chen Lu pointed at the breakfast in their hands. That was just picked up from the lobby. If you have the ability to pick it up, then go ahead and do so, Director Chen retorted. Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu were left dumbfounded. Breakfast from McDonald's found in the hotel lobby, and it was packaged. No less, and a double serving at that. Director Chen, are you joking with us? As Jiang Wanwan devoured her hamburger, she noticed the envious gazes from Chen Lu and Zhao Tianshu, feeling a pang of compassion. She considered herself a kind person. How could she indulge in such behavior? Eating alone while others watched? Resolutely, Jiang Wanwan hurried to a corner to eat discreetly. Shen Feng squatted beside her, munching away while asking, what are you doing over here? I'm a kind person, and I can't bear to let them only watch without being able to eat. So, I figured it was better if they couldn't see me at all, Jiang Wanwan explained. The two soon finished the breakfast provided by Director Chen. In truth, both Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng understood the reason for Director Chen's unusual enthusiasm today. Yesterday, Zhou Yilin had shared the live stream for Jiang Wanwan, which had significantly boosted the program's viewership. Additionally, the announcement of Jiang Wanwan and Shen Feng's relationship had once again trended on Weibo. Thus, even before the show officially aired, many viewers were already eagerly awaiting in front of the live stream. Director Chen, having filmed variety shows for so long, had never witnessed such a large audience. Now, he was eager to elevate Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan to celebrity status. After finishing breakfast, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan returned to the production team. By this time, Zhang Wei and Meng had also come downstairs. The two greeted Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, offering their congratulations. Last night, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had made their relationship public, and both Zhang Wei and Meng had shared their joy on Weibo. To be honest, they had never anticipated that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were actually a legitimate couple. You two are so young and already married, while we remain single old bachelors. It's a rather melancholic thought, Meng remarked with a smile. Since witnessing Jiang Wanwan's acting skills the previous day, Meng's attitude toward her had undergone a complete transformation. His gaze now resembled that of an affectionate brother. As Jiang Wanwan engaged in conversation with Meng, and Zhang Wei approached Shen Feng, patting him on the shoulder. Shen Feng, impressive. You had the audacity to announce your relationship right after debuting. Shen Feng shrugged nonchalantly. What's so impressive about that? You know, many popular stars are afraid to reveal their relationships, worried about losing their female fans. He chuckled. My fans mostly started following me because of this show, and I'd wager that most of them are fans of our couple. He continued, they would be thrilled with our announcement. But after this, it will be difficult for you to attract more female fans. You're a versatile newcomer, handsome, and your future is bright, Zhang Wei pointed out. Shen Feng merely shrugged. I never intended to attract female fans. Having Wanwan is enough for me. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, and then gave Shen Feng a thumbs up. Good lad. You're certainly different from those young heartthrobs. When there's a project, I'll definitely reach out to you and Wanwan. Just don't turn your nose up at my lesser status, okay? Shen Feng nodded with a smile. Zhang Wei, Meng and Chen Lu, Zhao Tianshu, Jia Tenin, and Li Tingting were all decent individuals. Although their status in the industry was not particularly high, they were still quite amiable. It was truly fortunate for Shen Feng to make such friends upon entering the entertainment world. Before long, Jia Tenin and Li Tingting's group also descended. Li Tingting appeared to be in reasonably good spirits, whereas Jia Tenin looked rather disheveled, sporting dark circles under his eyes. His expression was particularly grim. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but tease little Jia, why do you look as if you've lost a bet and spent the night tossing and turning? Jia Tinan immediately turned to Jiang Wanwan, exclaiming, "Are you a fortune teller?" Jiang Wanwan replied, "I was just joking, and it seems I hit the mark." She continued, "Little Jia, how could you gamble? Don't you have any sense of your own luck?" With a quivering voice, Jia Tinan lamented, "This has nothing to do with my luck. It's all your and Shen Feng's fault." Jiang Wanwan was taken aback. "Our fault? What did we do?" "Yesterday, I went to find Shen Feng, just as I was about to ask him if he and Jiang Wanwan were really a couple. Shen Feng slammed the door in my face." Jia Tinan accused Shen Feng, pointing at him. He looked really angry, clearly disliking the idea of me suggesting they were a genuine couple. At that moment, I thought they probably had a purely platonic brotherhood, pretending to be a couple for the cameras to cater to the audience. "In my gaming group, I have fans of yours, and I told them you were definitely just buddies." However, someone in the group challenged me, insisting that Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were real, and then wanted to place a bet. Jia Tinan wiped his eyes. I thought I had insider information and would surely win, so I took the bet. Jiang Wanwan looked at Jia Tinan. "What did you bet on? Was it real money?" "It wasn't money. It was my gaming equipment. The God-tier gear I spent over 10,000 to acquire. It was filled with my hard work. And then, we had barely started our wager when you two actually announced your relationship, and you even had a marriage certificate." Jia Tinan grabbed Shen Feng's arm, exclaiming, "My God-tier gear. It was all for nothing. Why did you deceive me?" Sob, sob, sob. Shen Feng helplessly shook off his arm and looked at him sternly. "When did I deceive you? Did I ever say that my relationship with Jiang Wanwan was merely platonic? You overthought it. Can you blame others?" As he spoke, Shen Feng recalled the previous day, thinking about how he almost ended up in a more intimate situation with Wanwan, only to be interrupted by Jia Tinan. He added, "You brought this upon yourself." Jia Tinan began to tear up again. Once Jia Tinan's emotions settled, Director Chen officially commenced the live broadcast. The audience, who had been eagerly waiting in the live room, erupted with excitement. It was the weekend, and the viewership was already considerable. Coupled with the traffic generated by yesterday's movie star, Zhou Yilin, and the announcement from Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, nearly 15,000 people flooded into the live room early on. Although those large streamers on the platforms might boast millions in viewership, that number often only translates to a mere few thousand active viewers at any given moment. A stark contrast to the audience numbers of Let's Date. The Date Live broadcast had truly gone viral. Director Chen was well aware that the viewer count would be high today, which is why he had meticulously prepared the challenge tasks. "Everyone, our dating show has gone through many episodes. Many viewers have commented that while we excelled in survival, we've not done enough in romance." Director Chen smiled slightly. "So today, your tasks will all be related to romance. I invite each group of guests to come here to collect their task cards." Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan received their task cards, and their tasks were displayed in the live room. Upon seeing their shared tasks and secret missions, the viewers erupted in cheers. "Director Chen is amazing. This is exactly what we want to see. No wonder this couple, who has tied the knot, has such different challenges from the others. I'm new here, and the secret mission starts off this exciting. Finally, this is shifting from survival show to a romance show. Is this the power of their announcement?" On the screen, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's shared task appeared relatively normal. They were to express their love for each other in a chosen manner while shopping at a mall. However, the secret tasks were anything but ordinary. Jiang Wanwan's secret task was to have her partner carry her in a princess hug while they visited 5 stores in the mall. Shen Feng's secret task was to take his partner to a designated fitting room and kiss her inside it. Chapter 62. Do you think you're qualified to teach my Fengzi? In Lanyu County, the Qingda Shopping Plaza stood as a massive investment project finally entering its soft opening phase. During the soft opening period, entry was limited to 1,000 people each day. The Date production team was among those granted access. When the 4 groups of guests arrived at the shopping plaza, aside from Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, the other 3 groups immediately set about their first task. The trio made a beeline for the dining area on the 6th floor of the shopping plaza, indulging in breakfast. What happened to survival? They immediately started eating breakfast. Is this truly survival? Indeed, shouldn't survival be a more arduous endeavor? Just look at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan. They didn't even go for breakfast. Now that's the true spirit of the survival show. Today, a plethora of new viewers tuned in. Consequently, when these newcomers witnessed the 3 groups of guests heading straight for the dining area to have breakfast, they felt it contradicted the very essence of survival in a romantic variety show. Survival, shouldn't it entail enduring hardships? At this moment, some seasoned viewers stepped forward to elucidate. This is all based on their experiences from the past few days. A hearty breakfast allows them to complete secret tasks in the morning to earn some extra funds, which they can barely use to buy lunch, while relying on the program's allowances for dinner. Only in this manner can they stretch their limited budget throughout the day. Upon hearing this, Some new viewers found it somewhat reasonable, yet others remained puzzled. Then why aren't Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan having breakfast? I can't say for sure. But generally, they're the ones who indulge in the most sumptuous breakfasts. Perhaps they lack an appetite today. Shen Dao, upon reading this comment, couldn't he help but be astonished. Indeed, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan were known for having the most lavish meals, often indulging in McDonald's meals priced at 20 to 30 yuan each. In stark contrast, the other three groups were either gnawing on a 5 yuan flatbread or devouring a 1 yuan tea egg. Yet, despite this, they wore radiant smiles as, compared to the prices in the tourist town, it was exceedingly economical. New viewers pondered curiously. Are these guests truly in such dire straits? It's merely a variety show. Surely they wouldn't let the guests go hungry? Chen Dao, upon noticing this comment, promptly displayed the remaining funds of each group on the screen. First to appear were Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan's assets, 125 yuan. Over 100 yuan for a day? Is this still considered survival? Perhaps you have too high a standard for the quality of life. Exactly. With that amount, I could survive 5 days. The survival gimmick of your show seems a bit disingenuous. Upon seeing the duo's financial standing, the new viewers instantly deemed the show's survival premise as insincere and uninteresting. Then they glanced at the remaining three groups' assets. The dissonant duo, 65 yuan, the mighty pair, 55 yuan, and the heavenly path group, 25 yuan. The new viewers fell silent. After a pause, one inquired, did they forget to show a digit? Or is the decimal point misplaced? What else with the 2 yuan and 50 cents? The seasoned viewers, observing the shock on the newcomers' faces, felt a sense of amusement akin to witnessing a rural dweller entering the city. No digits were omitted. This is indeed the true financial status of the other three groups. You should check on Zhao Tianshu and Chun Lu's group. They must be splitting a flatbread in half to eat. Where are those who previously claimed this wasn't survival? Come forth and share your thoughts. New viewers, I understand the reasoning, but I want to know why Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan have so much money. Seasoned viewers, you naive child, I recommend you catch up on yesterday's recording, as well as the video montage titled The Ponzi Scheme of the Penghubei Duo, and you'll understand why they possess such wealth. Additionally, remember, in this show, the Penghubei Duo is responsible for the romantic aspect, while the other three groups handle the survival aspect. As the seasoned viewers gradually guided the newcomers to comprehend the nature of the program, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan had already meandered around the shopping plaza. During their stroll, they encountered several fans. Despite the plaza's trial opening, allowing only 1,000 visitors per day, a substantial portion of these individuals were there specifically for the program. Let us start dating today. Ah, Fengzi, my husband. Wanwan, my wife. You are both my beloveds. May you find happiness. For instance, at this moment, a bespectacled young girl was excitedly squealing at Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan, drawing the attention of nearby shop owners. I've been following the show since it began, and I knew you two were genuine. Truly related. If you could just share a kiss. No, even a hug would suffice. I would do anything for just a hug, the girl exclaimed. Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances before embracing, prompting another round of ecstatic screams from the young girl. With wide eyes, she watched as Shen Feng approached a nearby store to fetch a piece of paper and a pen. The girl assumed Shen Feng was going to give her an autograph, which only heightened her excitement. However, she soon watched as Shen Feng wrote on the paper for an extended period. 5 minutes later, he finally handed the paper to her. The girl looked down and discovered that it contained a complex calculus problem. You said you would do anything, right? Shen Feng smiled at the girl, saying, you appear to be a university student, so why not solve this problem? The girl, observing the dazed expression on her face, the comments exploded with laughter. Haha, the girl looks utterly bewildered. Just a moment ago, I was envious that this girl got to witness Shen Feng and Wanwan hug, but now I feel no jealousy at all. From the moment Shen Feng began writing incessantly, I sensed something was amiss. He truly lives up to his reputation. What does it mean to be a positive energy star? Other stars merely encourage you to spend money on rankings or persuade you to buy albums to support endorsements. But Shen Feng, he just challenges you with math problems. Haha. If solving a problem meant my favorite couple would hug once, I'd surely ace the entrance exams for Tsinghua and Peking University. After watching the fan depart with the calculus problem in hand, Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan continued their exploration of the shopping plaza. They were on a quest to discover a unique way to express their love for one another. Since this task required them to select a method of expressing affection within the mall, conventional verbal confessions were off the table. The first floor of the shopping plaza did feature a confession wall, yet Shen Feng deemed that too cliché. While pondering how best to convey their feelings, he suddenly heard the sound of a piano emanating from the lobby. Upon entering, They noticed a piano prominently displayed for patrons to play. At that moment, a young man was seated at the piano, playing a very rapid and lively piece. The viewers in the live stream also caught wind of this tune. Is this person just playing randomly? Why does this music sound so peculiar? Some knowledgeable individuals attempted to provide an explanation before they could even type. The sound of Shen Feng's voice resonated in the live stream. It was Flight of the Bumblebee. Wow, my Feng can play the piano. Indeed, it's Flight of the Bumblebee. Our Fengzi is quite the expert. He plays so swiftly. I've heard that the faster it is played, the more impressive it becomes. Could this person possibly be a professional? Although the notion that faster is necessarily better is somewhat inaccurate. This individual is undoubtedly showcasing his skills. He reminds me of that internet celebrity from Douyin, the one who plays the piano. What is his name? Lee something? It seems that he didn't play until Fengzi arrived. Is he trying to ride on Fengzi's and Wanwan's popularity? Shen Feng, however, did not ponder as deeply as the comment suggested. Upon witnessing the young man at the piano, an idea blossomed in his mind. He could use the piano to convey his affection to Wanwan. Thus, he patiently awaited the conclusion of the young man's rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee. Shen Feng initially thought that after finishing a piece, the young man would yield his spot. To his surprise, not only did the young man not move aside, but he also turned to Shen Feng with a somewhat provocative raise of his eyebrows. I recognize you. You're that Shen Feng, right? The one who has been garnering a bit of attention lately. I'm Li Jiayu, with over 700,000 followers on Douyin. Perhaps I'm slightly more famous than you. As he spoke, the young man glanced at the camera, greeting the audience. Dear viewers, remember to follow me on Douyin. My name is Li Jiayu. I am a star worth your admiration. Is our Penghu Bay live stream a place for you to promote yourself? This guy is so arrogant. Having over 700,000 followers is impressive. Can he truly boast more followers than my Fengzi? What does he mean by being the star worth following? Does he imply Fengzi ISNT? With such attitude, does he even qualify as a good star? The lengths that today's internet celebrities will go to for fame are truly shameless. Shen Feng, however, paid no heed to Li Jiayu's demeanor nor his attempts at self-promotion. He simply asked, once you've finished, would you kindly vacate this spot? I wish to use this piano. Li Jiayu chuckled, slowly rising from his seat, and replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Sure, I'll yield to the great Shen Feng. However, playing the piano isn't something everyone can do. If you're not capable, I could teach you. Damn, how condescending. I want to punch him. I wonder what Fengzi did to deserve this. Who is he trying to impress? Is this how one seeks attention? It's one thing to advertise in someone else's live stream, but to speak in such a tone is just rude. If you insult him, he achieves his goal. This type of internet celebrity thrives on controversy. The more they are criticized, the more popular they become, which only delights them. Some astute viewers recognized that Li Jiayu was deliberately seeking to stir trouble and provoke outrage. Such is the nature of many internet celebrities today. They would resort to even the most outrageous acts for fame. Among these provocateurs, there are plenty like Li Jiayu, who thrive on controversy. For them, even negative attention is still attention. As long as they can attract views, there's money to be made. Shen Feng had initially intended to disregard this individual. He simply wished to sit down and serenade Jiang Wanwan with a piece. However, Jiang Wanwan could no longer contain herself. She pushed Shen Feng aside and took her place at the piano bench, glaring at Li Jiayu. You wish to teach my Fengzi? You ought to consider your qualifications first. As she spoke, her fingers danced upon the keys. The audience in the live stream was taken aback. She played the exact same piece, Flight of the Bumblebee. Yet, it seemed that Jiang Wanwan's tempo was slightly slower. Li Jiayu Smirka. With such a leisurely pace, you dare question my qualifications? You're not even in a position to compare. But before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Wanwan accelerated. Chapter 63. To Jiang Wanwan. Li Jiayu completed his rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee in 1 minute and 20 seconds, while Jiang Wanwan accomplished it in just 1 minute and 10 seconds. Though the time difference was a mere 10 seconds, it transformed the entire character of the piece. If Li Jiayu's Flight of the Bumblebee resembled a cheerful little bee happily gathering nectar, Jiang Wanwan's interpretation was akin to an agitated hornet, poised to strike. The disparity in sound was strikingly evident. Upon concluding her performance, Jiang Wanwan rubbed her slightly sore fingers and cast a cold glare at Li Jiayu. It's been a while since I played, so my fingers aren't accustomed. Otherwise, I could have played even faster. Now, care to offer your insights? To be candid, Jiang Wanwan was aware that Li Jiayu was merely there to stir up trouble and garner attention. However, she could not tolerate his attitude toward Shen Feng. She simply refused to allow her Fengzi to suffer humiliation before such a large audience. Seeking fame and inciting conflict? Very well, she was more than willing to engage. Jiang Wanwan had learned the piano after Shen Feng's passing in her previous life. During that time, She had almost become a machine, living solely for her acting career. A role required a lead actress who could play the piano, prompting Jiang Wanwan to take lessons. The quiet practice rooms became her sanctuary, a reprieve from filming, and she dedicated a decade to mastering the instrument. Flight of the Bumblebee was a piece she could play with her eyes closed, even having performed it in approximately 1 minute and 5 seconds in her previous life. However, this was her first encounter with the piano since her rebirth, so she initially struggled to regain her speed. Li Jiayu swallowed hard. Offer insights? How could he? He had lagged 10 seconds behind Jiang Wanwan, even considering her slower start. It was evident to both novices and experts alike that Jiang Wanwan surpassed him. Li Jiayu himself could only be considered someone who had dabbled in piano, far from reaching a professional level. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to resort to Douyin to gain followers or resort to such antics for attention. His skills were merely sufficient to deceive the untrained eye. Being from Lanyu County, he had seized the opportunity to pounce on the publicity surrounding the show. He had initially showcased his skills as Shen Feng and Jiang Wanwan descended to the first floor, and after finishing, he intentionally stirred the pot, fully aware that such actions would generate more buzz. If he were to be exposed on Weibo, his popularity would skyrocket. What he anticipated was encountering someone truly skilled. He had bitten off more than he could chew, observing Li Jiayu's somewhat awkward expression. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Weren't you going to offer pointers to Fengzi? If you can't even surpass my Wang, what makes you think you can advise my Fengzi? This is hilarious. If you want to stir trouble, at least choose your opponent wisely. Wanwan and Fengzi are not in your league. However, one must admit that Wanwan's piano skills are undeniably professional. I was previously unaware of her proficiency in playing the piano, as discussions about Jiang Wanwan's piano abilities unfolded in the comments. Even Shen Feng cast a surprised glance towards Jiang Wanwan. He believed himself to be the most knowledgeable person regarding Jiang Wanwan, yet he had no inkling of her piano prowess, which turned out to be quite impressive. Amid Shen Feng's astonishment, Li Jiayu interjected, eager to alleviate his own awkwardness. Thus, he seized upon Shen Feng as a means of escape. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "What I meant was to offer guidance to the illustrious Shen, not to you. You came over to showcase your skills, didn't you? Isn't that merely an attempt to flaunt your own abilities?" Jiang Wanwan found herself nearly amused by his audacity. Before she could respond, Li Jiayu continued, "Wasn't it Shen who wished to play the piano? If you have the capability, let him give it a try." Li Jiayu speculated that since Jiang Wanwan had stepped forward to assist Shen Feng, it implied that Shen's piano skills were likely subpar. Otherwise, why would he need her support? He anticipated that when Shen Feng performed, he could critique him at will, ultimately revealing Shen's inferiority. This would allow him to salvage some dignity. Having come to bask in the limelight, he envisioned crafting articles proclaiming how the rising star Shen Feng could not match the internet celebrity Li Jiayu, which would surely attract attention and perhaps even trending topics. Jiang Wanwan was about to say something, but Shen Feng gently halted her, ruffling her hair with a smile. "Thank you for standing up for me, Wanwan. However, since Mr. Li wishes to hear me play a piece, I should honor his request." With that, Shen Feng took his seat at the piano, nodding in acknowledgement to Li Jiayu. "Mr. Li, I shall now embarrass myself. Asudenuneaza gripad Li Jiayu." Could it be that Shen Feng was also a virtuoso capable of performing Flight of the Bumblebee in under a minute? However, as Shen Feng pressed the first key, Li Jiayu's anxiety eased somewhat, for Shen Feng did not begin with Flight of the Bumblebee. It appeared he could not play it. Li Jiayu assumed that Shen Feng was merely an amateur who could play a few pieces. If he could not perform Flight of the Bumblebee, he would surely resort to something else to manage the situation. What was there for him to fear? The audience noted a distinct difference in Shen Feng's playing compared to the earlier performances by Li Jiayu and Jiang Wanwan. Does Fengzi not know how to play Flight of the Bumblebee? It certainly sounds different from the previous piece. I didn't expect Fengzi to have something he couldn't play, but I'm already quite astonished that he can play the piano. As the audience continued to speculate about Shen Feng's inability to perform Flight of the Bumblebee, a keen observer noticed a change in Li Jiayu's expression. From a relaxed demeanor, he suddenly appeared astonished. What is wrong with Li Jiayu? I don't know. He looks as though he has seen a ghost. Did you all notice how fast Shen Feng's hands are? The comments shifted their focus back to Shen Feng's dexterous fingers dancing across the keys, moving so swiftly that they seemed to leave only shadows in their wake. The cameraman zoomed in for a close-up of Shen Feng's hands. At that moment, another comment appeared. How could he not be shocked? Shen Feng is playing L'Isla Campanella, a super technical etude, one of the most challenging pieces. Some, unfamiliar with the pieces, asked, how does this compare in difficulty to Flight of the Bumblebee? Considering Shen Feng can execute La Campanella with such fluidity, his skill level is undoubtedly professional. Flight of the Bumblebee would be child's play for him. Wow, my Fengzi is so incredible. Even his piano skills are professional. The audience was left in disbelief. Even more astounded was Li Jiayu. Yes, Shen Feng may not have played Flight of the Bumblebee, but he had performed an even more challenging piece, La Campanella. Li Jiayu was truly dumbfounded. What sort of monsters were these two? Were they not just actors and stars? Why were they forsaking their craft to learn the piano? Li Jiayu felt like a fool. Had he known both were professionals, he would have sought to ride the coattails of Jiatenin and Li Tingting instead, both of whom were tone-deaf. Alas, regret came too late. 3 minutes passed. As La Campanella reached its conclusion, Shen Feng stood and turned to Li Jiayu. As per Mr. Li's request, I have completed my piece. Now, Mr. Li, would you kindly offer some guidance? Li Jiayu felt tears welling up. As a social media influencer masquerading as a pianist, how could he possibly advise someone capable of playing Liszt La Campanella so effortlessly? Just as Li Jiayu floundered for words to extricate himself, he noticed Shen Feng had already turned his attention away, seemingly unbothered by him. In truth, Shen Feng had little regard for Li Jiayu. Were it not for his incessant provocations, Shen Feng would have preferred not to engage with him, valuing his time spent playing for Wanwan instead. Once again, Shen Feng seated himself at the piano, casting a smile towards Jiang Wanwan. Wanwan, this next piece is dedicated to you. With that, his fingers descended onto the keys, and the familiar melody of Beethoven's Fur Elise filled the ears of every viewer in the live stream. Shen Feng played, dedicating his performance to Jiang Wanwan.